On that day, the school beauty presented me with a pregnancy test result. "It belongs to you," I replied. "I shall take responsibility." Divine Daddy system activated. Henceforth, my mission was to transform the aloof school beauty into a charmingly affectionate little expectant mother. Amidst the cacophony of the surroundings, I acquired the penthouse. When she experienced morning sickness, I arranged for global delicacies to be airlifted. When faced with mockery, I publicly retaliated. When her family regarded me as insignificant, I had already become the capital they looked up to. Nestled in my embrace, she softly inquired, "Chun Yang, just how many secrets do you harbor?" Chapter 69. The Kunpeng ascends, sword aimed at Kunlun, ready to depart. Those four words rolled off Chen Yang's tongue as effortlessly as deciding what to have for dinner. The last remnants of unease in Yi Qingzhu's heart were dispelled by the man's unwavering confidence. She needed no climbing gear, nor any emergency supplies. All she had to do was link her arm with her man's and follow his lead. At the villa's entrance, it was not the familiar Rolls-Royce that awaited, but a colossal beast of iron, entirely cloaked in black. It hovered silently half a meter above the ground, its body crafted from an indiscernible material, reflecting no light as if all illumination were absorbed. The vehicle's lines exuded a sense of power, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Each edge emanated an extreme chill and efficiency. This was the Kunpeng, upgraded multiple times by AI Qi. The car door rose soundlessly. The moment Yi Qingzhu stepped inside, she was momentarily stunned. Outside lurked a predator, yet within lay a haven that could soothe one's very bones. Beneath her feet, a plush carpet invited her to sink into its depths, while the air was perfumed with her favorite white tea fragrance. The space was far more expansive than it appeared, with two sofas so soft they seemed to swallow one whole. On the small table between them, a bouquet of fresh white peonies glistened with dew. This was no mere vehicle. It was unmistakably the most comfortable corner of a luxury hotel. Yi Qingzhu sank into the sofa, inhaling the familiar aroma, and the earlier tension regarding her family evaporated into the ether. She turned her gaze to the swiftly retreating villa garden outside the window, suddenly feeling that she was not about to confront an unknown familial tempest. Instead, it felt as though she had embarked on a honeymoon journey exclusively for the two of them. Chen Yang settled beside her, retrieving a bottle of pre-warmed milk from the car's mini refrigerator. The bottle's temperature was neither too cool nor too warm, perfectly suited for comfortable sipping. "Take a nap," he suggested. Chen Yang pulled Yi Qingzhu into his embrace, allowing her to rest her head on his lap, his tone gentle. "You'll have the energy to enjoy the show once we arrive." Yi Qingzhu obediently nodded and closed her eyes. The man's heartbeat resonated steadily, enveloping her in a familiar scent, and before long, she drifted into a profound slumber. Chen Yang lowered his gaze, observing the serene visage of his wife, his fingers gently gliding across her smooth forehead. Deep within his consciousness, a silent command was issued. "Activate Ghost Navigation Mode. Destination: the ancestral home of the Yi family in Kunlun Mountain. Full speed ahead." Command acknowledged. Route planning complete. Gravitational field stable. Entering Ghost Navigation. In the next instant, the black behemoth suspended in mid-air shimmered with ripples across its surface, seamlessly merging with the sky behind it. There was no thunderous roar, no explosive sound. The Kunpeng soared at a terrifying velocity, silently tearing through the clouds like a true specter, heading directly towards the coordinates of the world's rooftop. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, deep within the Kunlun Mountains, amidst a desolate and rarely trodden land, a colossal and unimaginable complex of buildings emerged, nestled against the steep mountains, shrouded in mist. With flying eaves and intricate bracket sets, adorned with sculpted beams and painted rafters, it resembled a heavenly palace. Here lies the ancestral home of one of the oldest hidden families in Huaxia, the Yi family. At this moment, the main hall of the ancestral home was brightly lit, yet the atmosphere was oppressively thick. Dozens of collateral descendants and core elders of the Yi family sat on either side. Each one of them was a person of significant influence in their respective realms, yet now they sat upright, deliberately softening their breaths. All gazes, whether intentional or not, were drawn to the elderly man seated in the main position, his eyes closed. Clad in a simple gray robe, with hair and beard as white as snow. His countenance bore not a single wrinkle. He was the true, stabilizing force of the Yi family, a pinnacle grandmaster of unparalleled strength, Yi Wentian. Though he remained utterly still, the air within the grand hall felt as if it had solidified. Even the curling smoke from the bronze crane incense burner in the corner rose straight without daring to bend. Beneath Yi Wentian's left hand sat several uninvited guests, clad in garments embroidered with white tigers. Their demeanor was haughty and stood in stark contrast to the solemnity of the surrounding Yi family members. At the forefront was a young man of 17 or 18, strikingly handsome, yet the smirk at the corner of his mouth rendered him particularly frivolous. He was none other than Bai Wuji's younger brother, Bai Jingxing. Bai Jingxing, raised his teacup, skimming the froth with the lid, shattering the oppressive silence within the hall. His voice was soft, yet it pierced like a needle into the ears of every Yi family member. Grandpa Yi, the appointed time is drawing near. He surveyed the room, deliberately elongating his tone. Why hasn't the extraordinary person who has left our Qingzhu cousin so enchanted made an appearance? Could it be that upon hearing the words Kunlun Mountain, he was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly and he dared not come? As these words left his lips, several young Yi family members instantly flushed red, their fists clenched tightly. Yi Qingzhu was a rare gem for the Yi family, possessing pure blood and extraordinary talent. Yet now, she was to bring back a mere mundane without roots to validate him, which they viewed as an unparalleled humiliation. Being publicly humiliated by Jingxing, an outsider, was akin to grinding the Yi family's dignity into the dirt. Yi Wentian, seated in the main position, did not even flutter his eyelids. Bai Jingxing's smile grew more pronounced. This was precisely the effect he desired. His intention for today was to trample that ignorant bastard into the mud before everyone's eyes and then to grind him further. He turned to Yi Qingzhu's father, Yi Zhenxiong, with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Uncle Yi, there's no need for you to worry excessively. If that lad dares not come, it would at least show a semblance of self-awareness. Our Baihu family is not unreasonable. As long as cousin Qingzhu is willing to nod, our family's engagement remains valid. As for the one in her womb, consider it a small mistake made by the youth, rectified in time, which is far better than tarnishing the Yi family's name. Wouldn't you agree? Bai Jingxing, you are being outrageous. Yi Zhenxiong erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table and rising abruptly. The words rectified felt like a poisoned dagger, piercing deep into his heart. Ah, Uncle Yi, why must you be so angry? Bai Jingxing leaned back in his chair, unperturbed. I'm merely acting in the best interest of the Yi family. What importance does an unknown bastard hold compared to the strong alliance of our two families? He sought to pressure the Yi family, to pressure Yi Wentian. He wanted everyone to know that only he, Bai Jingxing, was worthy of Yi Qingzhu, and if his useless brother were to fail, it would conveniently allow him to ascend to the position of the Baihu family heir. Just as the tension in the grand hall reached a breaking point, the doors burst open with a loud bang. A guard tasked with guarding the mountain gate tumbled in, his face devoid of color, filled with terror, as if he had seen a ghost. Old master! The guard's voice trembled uncontrollably as he knelt on the ground. An elder of the Yi family furrowed his brow and reprimanded him sternly. You fool! What are you panicking for? Is the sky falling? It's worse than the sky falling. The guard pointed towards the sky outside the hall, his tongue tripping over itself in sheer terror, unable to articulate his words. All within the hall frowned. Bai Jingxing sneered, uncultured wretch. The guard took several deep breaths, summoning all his strength, and finally bellowed a statement that left everyone's minds in utter disarray. Heavens in the sky. A black mountain is soaring down from above. Chapter 70. The arrival at the ancestral residence. A single gesture shatters the formation. Suddenly, a colossal black mountain descended from the heavens. That cry was a final, desperate roar. A bloody shout squeezed from the throat of a guard. The sound reverberated through the grand hall, causing everyone's eardrums to thrum with a deafening buzz. A black mountain? And it can fly? What absurd nonsense is this? What manner of place is Kunlun? The progenitor of all mountains, the source of dragon veins. It is a sacred domain where ancient martial families have resided for millennia. When did such fantastical entities dare to wreak havoc here? Preposterous. An irate elder from the Yi family bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at the guard. It seems you have lost your mind in your training. No sooner had he spoken than the previously bright sky outside the hall darkened without warning. This was not merely clouds obscuring the sun, but a purer, more oppressive darkness. An incomprehensibly vast shadow descended from above, ruthlessly engulfing the expansive square before the ancestral residence. Light was consumed, and the sound of the wind vanished. The world fell into an absolute silence. The scolding, the arguments, the very sounds of breath within the hall ceased abruptly. Everyone, including the once arrogant Bai Jingxing, turned their heads stiffly, as if grasped by invisible hands, toward the shadowy realm beyond the hall's doors. "What is this?" a young scion of the Yi family muttered, his lips pale, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. The once irreverent expression on Bai Jingxing's face had completely evaporated, replaced by a look of sheer astonishment. The guards he had brought from the Baihu family had already placed their hands on the hilts of their knives, muscles tense, as if facing a formidable adversary. Only Yi Wentian, seated at the head, finally opened his eyes, which seemed capable of penetrating the very fabric of worldly affairs. In that moment, astonishment flickered within those eyes for the first time. It was as if his gaze pierced through the ceiling, reaching into the sky. In his perception, this was no mountain, but a construct forged from mundane steel. Yet, how could it have appeared here so silently? The protective array of the Yi family's ancestral residence would trigger an alarm at the mere intrusion of a bird. Why did it remain unresponsive to this towering behemoth? "Let us go outside and take a look." Yi Wentian finally spoke, his voice steady. Yet the weight of his concern caused the hearts of all Yi family members to plummet. They hurriedly exited the grand hall. Upon reaching the square, they stood transfixed by the sight before them, their minds a blank slate. At the very center of the square floated a colossal, entirely black steel beast, its form exuding an aesthetic of cold brutality, hovering silently half a foot above the ground. It was gargantuan, casting a shadow that sent shivers down their spines. Its surface refracted no light, that pure blackness so profound it seemed capable of swallowing one's very soul. There was no roar of engines, no rush of air, not even a speck of dust disturbed. It hung there, quiet and domineering, a blatant affront to this ancient martial world. This was the Black Mountain spoken of by the guard. This was Chun Yang's vessel, the Kuanping. "Monster, what sort of monstrosity is this?" "It is sorcery. Quickly, summon the elder for offerings." The young Yi family members were thrown into disarray. Many adopted defensive stances, as if bracing for an impending assault. What they had learned throughout their lives paled in comparison to this incomprehensible entity. Bai Jingxing stared intently at the black beast, suddenly struck by a realization. His complexion turned ashen. That illegitimate child, he actually chose to arrive in such a manner? Just as uncertainty filled the air, a soft click echoed. A hatch on the side of the black beast silently slid open, revealing a warm, inviting light within. A tall figure appeared at the doorway. The man wore simple casual attire, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, while the other held the hand of a woman beside him. It was none other than Chun Yang and Yi Qingzhu. Chun Yang's expression was inscrutable as he descended the steps, his footfalls barely making a sound. He even found the leisure to gently smooth a strand of Yi Qingzhu's hair, tousled by the high-altitude breeze. Yi Qingzhu clung to his arm, exuding a demeanor of comfort and absolute reliance on the man beside her. Upon seeing the familiar yet strange faces in the square, including Bai Jingxing's contorted expression, she merely cast a fleeting glance before averting her gaze. In her world, as long as Chun Yang was present, nothing else mattered. As they emerged from the Kunpeng, the hatch closed seamlessly behind them. The square fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were fixated on the couple. The man exuded calmness, while the woman radiated unparalleled beauty. Together they formed a scene so exquisite it resembled a painting. Yet, to the Yi family, this image was laced with strangeness and provocation. Finally, a burly middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd. He was the chief of the guard hall, a collateral member of the Yi family. A genuine peak expert in the dark strength category, mere steps away from becoming a master of transformation. He first bowed slightly to Yi Qingzhu. "Young miss, you have returned." Then, he turned to Chun Yang, his gaze sharpening like a blade. He clasped his hands in greeting and declared in a voice as resonant as a bell. "The old master has decreed that if the son-in-law wishes to enter, he may. However, he must first pass through our guard hall." This was a rule that had governed the Yi family for a millennium. Outsiders must undergo trials to gain entry, an unabashed display of authority before everyone. This directly obstructed Chun Yang's path. At this declaration, suppressed chuckles erupted from Bai Jingxing's side. This is amusing. Do they really believe that arriving in a tin can will intimidate anyone? Bai Jingxing scoffed, crossing his arms and mocking those around him. The gates of an ancient martial family are not easily breached with mere wealth. The faces of the many young Yi family members reflected a shared sense of inevitability. A mundane mortal from the secular world, arriving in an oddly shaped metal contraption, believed he could step into their domain. Did he truly think the Yi family was just any place? Yi Qingzhu's expression turned icy in an instant. She had not anticipated that her great-grandfather would resort to such a method to greet them. This was not merely a test. It was an outright humiliation. Just as she prepared to step forward and argue, a warm hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. Qinyang smiled at her, a gesture of reassurance more powerful than any words. He released her shoulder and stepped forward alone, standing before the chief of the guards. He glanced at him, then surveyed the dozens of sharp-eyed elite guards wielding long staffs behind him. He nodded. Very well. Qinyang's tone was unperturbed. I appreciate places that uphold rules. The chief of the guards frowned, perplexed by the implication of his words. Qinyang continued in an almost casual manner. However, my wife is still waiting for lunch. I am pressed for time. He extended his finger, carelessly drawing a circle that encompassed all the elite guards. You all, come at me together. Let us settle this quickly. At this proclamation, the entire assembly gasped. What? Together? Has he lost his mind? That is the elite who've been guard of the Yi family. Each of these individuals emerged from a veritable sea of corpses, each a master of martial arts. If placed in the world outside, they would each be hailed as a king of warriors. This formation of the tiger subduing staff, composed of these several dozen men, would surely strip even a master of the transformation realm down to his very essence. How audacious of Qinyang to suggest they confront him collectively. After a brief, suffocating silence, a tempest of fury erupted. Arrogance. The head of the guards bellowed, his face turning the color of a pig's liver. He felt that all the humiliations he had endured in his lifetime paled in comparison to the weight of this man's seemingly nonchalant words. How presumptuous. Break his legs. Let us see how he continues to act so arrogantly. The guards behind him erupted, their eyes wide with rage, the long staffs in their hands creaking ominously. The head guard suppressed his fury, his gaze turning icy. He abruptly stepped back, his arm raised high, and then brought it down with force. Form the array. Swish. Swish, swish. The dozens of guards sprang into action. Their movements were swift, seemingly chaotic, yet they adhered to an intricate and esoteric rhythm. And in the blink of an eye, a formidable formation of staff-wielding warriors was established, encircling Qinyang at its center. The staffs rose, shadows overlapping, the aura of death surging forth, sealing every possible avenue of escape. Within the formation, the shadows of the staffs were like a forest, and the killing intent surged like a tide. Yet, at the heart of the formation, Qinyang remained unmoved, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, even taking a moment to glance at the sky. In his vision, this was not a mysterious formation, but rather a crude, flawed, three-dimensional schematic. The third person to his left had exerted force 0.3 seconds too early, causing his strength to falter. The fifth person to his right was unstable on his feet, a weak point. The entire flow of energy within the formation appeared to him as a murky stream, riddled with stagnation and breaks. He could scarcely be bothered to exploit these weaknesses, because it was simply too slow. As he saw the foremost staff descending with a malevolent wind towards his crown, Yi Qingzhu's heart tightened. Just then, Qinyang finally moved. He did not evade, nor did he dodge. In full view of everyone, he leisurely raised his right hand. Then, he extended a single index finger. With that finger, he gently tapped against the impenetrable wall of staffs before him. Ding! A light sound echoed, crisp as jade striking against jade. Chapter 71. The formation is paper, broken by a single finger. Killing intent. A bone-chilling aura surged from all directions, converging into an invisible net that enveloped Qinyang at its center. The formation of guards had fully activated, the shadows of the staffs overlapping, indistinguishable between reality and illusion, sealing off every conceivable escape route. Each guard's aura was interconnected through their intricate footwork, transforming their individual strengths into a singular force. The staff had yet to arrive, but the gust of wind it stirred had already begun to sting against their faces. Yi Qingzhu's palms were slick with cold sweat. She was acutely aware of the power of this staff formation. This was the foundation of the Yi family's guard hall, which, according to legend, had once ensnared and slain a nefarious master of the transformation realm a century ago. Just as she reached the pinnacle of her anxiety, Qinyang at the center of the formation suddenly turned his head, offering her a reassuring smile. He seemed not to be trapped in dire straits, but rather was conveying to her, "Do not fear, it will soon be over." That smile was faint yet imbued with an undeniable strength, instantly calming all of Yi Qingzhu's restlessness. Within the formation, the shadows of the staffs loomed like a forest, and the killing intent surged like a tide. Yet in Qinyang's vision, this menacing formation had already been instantaneously deconstructed by his extraordinary cerebral domain. It was no longer a mysterious array but a three-dimensional model filled with errors and redundant data. Too slow. The flaws were too numerous. Qinyang assessed in his mind. The entire formation appeared seamless, yet to him, It resembled a ragged cloth, riddled with holes, needing only a gentle push at any one point for the entire fragile balance to collapse. But he could not be bothered to exploit those specific weaknesses, for there was a simpler, more direct, and more impactful method. As the multitude of staff shadows descended like a torrential downpour, the first staff was now less than 3 inches from his head. A cruel smirk crept across Bai Jingxing's face. The young disciples of the Yi family were already poised to cheer. Yi Qingzhu instinctively turned her head, unable to bear to look. In that critical moment, Qinyang finally moved. There was no earth-shattering eruption, no sudden evasion. He simply raised his right hand with an air of casualness, extending an index finger. With that seemingly powerless finger, he pointed at the impenetrable web of death formed by the shadows of the staffs. He tapped lightly. This tap was not directed at any staff or guard. Instead, he tapped at an empty space 3 feet in front of the head guard. The very core of the energy flow within the tiger's subduing staff formation, the eye of the array. Ding! A sound, exceedingly faint, rang out. Yet amidst the cacophony of the turbulent wind, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The sound was strangely resonant. In the next moment, an anomaly occurred. From the tip of Chun Yang's finger, an invisible ripple instantly expanded outward. The dozens of guards felt an irresistible, peculiar force surging back through the staffs in their hands, coursing through their internal energy. The intricate connections they had painstakingly constructed were suddenly thrown into disarray, becoming a chaotic mess. The overwhelming momentum of the entire tiger subduing staff formation collapsed with a thunderous roar. Uft! Ugh! The guards, akin to being struck by an invisible beast, collectively emitted muffled groans, unable to control their bodies as they were hurled backward. Crack! The staffs slipped from their grips, scattering across the ground. The once formidable tiger subduing staff formation disintegrated in the blink of an eye. Strangely, though the fallen guards appeared pale and shaken, upon inspection, they bore no internal injuries. They merely felt as though their internal energy had been forcefully scattered by an overwhelming power, temporarily unable to coalesce. This control over power was honed to perfection, dispersing your formation, shattering your prowess, yet leaving you unscathed. Such nonchalance, such effortless mastery, instilled a sense of dread far greater than simply inflicting severe injuries upon them. The entire square was suddenly enveloped in a suffocating silence. The wind ceased. The clamor faded. Only the heavy breathing of the fallen guards remained. All the young disciples of the Yi family wore expressions frozen in shock. Bai Jingxing's handsome face was twisted in extreme astonishment, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. The head of the guard, the only one still standing, resembled a stone statue, frozen in place. He stared blankly at his empty hands, then glanced at the scattered companions around him. Finally, his gaze settled on the man standing with his hands behind his back, his attire untouched by chaos. A wave of horror, shock, and disbelief coursed through him, culminating in a few hoarse words that escaped his throat. One finger, to break the formation. How could this be possible? This was absolutely unfathomable. Meanwhile, in the innermost quiet room of the ancestral home, Yi Wentian, seated in meditation, suddenly trembled. The smooth, ancient bronze mirror before him reflected the unfolding drama in the square with startling clarity. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the young man casually extend a finger into the air. In that instant, his prideful tiger-subduing staff formation burst like a soap bubble. For the first time, a tempest swirled in Yi Wentian's previously impassive eyes. He recognized the profound mystery behind that singular point. It had precisely struck the weakest, yet most crucial node of the entire formation's energy flow. Seeing the formation's eye was not difficult. He could achieve that himself. The challenge lay in perceiving it at the very moment the formation was activated, the energy surging. The true difficulty was in executing such a seemingly effortless gesture, imbued with just the right amount of force to dismantle the formation without inflicting harm. Such terrifying insight and control were required. He questioned himself. He could not do it. At least not with such effortless grace. This child, Yi Wentian murmured. For the first time in nearly a century, he found himself doubting his own judgments. Back in the square, Qinyang couldn't be bothered to spare a glance at the fallen guards. He stepped forward, ignoring the utterly stupefied chief guard who stood in his path, and walked straight past him. Arriving before Yi Qingzhu, he took her hand once more, his voice dripping with tenderness. Did I scare you? Yi Qingzhu shook her head, her eyes sparkling brighter than the stars as she gazed at her man-as profile. Qinyang smiled, turning his gaze beyond the dazed crowd in the square, directly towards the grand main hall. He understood that the true authority was watching. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the square. Is the test over? My wife is hungry. We must hurry for lunch. Chapter 72. A maze of mechanisms, strolling with ease. That statement, though uttered quietly, struck each member of the Yi family like an invisible hammer, pounding against their hearts. My wife is hungry. We We must hurry for lunch. Arrogance. No, this was beyond mere arrogance. This was a blatant disregard. It completely dismissed the Yi family, an ancient martial lineage that had thrived for millennia and looked down upon the mundane world. Yet, at that moment, not a single soul dared to step forward and utter a word of reprimand. All eyes were fixed on that man. He stood there, holding his wife's hand, exuding an intangible pressure that made the entire Yi ancestral home feel diminished. The once boisterous chief guard, whose voice had thundered, now wore a face flushed like liver, shifting from red to pale, trembling lips unable to utter a sound. He had been defeated. Defeated so utterly, so decisively, it was beyond comprehension. What of the tiger-subduing staff formation? What of a century of renown? Before the mere extension of a finger, it became a complete farce. Finally, it appeared as though all the bones and strength had been drawn from him, and he collapsed under the weight of countless scrutinizing gazes. Bowing deeply to Qinyang, he clasped his fists in a gesture of utmost humility, more respectful than he would have been before the family patriarch, Yi Wentian. His throat was dry as if scoured by sandpaper, each word laced with a hint of blood. Young master, your prowess is unparalleled. We are wholeheartedly convinced. Upon finishing, he abruptly waved his hand, issuing a hoarse command to the guards still writhing on the ground. Clear the way. All of you, get out of the way. Make room for the young master and the young lady. He then retreated to the side like a man evading a plague, bowing deeply, lacking even the courage to steal another glance at Qinyang. Qinyang disregarded him completely, leading Yi Qingzhu through the sea of disoriented guards. Their expressions filled with fear and confusion, as if they were merely taking a leisurely stroll in their garden after a meal. Crossing the vast square, they approached the first vermilion gate leading to the inner courtyard. Beyond it lay a long corridor paved with blue stone. On either side, artificial hills were piled high, with murmuring streams and gnarled old pines, sunlight filtering through the eaves, casting dappled shadows that created a picturesque and elegant ambience. Yi Qingzhu had some recollection of this place. She had loved playing hide-and-seek here as a child. Now, returning to this familiar ground stirred a sense of warmth within her. Just as she was about to step inside and reminisce about the joys of her youth, Qinyang suddenly grasped her hand. He lowered his head, offering her a gentle smile, one capable of melting all the ice and snow in the world. My dear, watch your step, don't step on an ant. As he spoke, he casually flicked a piece of gravel the size of a fingernail with his toe. It flew silently through the air, neither too high nor too low, neither too fast nor too slow, tracing an arc that was nearly imperceptible to the eye, landing precisely 3 steps ahead on a blue stone slab. With a crisp sound, the stone made contact. In that very instant, a cacophony of mechanisms whirred to life, accompanied by the sharp sound of air slicing through. From behind the artificial hills on either side, from beneath the ground, and even from hidden compartments in the eaves above, countless dark openings sprang forth. Hundreds of gleaming black-fletched crossbow bolts erupted from all directions, forming an impenetrable net of death that completely engulfed the area just 3 to 4 meters ahead. Each arrowhead exhibited a strange bluish-black hue, and a nauseatingly sweet scent pervaded the air, signaling a deadly poison. Yi Qingzhu had never witnessed such a vicious setup. Instinctively, she held her breath, a scream lodged in her throat as she dove into Qinyang's embrace, her fingers gripping his arm tightly, her nails nearly embedding into his flesh. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows shot past, their unmatched force driving them deep into the walls and the blue stone ground. The arrow tips vibrated ominously, emitting a sound that sent chills down one's spine, a testament to their terrifying power. It was easy to imagine that had a living person traversed that path moments ago, they would now be reduced to a mangled, unrecognizable mass. This was no poetic corridor. It was indisputably a path leading straight to hell. In the distance, the Yi family's younger generation gasped, their faces turning pale with fear. They had heard rumors of mechanisms in the inner courtyard, but had never imagined such a vicious and intricate trap. This was not a test, it was outright murder. Bai Jingxing's face once again bore a sickly excitement and a cold smirk. What of high martial prowess? Faced with the indiscriminate lethal mechanisms crafted by ancient artisans, one could only succumb to despair in the face of such peril. I wonder how you will navigate this. However, Qinyang's expression remained utterly unperturbed. To him, this corridor was not a treacherous death trap, but rather a shoddy engineering blueprint adorned with red dots and dashed lines. The pressure plate mechanism was overly simplistic, with a triggering delay of 0.1 seconds. The angle of the rolling stone track within the left side rockery was flawed, failing to generate maximum potential energy. And the gas vent on the eave showed signs of slight corrosion and inadequate sealing. Under the influence of chaos authority, the essential structure and operational logic of all things were laid bare. What appeared to be inscrutable traps to ancient martial artists resembled a child's crude doodles filled with naive mistakes in his eyes. He gently patted Yi Qingzhu's trembling back, whispering softly in her ear, "Fear not. These are merely children's toys, less complex than your Lego creations." This understated reassurance flowed like a warm current, swiftly dispelling much of Yi Qingzhu's trepidation. She lifted her gaze, observing the man's calm profile, and nodded vigorously. Qinyang took her hand and continued onward, his pace leisurely, almost relaxed. "Shift a little to the left. There's a nest of iron rats beneath this tile, quite uncomfortable underfoot." He guided Yi Qingzhu, gracefully circumventing an unassuming tile as if they were dancing. The very moment they passed, the tile silently flipped downward, revealing a row of gleaming, densely packed steel spikes beneath. "Stand behind me." He shielded Yi Qingzhu and casually flicked his fingers at a delicately shaped rockery nearby. An invisible force penetrated the stone. Boom! A muted sound of heavy objects rolling echoed from within the rockery, as if a colossal mechanism had been prematurely triggered, only to jam halfway with a resounding crash, ultimately falling silent. Thus, they traversed a 100-meter-long corridor, poison arrow arrays, forest of spikes, rolling stone slopes, quicksand pits, toxic mists, an elaborate trap painstakingly arranged by the Yi family over centuries, reputed to ensnare even the mightiest of masters. Yet, before Qinyang, it resembled a thoroughly spoiled escape room game, its answers entirely revealed. He hardly exerted himself, merely leading Yi Qingzhu forward, stepping left and pausing right, occasionally tapping a seemingly inconspicuous corner with his toe or flicking the grain of a column with his fingertip. All deadly traps were either detonated in the most incredible manner or deftly neutralized at their core mechanisms with the lightest of touches. He walked with effortless grace, as if strolling with his wife beneath the moonlight, transforming a perilous path into a romantic promenade. In the innermost quiet chamber of the Yi family ancestral home, an ancient copper mirror reflected everything unfolding in the corridor. Yi Wentian's face, previously as tranquil as an ancient well, now bore the weight of impending storm clouds. If Chun Yang's earlier ability to dismantle the traps had astonished him, his leisurely passage through the mechanisms now instilled an unsettling chill. The dismantling could still be interpreted as a mark of exceptional martial talent and keen insight. But how to explain this? Many of these traps were the handiwork of artisans from centuries past, with their blueprints long lost. Even he, the head of the Yi family, only grasped 6 or 7 of their secrets. Yet this young man seemed to possess an intimate understanding of every trap's position, triggering method, and means of neutralization. This was not mere perception. This was not prediction. It was a fundamentally extraordinary ability, as if the design blueprint of this corridor were inscribed in his mind. Yi Wentian unconsciously snapped a whisker, a genuine emotion of solemnity flickering in his gaze for the first time. This young man was undoubtedly far from a mere mundane figure. He harbored colossal secrets. Finally, Qinyang, hand in hand with Yi Qingzhu, basked in sunlight as they completed their traverse of the 100-meter corridor. At the end of the corridor stood the grand redwood doors to the inner hall. Bai Jingxing, the future heir of the Baihu family, had grown somewhat impatient. Leaning against the doorframe with crossed arms, he had anticipated soon hearing screams and pleas for mercy, but after a long wait, all he heard was a cacophony of clattering noises, followed by an unsettling silence. At that moment, witnessing Qinyang and Yi Qingzhu emerge unscathed and unruffled, his expression transformed into a spectacle of astonishment, disbelief, and incredulity. How could this be? He had heard the elder masters in his family describe the corridor's formidable potency. It could even cause the masters to bleed. What manner of creature was this illegitimate child? Yet Bai Jingxing soon suppressed his shock, replacing it with deeper jealousy and disdain. He let out a derisive snort. Humph. He simply relies on some unorthodox tricks and cunning, not worthy of respect. He turned to an elderly gentleman, clad in a simple scholarly robe, exuding an air of dignified composure, who had been meditating with closed eyes. His tone carried both respect and a hint of provocation. "Old Kong, it seems this brood of a martial artist has had quite the stroke of luck. However, our Yi family has endured for a millennium, relying not solely on brute strength. The intellect housed within cannot be acquired through a mere few years of martial training. The upcoming literary examination will require your expertise." The elder known as Old Kong slowly opened his murky yet piercing eyes. He regarded Qinyang with such disdain that it seemed even a glance would be an affront to his dignity. Merely taking his time to adjust his sleeves before pointing to a prearranged Zetan chessboard before him. The board depicted a fierce endgame, with Blackstones trapped in a deadly position, severely outnumbered and gasping for survival. To any observer, it was a hopeless scenario, devoid of any means of recovery. Old Kong finally lifted his gaze, speaking in a tone of condescension. "I am Yi Kongshu, overseeing the literary affairs of the Yi family for 3 centuries. This game is called Heavenly Dragon Questions Death, which once ensnared the contemporary chess sage a century ago. If you can find a glimmer of hope for the black stones in this position, you may consider yourself to have passed the second challenge. Qin Yang followed his indication. Gazing at the chessboard, a deadlock, an arrogant elder, he suddenly smiled, a smirk that carried a hint of amusement and disdain. It appeared that today's family banquet was merely the appetizer. He took Yi Qingzhu's hand, seated himself before the chessboard, and lightly tapped the edge with his fingertip, producing a crisp sound. Was this the main course? Chapter 73, Mastery of Arts and Arms, One Move Determines Fate. Chen Yang's flippant remark regarding the main course pierced the tense atmosphere like an invisible needle. A momentary silence enveloped the entrance of the inner hall, swiftly followed by an uncontainable ripple of scornful laughter. Main course? Did I hear that correctly? He dares to call old Kong's Heavenly Dragon Questions Death the main course? This wild card, who hasn't even grasped the mundane world, presumes to speak so boldly before old Kong. Just wait, you'll soon see him crying in defeat. The young scions of the Yi family whispered among themselves, their gazes towards Qin Yang infused with a palpable sense of superiority, as if they were observing a rustic bumpkin venturing into the city. In their minds, Kong Leoi, or Kong Shu from the Yi family, was not merely a master of the game of chess but the very embodiment of the literary heritage of the Yi clan, a figure deemed sacred and inviolable. Bai Jingxing appeared to find the situation utterly hilarious, doubling over with laughter, clutching his stomach, leaning against the doorpost, trembling with mirth to the point of tears. Ha ha! A brute. A brute discussing literature, how laughable. He pointed at Qin Yang, his spittle flying. Do you know who Kong Leoi is? 3 centuries ago, he was a grandmaster-level expert who delved into the Tao through chess and nurtured martial prowess through literature. Do you comprehend the significance of this Tianlong Wensi game? A century ago, the contemporary chess sage, Mr. Zhao Baichuan, sat before this very game for 3 days and nights, spitting blood thrice, ultimately sighing that the Tao is heartless and beyond human grasp, thus sealing his chess pieces and passing away in despair. Bai Jingxing's fervor escalated, his voice echoing throughout the venue. You? A mere soft-handed man who climbed to power through a woman, unworthy even to hold the shoes of the chess sage. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Today, I shall witness with my own eyes how you will be utterly humiliated in the literary realm that the Yi family takes such pride in, losing like a dog. His venomous curses, coupled with unabashed malice, sharpened the atmosphere to a tense edge. Yi Qingzhu felt a pang of anxiety, tugging at Qin Yang's sleeve with concern. She was not afraid of Qin Yang's loss. She merely detested seeing him besieged by such filthy language from so many. Yet, Qin Yang did not even bother to lift his eyelids, let alone glance at the frenzied Bai Jingxing. Instead, he lowered his head and gently tucked a strand of wind-blown hair behind Yi Qingzhu's ear, his movements so tender they could almost draw tears. Do not worry, he whispered softly, audible only to her. It is merely an old, moldy chess game. 1 minute, it will be over soon. This exceedingly mundane reassurance instantly calmed Yi Qingzhu's restlessness. She gazed at her husband's profile, nodding earnestly. After soothing his wife, Qin Yang gently placed her hand on his thigh, signaling her to sit comfortably. Having completed these gestures, he finally directed his attention to the Zetan-wood chessboard. Throughout the encounter, the venerable Kong Leoi, Yi Kongshu, remained like a weathered statue, reclining in his armchair with closed eyes, seemingly meditating. Having lived for over 3 centuries, he had encountered more geniuses and madmen than the stones scattered across the square. To him, all words were but pale echoes. Only the black and white pieces on the board represented the ultimate truth. Only when Qin Yang's gaze fell upon him did he slowly open his murky old eyes. Young master, please proceed. He extended a hand, frail as a twig, in an inviting gesture, his tone as flat as if commenting on the pleasant weather, devoid of any emotion. In this Tianlong Wensi, you shall play black first. If you can find a glimmer of hope for this black dragon, you may consider yourself to have passed this second challenge. With that, he closed his eyes once more, appearing disinterested, as if Qin Yang's every action was merely the futile struggle of an ant, with the outcome already predetermined. All eyes in the room were now fixed on Qin Yang, eagerly awaiting to see him fidget, ponder deeply, and ultimately surrender with a face ashen as death. However, Qin Yang's response once again defied all expectations. He merely cast a casual glance downward. Just that one fleeting look. In less than a second, within his extraordinary mental domain, this seemingly incomprehensible deadlock was instantaneously broken down into fundamental data streams. Countless variations and numerous deduction paths were computed in less than 0.01 seconds. In an instant, he grasped the essence of this game. It was, in fact, a trap. Qin Yang chuckled inwardly. The reason this game had remained unsolvable for 3 centuries was not due to its complexity, but rather because the questioner had set a cognitive trap from the outset, a cage named survival. Everyone was preoccupied with how to revive the besieged black dragon. They attempted to maneuver, make sacrifices, and abandon pieces, striving to squeeze out a breath within the ironclad encirclement of the white pieces. Yet, they had never considered, what if they did not seek survival? What if they simply allowed it to perish? Under the scrutiny of all those who mocked, anticipated, or worried, Chen Yang did not even adjust his sitting posture. He remained in his languid demeanor, extending his right hand to casually pick up a smooth black stone from the side chest box. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, with a crisp sound, he placed the black piece in a position that no one had anticipated. The Tianyuan, the very center of the board, the position of the moon encircled by stars. Yet, that was not an empty space. It was precisely where the black dragon's final breath lay. This move, in the realm of Go, was termed as filling a spot. It was an act of self-destruction, a voluntary relinquishment of the last struggle, a deliberate path to demise. Ha! You've killed me with laughter. He actually filled his own eyes. Does he not even understand the rules? Bai Jingxing erupted first, his laughter resounding, slapping his thigh, his face contorting in overwhelming excitement. Fool! Utterly foolish. Kong Leoi. Did you see? He has blocked his own path. This is not chess. This is nonsense. It is a desecration of the art of chess. He turned to Yi Kongshu, eagerly anticipating the venerable elder's wrath, hoping to see this audacious upstart reprimanded soundly. Surrounding Yi family members were also in an uproar, their jeers echoing loudly. My heavens! What do I see? A self-destructive move? This person cannot possibly be sane, can he? Is he out of tricks? Amidst the cacophony of mockery, the ever-composed Yi Kongshu finally revealed a flicker of anger on his otherwise placid face. He abruptly opened his eyes, furrowing his brow. A pressure belonging to a grandmaster subtly emanating, ready to chastise Chen Yang for this sacrilege against the art of chess. Yet, the moment his gaze fell upon the board, all words were abruptly lodged in his throat. The anger on his face swiftly dissipated, replaced by confusion, swiftly followed by shock, disbelief, and finally transforming into a ghostly horror. His eyes widened to their utmost, blood vessels rapidly filling with crimson, fixated on the newly placed black stone. In that moment, his breath completely halted. Bai Jingxing's laughter gradually diminished. He was no fool. He sensed the strangeness in Kong Leoi's demeanor. What is happening? Is it not just a foolish move of self-destruction? Why did Kong Leoi wear such an expression? He rushed closer, staring intently at the chessboard. Upon his observation, his smile froze entirely. That newly placed black stone indeed suffocated the last breath of the black dragon. From a local perspective, the black dragon was dead, truly dead, rendered a lifeless piece. However, when the view expanded to encompass the entire board, as this seemingly suicidal chess piece descended, the lifeless corpse of the once mighty black dragon, along with a few seemingly inconsequential scattered black pieces in the upper left and lower right corners of the board, orchestrated an extraordinarily profound resonance that traversed the entire chessboard. It invigorated the entire game. The previously fragmented black pieces, each fighting in isolation, were suddenly infused with purpose by this pivotal move, weaving together into an extensive and encompassing net. And ensnared within this vast web was none other than the once mighty white dragon, the very one that had slaughtered the black dragon with impunity. The white dragon had annihilated the black dragon. Yet, the black dragon's remains transformed into the most formidable and despairing prison, completely entrapping the white dragon within. At that moment, all the black pieces' dead ends metamorphosed into a grand avenue leading to victory. What kind of strategy is this? A resurrection from the brink of death? No. This is 1,000-fold more exquisite and ruthless than mere resurrection. This is the act of feeding the tiger, sacrificing a dragon, utilizing the death of a great dragon to effect a momentous reversal of fate for the entire realm. Thud. A muffled sound echoed. Yi Kongshu, this ancient being who had lived for nearly 3 centuries and the steadfast anchor of the Yi family's literary and martial traditions, found his legs weaken, causing him to tumble unceremoniously from his grand chair, collapsing onto the cold, stone floor. He was utterly oblivious to his own loss of composure, propping himself up with his hands, akin to a child just beginning to learn the game, leaning over the chessboard, his murky old eyes ablaze with unprecedented fervor and brilliance. Trembling, he reached out, yearning to touch the black piece that had landed on the pivotal point, only to halt midair. As if it were a sacred artifact he dared not desecrate. A divine hand, a stroke of divinity. His voice quivered with overwhelming excitement, and by the end, it carried a hint of tears. 300 years of existence alongside the ancestors of the Yi family. Everyone sought to rescue it. Everyone wished for its survival. Yet it turned out it needed no salvation at all. Its very purpose was to achieve an unparalleled victory at the most critical moment through its own demise. We were wrong. We were all wrong. Ha ha ha. We were mistaken. Yi Kongshu alternated between tears and laughter, appearing almost mad. In that moment, the venerable elder of the Yi family, under the silent gaze of the crowd, disregarded the multitude of eyes upon him and deeply, profoundly bowed, pressing his forehead heavily against the ground in a gesture of utter submission, a prostration of utmost reverence. The talent of the son-in-law is astonishing. I, the old man, am in awe. The room fell into a profound silence. Bai Jingxing's face was a ghastly mix of pale and ashen. His mouth agape as if an egg could fit within, yet no sound escaped. He stared at the man who couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him, feeling as though his brain had been trampled into a mush by 1,000 colossal elephants. Meanwhile, Qinyang never once cast a glance at the prostrate Yi Kongshu. He simply stood up, dismissively took Yi Qingzhu's hand, and assisted her from her chair. Then, his voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the ancestral home. The appetizers and main courses have been served. Now may we commence the feast? Chapter 74. The Grandmaster appears, pressure like a mountain. That phrase was uttered with a casual air. Now may we commence the feast? Yet everyone present understood that this was far from a mere inquiry. It was a proclamation, a most contemptuous and definitive judgment on the Yi family's century-long pride in their literary and martial foundations. Martial prowess, a single finger shatters formations. Literary skill, a single piece seals the fate. The man had not even regarded their so-called trials as worthy of consideration. It was merely a leisurely stroll in the park with his wife, casually clearing away some roadside debris. The atmosphere at the entrance of the inner hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The previously raucous jeers had been silenced, now lodged in countless throats, transformed into faces contorted in disbelief and flushed with indignation. Especially Bai Jingxing. The color drained from his face entirely. His body felt as though it had been stripped of its bones, slumped helplessly against the doorpost. He gasped for breath, yet each inhalation felt like knives stabbing into his lungs. How could this be? Why is this happening? The external assistants he had summoned, the esteemed elders of the family, the proud mechanisms and chess strategies of the Yi family, all appeared as fragile as paper, easily pierced by this man. And the instigator of it all had not even deigned to glance his way. Bai Jingxing felt as though his dignity, his pride, his very essence had been mercilessly trampled underfoot, then ground into the most despicable dust. Yi Kongshu, kneeling prostrate on the ground, was now weeping profusely, his body trembling with overwhelming emotion. He did not rise. He dared not rise. After witnessing that truly divine hand, he comprehended that the disparity between himself and his opponent was not merely one of skill, but of dimensionality, a contrast akin to that of a firefly against the full moon. Qinyang paid no further heed to the seemingly deranged elder. He simply supported Yi Qingzhu, continuing on without a care. Are you tired? He lowered his head, gently asking in a tone only his wife could hear. Not tired. Yi Qingzhu shook her head, her arms tightening around his, leaning her weight against him. All her worries and anxieties had dissipated with his casual assurance, leaving only an overwhelming sense of safety and a near-proud sweetness. This is her man, no matter the challenge. He remains unfazed, calm, and unperturbed. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a path. No one dared to obstruct them. No one dared to speak. They could only watch with a mixture of fear, awe, and bewilderment as the couple stepped into the very heart of the Yi family's power. The main hall of the ancestral home. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere was starkly different from the chaos outside. It was solemn and dignified, the air heavy with the rich aroma of sandalwood, steeped in the essence of time. Dozens of rosewood grand chairs lined the sides, each occupied by the true core figures of the Yi family, each one capable of shaking an entire domain. Yet at this moment, not a single voice was raised. All eyes were fixated on the foremost seat, where an elderly man clad in an ancient long robe, his hair white, yet youthful in appearance, sat. He was the true anchor of the Yi family, the Grandmaster standing at the pinnacle of the martial world, Yi Wentian. From the moment Qinyang stepped into the Yi family's ancestral home, Yi Wentian had been seated there in quiet contemplation. The external formations, mechanisms, and chess strategies, all that transpired were vividly reflected before him through an ancient bronze mirror. He had remained with his eyes closed, expressionless, until the moment Qinyang took Yi Qingzhu's hand and stepped across the threshold into the main hall. Yi Wentian's eyes slowly opened. Boom. An invisible and intangible pressure, so heavy that it warped the very fabric of space, erupted from him, sweeping outward in all directions. This was not an internal force. This was presence. Only upon entering the realm of the Grandmaster, with one's spirit, momentum, and willpower highly concentrated and fused with one's martial path, can one possess such a unique domain. Under the shroud of this overwhelming force, the very air within the hall became thick and viscous. The floor groaned, and the beams trembled. Those of the Yi family who had trailed behind, eager to witness the spectacle, along with the pallid Bai Jingxing, had barely crossed the threshold. Thud, thud. A succession of sounds echoed as knees struck the ground. They could not endure even for a second. Their legs utterly lost the strength to support them. And one by one, they fell to their knees in utter disarray. Their faces flushed crimson and purple, hands gripping their throats, desperately gasping for air. Yet it felt as if an invisible hand had clutched their lungs, each breath accompanied by excruciating agony. This, indeed, is the might of a grandmaster. A mere thought could extinguish any spark of resistance. However, the true target of this oppressive power, capable of crushing steel, was the man standing in the center of the hall. Yi Wentian's entire aura descended like an invisible ancient divine mountain, bearing down upon Chunyang. He sought to unveil the limits of this young man. Yet in the next moment, for the first time, Yi Wentian's eternally stoic visage exhibited a violent fluctuation. Before him, Chunyang remained utterly unfazed, not even the slightest change gracing his countenance, not even a furrow in his brow. The terrifying pressure that rendered even masters beleaguered bore down upon him, feeling no different from a gentle spring breeze. He remained leisurely, lowering his gaze to see Yi Qingzhu. Momentarily stiffened by the sudden turmoil, her lovely brows knitting slightly, Chunyang extended his arm, effortlessly enveloping Yi Qingzhu in his embrace, shielding her completely with his presence. A gentle aura emanated from him, forming an invisible shield that encased Yi Qingzhu within. In an instant, the oppressive weight that had constricted her heart vanished without a trace, replaced by a familiar warmth that brought her immense comfort. She relaxed entirely, pressing her cheek against the man's chest, feeling as secure as a small cat that had found its harbor. Yet this scene struck Yi Wentian like a cataclysm. His grandmaster's aura, the spiritual pressure he exerted with all his might, capable of causing an entire modern army to disintegrate instantaneously, had utterly failed to affect Chunyang? No, not merely ineffective. He even had the capacity to nonchalantly protect another person. This transcended the realm of martial prowess. This was a crushing dominance on the level of existence itself. What manner of creature is this young man? Yi Wentian's hand resting on the armrest involuntarily clenched tightly. Crack! The iron-hard rosewood armrest was crushed, yielding a distinct crack. The oppressive atmosphere in the hall receded like a tide. An eerie silence enveloped the space. After a long while, Yi Wentian finally spoke. His voice was low, even somewhat hoarse, yet it bore an undeniable weight that resonated in every heart. You are quite impressive. These 4 words were squeezed from between clenched teeth. It was the first time in his life that he had uttered such praise to one so young. He paused, as if to steady the tumult within him, before continuing in a more solemn tone. You are worthy of my personal involvement. The moment his words fell, Yi Wentian slowly rose from the grand chair that symbolized the highest authority of the Yi family. His movements were deliberate, yet as he stood, it felt as though the very air of the hall was being siphoned away. A sense of terror, even more formidable, more palpable, and sharper than before, began to brew within the hall. If the earlier aura was a mountain, heavy and suffocating, now it was a divine weapon drawn from its sheath, its edge poised to pierce the heavens. He looked at Chunyang, each word deliberate, each syllable like iron. To marry my great-granddaughter, you must defeat me. Otherwise, take your wealth and roll out of Kunlun. Chapter 75. A test of martial skill, a 3-move pact. Yi Wentian had risen. The action was not hurried, even somewhat slow. Yet the moment he fully straightened his legs, a teacup held by an elder of the Yi family seated at the back crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. The sharp sound echoed piercingly in the dead silence of the hall, yet no one dared to look down. Everyone felt as though their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand, struggling to breathe, their blood nearly congealed. Thunder struck the ground. The faces of the Yi family members, whether from the main line or collateral branches, turned pale. They gazed at the figure slowly rising from the main seat, no longer perceiving an old man, but rather a blade poised to rend the fabric of heaven and earth. Yi Wentian. This name was a living legend within the Yi family. He had not personally engaged in combat for decades, for no one was deemed worthy. Now, he stood for an outsider. This alone was a monumental acknowledgement, a declaration of lethal intent. Kneeling at the doorway, Bai Jingxing's face, which had just regained its color, was instantly replaced by a sickly ecstasy. He could scarcely heed his own kneeling position, lifting his head to fixate on Chunyang's back, a beast-like laugh escaping his throat. Ha. Good. Splendid. Bastard, you are finished. What can you do, no matter how formidable? How can you possibly contend with a renowned grandmaster of peak perfection? In his eyes, all of Chunyang's prior displays were merely the last flickers of madness. The true deity was entering the fray, and judgment was imminent. Great-grandfather, no. A cry, tinged with desperation, shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Yi Qingzhu's face paled. She attempted to rush forward, yet was firmly grasped by Chen Yang, his arms steady as iron. She understood all too well the strength of her great-grandfather. It was not a power that mere mortals could fathom. It was the true pinnacle of martial arts. An existence deserving of the title land-bound immortal. No matter how exceptional Chen Yang was, how could he possibly be a match? This was not a test. It was a quest for his life. Do not go. Chen Yang pulled her back behind him, fully shielding her with his body. He lowered his head, leaning close to Yi Qingzhu's ear, whispering in a tone only she could hear, "Stand firm. Do not distract your husband." Then, he turned back toward the elder who had transformed the entire hall into his domain. Chen Yang exhibited neither fear nor retreat. He merely brushed away non-existent dust, and, with a respectful yet unyielding demeanor, inclined his body toward Yi Wentian. "Since it is your great-grandfather's instruction," he paused, under the breathless gaze of all present, and in the most understated tone, delivered the latter half of his statement. "As your great-grandson-in-law, it is my honor to comply." These three characters struck like colossal stones plunging into the placid surface of a lake. The entire hall was once again enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone was left in a daze. Was this young man's face made of impenetrable walls? Before the examination had even commenced, he audaciously proclaimed himself the great-grandson-in-law. This was no longer mere confidence. It was a flagrant provocation against the utmost authority of the Yi family. Even Yi Wentian, whose eyes were typically as calm as still waters, finally exhibited a flicker of turbulence. Having lived for nearly 2 centuries, he had encountered all manner of individuals. Yet, he had never before met a young man as composed, as brazen, and as daring as Chen Yang, who dared to assert himself in his presence. "Very well," Yi Wentian uttered through clenched teeth. "Since you claim this title, then follow me." He ceased further discourse, turning to stride purposefully towards the rear of the main hall. The crowd immediately understood. There lay the central courtyard of the Yi family ancestral home, a vast open arena capable of accommodating thousands. The throng parted, instinctively gathering around, encircling the expansive venue. Every neck craned in anticipation, eager to witness this unprecedented confrontation that had not graced them for decades. At the center of the arena, Yi Wentian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his ancient robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. He gazed at the young man opposite him, who remained equally composed, and spoke slowly. "I have been in this world for nearly 200 years. Should I unleash my full strength, outsiders would accuse me of bullying the young." His words, though measured, carried an inherent authority that resonated throughout the crowd. "I shall only use 3 moves." A murmur of suppressed astonishment rippled through the onlookers. This was the embodiment of a senior's absolute confidence towards a junior. Yi Wentian paid no heed to the crowd's reaction. His focus remained solely on Chen Yang, enunciating each word deliberately to establish the rules. "If you do not fall within 3 moves, I shall acknowledge you as the grandson-in-law of the Yi family and personally officiate your marriage to Qingzhu." This condition elicited envy from many of the Yi family's younger generation. To have Yi Wentian himself preside over one's wedding was an unparalleled honor. However, before their admiration could fully bloom, Yi Wentian's next words sent a chill coursing through everyone, as if ice had surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. But he shifted his tone. "If you should fail," he paused, each word striking the hearts of the listeners like a hammer. "You must sever all ties with Qingzhu immediately, becoming as strangers henceforth." Furthermore, Yi Wentian's words were deliberate, each syllable landing heavily in the hearts of the audience. "You shall forfeit your martial arts, never to tread upon Kunlun again." Cruel, utterly ruthless. This was not merely a wager. It was a verdict of life and death. Victory would elevate one to the heavens, while defeat would plunge one into the depths of despair. For a martial artist, to abandon one's skills was a fate worse than death. Upon hearing this condition, Yi Qingzhu nearly fainted, her body going limp, but was fortuitously caught by her father, Yi Zhenxiong. "Father, how could he do this? How could he?" Her eyes brimmed with tears, unable to articulate a complete thought. Once again, all gazes converged on the man standing at the eye of the storm. Everyone was eager to discern his reaction to such tyrannical terms. Would he express rage, hesitation, or perhaps plead for mercy? Yet, Chen Yang merely tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at the tearful Yi Qingzhu, and offered her a reassuring smile. Then, turning back to the formidable Yi Wentian, whose aura had reached its zenith, he casually gestured as if inviting a waiter to expedite a meal. "Great-grandfather, please make your move." The arena fell into an oppressive silence. Every breath seemed to be snatched away, as if an invisible hand had gripped the air when Chen Yang uttered those 4 words. This was not a plea, nor was it a challenge. It was a tranquil declaration of an absurd reality that all the Yi family members present deemed utterly ludicrous. He, Qinyang, an unremarkable young man, was genuinely prepared to confront a legendary martial arts master who had achieved prominence for nearly 2 centuries with his very flesh and blood. In the center of the arena, Yi Wentian's weathered face betrayed no emotion. His mental fortitude was as solid as rock, yet today, the presence of this young man stirred tumultuous waves within his heart. Was this the audacity of the ignorant, or the unwavering confidence of the assured? Yi Wentian wasted no more words. His murky yet profound eyes suddenly opened wide, unleashing 2 centuries of martial will in an unrestrained eruption. His entire demeanor transformed. Gone was the oppressive weight that had dominated the arena, replaced by a purer, more concentrated aura, as if it could pierce the heavens. Boom. A muffled sound resonated. Yi Wentian lightly pressed his right foot against the ground. The floor, crafted from a solid piece of Kunlun stone, barely withstood the impact. Fracturing like a spider's web from the center of his landing. Crack, crack. The stone shattered, and dust erupted. In merely the initial movement, the very earth trembled. The onlooking Yi family members collectively gasped. Those in the front row staggered back several steps, their faces pale with shock. Was this the true power of the Yi family as patriarch? Was this the pinnacle strength of a master standing at the apex of the ancient martial world? First move. Yi Wentian called out, his voice resonating with authority, striking the hearts of all present. Phoenix's cry at dawn. Before the last syllable faded, he advanced rather than retreating, stepping forward with a swift motion, leaving an afterimage in his wake, as his fist surged towards Qinyang's face. This punch, simple and direct, epitomized the most unadorned of strikes. Yet, at the moment it was unleashed, the very air of the arena seemed to ignite. A torrent of searing energy erupted, warping the surrounding light into a bizarre crimson hue. Caw! A high-pitched, piercing cry akin to a phoenix's wail echoed through the heavens. This was not merely the wind of a punch. It was the substantial inner force violently agitating the air, forming a vivid illusion of a scarlet phoenix's head that enveloped his bronze fist, descending upon Qinyang with ferocity. The divine phoenix fist, the Yi family's renowned ancestral technique that had secured their supremacy in the ancient martial arts realm. Unmatched in its ferocity, it could incinerate steel. Great-grandfather, please show mercy. Beside the arena, Yi Qingzhu's father, Yi Jinxiong, could no longer maintain his composure. Instinctively, he shielded his daughter and wife behind him, shouting in panic. His heart racing uncontrollably. Yi Qingzong's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, fully aware of the destructive power behind this move. This was not a test, but a lethal strike. Kneeling in the crowd, Bai Jingxing's expression morphed from twisted excitement to a ghastly frenzy. His bloodshot eyes widened as he fixated on the scene, frantically envisioning Qinyang being obliterated, reduced to a charred remains by this punch. Die! You must die! He roared, a primal growl escaping his throat, his entire being trembling with overwhelming agitation. Yet, amidst the chaos, no one noticed faced with a strike capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Qinyang at the eye of the storm exhibited not the slightest change in expression. Within his extraordinary brain domain, the fire phoenix, revered and formidable in the eyes of others, was instantaneously deconstructed into an entirely different visage. Target, high-density energy conglomerate. Detected unstable internal energy circulation structure, with 3 energy leakage points and 17 structural weaknesses. Simulated resolution plan generation in progress. Plan A, direct confrontation. Expected to consume 001 energy from the body. Plan B, skillful force dissipation, expected to consume 00001 energy. Plan C, energy counteraction. Optimal plan selected, Plan B. All of this transpired within a mere 0.001 seconds. To onlookers, Qinyang seemed to perform an action that threatened to shatter their very perception. He neither flinched nor recoiled, and did not even adjust his stance. Instead, he languidly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, seemingly leisurely tracing a semicircle before him. The motion was ineffably harmonious, imbued with profound mystery, as though encapsulating the ultimate truths of the universe. To outsiders, this appeared akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, a foolhardy endeavor. In a flash, Yi Wentian's fist, ablaze with crimson flames and powerful enough to level a mountain, finally descended. It landed heavily upon Qinyang's seemingly slender palm. Time appeared to pause in that moment. No cataclysmic roar erupted as anticipated. There were no bone-cracking sounds, nor the gruesome splattering of flesh. Everything was eerily silent. A faint sizzling sound resonated, reminiscent of a searing iron probing into a fathomless icy abyss. Qinyang's palm transformed into an imperceptible miniature vortex at that instant. Yi Wentian's ferocious fist force, capable of scorching rivers and boiling seas, upon contacting his palm, was ensnared, bound, and compressed by an extraordinary spiral force. Then, like a tamed stallion, it obediently coursed down Chunyang's arm and body, ultimately being entirely channeled into the ground beneath his feet. The entire process flowed with such grace and speed that it left everyone spellbound. In the next moment, boom, a sound erupted that was tenfold more thunderous than Yi Wentian's previous stomp. The explosion did not emanate from Chunyang, nor from Yi Wentian. Instead, it originated from the indomitable bluestone ground beneath Chunyang's feet. Centered around his feet, the ground within a 3-meter radius did not merely shatter. It was pulverized into dust by an indescribably terrifying force before abruptly sinking down. A gaping pit, half a meter deep with edges as smooth as a mirror, emerged ominously. Dust and smoke billowed. Chunyang remained steadfast in his original position, standing in the very center of the chasm, his feet suspended in midair. Yet his form was as solid as a mountain. Not a single hair on him was ruffled, nor did the hem of his ordinary casual jacket lift even slightly. The first move had been executed, in a manner that transcended the martial comprehension of all present. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Bai Jingxing's ecstasy had frozen into shock, his mouth agape as if a hand had clutched his throat. The expressions of Yi Zhenxiong, Yi Qingcong, and others morphed from concern into bewildered incomprehension. Across from Chunyang, Yi Wentian felt a genuine sense of horror for the first time in his life. He could distinctly sense how his power, potent enough to split stone and shatter boulders, had vanished without a trace. No, it was even more bizarre. As if it had been ingested by the other party and then regurgitated elsewhere intact. He glanced at his unscathed fist, then back at the young man whose demeanor remained unperturbed, his breathing steady. A chill, emanating from the depths of his soul, surged uncontrollably. In the midst of this deathly silence, Chunyang finally moved. He casually brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulder and raised his head, fixing his gaze upon the visibly agitated Yi Wentian, a smirk gracing his lips. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. Great-grandfather, was this first strike a tad too gentle? Perhaps you could exert a bit more force in your next move? Chapter 77. Great-grandfather, please don't merely scratch the surface. Allow me to instruct you on how to throw a punch. Chunyang's voice, though soft, struck every member of the Yi family in the training ground like a silent slap. A mere tickle? He suggested that the great-grandfather's earth-shattering punch was akin to a mere tickle. The crowd, which had been stunned into silence just a second ago, ignited with intensity. Yet, none dared to raise their voices, their expressions twisted with suppressed rage and astonishment. A lunatic, he was undoubtedly a lunatic. If the great-grandfather were to truly unleash his wrath, he would be rendered unrecognizable. Kneeling in the back of the crowd, Bai Jingxing's muscles convulsed violently. He could neither laugh nor smile. The extreme resentment and jealousy lodged in his throat, forcing forth only strangled sounds. Die? You must die. How dare you, a mere mongrel, humiliate a grandmaster in the sacred grounds of the Yi family? Beside him, Yi Qingzhu's small hand felt icy as she instinctively gripped her father's sleeve. Dad, why is he saying this? Yi Zhenxiong felt a jolt in his heart. This burly man experienced a sensation of cold sweat pooling in his palms for the first time. This son-in-law had audacity greater than the heavens. In the center of the training ground, Yi Wentian's weathered visage displayed its first clear fluctuation. Fury surged within him like molten lava. Having lived nearly 2 centuries, he had never been so openly humiliated by a junior. Yet, being a master of his caliber, his composure was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. He did not roar. Rather, his entire aura shifted abruptly. The once oppressive weight of his presence dissipated, replaced by a razor-sharp energy that seemed capable of tearing the heavens asunder. The bluestone floor beneath him silently crumbled, reduced to powder by that invisible force. Very well, Yi Wentian finally spoke. His voice low yet laced with a cold intent to kill. A sharp-tongued junior indeed. He retracted his fist, his form slightly lowering, his aura becoming distant and profound. Since you find my strength lacking, prepare to receive my second strike. As his words fell, he suddenly soared into the air, his sharp aura reaching its zenith. 100 birds returned to the phoenix. With a resounding cry, Yi Wentian was in motion. His figure left behind a blurred afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, the vast training ground was filled with countless shadows of Yi Wentian. 1, 2, 10 dozens. Each figure was vivid and carried the same terrifying momentum as the original. Converging from all directions, 360 degrees without blind spots, towards the center where Chunyang stood. This was no mere martial skill. It was akin to divine prowess. The ancestral master's phoenix dance in the 9 heavens technique. How could one discern which was the true body? The younger generation of the Yi family stood utterly dumbfounded. their eyes blinking desperately as they beheld the menacing figure of Yi Wentian, radiating an aura of lethal intent. The true horror was only just beginning. A piercing cry. The sharp call of the phoenix resonated not as a singular note, but as a chorus of dozens, converging into a cataclysmic wave of sound that assaulted the eardrums with excruciating intensity. In unison, those numerous silhouettes struck the same stance as the initial move. Phoenix cry at dawn. Then, they launched their punches simultaneously. Boom. In an instant, the entire martial arena was engulfed in a sea of crimson fists. Dozens of flaming phoenix apparitions intertwined, creating an impenetrable net of fire that cast the sky above Qinyang into a doomsday-like scarlet hue, exuding an aura intent on incinerating everything in its path. The fist formation, a lethal array composed of the clan's ultimate techniques, executed by a grandmaster of unparalleled mastery. This time, no one believed Qinyang would withstand it. Yi Jinxiong shielded his wife and daughter behind him, his back turned to the inferno, having forgotten even to breathe. It was over. Even a deity descending from the heavens would be reduced to ashes by this onslaught. Yi Qingcong, whose face was typically adorned with a cheerful demeanor, now bore the weight of grave concern, his white beard thrashing wildly in the scorching winds. He wished to place his faith in Qinyang, but the scene before him had transcended his comprehension of martial arts. It was finished. Bai Jingxing finally cried out, struggling to rise from the ground. His neck craned and his face flushed to an alarming degree. Die, turn to ash, you wretch. Everyone believed that the outcome was inevitable. However, just as the myriad of fiery phoenixes was about to make contact with his body, Qinyang, shrouded in the fist formation, moved. He did not defend himself, nor did he regard the deceptive apparitions. At the moment when all attacks were poised to strike, he too advanced, delivering a punch. It was not the divine phoenix fist. Rather, it was a movement so fundamentally simple and archaic, resembling merely the most basic thrust of a martial artist. There was no dazzling energy, no astonishing momentum. The action of his punch was remarkably slow, slow enough that everyone present could distinctly trace the trajectory of his arm. Yet, this leisurely punch, paradoxically, arrived first, defying the barriers of space and the multitude of shadowy fists. With pinpoint accuracy, it struck a specific location, a location devoid of anything. It appeared merely as an inconspicuous gap amidst the countless fists, a minute flaw born from Yi Wentian's habitual exertion, unnoticed even by him throughout his 2 centuries of relentless training. Qinyang's fist landed there. Bang! A soft sound. It was neither an explosion nor a collision, but akin to a needle gently piercing a balloon inflated to its limit. Time fractured at that moment. The myriad crimson phoenix apparitions, the dozens of lethal silhouettes, all froze at the point where his fist made contact. Then, with a shattering sound, like a broken mirror, all illusions, fist energies, and flames simultaneously collapsed, dissipating into nothingness. The searing airflow vanished, and tranquility returned to the martial arena, as if the apocalyptic scene of 100 birds soaring towards the phoenix had merely been an absurd dream. Puff, puff, puff. Yi Wentian revealed his true form, his aged face drained of color, his body violently shaking as he staggered back 3 steps, each footfall leaving a deep imprint on the hard bluestone ground. It was not until the 3rd step that he barely steadied himself, looking up with a horrified expression that shattered his lifelong beliefs. His lips trembled as he uttered a dry, fragmented voice, filled with incomprehensible shock and terror. You, how could you possess the long-lost return to origin style of the Yi family's martial arts? Chapter 78. Great-grandfather, the 3 moves are concluded. Return to origin style? Qinyang tilted his head, his demeanor not one of responding to an inquiry, but rather of correcting a misguided answer. Without much contemplation, he simply shook his head, delivering a response that left the entire Yi family momentarily blank. I know nothing of this return to origin style. I merely observed how awkwardly you executed that punch. It looked uncomfortable. He gestured nonchalantly, as if critiquing a dish. I thought, if the force were to flow this way. He traced an imaginary trajectory in the air. Wouldn't it be smoother and more powerful? I just tried it out. Just tried it out? This proclamation was 1,000 times more terrifying than the revelation that Qinyang could indeed wield the return to origin style. He had merely glanced. Just a fleeting look. Not only had he seen through the Yi family's ancestral technique, but he had also pinpointed its flaw on the spot, then optimized and executed it with a long-lost, more refined method. Is this something a mere mortal can accomplish? Yi Wentian's body shook violently. He fixed his gaze on Qinyang. His face, calm for nearly 2 centuries, now contorted with a mixture of absurdity, terror, and bone-chilling dread. He felt as though his 200 years of arduous cultivation and his proud martial faith were shattered by Qinyang's seemingly casual remarks. I do not believe. The two words erupted from the depths of Yi Wentian's throat in a furious roar. An unprecedented battle spirit, mingled with the bitterness of total denial and madness, erupted from his frail body. The hard bluestone beneath his feet cracked under the pressure of this overwhelming aura. I do not believe that such a prodigy exists in this world, he bellowed, his presence no longer merely escalating, but undergoing a terrifying metamorphosis. Brat, receive my final move. Divine Phoenix Rebirth. In the instant his words fell, Yi Wentian did not strike immediately. He slowly closed his eyes, his lips moving as he began to chant in an ancient, solemn tone imbued with a mysterious cadence. It was a verse that no descendant had ever heard before. From the ancient azure sky, a single leaf, the blood phoenix of the 9 heavens. As the final syllable of phoenix escaped his lips, rumble, the heavens shifted colors. The previously clear sky was abruptly shrouded by ominous blood clouds, within which countless violet lightning serpents danced wildly, while the world fell into an eerie silence, devoid of even the faintest rumble of thunder. A force emanating from the very fabric of the universe pressed down on all present, suffocating them. The weaker branches of the Yi family were already foaming at the mouth, collapsing to the ground. What is this? Yi Zhenxiong shielded his wife and daughter closely, gazing at the bizarre phenomenon in the heavens, feeling as though his heart might leap from his throat. In the eye of the storm, Yi Wentian's bones crackled like popping beans, his emaciated form visibly swelling, the blood and energy within him surging like molten lava. The crimson phoenix apparition behind him solidified entirely at that moment. Every feather blazed with a dark golden flame. And those eyes were no longer illusory, but rather filled with a will of brutality and destruction. The phoenix had come to life. This was a forbidden killing move that Yi Wentian could only unleash by sacrificing his entire cultivation and burning the essence of his life. This time, he intended to erase Qinyang along with the very space he occupied from this world. Confronted by this apocalyptic strike, the nonchalance on Qinyang's face finally waned, and his demeanor grew a touch more serious. Yet, it was only a touch more serious. He faced the searing wave of heat capable of vaporizing steel and exhaled a breath of turbid air. This time, he did not remain still. Under the astonished gaze of all present, Qinyang took a step forward, adopting a stance identical to that of Yi Wentian's Divine Phoenix Fist. Was he truly going to counter the ancestor with the Divine Phoenix Fist? He had lost his mind. A chorus of incredulous screams erupted from the crowd. However, in the next moment, all sounds were caught in their throats, for they realized that although Qinyang had assumed the same fist stance, the force surging within him was something entirely different. It was not internal energy. It was a will far more ancient, noble, and unreasonable than the Divine Phoenix bloodline burning within Yi Wentian, awakened from his being, communicating with an unfathomable great existence high above the 9 heavens. This will transcended time and space, descending upon this realm. Qinyang's body was merely a vessel for its arrival. With a resounding cry, a sound echoed through the heavens and the earth. It was not the cry of a phoenix. That sound did not emerge from the throat, but was the very roar of the Tao itself, the first note of the universe's inception. At the moment that cry resonated, the blood clouds and lightning in the sky froze instantaneously. The raging winds in the martial arena calmed in an instant. The entire world, all sounds, lights, and matter, seemed to be forcibly twisted and reshaped by that single cry. Then, behind Qinyang, an unimaginably enormous silhouette tore through space and gradually materialized. It was a colossal bird. Its wings unfurled effortlessly, overshadowing the entire sky, rendering the blood-red canopy akin to a mere scrap of crimson cloth. Its feathers shimmered with 9 colors of divine light, each hue representing the supreme laws of the primal sources of heaven and earth. Its eyes were 2 swirling galaxies, indifferent and majestic, gazing down upon the vicissitudes of eternity. That was not merely a divine phoenix. It was the progenitor of myriad phoenixes, the origin and culmination of all phoenix bloodlines. The ancestor phoenix. At the moment the silhouette of the ancestor phoenix emerged, Yi Wentian's fiery phoenix, which had just solidified and emanated a destructive aura, suddenly let out a short yet mournful cry. It halted. The dark golden flames consuming everything about it rapidly dimmed uncontrollably. Its massive body shrank visibly, trembling. And with a final puff, it transformed into scattered sparks, dissipating into the air. This was not a battle. It was an absolute suppression of bloodlines. It was a subject beholding its sovereign, a creation encountering its creator, an absolute prostration originating from the deepest recesses of the soul, where not even the thought of resistance could arise. Yi Wentian spat out a mouthful of blood, his previously inflated body rapidly deflating, his face turning as pale as paper. The most formidable blow he had cultivated throughout his life had not even been given a chance to strike, utterly crushed by the mere existence of his opponent. He stared blankly at the towering, nine-colored figure behind Qin Yang, then glanced at the emptiness before him, his mind a blank slate. It was over. Everything was over. The ethereal image of the nine-colored ancestor phoenix gradually faded, the blood clouds dispersing, and sunlight cascaded once more. The entire martial arena fell into an eerie silence. Qin Yang remained standing, not even a crease adorning his garments. He retracted his fist stance as if he had merely performed a set of calisthenics. Then, under the breath-holding gaze of all, he stepped forward, one foot after the other, approaching the incapacitated Yi Wentian. He lowered his head, gazing upon the legendary figure of the Yi family who had lived for nearly 2 centuries. His voice was soft yet resounded clearly in every heart. Great-grandfather. 3 moves, and it's over. 3 moves, and it's over. Qin Yang's voice was light, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the last vestige of hope in the martial arena. Silence. All eyes focused on the figure slumped on the ground. The sky of the Yi family. The myth of the ancient martial world, Yi Wentian. He had been defeated. ANC. Ancestor Phoenix. A dry, fragmented whisper escaped Yi Wentian's throat. He struggled to prop himself up with his withered arm, his murky, old eyes devoid of focus, staring blankly into the void, embodying the hollowness left by a faith utterly shattered. Was that the legendary ancestor Phoenix bloodline? He appeared deranged, as if lost in madness. Every word laced with blood and fraught with absurdity and disbelief. This statement struck like a thunderbolt upon the heads of all core members of the Yi family. Yi Qingcang and Yi Zhenxiong froze in place. Ancestor Phoenix? What on earth was that? The divine Phoenix bloodline was already a legend. What did this title of ancestor signify? Yi Wentian had no time to regard his descendants' bewilderment. He was consumed by a frenzied soliloquy. The divine Phoenix is not the pinnacle. Myriad phoenixes have an ancestor. Bloodlines return to their source. All laws converge into one. He murmured phrases that only existed in the most ancient texts of the Yi family, which he had once thought were fabrications of ancestors. Yet today, the myth stood before him. He finally understood why the divine Phoenix nirvana he gambled his life on had crumbled like a joke. It was not defeat, it was an act of worship. His bloodline, upon encountering the true source, bore no thought of resistance, choosing instead to prostrate. With a cough, Yi Wentian let out a bitter laugh, unable to suppress the reverse blood that sprayed forth upon the cobblestones before him. His gaze finally refocused, landing upon Qin Yang. No, it was fixed upon the index and middle fingers that Qin Yang had just withdrawn and brought together. Amidst the celestial phenomena, Qin Yang had performed but a single action. He did not strike with his fist, nor did he employ any technique. He simply extended 2 fingers, lightly tapping at the apocalyptic punch aimed at him. In that instant of the tap, the internal energy within him, which had been violently surging towards self-destruction due to the burning of his life essence, was instantly tamed like a wild beast subdued by a gentle yet supreme force, brought into order, pacified. Those torn meridians were even fortified by this power. It was a force that withered the brittle, yet nourished silently. At this moment, Yi Wentian could no longer sustain himself. His body fell back heavily. He gazed up at Qin Yang with the reverence one would hold for a deity, his voice hoarse, trembling, filled with endless shock, once more resonating. That tap. It invoked the return of bloodlines. It is the legendary divine technique born alongside the ancestor phoenix. The ancestor phoenix returns to its nest? Qin Yang finally reacted, tilting his head slightly, as if pondering this name. A few seconds later, he shook his head earnestly, utterly perplexed by the concept of returning home. His tone, casual as if critiquing a dish, belied the impact of his words, which struck Yi Wentian with a thunderous jolt, leaving his mind blank. I could sense that energy coursing through you, as if you were on the verge of self-destruction. It was quite perilous, Qin Yang remarked, shrugging nonchalantly. Just a casual observation. Merely a tidying up of sorts. Merely? A casual remark? A simple clarification? These phrases were 1,000 times more terrifying than admitting one could master the ancestral return. This was not merely the inheritance of divine skills. It was the spontaneous creation of such prowess. Yi Wentian's complexion drained of color. His 2 centuries of martial arts research, his faith, his pride, were shattered in an instant by these seemingly light-hearted words. He had lost, from technique to lineage, in the realm of martial understanding. He faced a complete and utter dimensional defeat. Ancestor, Yi Qingtian, standing at the edge, rushed forward to assist Yi Wentian. However, Yi Wentian raised his hand to halt him. This venerable elder, who had lived nearly 2 centuries, now bore no trace of authority. He gazed at Qin Yang, his mouth opening yet failing to produce any sound. Ultimately, under the scrutiny of hundreds of eyes, Yi Wentian performed an action that left all members of the Yi family's minds reeling, trembling. He adjusted his disheveled robe from the fierce battle. Then, before Qin Yang, this young man in his early 20s, he slowly bent his knee. He was about to kneel. This act was not one of submission to a person, but a reverence to the exalted lineage. It was a tribute to the true ancestors of the Yi family, lost for countless years. No, just as his knee was about to touch the ground, a gentle hand caught his arm. It was Qinyang, who had unknowingly positioned himself before Yi Wentian. The irresistible force prevented the elder from advancing another inch. You are the great-grandfather of Qingzhu, thus my elder as well. Qinyang's voice remained calm, devoid of any sign of elation or anger. This kneeling is beyond my merit. Qingzhu would hold it against me. His words left Yi Wentian frozen in place. He was neither boasting nor bestowing charity. He was merely stating a fact. The only reason he intervened was out of respect for his wife. Yi Wentian lifted his gaze, confronting the excessively youthful visage before him. His heart a tumult of emotions that ultimately condensed into a lengthy, complex sigh. My Yi family has failed to recognize the true dragon. The martial arena erupted in chaos. Bai Jingxing, kneeling in the back, witnessed the entire scene unfold, his previous madness and resentment now frozen in place, replaced with a desolate despair. The myth of invincibility that he held in his heart bowed before what he deemed a mere weed. A series of choking sounds escaped his throat, his eyes rolling back as he fainted completely. Meanwhile, the conservative elders surrounding him trembled like leaves in a storm, some collapsing to the ground, a foul odor emanating from their trousers. They finally comprehended the magnitude of the entity they had provoked. On the sidelines, Yi Qingzhu had unknowingly released her grip on her father's sleeve, watching the man who had effortlessly subdued their ancestor approach her step by step. The aura of dominance that had enveloped him dissipated, transforming into a personal tenderness. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her husband, it seemed, was extraordinarily handsome. Yi Jinxiong inhaled deeply, his gaze upon Qinyang devoid of any scrutiny, filled only with shock, relief, and a profound respect. At that moment, Qinyang steadied Yi Wentian. Casting one last glance at him, he turned, his calm gaze sweeping across the edges of the martial arena, precisely landing on the pale, crumpled forms of the conservative elders. He said nothing. Then, his gaze shifted back to his nominal father-in-law, Yi Jinxiong, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. Dad, the house seems a bit messy. Shouldn't we tidy it up? The words rang out with a clarity that pierced through the stunned silence of the martial arena. Dad. Qinyang's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated in every ear present. The house seems a bit messy. Shouldn't we tidy it up? This statement was akin to a bucket of ice water, dousing the spectators who had just been awestruck by the miraculous spectacle. Yi Jinxiong froze, staring at his nominal son-in-law. His throat constricting, yet no sound emerged. Clean up? How could they possibly clean up? All eyes, as if tethered by an invisible thread, were drawn towards the pitiful figures of Yi Tianxiong and the conservative elders. Just moments ago, they had awaited a spectacle. Now, their faces were devoid of color, trembling like livestock awaiting slaughter. Several of the older members had already lost consciousness, their eyes rolling back in their heads. A foul stench quietly permeated the still air. They were finished. This was the singular thought that consumed the minds of everyone present. Yi Tianxiong sensed the weight of those gazes. He wished to plead for mercy, his mouth opening and closing, only to emit a raspy wheeze. He yearned to rise, yet his legs had completely succumbed to numbness. No, no. A piercing scream shattered the silence from the back of the crowd. It was Bai Jingxing, who had just regained consciousness, only to hear Qinyang's life-altering declaration and witness the calamitous state of his once stronghold. His last mental bastion, the invincible deity in his heart, had bowed its head. With a cry that resembled a human-s wail, Bai Jingxing's body stiffened, and he fainted once more, this time without the hope of awakening. Yet no one paid any heed to this gesture. The focus of the entire assembly remained on two individuals. Qinyang released Yi Wentian. The aura of dominance that had enveloped him vanished, as if the one who had summoned the ethereal nine-colored phoenix was someone else entirely. Sunlight cascaded down anew, softening his contours. He offered a slight nod to the still-dazed Yi Wentian. Great-grandfather, I concede. These three words pierced through Yi Wentian's shattered faith, awakening him from his stupor. He abruptly lifted his head, forcefully pushing Qinyang away. His demeanor was not that of a master, but rather a gambler who had lost everything, his eyes bloodshot, desperately clutching at Qinyang's collar. Tell me, who are you? The ancestral Phoenix Sutra, a relic of myth. Who taught you this? Speak. His frail fingers strained with effort, the veins on his hands standing out. Yet, before he could grasp Qinyang's collar, two fingers gently latched onto his wrist. A gentle yet irresistible force diffused through him, effortlessly dissolving Yi Wentian's desperate grasp. Qinyang regarded him with a hint of confusion. Great-grandfather, please do not be agitated. I truly know nothing of the ancestral Phoenix Sutra. Yi Wentian was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt again in fervent rage. You don't know? Then what was it you just used? The force that stirs the essence of my bloodline and shatters my divine phoenix is none other than the ancestral phoenix Heart Sutra. Oh, that. Qinyang, following his words, seemed to grasp the meaning, scratching his head and pointing toward the nearby stone tablets inscribed with martial arts manuals. I merely glanced at your family's heart method earlier. He paused, adopting a tone of earnest scholarly inquiry, and continued, as I observed. It seems that your practice is somewhat convoluted. Many energies diverge unnecessarily, resulting in a waste. I pondered. If one could consolidate the energy into a single stream and direct it in a straight line, wouldn't that be more fluid? He spread his hands, delivering his final remark. Then he attempted it. It felt decent, not nearly as esoteric as you described. Attempted it? Felt decent? This explanation was 1,000 times more terrifying than Qinyang admitting to being the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. With a grunt, Yi Wentian felt a surge of blood rising in his chest, unable to be suppressed, spilling from the corner of his mouth. He staggered back several steps. Supported on either side by Yi Qingcang and Yi Zhenxiu, he gazed at Qinyang, his expression irrevocably transformed. Scrutiny, hostility, anger, and resentment. All emotions coalesced into dust in that moment, leaving only a profound astonishment and confusion in the face of the Tao itself. This young man was not merely studying martial arts. He was redefining the very essence of martial philosophy. His mind went blank. 2 centuries of arduous cultivation and pride reduced to a mere jest before the words somewhat convoluted. Yet, amidst the ruins of his beliefs, a faint spark ignited, kindled by Qinyang's seemingly light remarks. An ancient prophecy, long dismissed as a mere fabrication of ancestors, suddenly erupted without warning. The ancestral phoenix returns to its nest. Divine blood manifests in the world. The Yi clan shall rise, everlasting through the ages. Yi Wentian trembled violently. His gaze abruptly shifted from Qinyang, traversing the crowd, past his son and grandson, and fixating intently on Yi Qingzhu. No, it was riveted upon her slightly rounded abdomen. Divine blood manifests. This thought struck him like a lightning bolt cleaving through the chaos in his mind. His breath became laborious, his aged eyes widening in disbelief. He understood. He finally understood. Why could Qinyang, an outsider, evoke the power of the ancestral phoenix, more noble than even the divine phoenix? That power was not Qinyang's own. It was through his wife, through the unborn child within her, that contained the most primal and pure essence of the Yi clan's divine blood. That he had established this connection. The ancestral phoenix returns to its nest. Qinyang is the nest, while the yet-to-be-born child is the true ancestral phoenix. A trial initially aimed at an outsider had unveiled the Yi clan's greatest secret and hope, concealed for a millennium. Ha 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 ha. Yi Wentian suddenly threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his laughter infused with madness, relief, and the ecstasy of survival. He shoved aside Yi Qingcang and his son, swaying as he approached Qinyang once more. This time, he straightened his disheveled robes, the aura of authority dissipating, replaced by a profound sincerity emanating from the depths of his soul. He stepped before Qinyang, gazing deeply into his eyes. Then, in front of all members of the Yi clan, he straightened his back, which had not bent in nearly 2 centuries, and solemnly bowed to Qinyang, declaring, I, Yi Wentian, represent the ancestors of the Yi clan, to thank the son-in-law for restoring the true dragon to our family. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Yi Wentian straightened, and in his murky old eyes, an unprecedented brilliance ignited. He turned to face all the Yi descendants, his voice soft yet resonating with authority, echoing throughout the venue. From this day forth, Qinyang shall be regarded as the most esteemed son-in-law of the Yi clan. His word shall hold the same weight as my command. To see him is to see me. After speaking, he turned his gaze back to Qinyang, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Now, how do you wish to cleanse the family of these impurities? Chapter 81, Bloodline Test? I fear your family's crumbling stones may explode on the spot. Yi Wentian's words, how do you wish to cleanse, hung like a cold decree over all present in the martial arena, particularly for Yi Tianxiong and the conservative elders behind him. The tolling of a death knell began to resonate in their ears. Yi Tianxiong trembled like a leaf, opening his mouth to plead for mercy, to argue. But his throat felt scalded, producing only a series of broken sounds. It was over. The ancestor had personally wielded the knife. Everything was finished. However, Qinyang did not immediately take the blade. He didn't even spare a glance at the crumpled Yi Tianxiong, but turned his attention to his nominal father-in-law, Yi Zhenxiu. A faint smile graced his lips, his tone as casual as if inquiring about dinner. Dad, the ancestor is asking questions. You are the head of the family. What do you think should be done? In an instant, the focus of the entire assembly shifted from Yi Tianxiong to Yi Zhenxiu. Yi Jinxiong's body stiffened abruptly. This was a test. Qin Yang had passed the decision-making burden, this hot potato, to him. He looked at the seemingly gentle and harmless young man before him, his heart racing uncontrollably. In this moment, he comprehended the true meaning of the phrase to kill without shedding blood. If he chose to cleanse, he would be personally slaughtering his kin, earning a reputation for brutality. If he chose to forgive, he would be openly defying the will of the ancestor. Disregarding Qin Yang's face, it was a deadlock. Beads of sweat formed on Yi Jinxiong's forehead as he glanced at his daughter, who clung tightly to Qin Yang, and then at the ashen-faced Yi Tianxiong. His inner turmoil raged. Ultimately, he took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a momentous decision. And cupping his fist toward Yi Wentian, he hoarsely declared, "Ancestor, Tianxiong's crimes do not warrant death, but he cannot escape the living punishment. I propose we strip him of all positions, expel him from the family core, and confine him for life." This decision was undeniably harsh. Upon hearing this, the last glimmer of light extinguished from Yi Tianxiong's eyes. Yet, just as Yi Wentian was about to nod in agreement, a piercing voice shattered the stifling atmosphere. "No." From the crowd, a half-white-haired elder in traditional garb rushed forward. It was the elder Yi Wenbo from the collateral branch. He first performed an elaborate bow to Yi Wentian, his demeanor exceedingly humble. "Ancestor, head of the family Jinxiong, we do not acquiesce." He suddenly raised his head, his old eyes gleaming with a near-manic light. "We acknowledge Qin Yang's unparalleled martial prowess. We accept his standing in your esteem without question. However," Yi Wenbo shifted his tone, his voice rising sharply, not addressing Qin Yang, but rather calling out to all the Yi descendants. "Bloodline. The origins of his bloodline are unclear. Qingzhu is our Yi clan's future empress. The child within her is the divine blood you have personally acknowledged. What right does an unknown wild boy have to become the father of the divine blood? Is this not the greatest blasphemy against our Yi clan's honored ancestors?" His words detonated like a thunderclap in the hearts of all present. The once despondent conservative members reignited with a spark of hope. Indeed, the bloodline. This was his only Achilles heel. Yi Wenbo was right. A more arrogant voice resounded as Bai Zhan, the direct descendant and protector of the Bai family, swaggered forth with a few followers. With a smile that barely masked his disdain, he clasped his hands together and addressed, "Old Ancestor Yi, our Bai family has maintained amicable relations with the Yi family for generations and ought not to speak excessively. However, the matter concerning Miss Qingzhu is indeed our Bai family's affair. The purity of the divine phoenix bloodline is intrinsically linked to the future of the entire ancient martial arts world." He extended a finger, contemptuously pointing at Qin Yang. "What right does an impoverished university student, emerging from some obscure corner, have to be intertwined with the divine phoenix bloodline? If he were to taint the sacred blood with some base and filthy lineage, who shall bear the responsibility?" "Bai Zhan, you are being outrageous," Yi Jinxiong thundered, his aura surging with fury. "Brother Yi, do not let anger overwhelm you." Bai Zhan laughed audaciously. "I am merely acting for the good of the Yi family, to silence the whispers of the world, and to grant that unborn precious child a legitimate lineage." He surveyed the crowd, raising his voice to a crescendo, exclaiming, "I propose we open the Yi ancestral shrine. Let us summon the clan's sacred artifact, the bloodline steel. Let this lad stand before all and prove his identity. Is he a true dragon among men, or merely a mudfish from the gutter? The stone shall reveal all." Upon utterance of the words bloodline steel, the crowd erupted in uproar. Yi Tianxiong, overwhelmed with agitation, clutched the arm of a nearby individual, his nails nearly embedding into flesh, his face contorted with ecstasy. This was an audacious scheme to turn the tide. "No matter how skilled you are, Qin Yang, can you alter your origins? Qin Yang, do you dare?" Bai Zhan taunted aggressively. All eyes once again converged upon Qin Yang. "Do not mind them." Yi Qingzhu gently grasped Qin Yang's sleeve, giving it a slight shake. She had unwavering faith in her man, yet the rumors surrounding the bloodline steel were too extraordinary, igniting a flicker of unease within her. Qin Yang lowered his gaze, observing the worried expression on his beloved's face, and reassuringly pinched her cheek. Then, he languidly lifted his head to meet the expectant, malicious, and gloating faces before him. He did not directly respond to Bai Zhan, but rather, with keen interest, turned to Yi Wentian. "Great-grandfather, does your family possess such a treasure?" This question rendered the assembly silent. Instead of the anticipated tension, anger, or guilt, there was only a pure curiosity akin to that of tourists encountering a wondrous sight. Yi Wentian remained silent, his gaze piercingly fixed upon Qin Yang. It was then that Qin Yang shifted his attention back to Bai Zhan, leisurely continuing, "Very well. Just in time. I too wish to broaden my horizons and see what secrets your Yi family's hidden stone holds." His nonchalant demeanor, imbued with an air of indifference, proved far more lethal than any vehement rebuttal. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Even at death's door, he still pretends. The thought flickered simultaneously in the minds of Baijian and Yi Tianxiong, their gazes upon Chunyang akin to that of a spectator observing a corpse. Throughout, Yi Wentian remained mute, his eyes, weathered by 2 centuries of trials, fixed intently on Chunyang, a ludicrous notion taking root in his mind, one even he found absurd. This young man was appending the conventions of martial arts. Could he also challenge the immutable laws of lineage? After a lengthy pause, Yi Wentian finally exhaled a heavy breath, his previously stooped back straightening once more. The dignity of the Yi family's steadfast anchor enveloped the space. Good. A single word carried the weight of 1,000. Open the ancestral shrine. This irrevocable command elicited expressions of savage satisfaction from Yi Tianxiong and others. Yi Wentian did not glance at anyone further, turning instead to stride toward the innermost sanctum of the estate. All of you follow me. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path. Chunyang, hand in hand with Yi Qingzhu, trailed leisurely behind Yi Wentian. Yi Qingzhu, now devoid of worry, felt a surge of anticipation. She wished to witness what marvel her man would conjure next. The grand procession, each with their own thoughts, made its way toward the Yi ancestral shrine. It was there, in the most sacred hall of the Yi family, that the ultimate judgment was about to unfold. Soon, an ancient, solemn shrine, exuding the weight of time, appeared before the gathered assembly. Yi Wentian halted, stepping alone before the heavy black sandalwood doors, pushing them open with both hands. The door creaked, groaning under the burden, an ancient and desolate aura wafting forth from the gap. As the doors slowly opened, the dark, cavernous interior revealed itself, akin to a primordial beast poised to devour those who dared enter. Yi Wentian turned, his gaze sharp and unwavering, piercing into Chunyang. Step inside. His voice echoed in the stillness of the ancestral shrine. Be it dragon or worm, the steel shall render judgment. Chapter 82. Testing the bloodline? Apologies, but I fear your family's stone may explode on the spot. Inside the Yi ancestral shrine, the atmosphere was chilling. Hundreds of black lacquered tablets stood solemnly arranged by seniority, as if countless eyes silently scrutinized each individual entering this hallowed space. At the center of the shrine stood a towering, pitch-black monument, over 3 meters high, its surface smooth as glass yet reflecting no light, resembling a black hole that seemed intent on swallowing one's very soul. This was the Yi family's sacred artifact, the bloodline steel. The previously boisterous elder, Yi Wenba, composed himself and stepped forward from the throng. After respectfully bowing to Yi Wentian, he turned to face the assembly, his wrinkled visage betraying a morbid excitement. Clearing his throat, his shrill voice pierced the silence. The bloodline steel was forged from celestial iron, a serendipitous creation of our ancestors, containing a fragment of the heavenly laws, capable of discerning the purity of all bloodlines in this world. His words dripped with sanctity, yet his gaze, like a venomous serpent, deliberately slithered toward Chunyang, rife with undisguised malice. Any who bear the Yi bloodline may place their hand upon the steel, invoking its latent power to reveal its radiance. The color of the radiance denotes the quality of the bloodline. White signifies common blood, red signifies superior blood, and as for the legendary highest quality bloodline, Yi Wenba's voice crescendoed, brimming with fanaticism. It can ignite a pure golden glow. Before his words could settle, a languid voice interrupted from the crowd. Wait a moment. Chunyang peered from behind Yi Qingzhu, interrupting Yi Wenba's fervent oration. He regarded the black steel with keen interest, inquiring, "Old man, did you just say this thing is made of celestial iron?" Yi Wenba paused, instinctively nodding. Indeed, this is from our Yi family. Has a component analysis been conducted? Chunyang pressed earnestly. Is there any radiation? Gamma rays, beta rays, perhaps? My wife is pregnant, standing so close to this mysterious stone. What if there's radiation affecting the baby? Can your Yi family take responsibility for that? A muffled chuckle escaped from the crowd, one that could not be contained. Yi Wenba's face flushed crimson, the sanctity he sought to create shattered by such ridiculous ramblings. He pointed at Chunyang, his fingers trembling. You, cease your foolishness. This is a sacred artifact. How dare you? Oh, the sacred artifact, Chunyang nodded, a look of sudden realization crossing his face. Then we must be even more cautious. What if this sacred item is rather fragile? A mere touch could ruin it, and I certainly cannot afford to compensate for that. These words thoroughly incensed a group led by Yi Tianxiong and Baijian. Chunyang, do not pretend to be mysterious here. Baijian pushed his way through the crowd, intent on witnessing Chunyang's disgrace. Let us see if you can measure up. If you hesitate, it only shows your guilt. How dare a wildling, crawling out from who knows where, question the sacred artifact of the Yi family? Yi Tianxiong seized the opportunity, his voice hoarse with desperation. Yes, ancestor. He must be tested. Otherwise, What dignity will the Yi family have left? Qinyang paid them no mind and turned to Yi Qingzhu beside him, gently inquiring, "My dear, are you afraid?" Yi Qingzhu shook her head, firmly grasping his hand, her face radiating trust. Her man was standing up for her in this manner. Qinyang smiled softly before shifting his gaze to Yi Wentian, spreading his hands. "Great-grandfather, you see, it's not that I refuse to cooperate. It's merely that your family's artifact has too many rules. I fear it's of no consequence." Yi Wentian finally spoke, his voice calm as a deep well, though his penetrating gaze was fixed firmly on Qinyang. "Let Qingzhu go first." Yi Wenba, as if granted a reprieve, immediately declared, by the rules, to ensure fairness. "The testing shall commence with Miss Yi Qingzhu, the rightful heir of the divine phoenix bloodline of the Yi family." Instantly, all eyes converged upon Yi Qingzhu. Encouraged by Qinyang's gaze, she took a deep breath and walked slowly to the dark stone tablet, extending her delicate hand to gently press against its cold, hard surface. A long, resonant hum, as if echoing from the depths of antiquity, emanated from within the stone tablet. Then, the entire black stone tablet illuminated. Initially, a gentle white radiance enveloped it, not blinding but brightening the dim ancestral hall somewhat. This white glow is acceptable, at least it indicates a qualified Yi family bloodline. Someone from the conservatives remarked, feigning impartiality, their tone laced with envy. Before the words had fully escaped, the light on the tablet suddenly shifted. The white rapidly faded, replaced by a brilliant crimson glow akin to flames. The scarlet radiance surged, engulfing the entire stone tablet, exuding a scorching and pure bloodline aura that filled all members of the Yi family with an instinctive sense of reverence and kinship. It is the crimson glow, a superior bloodline. Yi Zhenxiong and Yi Qingcang wore expressions of pride. Yet, this was not the end. As the crimson glow peaked, the stone tablet emitted an even more resounding hum. Boom! A dazzling golden beam, reminiscent of a rising sun, erupted from the top of the stone tablet, piercing through the roof of the ancestral hall. In that instant, the entire ancestral hall was illuminated in resplendent glory. The gold was pure, domineering, and noble, exuding an unparalleled majesty that commanded respect. Within the hall, all members of the Yi family, regardless of their direct or collateral lineage, felt their blood boiling uncontrollably, igniting a profound sense of submission emanating from their very souls. Several weaker collateral descendants nearly buckled at the knees, almost collapsing to the ground. Golden radiance. It is pure golden light. My heavens! Such purity of bloodline was only possessed by the founding ancestor of the divine phoenix clan. Yi Wenba's smug expression froze, his mouth agape in disbelief. Bai Zhan's mocking demeanor also solidified, his eyes glued to the golden beam, his throat dry as he swallowed, feeling a flush of heat on his face. Yi Tianxiong's vicious expression shattered inch by inch, morphing into an overwhelming jealousy and resentment. Why does this little wretch possess such fortune? Only Yi Wentian. His murky old eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. He did not gaze at the soaring golden light, but fixated intently on Yi Qingzhu's slightly protruding abdomen, his body trembling with extreme excitement. Indeed, it is this. The divine blood manifests. It is the child within Qingzhu that has awakened the latent source of her bloodline. This golden glow was not solely for Qingzhu. It was also a proclamation from the unborn true dragon, announcing its arrival to the entire Yi family. His conjecture was confirmed. After a lengthy moment, the golden beam gradually retracted, and the stone tablet returned to its obsidian state. Yi Qingzhu's face paled slightly, feeling a bit fatigued. Yet seeing the ashen faces of those around her filled her with a sense of satisfaction. She turned, taking small steps, akin to a fledgling returning to its nest, naturally leaning into Qinyang's embrace. Qinyang supported her, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, the gesture intimate and effortless, as if they were the only two souls in the ancestral hall. This display shattered the last vestiges of rationality in Bai Zhan and Yi Tianxiong. The more exceptional Yi Qingzhu's bloodline, the more it highlighted Qinyang's insignificance as a wildling. One bore a lineage as noble as that of a queen, while the other's origins were as obscure as a rat in a gutter. What a stark and ironic contrast. "It is your turn," Bai Zhan nearly shouted, his face contorted with rage. "Now it is your time. I want to see if your lowly bloodline will tarnish the sacred artifact." Once again, all eyes, filled with malice, cruelty, and anticipation, fixated on Qinyang. "It's your turn." Yi Wentian also spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. Qinyang reassuringly patted Yi Qingzhu's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Then, under the scrutiny of all, he finally made his move. However, he did not approach the dark stone tablet. Instead, he circled it, positioning himself at its side, extending his hand, and amidst countless astonished and perplexed gazes, He gently tapped on the smooth surface of the tablet. Thud, thud. The muffled sound echoed through the silent ancestral hall. Do not rush, Qinyang languidly remarked, as if selecting a watermelon at the market. Let me first see if this stone is sturdy. Chapter 83. The focus of the masses, the touch of mortals. Qinyang's casual remark, accompanied by 2 crisp knocks, caused the air within the entire Yi ancestral hall to freeze. What is this? A provocation? An insult? Or the last desperate act of a man facing his demise? The first to explode was Baijan. He had come today to witness Qinyang's disgraceful downfall, yet the latter's nonchalant demeanor, treating the sacred artifact as if it were a mere watermelon, left him utterly speechless, his prepared taunts lodged in his throat, causing his cheeks to twitch in frustration. Are you done yet? Baijan finally tore off the mask of pretense, crossing his arms and raising his chin defiantly. Keep pretending. Is it amusing to buy time? If the stone doesn't react, will you claim its quality is lacking and postpone the test? Beside him, the collateral elder Yi Wenba was so incensed that his features contorted, his finger trembling as he pointed at Qinyang. Blasphemy. This is the greatest desecration of my Yi family's ancestors. Ancestor. Family head. This child disrespects our forebears. His heart is deserving of punishment. On the ground, Yi Tianxiong, whose face had previously been ashen, now displayed a hint of morbid excitement due to the unfolding drama. He sensed a glimmer of hope that Qinyang could be thoroughly humiliated, and with all his strength, he shouted, Ancestor. He must not be allowed to continue this farce. Force him to undergo the test. If his bloodline is tainted, let him be executed on the spot, to appease the spirits of our ancestors. In an instant, the ancestral hall was engulfed in fervent outrage. The conservative faction reacted as if their tails had been stepped on, unleashing their venomous words and fierce glares upon Qinyang. They sought not merely a conclusion, but a public execution, a grand spectacle to punish this illegitimate offspring who had disrupted the established order. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Qinyang remained unfazed, ignoring the clamor as he calmly approached the stone tablet. The hall was dimly lit, illuminated only by the flickering flame of the perpetual lamp before the ancestral tablets. Qinyang distinctly felt that the immense black stone tablet before him was no lifeless object. An unusual wave emanated from within it, extremely faint yet profoundly clear. It was not a call, but rather a primal longing. This meteorite, imbued with the so-called heavenly rules, conveyed a sense of hunger in its presence, as if it yearned for something from him. Intriguing. His brief pause was perceived by others as an irrefutable sign of guilt and fear. Wife, Qinyang softly called without turning back. Yi Qingzhu's response was faint, yet suffused with unreserved dependence. She was unaware of her husband's intentions and did not care. Instinctively, she grasped her clothing tighter, her palms dampening with beads of sweat. Qinyang suddenly turned, winking at her. It was subtle and gentle, reminiscent of the afternoon sun filtering through the leaves, warm and inviting. In that moment, all anxiety and restlessness dissipated. Yi Qingzhu couldn't help but smile, her previous tension evaporating, replaced by sweet anticipation. Her man was about to perform once more. This intimate interaction, oblivious to the surrounding ire, ignited the fury of Baijan and the others. Enough, Baijan bellowed. The ancestor is still watching. Who are you two performing for? It's your turn, son-in-law. Quickly press your esteemed hand upon it, and let everyone witness. He emphasized the last 2 words with heavy mockery. Finally shifting his focus from his wife, Qinyang slowly raised his right hand. It was a pristine hand, with long fingers and distinct knuckles, moving at a deliberate pace, embodying a rhythm of calm assurance, as if he were plucking a flower rather than facing judgment. Silence enveloped the hall. Even the breath of the conservative elders ceased. Each one held their breath, necks craned, faces adorned with suppressed smirks and cruel anticipation. They had already envisioned the forthcoming scene, his hand pressing down, the tablet remaining unresponsive, followed by their thunderous laughter. Yi Tianxiong's face turned a deep shade of crimson, twisted in excitement. On the other side, Yi Wentian's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. His eyes, weathered by 2 centuries of tribulations, pierced through the darkness with sharp clarity. He fixated not on Qinyang's hand or the stone tablet, but on the scant distance between them. The principles of martial arts had been upended. Was the ironclad law of bloodline truly unbreakable? The absurd thought burgeoned within him, threatening to shatter his reason. Under the gaze of the multitude, Qinyang's palm moved slowly toward the ancient black stone tablet. 5 inches, 3 inches, 1 inch. Just as Qinyang's hand was about to make contact with the icy surface of the tablet, an unforeseen change occurred. A hum resonated. The faint, pure golden light that lingered on the tablet's surface after Yi Qingzhu's test recoiled as if it had encountered the most terrifying of foes. It barely flickered before rapidly retreating inward. This was not mere dissipation, but a frantic escape. a primal fear emanating from the depths of its being. Akin to the most rudimentary species fleeing before a top predator, they darted back into the stone tablet, vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed. Did you see that? Yi Wenbo was the first to notice this detail, nearly stumbling in his excitement, and he shouted with all his might. Fearful that others might miss this moment. The sacred artifact was repelling him. Even the glow left by Miss Qingzhu rejected his tainted blood. Yet, just as his exultant and venomous words were half-spoken, the following scene left him utterly aghast. His scream caught in his throat, producing a sound akin to a chicken being strangled, eyes bulging as if witnessing a mythical deity descending upon the earth. Not only him, everyone in the room, including the steadfast Yi Wentian, trembled at that moment. A faint crack echoed, subtle yet resonant in every ear. It was not a sound of impact, but rather the sound of something fracturing from within. Qin Yang's hand lingered less than an inch from the surface. He had yet to truly touch it. Yet, the stone tablet, forged from celestial meteorite, claimed to be indestructible and a vessel of bloodline for millennia, began to manifest a delicate fissure at the very point his palm faced. Creak, crack. The fissure did not cease, resembling a black lightning bolt as it spread wildly across the smooth surface. 1, 10, 100. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying web of cracks enveloped the entire stone tablet. From within, a mournful wail echoed, as though it possessed life and was enduring unimaginable torment. On the verge of collapse, the entire process unfolded in mere seconds, with Qin Yang's fingers still hovering above. Silence reigned supreme. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Bai Zhan's mocking expression solidified into sheer terror, retreating 3 steps before collapsing to the ground. Yi Tianxiong's contorted face turned ashen, mouth agape in shock, yet no sound emerged, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Qin Yang finally withdrew his hand. He gazed at the now cracked sacred artifact, seemingly poised to shatter into fragments at any moment, tilting his head in confusion before turning to the stunned Yi Wentian. Great-grandfather, he innocently remarked, this thing isn't very sturdy, is it? Every word of Qin Yang's nonchalant observation struck like invisible slaps across the faces of every conservative member of the Yi family in the hall. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Those who had previously been clamoring, reveling, and anticipating a public execution now wore expressions as if they had been instantaneously cast in wax, grotesque and horrifying. Bai Zhan collapsed, gasping for air, desperate to scream or question, but found his tongue stiff and unresponsive. Yi Wenbo's face, once filled with ecstasy and malice, had entirely frozen, rendering him as rigid as a weathered statue from 1,000 years past. As for Yi Tianxiong, he had just managed to rise halfway from the ground when he beheld the myriad cracks on the stone tablet. In that instant, his eyes rolled back, and he was so utterly terrified by the unimaginable horror before him that he fainted. A disgrace. This was no mere slap to the face. It was as if their Yi family's so-called millennium sacred relic, along with their proud lineage and dignity, was being ruthlessly crushed into the ground, trampled underfoot. Yi Wenbo finally squeezed out a single word through clenched teeth, intending to ask what had transpired. Yet all that emerged was a profound dread emanating from the depths of his soul. For Qin Yang had done nothing at all. He hadn't even touched that stone tablet. This was the most terrifying aspect. Qin Yang paid no mind to the group of utterly broken clowns before him. He turned his head, locking eyes with Yi Qingzhu, whose gaze was a mixture of concern and a hint of excitement. He offered her a reassuring smile, his gesture as natural as if he were playing with a kitten in his own living room. Then, under the horrified gaze of all present, he ceased his playful antics. The hand that hovered in midair slowly moved forward. This time, he did not pause. His movements were deliberate yet imbued with an irresistible determination. He firmly pressed his palm against the cracked bloodline stone tablet. At the moment of contact, silence. A strange, suffocating stillness enveloped the air. The anticipated repulsion did not materialize. The imagined shattering did not occur either. The spiderweb-like fissures not only ceased to expand, but also remained motionless. The mournful wails emanating from within the stone tablet abruptly halted. Inside the ancestral hall, one could hear a pin drop. Outside, the sounds of the wind and birds vanished entirely. This brief and uncanny tranquility sparked a flicker of absurd hope within Bai Zhan and the paralyzed Yi Wenbo, who sat on the ground. Had it broken? Could it be that this sacred relic truly succumbed to the overwhelming brilliance of Yi Qingzhu, failing prematurely? Thus, when this fellow pressed upon it, there was no reaction. Yes, it must be so. He was merely fortunate. This thought had barely surfaced when, in the next moment, a low, resonant hum echoed, not from the stone tablet, but from the point where Qin Yang's palm met it, as if a stone had been cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, sending ripples outward. Immediately thereafter, the dark bloodline stone tablet underwent an unfathomable transformation. It did not emit light. Instead, Under the radiance of the nine-colored brilliance, it became translucent, entirely transparent. Within the tablet, what had once been a pitch-black meteorite now revealed a continuously shifting cosmos of 9 colors. Countless stars were born within, countless rivers of stars converged, all revolving around a singular point, Chunyang's palm. What on earth was that? Baijian screamed in disbelief, witnessing a sight that could shatter his understanding of reality. His scream had barely left his lips when boom! It was not merely a loud noise. It was the collapse and explosion of the entire space. An indescribable surge of divine brilliance, woven from 9 hues, erupted violently from the now transparent stone tablet, radiating from the center of Chunyang's palm. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, white. 9 exquisitely pure colors twisted together into a cataclysmic torrent. If Yi Qingzhu's previous radiance was akin to the sun, then this 9-colored brilliance represented a vast galaxy containing the light of countless suns. Boom! The sturdy roof of the ancestral hall, constructed from special materials, was as fragile as a sheet of paper before this divine brilliance, unable to withstand even a single breath, instantaneously pierced, vaporized, leaving not a single fragment behind. The 9-colored brilliance coalesced into a colossal beam of light that pierced through the heavens. In an instant, the sky above the Yi family estate was transformed into a resplendent tapestry of 9 colors. Inside the ancestral hall, all present were thrown to the ground by the force of this power. The weaker branches of the family spat blood on the spot, succumbing to unconsciousness. Even formidable figures like Yi Jinxiong and Yi Qingcang had to muster all their strength to remain upright, yet when they gazed upon the light column, only all remained in their expressions. Baijian emitted a scream that was anything but human, feeling as though his eyes were being scorched by the divine brilliance. What terrified him further was that the white tiger bloodline within him was behaving like a frightened cat, howling, trembling, expressing its most primal submission. No, impossible. This must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion. Yi Wenbo knelt upon the ground, frantically pounding the earth as his worldview. The ironclad principles of bloodline he had adhered to throughout his life were shattered in that moment. Crack! Rumble! The entire Yi family ancestral home, along with the mountain beneath it, began to tremble violently. Pavilions swayed, the ground cracked open with chasms, and rocks tumbled down. This was not an earthquake. This was the land itself, greeting the arrival of an unparalleled sovereign in the most violent manner possible. Outside the ancestral hall, the Yi family servants and security personnel, previously barred from entry, now stood agape, gazing skyward. The sky, once clear and bright, was now a tumultuous canvas of color. No longer blue. It had been utterly transformed by the 9-colored light column erupting from the ancestral hall. Even more unsettling, endless clouds of 9 colors were swirling in from all directions. Gathering furiously, those clouds were not white. They too shimmered in 9 colors. 9-colored clouds converged, roiling and surging, forming a massive canvas that obscured the sun atop Kunlun. Just when everyone thought this was the pinnacle of spectacle, a piercing, ancient, and supremely authoritative screech resonated through the heavens. That cry penetrated the clouds, traversed the mountains, directly reaching the depths of every soul. Then, amid the astonished stares of countless onlookers, an unimaginably colossal phoenix apparition slowly emerged from the 9-colored clouds, extending its head. This was not the crimson divine phoenix that the Yi family took pride in. Every feather of this phoenix sparkled with 9 colors. Its eyes resembled 2 9-colored suns, surveying the vast earth below, exuding an air of nobility and authority. The ancestral phoenix. The phoenix that existed in the most ancient, ethereal myths of the Yi family. The source of all phoenixes, the origin of bloodlines, the true ancestral phoenix. Thud! Inside the ancestral hall, Yi Jinxiong could no longer maintain his stance. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. He was not crushed by the force, but rather instinctively bowed in the most humble submission before the true progenitor of his bloodline. Not only him, Yi Qingcang, Yi Tianhong, and all the other conscious members of the Yi family, at this moment, found themselves unable to resist, collapsing to their knees. Trembling violently, lowering their proud heads towards the direction of the 9-colored light column, towards Chunyang. This was a suppression stemming from the very depths of their bloodline. Utterly irresistible. Only one person remained standing. Yi Wentian, the elder of the Yi family, who had lived for 2 centuries, stood with wild hair and fluttering robes. He did not kneel, yet his body trembled more violently than anyone else's. His murky old eyes fixed intently on Chunyang, enveloped in the resplendent radiance of the 9 colors, before he lifted his gaze to behold the unparalleled, ethereal image of the ancestral phoenix in the sky. He found himself ensnared in a tumultuous blend of madness and profound enlightenment. His lips trembled as he murmured repeatedly, "It is all wrong, utterly wrong. The godblood. He is not the father of godblood." Suddenly, the elder lowered his head sharply, his face, lined with wrinkles, contorted in overwhelming excitement. The posture in which he regarded Chen Yang was devoid of any scrutiny, replaced instead by fervent reverence akin to that of a devotee gazing upon a deity. He, indeed, was the very source of the godblood. At that moment, Chen Yang, the epicenter of the storm, merely stood there in serene composure, bathed in the nine colors' brilliance. He was the catalyst for the extraordinary phenomena unfolding in the heavens and the earth. He gently turned his face, using his body to shield Yi Qingzhu from the majority of the blinding light. The girl nestled in his arms, weakened by the intense resonance of their bloodlines. Leaned closely against him, Chen Yang extended his other hand, not glancing at the divine spectacle above nor acknowledging the kneeling crowd. Instead, he tenderly covered Yi Qingzhu's ears. "My dear, has it disturbed you?" Chapter 85. Bloodline Suppression. All beings come to pay homage. His voice was soft, as if he feared to disturb something sacred, naturally drifting into Yi Qingzhu's ear. "Has it disturbed you?" His warm palm enveloped her ears, effectively isolating the celestial radiance that pierced the heavens and the ancestral phoenix's roar that swept across Kunlun. In his embrace, it felt as though they occupied the most tranquil haven in the world. This seemingly trivial utterance and gesture caused the remaining members of the Yi family within the ancestral hall, who still clung to a semblance of awareness, to collectively breach their mental fortifications. Disturbance? Was this truly a matter of mere noise? The heavens themselves were upended. The divine had descended upon the mortal realm. Their family's pride and faith, cultivated over millennia, was being trampled underfoot by an outsider in a manner they could scarcely dare to imagine, reduced to dust. Thud. Yi Zhenxiong, the formidable patriarch of the Yi family, could bear it no longer. It was not the weight of power that crushed him, but rather the divine phoenix blood coursing through his veins that, in that moment, seemed to encounter a monarch, solidifying and then surging with wild abandon. It was an instinctive command emanating from the very depths of life, a primal imprint engraved in his genes, demanding submission. His knees struck the cold stone slab with a muffled thud, yet the reverberation was utterly drowned out by the hum of the nine colors' radiance. He kept his head bowed, his broad shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Thud, thud, thud. Following him were Yi Qingtsong, Yi Tianhong, and all the remaining direct descendants of the Yi family within the ancestral hall, who still attempted to stand. Like puppets under the influence of an unseen giant hand, one after another, they fell to their knees as if dumplings tossed into boiling water. They could not resist. Not even a flicker of defiance could arise within them. Their bloodlines were instructing them that the figure standing in the center of that nine-colored pillar was no mere man. He was their origin. He was their god. "Oh!" Baijian let out a final, desperate scream. The blood of the white tiger within him, in the face of the ancestral phoenix's might, was unworthy even to be compared to a frightened wildcat, utterly crushed into the most primitive particles. He violently expelled a mouthful of blood, which evaporated in midair under an unseen force. Then, his eyes rolled back, and his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. The several attendants from the Bai family who accompanied him fared even worse, blood trickling from their 7 orifices, already devoid of life. In the entire hall, only one person remained struggling to hold on. Yi Wentian, the ancestor who had lived for 2 centuries, having long reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster, now appeared utterly disheveled. He did not kneel. However, his legs trembled with exaggerated fervor, his knees bending as his upper body hunched forward, straining with every ounce of his cultivation to maintain this humiliating stance. The divine phoenix blood within him wailed and roared, commanding him to submit. Yet, the pride of 2 centuries as an ancestor would not allow him to fully bow before a mere youth in his 20s. This ultimate struggle between soul and flesh contorted his youthful visage into a grotesque mask. "It is all wrong, utterly wrong." He repeated this phrase, his lips quivering, as sweat mingled with tears, whether from regret or fear, streamed down the deep creases of his face. He finally understood. What father of godblood? Absurd. How utterly ridiculous. To be a father to godblood? Did he deserve such a title? Chen Yang was not merely basking in the glory bestowed by the child in Qingzhu's womb. Quite the opposite. It was the child within her, having inherited even a trace of Chun Yang's bloodline, that had fortuitously triggered the ancestral return of the Yi family's blood, igniting that pure golden radiance. He was not a mere mortal here to validate bloodlines. He was the very definition of bloodlines. At that moment, Yi Wentian's body quaked violently. The sheer terror caused his murky old eyes to widen in shock. His extraordinary perception had caught wind of an even more terrifying scene outside the ancestral hall. He heard it. He heard the entire majestic Kunlun mountain range falling into a profound silence at that instant. deep within the mountains. The giant ape that had slumbered for 8 centuries lay prostrate on the ground, bowing in reverence. In the cloud valley, tens of thousands of formerly proud spirit birds plummeted like a torrential rain, burying their heads in their wings, trembling in fear. Beneath the depths of the forbidden pool, a millennia-old giant python on the brink of transformation dared not stir a single ripple. This was no illusion. This was all the sentient beings upon this land, paying the most humble homage to their king. This mountain, this earth, were all bowing down. The elder abruptly raised his head, and in his murky old eyes, there was no longer a hint of scrutiny or examination, only fervent reverence and fear. For he beheld Chun Yang's hand, still resting upon the stone tablet, slowly emanating divine light. The web of cracks that adorned the tablet was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. This sacred relic, which had been passed down for millennia, not only withstood the unimaginable divine might, but was now being restored, reshaped, and even evolved by the power of Chun Yang's bloodline. This completely shattered his understanding. Yet, at the center of the storm, the two individuals remained wholly engrossed in their own little world. Yi Qingzhu was on the verge of humming contentedly. She leaned softly against Chun Yang's embrace, her cheeks flushed, her nose filled with the comforting scent of security emanating from him. The cataclysmic 9 colors radiance, which would spell destruction for others, felt to her like the warmest and most affectionate energy in the world. Pure, unimaginable primordial power surged through their connected bodies, continuously nourishing her and the burgeoning life within her womb. She could distinctly feel the little one inside her joyfully stretching, greedily absorbing this supreme gift from its father. That sense of bloodline connection, of shared essence between parent and child, made her heart nearly melt. Happily, she tiptoed and buried her little face deeper into the man's solid chest, rubbing against him affectionately. This was her man, the father of her child, the sole sovereign of this realm. At this moment, this sovereign bowed her head, meticulously examining her ears to ensure she had not been jolted by the thunderous sound. And only then did she exhale in relief. His garments fluttered without a breeze, his demeanor tranquil, as though the cataclysmic spectacle that had just unfolded was merely a festive firework he had whimsically ignited for her amusement. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the resplendent 9-colored beam of light that pierced the heavens began to gradually retract. The ethereal silhouette of the magnificent ancestral phoenix in the sky cast a lingering glance towards the ancestral hall before dissolving into scintillant motes, vanishing among the clouds. The gaping hole atop the hall allowed the midday sun to once again pour in, illuminating the chaos strewn across the ground. As the brilliance faded, Chun Yang's figure became distinct once more. He remained standing, one hand nestled in his pocket, while the other slowly withdrew from the bloodline steel. The steel, having regained its obsidian hue, now bore a lustrous sheen akin to jade. Its cracks vanished without a trace, appearing even more extraordinary than before. Inside the ancestral hall, an oppressive silence reigned. Only the sound of labored breathing and the chattering of teeth punctuated the stillness. The conservative elders lay sprawled on the ground, pallid and devoid of color. They gazed at Chun Yang as if he were an ancient malevolent deity clad in human skin. All their previous scorn, scheming, and malice had transformed into a grand jest that could claim their lives. Chun Yang finally shifted his focus away from his wife. He turned, surveying the prostrated members of the Yi family, who dared not raise their heads. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the Yi family's patriarch, who was struggling to maintain his last vestiges of dignity while stooping to stand. Great-grandfather. He spoke, his voice calm, even imbued with a hint of polite mirth. Now, there were no more interruptions. We may resume our earlier discussion. Chun Yang refrained from asking further questions. Instead, he extended a finger and lightly flicked the rejuvenated bloodline steel. A resonant sound, clear and lingering, akin to the chime of an ancient bell, emanated from within the steel, reverberating deep within the souls of all present. The once ebony stone now radiated with an understated 9-colored brilliance, exuding an extraordinary sanctity. Chun Yang then leisurely turned his gaze towards the ashen-faced Yi Wenting. You see, it should be considerably more robust now. Would you like to let your family members come up and give it a try? Chapter 86. Shall we try again? The ancestor who has lived for 2 centuries bowed instantly. Chun Yang's languid inquiry floated through the silence of the ancestral hall. Light as a feather, yet heavy as a mountain. Would you like to let your family members come up and give it a try? Try? What was there to try? The Yi family members kneeling on the ground lacked even the strength to move. They feared that the slightest motion would draw their souls into the 9-colored luminous steel, reducing them to mere dust. All remaining gazes converged upon the singular figure still standing, the hunchbacked embodiment of the Yi family's living totem, Yi Wenting. Chun Yang's words were directed at him. Yi Wenting managed to force a guttural sound from his throat. He attempted to speak, But the authority and composure he had maintained for 2 centuries unraveled in that moment. His body trembled more violently than anyone else's, his legs creaking as though they might fracture at any moment. His mind was a blank slate, save for a singular vision replaying over and over. The steel cracked. Then it was whole again. The ancestral phoenix arrived, then departed. And the source of it all was this young man before him, whom he had never truly regarded until now. Qinyang did not rush him. He even freed a hand to rest upon Yi Qingzhu's shoulder, gently patting her to soothe the girl, who was weakened by the resonance of their bloodlines. His demeanor was as relaxed as if he were in his own backyard, observing a frightened old cat. Yi Wenning finally managed to articulate a word. He abruptly raised his head. His gaze fixated on Qinyang with a fervent intensity, then darted towards the massive hole in the ceiling, gazing into the sky still imbued with divine remnants. An ancient secret he had forgotten for nearly a century detonated like thunder within the depths of his mind. This. He extended a withered finger, pointing towards the sky, his lips quivering violently, devoid of any trace of the ethereal demeanor he once possessed. The ancestral phoenix returns home, he shouted, his voice piercing and sharp, shattering the eardrums of all present. It is recorded in the texts, the ancestral phoenix returns home. These 4 words sent a tremor through the prostrate figures of Yi Zhenxiong and Yi Qingcong, causing their bodies to convulse violently. The ancestral phoenix returns home? Wasn't that merely a phrase existing within the pages of the Yi family secret codex, treated as a fanciful tale of their ancestors? His blood. Yi Wenting abruptly redirected his finger, pointing it directly at Qinyang. He seemed to have lost his mind, pouring every ounce of strength into proclaiming a fact that could upend millennia to all the members of the Yi family within the hall. His bloodline is of a higher tier. Boom. This proclamation struck the Yi family members with greater terror than the earlier divine radiance that had traversed the heavens. Higher? What could possibly exist above the bloodline of the divine phoenix? Yi Wenting appeared frenzied. He recalled the prophecy within the Yi family secret codex, one reserved exclusively for his perusal, which had been regarded as myth. He muttered to himself repeatedly, his voice oscillating from trembling whispers to ecstatic shouts. The ancestral phoenix returns home, the 9-colored manifestation. It is the moment for my Yi family to break free from a millennium of shackles and ascend to supremacy. Ha 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 ha. The old man suddenly threw his head back in laughter, doubling over, tears streaming down his face. It is real. It is truly real. I was wrong. We were all wrong. He understood. In that instant, all the fragmented pieces of confusion coalesced into clarity. Why could an outsider discern the lost heaven-burning heart method of the Yi family? Why was his casual gesture 100 times stronger than the orthodox methods of the Yi family? Why did Yi Qingzhu's pregnancy trigger the resurgence of their bloodline? Nonsense of mortal bloodlines. Nonsense of tainting the family name. All of it was a jest. He was not merely basking in the glow of the child. He was referred to as the so-called father of divine blood. Quite the opposite. It was the child within Yi Qingzhu's womb. It was the entire Yi family, who were illuminated by his brilliance. What he possessed was the very source of all divine phoenix bloodlines. It was the legendary ancestral phoenix bloodline, the source of myriad phoenixes. In that moment, all notions of social standing and the trivial concerns of mere mortals, which he had clung to throughout his life, became the loudest slap in the face, resounding across his aged visage. Smack! Yi Wenting raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to himself, the sound echoing crisply within the silent ancestral hall. I am blind to the truth. I, Yi Wenting, am blind to the truth. His gaze upon Qinyang no longer held a hint of scrutiny, only the fervor of a devotee gazing upon a deity. His eyes then fell upon the abdomen of Yi Qingzhu, cradled protectively by Qinyang. That was not a source of shame. That was the key to the Yi family's liberation from a millennium of shackles. The supreme sacred womb. The union of the divine phoenix and the ancestral phoenix. What sort of terrifying progeny would that yield? Merely contemplating it sent the blood of this 2-century-old man boiling with excitement. Decades of obstinacy. The pride of the Grandmaster. The dignity of the ancestral patriarch of the Yi family. In this moment, it was shattered to pieces by the colossal truth descending from the heavens. Within the ancestral hall, everyone held their breath. Yi Wenting, the towering figure of the Yi family, slowly adjusted his disheveled robes. His movements bore an unprecedented solemnity. Then, he faced Qinyang, this young man in his early 20s. With knees bending, he gradually and earnestly knelt down, not out of bloodline suppression, but from a heart full of reverence. It was a gesture of utter submission. His forehead struck heavily against the cold, blue stone slab. Thud! That muffled sound resonated like a great bell, echoing in the hearts of every member of the Yi family. Unworthy descendant, Yi Wenting, his voice, hoarse yet devout, reverberated throughout the hall. I pay my respects to our ancestors. Ancestors. These 2 words, forced from Yi Wentian's lips, were like two searing iron nails, brandished into the eardrums of every Yi family member present. Madness. The patriarch had been driven to madness. Yi Zhenxiong and Yi Qingcong, the core figures of the Yi family, knelt rigidly on the ground, even forgetting to breathe. The Yi family had revered the divine phoenix for millennia, holding their bloodline as sacred. Yet now, their steadfast anchor, who had lived for 200 years, was bowing to a mere outsider. A young man they had just deemed insignificant, and calling him ancestor. What was this? Had the ancestral grave exploded? Or had the heavens fallen? The air in the ancestral hall had solidified, and amidst the silence, the chattering teeth of a few elders sounded particularly jarring. Meanwhile, Qinyang remained the only one standing in the midst of it all. He looked down at Yi Wentian, who lay prostrate at his feet. His aged forehead pressed firmly against the blue stone slab, his entire back heaving with intensity. This was somewhat troublesome. The old man was precisely blocking his path home with his wife, just as time seemed to stand still and everyone's rationality teetered on the brink of collapse. A series of cold, mechanical sounds echoed in Qinyang's mind, erupting with unprecedented urgency and fervor. Ding! Severe warning. Host's hidden bloodline has entered into a supercritical resonance with the high-energy source, Divine Phoenix Bloodline Steel. Resonance reaction complete. The hidden Chaos Ancestral Phoenix bloodline within the host has been fully activated. Chaos Ancestral Phoenix? A stir of realization flickered in Qinyang's heart. He only knew that his bloodline was unique and acted as the key to activating the system, yet its true nature had remained shrouded in mystery. Now, the enigma was unveiled. This name sounded far superior to the Yi family's Divine Phoenix. As this thought settled, a new prompt followed swiftly. Bloodline talent unlocking. Unlocking successful. Talent 1. All laws return to origin. Effect. The host can instantly analyze, comprehend, and optimize all techniques and secret arts derived from the same source or lower-tier bloodlines. So that was it. Qinyang immediately understood. The reason he could see through all the flaws of the Yi family's heavenly burning heart method in an instant and enhance the power of the true energy trajectories he drew was not solely due to mastery of ancient martial arts. He now realized that the skill was merely auxiliary. The true source lay within his bloodline talent. Before his ancestor, the so-called ultimate techniques of the Yi family appeared akin to the childish scribbles of a 3-year-old, riddled with flaws. Talent 2. Bloodline pressure. Effect. The mere existence of the host exerts absolute suppression on all Phoenix lineage bloodlines and lower-tier bloodline beings influenced by them, stemming from the essence of life itself. Qinyang's gaze inadvertently swept over the neatly kneeling members of the Yi family. Yi Zhenxiong, the family head, usually dignified and composed, now buried his head lower than anyone else, his valuable handcrafted suit covered in dust, broad shoulders trembling like autumn leaves. As for Yi Wenba, who had initially been the most vociferous, he lay crumpled on the ground, a wet patch forming in his trousers, exuding a foul odor, having utterly lost control of himself. The effect was starkly evident. This was not mere suppression. This was a crushing force, a dimensional blow from the divine to the mortal. However, the system's prompts did not cease there. As if everything preceding had merely been a warm-up, the next message blared in the most glaring crimson font. Highest authority warning. Highest authority warning. Due to an irreversible major error in assessing the host's potential, the initial potential far exceeds the system's preset limits. The God-level all-purpose DAD system version 10 can no longer match the host's growth speed, forcibly initiating the God protocol. God-level all-purpose DAD system version 20 is undergoing forced upgrade. What is this? The system can upgrade? Moreover, the reason for the upgrade is that I am too strong for it to keep up. For the first time, Qinyang felt his mind was somewhat insufficient. This sensation was utterly absurd, akin to driving a newly purchased sports car, pressing the accelerator, only for the car's intelligence system to screech, "I cannot keep up with you," and then proceed to dismantle itself and reassemble as a starfighter. Preposterous. It was utterly ludicrous. System core module is being restructured. Task release system optimization. A new bloodline task chain will be derived based on the host's Chaos Ancestral Phoenix bloodline characteristics. Reward assessment mechanism enhancement. The reward pool has expanded to a multiverse level. Upgrade progress. 10, 30, 50. In his mind, the familiar blue interface began to collapse, transforming into an incomprehensible torrent of golden data as a new, more intricate, grander interface filled with ancient runes slowly took shape. A reward pool at the multiverse level? Previously, the rewards were merely projections of companies and stock trends on Earth. Now it directly connected to other dimensions. For the first time, a genuine wave surged within Qinyang's heart. He had always believed that it was this descending DAD system that had shaped him. All his abilities, wealth, and confidence stemmed from this system. The system was the cause, he was the effect. But now, he realized he had been mistaken from the very beginning. The system might not be the god that created him. It resembled more a key that just happened to unlock the infinite treasure house within his being. He himself was the true treasure. Boom. Once this realization emerged, it detonated in his mind, overturning the narrative of his past 20 years. Who am I? Who exactly am I? An orphan raised in an orphanage. Parents unknown, origins mysterious. This had been the narrative of his existence. Yet now, all of it felt like a colossal joke. An orphan with a chaos ancestral phoenix bloodline? Which deity in myth would abandon their child at the doorstep of an orphanage? A monumental mystery regarding his lineage took root clearly in his heart for the first time. He realized that his story might have been entirely different from what he had imagined from the outset. This small Yi family, this Kunlun mountain, was far from the end. Even so, it may merely be an inconsequential starting point. Upgrade progress, 90. The progress bar in his mind was nearing completion. Qinyang reigned in his wandering thoughts. Regardless of who he was or who his parents were, two things remained immutable. First, he must grow stronger, strong enough to unveil all mysteries and confront every unknown. Second, his wife and the little one growing within her were his sole anchors in this world. Whoever dared to harm them would meet their demise. With this realization, Qinyang's state of mind settled profoundly. He felt the movements of the girl in his arms and looked down. Yi Qingzhu was leaning against him, her small face flushed. The previously overwhelming pressure dissipated, and she had regained her composure. Her beautiful, large eyes sparkled as they regarded him, filled with admiration and dependence, akin to a kitten that had spotted its master. Husband, Yi Qingzhu spoke softly, glancing at the crowd of people kneeling on the ground, feeling a bit at a loss. Particularly, her great-grandfather, who had remained prostrated for an extended period, caused her heart to flutter with anxiety. It's all right, Qinyang said, reaching out to tousle her hair, his tone as casual as if he had just finished watching a tedious play. A bunch of old bones have developed some peculiar ideas. I'll help them straighten out. After saying this, he finally shifted his gaze back to Yi Wentian, who was still maintaining his bowing posture. His expression was devoid of the previous mockery, and there was not a trace of anger, as if he were merely observing an old piece of furniture obstructing his path. Rise, Qinyang commanded, his voice not loud, yet it resonated like thunder in the depths of every soul present. Yi Wentian, who was prostrating on the ground, trembled violently. Slowly, he exerted all his strength to lift his head. The wrinkles on his aged face bore no trace of the earlier scrutiny and arrogance. Only the purest awe and trepidation remained. As senior, he stammered, his voice dry and hoarse. Qinyang did not respond to the title nor repeat the command. He simply released his hold on Yi Qingzhu and bent down, naturally adjusting the non-existent creases in her skirt before the eyes of all present. This gesture bore more weight than any reprimand. Yi Wentian's heart constricted suddenly. He dared not hesitate any longer, scrambling to rise from the ground in a disheveled manner. In that moment, he resembled not a grandmaster who had lived for 2 centuries, but rather a frightened schoolboy who had erred before a teacher. Behind him, Yi Zhenxiong, Yi Qingtsong, and others, under this silent intimidation, supported each other as they struggled to stand. Yet, none dared to raise their heads. They all kept their gazes fixed downward, bowing their bodies like a group of prisoners awaiting final judgment. In the entire ancestral hall, one could hear a pin drop. Qinyang straightened up, taking Yi Qingzhu's delicate hand, as if they were in his own garden rather than the forbidden grounds of the Yi family. He did not even glance at the trembling members of the Yi family. As he brushed past the terrified Yi Wentian, his footsteps paused for a moment, and he turned his face slightly, casually inquiring, "By the way, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" Chapter 88. The Ancestors' Reversal, a Shift in Attitude. That remark, "I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" pierced through the suffocating silence of the ancestral hall like a needle. The voice was not loud, yet it stirred a tsunami within the eardrums of every Yi family member. Yi Wentian stood frozen in place, his mind, which had been as calm as an ancient well for 2 centuries, was now boiling like a pot of scalding oil. He heard it, yet it felt as though he had not. Hungry? After summoning celestial phenomena and revealing a bloodline powerful enough to crush the divine phoenix, the first request from this man, who seemed like a deity descended to earth, was for food. Was this some sort of code? A secret language passed down among ancient deities? Did hunger signify purification or annihilation? He had lived for over 200 years, perused every text in the Yi family archives, and had never encountered such a bizarre passage. The unknown brought forth a fear that transcended mere physical suppression, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. In the ancestral hall, the air seemed to solidify into glass, so heavy it made breathing a struggle. Yi Zhenxiong, Yi Qingtsong, and the others maintained their bowed positions, sweat trickling from their brows, hitting the stone floor with barely audible splatters. No one dared to move. No one dared to speak. Even their breaths were carefully restrained, lest they disturb the being that governed all. A beam of blinding light poured through a hole in the roof, illuminating countless particles of dust swirling chaotically. Amidst the deathly silence, Qinyang moved. He did not even glance at Yi Wentian again, simply raising his hand with utmost ease to gently brush away the non-existent dust from Yi Qingzhu's shoulder. This action, seemingly trivial, struck Yi Wentian's heart like an invisible hammer. It was disdain. Disdain for himself, for the entire Yi family, a thorough contempt. In the eyes of this ancestor, his 2 centuries of cultivation and the Yi family's millennia of legacy were perhaps as trivial as the dust on his shoulder, easily brushed aside. Cold sweat instantly soaked Yi Wentian's back. He dared not speculate further. The consequences of a miscalculation were too dire for him to bear. His gaze, filled with extreme fear, darted wildly, ultimately landing uncontrollably on Yi Qingzhu's prominently rounded belly. The belly, the pregnant woman, hungry. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap rang out in his mind. Yi Wentian's murky eyes widened in shock. All confusion, fear, and doubt found an extraordinarily clear and rational outlet at that moment. Yes, yes, the ancestor himself may have long since transcended the mundane, but the ancestor's wife, the woman bearing the hope of the Yi family, she was still mortal. She would be hungry. A pregnant woman being hungry was a monumental issue. It was a matter of 1,000 times more gravity than the heavens collapsing. How could they, a bunch of fools, allow the ancestor's wife to stand here with an empty stomach for so long while engaging in this nonsense bloodline test? This was courting death. This was mocking the future of the entire Yi family. With this realization, a chill surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He moved. This 200-year-old grandmaster, like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on, sprang forward, almost scrambling towards Qinyang in a panic. His sudden movement caused him to trip over the threshold, nearly falling flat on his face in the most undignified manner. But he could not afford to care. Good son-in-law, my dear son-in-law. Yi Wentian grasped Qinyang's arm, his voice trembling uncontrollably, his face contorted as he desperately tried to force a pleasing smile, yet tears of regret and fear escaped his eyes. The words son-in-law struck like bullets, penetrating the knees of Yi Qingcang and Yi Zhenxiong, causing them to nearly collapse again. Ancestor, this is utterly shameless. They realized that the Yi family had failed to recognize greatness. They had been blind. Yi Wentian clutched Qinyang's hand, wailing, while his other hand swung back, delivering a resounding slap to his own face. Slap. The sharp sound reverberated through the hushed ancestral hall, startling everyone to their core. We have indeed neglected you. Neglected Qingzhu. It is deserving of punishment. I should be the first to be punished. Qinyang's brows arched slightly. He did not withdraw his hand, allowing the scene to unfold like a comical farce. After striking himself, Yi Wentian abruptly turned, his weathered face, marked by a vivid red palm print, instantly contorted with a ferocious rage that unleashed 2 centuries' worth of murderous intent without reservation. His fierce gaze sliced through the prostrate, feeble conservative elders like a razor. And you, a bunch of incompetent old fools. He lunged forward, delivering a brutal kick to the chest of the nearest elder. Bang! The elder, accustomed to a life of luxury, was sent flying like a ragged sack, crashing into the edge of the offering table with a pained scream, losing consciousness on the spot. Open your eyes and see, Yi Wentian bellowed, pointing at Qinyang with all his might. Is this a mere mortal? Is this a being that can be measured by your ridiculous notions of social standing? This is the true deity of the Yi family, our ancestor. You dare to make things difficult for the wife of our forebear. Do you wish for the Yi family to face extinction, to be irreversibly doomed? The remaining elders were so terrified by his frenzied demeanor that they trembled in fear, their pants soiled, bowing their heads repeatedly. Ancestor, spare us. We were wrong. We are worse than pigs and dogs. Begone. Yi Wentian pointed towards the exit of the ancestral hall, his voice dripping with undeniable ferocity. Bring these old wretches to the back mountain for reflection. Chain them with dark iron. Anyone who dares to release them without my command shall be executed without mercy. Several guards rushed in, dragging the elders out like dead dogs. The ancestral hall fell into an immediate silence. Once he dealt with that detritus, the ferocity on Yi Wentian's face shifted in an instant. When he turned back, he wore an expression of tenderness, remorse, and even a hint of humility. He approached Yi Qingzhu with faltering steps, the once mighty elder now stooping slightly, cautiously extending his aged hands to gently support Yi Qingzhu's arm. His movements were so careful. It seemed as though he was cradling a rare treasure that would shatter at a mere touch. Good granddaughter, my dear granddaughter, his voice choked with emotion. It is the fault of your great-grandfather. I have become muddled in my old age, causing you and your husband to suffer grievances. Yi Qingzhu was utterly bewildered by this dramatic transformation, instinctively shrinking closer to Qinyang. Qinyang soothingly patted the back of her hand. Observing this scene, Yi Wentian felt no embarrassment. Instead, his conviction only strengthened. He took a deep breath, supporting Yi Qingzhu, and turned to face the trembling descendants of the Yi family, gathering all his inner strength to declare with unprecedented solemnity to the entire clan. All descendants of the Yi family, heed my command. His voice resonated like a thunderous bell throughout the ancestral residence. From this moment forth, Qinyang shall be the supreme guest of the Yi family. He is the one and only grandson-in-law that I, Yi Wentian, acknowledge in this lifetime. His status is equivalent to mine. His word shall be the highest command of the Yi family. To meet him is to meet me. Who dares show even a hint of disrespect shall be slain. These words struck like bolts of lightning, rendering all members of the Yi family stunned and shaken. Yi Zhenxiong and Yi Qingcang exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes a profound bitterness and a glimmer of relief from calamity. The heavens of the Yi family had truly shifted. Yet, it seemed to be transforming in a direction far more splendid than they had ever dared to imagine. However, Yi Wentian's orders were not yet complete. As if suddenly recalling something of utmost importance, he slapped his forehead and shouted once more. Yi Zhenxiong. Present. Yi Zhenxiong, the head of the Yi family, jolted forward. Relay my orders. Immediately. At once. Opened the lowest level of the family treasury. Yi Zhenxiong's heart trembled. The lowest level of the treasury? That contained. Bring me the millennia-old warm jade essence used for life preservation. The 9-leaf reincarnation herb that has been guarded for 300 years. And that vial of deep-sea blood coral essence. No matter how precious, gather them all. Hearing these names, not only Yi Zhenxiong, but even Yi Qingcang behind him changed countenance drastically. Those were the very lifelines treasured by the ancestor. Back when Yi Zhenxiong's wife faced peril during childbirth, he had begged for 3 days and nights, and the ancestor had never been willing to part with even one. Now, he was demanding them all to be given away. Yi Wentian paid no heed to their shock, dismissing his earlier statement. No, what am I saying? Send a private plane. Deliver them intact to Tangshan, to the residence of my grandson-in-law and granddaughter-in-law. Hurry. In the face of absolute bloodline dominance, all family rules and century-old traditions were rendered mere scraps of paper, easily torn asunder. Qinyang observed the fervently bustling elder, growing increasingly impatient. He had merely intended to bring his wife to meet the family and resolve a few minor issues. Who would have thought that, inadvertently, he had become the deity of this family and had even triggered a free activation of a system version 20. This trip turned out to be quite worthwhile. He held Yi Qingzhu's hand, feeling the warmth in her palm, and the ripples of unease stirred by the mystery of his lineage subsided. Regardless of the chaos of ancestral phoenixes or the myriad realms of the heavens, the most pressing matter remained the well-being of his wife. He looked at Yi Wentian, who was still passionately issuing commands with clarity, and finally interjected. Qinyang's voice was calm. Yet, Yi Wentian, resembling a duck caught by the throat, found all words caught in his throat, instantly pivoting with a face full of respect, bowing at a 90-degree angle. First, grandson-in-law. Please, command me. Qinyang smirked slightly, gesturing towards the exit of the ancestral hall. Therefore, he paused, his tone laced with a palpable urgency. Can we eat now? Chapter 89. The White Tiger's Forced Marriage? A self-inflicted humiliation. So can we eat now? Qinyang's voice was soft, yet it struck like a stone dropped into still waters, sending ripples through the atmosphere of the Yi ancestral hall. Yi Wentian's bent form quivered violently, nearly collapsing on the spot. Just moments ago, he was fervently arranging for the family treasury to be emptied, offering centuries' worth of accumulated wealth to this living ancestor, only to realize that the other party was only concerned about food. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had been utterly mistaken, gravely so. What is an ancestor? How could they care for such trivial matters? The ancestor's wife is hungry. That is what truly matters. It must be done. Of course, it must be done. Yi Wentian shook his head vigorously, his face contorting into a smile so strained it resembled a cry. Grandson-in-law, you and your wife please wait. I shall fetch the head chef of the national banquet for you, personally. He babbled incoherently, turning to rush outside, resembling a eunuch delivering a sacred edict. Yet, amidst this absurd atmosphere, a piercing voice unexpectedly erupted from a corner. I refuse to accept this. The crowd turned in unison. There, in a corner of the hall, was Bai Jingxing, who had previously fainted under the pressure of the ancestral phoenix, now inexplicably revived by a servant. His crown was askew, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth as he struggled to rise from the ground, his contorted face now resembling the color of a pig's liver. Yi Wentian, he roared hoarsely, one hand pointing at the composed Qinyang, while the other gestured towards himself. Bloodline. Yet again, It's all about bloodline. What does it matter if his bloodline is noble? Our engagement between the Baihu family and your Yi family was sworn upon the heavens by our ancestors a century ago. It is known throughout the world. This is an ironclad law. It concerns the century-long reputation of our two great families. If you choose to disregard this for the sake of an outsider today, how will the Yi family ever establish itself in the realm of ancient martial arts again? He emphasized both reputation and ironclad law heavily. They were his final resort and his only lifeline. He could not believe that the Yi family, a lineage spanning a millennium, would abandon its pride. As these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the ancestral hall subtly shifted. Yi Zhenxiong, the head of the Yi family, furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with Yi Qingtsong beside him, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. This engagement was indeed a hurdle the Yi family could not circumvent. If mishandled and unilaterally annulled, it would inevitably render them a laughingstock in the entire realm of ancient martial arts, fodder for countless families to exploit. Old ancestor, this matter requires careful consideration. A distant elder suggested hesitantly. The tension among the gathered individuals heightened once more, all eyes fixated on Yi Wentian. Meanwhile, the epicenter of the event, Chen Yang, appeared utterly detached. He didn't even spare a glance at the raucous Baihu young master. Instead, he took Yi Qingzhu by the hand and nonchalantly strolled to an unoccupied grandmaster chair in the corner of the hall. The chair was somewhat cold, and he sat down to warm it with his own body heat before gently pulling the weary Yi Qingzhu into his embrace. He then casually reached for a soft cushion from the nearby offering table and placed it at her lower back. "Are you tired? Would you like to take a nap?" he whispered, his fingers delicately arranging the strands of hair that had fallen on her forehead. Yi Qingzhu shook her head, nestling obediently against him, finding a comfortable position, and peacefully closed her eyes. This scene, witnessed by Yi Wentian, felt akin to a divine decree. Was the ancestor merely sitting back to watch the spectacle? This was a test, an opportunity for him to personally deal with these buzzing flies. Realizing this, Yi Wentian's previously anxious heart settled, and a cold, murderous intent surged from deep within him. He slowly turned around to face the Baihu young master, who was still waiting for him to relent. The flattery and urgency that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by an icy indifference that only a 200-year-old elder could possess, one that looked down upon the masses. He could hardly be bothered to regard the Baihu young master directly. Instead, he addressed an old steward standing respectfully by his side. "Fubai, at your service." The steward replied immediately. Yi Wentian extended a withered finger and lightly tapped it against the nearby mahogany pillar. "Go to my study, open the third hidden compartment. Retrieve that land deed, signed and sealed with blood by that old gambler from the Baihu family, pertaining to 3,000 miles of land at the western foot of Kunlun Mountain." At the mention of the land deed, Fubai's hand trembled. Meanwhile, the Baihu young master appeared as if struck by a bolt from the blue. The arrogance and resentment that had adorned his face evaporated instantaneously, leaving only boundless terror. 3,000 miles at the western foot of Kunlun Mountain. That was the ancestral land of the Baihu family, the very foundation of their lineage that had been passed down for over a millennium. A century ago, his ancestor, blinded by gambling, had staked the deed with Yi Wentian. Ever since, that deed had hung over the Baihu family like a sword of Damocles. They had expended hundreds of years trying to redeem it. Yet all their efforts were in vain. Why was he bringing this up now? Old servant obeys. Fubai suppressed his shock, turning to retrieve the deed. "Wait." Yi Wentian called him back. He leisurely added, "Once you retrieve it, do not present it to me. Instead, take it to the front courtyard, and in front of all the servants, set it ablaze. Burn it." Fubai was utterly bewildered. Then used the wind to blow the ashes westward, cleanly. Boom. Bai Jingxing's brain exploded with disbelief. Burn the deed? Was it not enough to sever the roots of the Baihu family? But now he intended to scatter the ashes of their ancestral land? What an unparalleled humiliation. This was an act to ensure the Baihu family would never rise again. "No, you cannot do this." Yi Wentian. Bai Jingxing screamed, frantically rolling and crawling towards Yi Wentian, attempting to grasp his leg, but an invisible barrier halted him 3 meters away, preventing any advance. Only then did Yi Wentian's unflinching gaze finally land on him. There was no anger, no mockery, merely a profound indifference, akin to observing an insignificant insect. "Engagement?" Yi Wentian uttered the word lightly. "Reputation?" he inquired again, his tone laced with amusement. "Let me ask you, how long do you think the Baihu family could survive without the resources secretly provided by the Yi family?" Bai Jingxing's body stiffened, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Yi Wentian's voice suddenly turned cold, like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss, sending shivers through the bones of all present. "I, the Qilin son-in-law of the Yi family, bearing the bloodline of the ancestral phoenix, am a deity among mortals, unique throughout the ages. As for your Baihu family's meager bloodline, muddled with the blood of cats and dogs. He paused, each word striking like a hammer against the Baihu young master's dignity. Do you even qualify? The words "do you even qualify" rang out like thunder. Bai Jingxing stood there, eyes vacant, utterly stunned. He finally comprehended that in the face of absolute bloodline and strength, the so-called century-old engagement and family reputation amounted to nothing. They were but a farce. Yi Wentian withdrew his gaze, no longer sparing him another glance. With a tone reminiscent of a sovereign issuing a decree, he proclaimed to the entire Yi family, "Convey my orders. From this day forth, all ties between the Yi family and the Baihu family are severed. Withdraw all support. Cast this fly out of Kunlun Mountain." Yes, outside the ancestral hall, the Yi family's guards, who had long been on standby, surged in, dragging the limp Bai Jingxing and his followers away like a dead dog, striding purposefully towards the exit. "No, Ancestor Yi, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. The engagement is nullified. We Baihu family will no longer mention it. Please, show mercy. Spare us." The wailing cries for mercy gradually faded, until they vanished completely. Inside the ancestral hall, silence reigned once more. Yi Wentian's icy aura shifted in an instant. He hurried back to Qinyang, his old face once again adorned with a humble and obsequious smile, rubbing his hands together like a schoolboy awaiting praise from his parents after acing a test. "Son-in-law, do you think this manner of handling is acceptable? Did it disturb your enjoyment with your wife?" Qinyang reclined in the grandmaster chair, cradling the warm and soft Yi Qingzhu, observing the old man's rapid change of demeanor. He finally let out a light chuckle. "Acceptable." He uttered those two simple words, which felt like a reprieve to Yi Wentian, nearly bringing him to the brink of tears. However, at that moment, Qinyang's movements suddenly paused. A cold and familiar mechanical voice, audible only to him, echoed suddenly in his mind. "Beep. The version 20 upgrade of the God-level all-purpose daddy system has been completed. System functionality optimized. Reward mechanism comprehensively enhanced. Now releasing the first novice guidance task of version 20. Please, host, within 10 minutes. Personally shell a deep-sea king crab from Australia for your wife and feed it to her. Task reward. The reward level is intricately linked to the host's pampering value and the wife's happiness. Chapter 90. A noble's hand? Do you wish to annihilate a clan? Not bad." The two words that slipped from Chun Yang's lips were light as a feather, yet they caused Yi Wentian to relax visibly, his back already drenched in cold sweat. However, just as the venerable ancestor of the Yi family was preparing to utter more flattering words to placate the living ancestor before him, Chun Yang's movements experienced a barely perceptible pause. A king crab? From the deep seas of Australia, no less. In the desolate mountains of Kunlun. Where might one procure such a delicacy? Has the system upgraded, causing the task to shift into the realm of the implausible? As Qinyang pondered whether to summon aid via the Tian Shield satellite phone or to breach the global fresh supply chain, a heart-wrenching roar suddenly shattered the eerie tranquility of the ancestral hall. "You dare!" In a corner of the hall, an elder with graying hair sprang up from the ground. He was a senior elder accompanying the White Tiger family, a master in the ancient martial world, a figure of some renown. At this moment, his eyes burned with rage, fixated on Bai Jingxing, who was being dragged away by guards, then shifting his gaze to the impassive Yi Wentian, his entire body crackling with indignation. "Burn the land deed. Scatter the ashes." This was no mere insult. It was an assault on the very roots of the White Tiger family's ancestry. A tidal wave of hatred and despair crashed through his reason. "Yi Wentian, you are too bold," the elder of the White Tiger family bellowed, unleashing his masterful aura without restraint, causing the air within the ancestral hall to thicken. Rather than charging at the unfathomable Yi Wentian, he pivoted sharply, aiming directly at the young man leisurely seated in the Grandmaster's chair. A claw shot forth, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, aimed straight for Chun Yang's throat. The elder hesitated not, claiming, "If the old cannot act, I shall not spare you, young one. Everything stems from you. You have ruined my family's fortune. You shall pay with your life." He had succumbed to madness, with but a singular thought left in his mind. If he could capture this young man, there might still be a chance for redemption. Seeking death, the faces of Yi Jinxiang, the head of the Yi family, and others shifted dramatically, just as they were about to intervene. But a figure moved faster than all of them, even swifter than the enraged elder of the White Tiger family. It was Yi Wentian. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow stretched by the gust of wind, reappearing like a specter beside the elder of the White Tiger family. There were no extravagant techniques, just a simple, withered palm thrust forward. Yet, where the hand passed, the air compressed violently, producing a thunderous boom. Bang! The elder's claw, capable of crushing stone, had yet to graze Chun Yang's garment before it was met with the force of that palm against his chest. The ecstatic madness on his face froze instantly. His body was struck as if by a battering ram, unable to emit a scream, contorting like a cooked shrimp before being hurled away. Boom. He collided violently with a massive beam in the ancestral hall, one that required 3 men to embrace. Crack. The iron-like hardwood pillar shuddered violently, spiderweb-like cracks spreading instantaneously. The elder of the White Tiger family slid down from the pillar like a rag doll, his chest caving in at a terrifying angle. Gushing blood mixed with internal organ fragments from his mouth, clearly on the brink of death. With a single palm strike, a renowned master had been rendered utterly incapacitated. All members of the White Tiger family within the ancestral hall were left dumbfounded, their legs trembling, teeth chattering. Yi Wentian slowly withdrew his hand. A cold, murderous intent now etched across his youthful, yet aged visage. He did not glance at the dying elder on the ground, but turned instead, his hair and beard bristling, unleashing a thunderous roar imbued with unfathomable fear and fury toward all present from the White Tiger family. Dare you lay hands upon a noble? Do you wish for my Yi family to share your fate of annihilation? Boom. These words sent a tremor through the hearts of the Yi family members present, even more profound than the previous celestial phenomena. What? The Yi family faces annihilation? How could the actions against Chunyang by the White Tiger family implicate the Yi family's destruction? If spoken by another, such words would be dismissed as folly. Yet, uttered by their ancestor, who had endured for 2 centuries, a figure akin to a myth in the ancient martial world, they bore grave weight. In that moment, every member of the Yi family, from the patriarch Yi Jinxiong to the most humble of guards, finally comprehended the true significance of Chunyang's presence. He was not merely a son-in-law seeking protection from the Yi family. He was not a noble guest whom the Yi family had aspired to engage. He was a being of such stature that the Yi family had no right to offend. A being whose favor required the very essence of their family's fate to cultivate and honor. A deity capable of determining the life and death of the Yi family. This single proclamation, noble, irrevocably defined Chunyang's status within the Yi family. No, within this world. It plunged all the White Tiger family members still clinging to hope into a chilling abyss from head to toe. They finally understood that Yi Wentian's act of burning the land deed was not born of impulse or a desire to avenge his grandson-in-law. It was an act of self-preservation, a resolute declaration of allegiance to this noble being. We, the Yi family, have no connection with these foolish mortals. Having resolved the turmoil, Yi Wentian's thunderous wrath vanished without a trace once more. He turned and briskly approached Chunyang. Under the incredulous gazes of all present, this ancient being, who had lived for 2 centuries, once again bowed deeply before Chunyang, bending at a 90-degree angle, his head nearly touching the ground. His voice trembled with an uncontrollable fear. Grandson-in-law, no, noble, I apologize for alarming you and your esteemed wife. It is my failure to govern my subordinates. Please, punish me. No matter the punishment, I shall bear it without a word of complaint. In Chunyang's embrace, Yi Qingzhu, startled by the recent upheaval, now gazed at him with wide eyes, concern etched across her face. Chunyang gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Then, he reached out to assist Yi Wentian back to his feet. He truly did not take this matter to heart. If he allowed this elder to kneel any longer, his wife's king crab task would surely fail. Old man, you are being overly dramatic. He wore a faint smile, shaking his head. They are but flies. Hardly worth the fuss. Observing Yi Wentian's expression, as if he had been granted a reprieve, on the verge of tears, Chunyang cleared his throat, interrupting the elder's continued expressions of loyalty. Old man, let us not rush into self-recrimination. Chunyang's tone was casual. Yi Wentian immediately straightened his back, fully attentive, more serious than if he were receiving a royal decree. Noble, please speak. This old man knows no secrets. Chunyang stroked his chin, seriously presenting a question that caused every mind present to momentarily malfunction. Do you have seafood upon Kunlun Mountain? I wish to procure a king crab. The type hailing from Australia, for my wife. He paused momentarily, then added with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. It must be alive and delivered to me within 10 minutes. Chapter 91. While you are speaking of ancestral rules, I am contemplating how to crack the crab. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Seafood? King crab? From Australia? Alive, within 10 minutes? Yi Wentian felt as though his mind, which had endured for 2 centuries, had been ensnared in a tangled mess. Just moments ago, he had been gripped by the fear of incurring the wrath of deities and trembling for the future of his family. Yet this esteemed guest's immediate concern was the supper menu for his wife. The leap in reasoning was more outrageous than him incapacitating a master with a single strike. Atop Kunlun Mountain, one wouldn't even encounter a common sea crab, let alone an Australian king crab. 10 minutes? Even a celestial being would require a spell to achieve that. Yi Jinxiong, the head of the Yi family, along with the senior members, stood frozen, their mouths agape as if collectively ensnared by a spell. They had braced themselves to receive divine counsel, yet what they received was an expedited takeout order. Yi Wentian's mind raced, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Conventional methods were undoubtedly futile. A private jet? Departing from the nearest airport to Australia and back would take several hours, even with the fastest supersonic military aircraft. Tian Shield. Yes, Shenyang's global security company. They possessed secret bases worldwide and transport mechanisms that transcended the ages. Just as Yi Wentian prepared to speak, intending to borrow some influence from his granddaughter's husband, a desperate roar akin to a cornered beast erupted from outside the ancestral hall. Let me go? It was Bai Jingxing. He summoned an unexpected strength, breaking free from the grasp of two Yi family guards and scrambling back to the entrance of the hall. At that moment, he appeared disheveled, his suit covered in dirt, his face streaked with tears and mucus, his bloodshot eyes reflecting the madness of a gambler who had lost everything. This cannot end like this. Absolutely not. Bai Jingxing roared, trembling hands retrieving a palm-sized jade box from his suit pocket. The box, carved from a millennium-old black jade, emitted a soft glow. Yi Wentian. Bai Jingxing raised the jade box high, expending all his might to shout, "Look at what this is!" As the Yi family guards advanced once more, they were halted by a mere glance from Yi Wentian. His focus shifted to the jade box. The chaotic thoughts stirred by the king crab now abruptly interrupted by this unforeseen turn of events, a wave of irritation rising within him. Damn it! Why did it have to arrive now, of all times, when the esteemed guest craved a late-night snack? With a snap, Bai Jingxing flung open the jade box. Within lay a peculiar beast skin scroll, shimmering with a faint golden hue, inscribed with ancient characters in blood-red cinnabar, the ends marked with two blood-colored fingerprints. One resembling a phoenix, the other a fierce tiger. It was indeed the blood oath of the White Tiger Covenant, forged by the ancestors of the Yi family and the Bai family with their heart's blood. This is the vow our ancestors made with their heart's blood. Bai Jingxing's voice had grown hoarse, yet it brimmed with a frenzied desperation. This covenant, witnessed by heaven and earth, imprints the fates of our two clans. Should your Yi family dare to unilaterally tear it asunder and act in bad faith, you shall suffer the backlash of the heavenly Tao, and your family's fortunes shall dwindle. He fixed a piercing gaze on Yi Wentian, enunciating each word of the final threat. Are you willing to gamble the entire future of the Yi family for a wild man? The 8 words, backlash of the heavenly Tao, dwindling family fortunes, struck like a hammer to the hearts of every Yi family descendant. For a clan steeped in the ancient martial traditions for millennia, the concept of fate was more precious than life itself. The ancestral blood oath was an ironclad law that none dared violate. Some of the side elders, initially rendered speechless by fear, began to murmur among themselves. Ancestors, this blood oath is no trivial matter. Indeed, forsaking the ancestral vow would undermine our very foundation. Yi Wentian's expression twitched. He revered his ancestors and held the heavenly Tao in awe. Yet, what terrified him most at that moment was the thought of his granddaughter being unable to savor a warm king crab. Bai Jingxing keenly sensed Yi Wentian's hesitation and the murmurs from the Yi family, believing he had grasped the final lifeline. The despair on his face was swiftly replaced by a regained arrogance. He straightened his posture, brushed the dust from his clothing, and lifted his chin defiantly. Humph. Now, I shall grant your Yi family another opportunity. Drive this wild brat out of the Yi family with sticks. Then, let your granddaughter Yi Qingzhu personally come to my Bai family's doorstep, bearing a token of apology. In doing so, I can consider today as incident as though it never transpired. His voice dripped with condescension. The atmosphere within the ancestral hall turned oppressive once more. On one side stood the esteemed figure akin to a divine being, and on the other, the ancestral covenant that dictated the family's fortunes. All eyes were fixed upon Yi Wentian. Yi Qingzhu's face paled slightly. She did not comprehend the significance of the covenant. Yet witnessing the reactions of those around her filled her with unease. Instinctively, she clutched the hem of Chun Yang's clothing. Throughout this ordeal, Chun Yang had not once lifted his gaze. He calmly patted Yi Qingzhu's hand. Then, to the bewilderment of all present, he took out his phone. What was he doing? In such a moment, he was playing with his phone? His long fingers swiftly tapped the screen, as if sending a message. Having completed this seemingly trivial task, he tucked the phone away, as though he had resolved a matter of little significance. He raised his head, observing the now arrogant future heir of the Bai family, then glanced at Yi Wentian, who was sweating and visibly distressed. He stepped forward. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he reached out, gently patting the shoulder of the 200-year-old patriarch, his gesture imbued with a sense of reassurance. Great-grandfather, he spoke, his voice soft yet resonant throughout the hall. Why bother with a buzzing fly? Having spoken, He did not even regard Yi Wentian again, but turned his gaze toward the entrance of the ancestral hall, where Bai Jingxing stood, reveling in his perceived triumph. Chen Yang smiled. The ancestral covenant? The backlash of the heavenly Tao? His voice was light, yet it carried an icy chill capable of silencing the world. I offer you a chance. Can you guess? The heavenly Tao, does it dare to meddle with me? Chapter 92. The covenant is as worthless as paper. Does the heavenly Tao even dare? The heavenly Tao, does it dare to meddle with me? Chen Yang's voice was soft, yet it pierced through the ears of everyone in the hall like a needle. The air fell into a deathly silence. All members of the Yi family, including the venerable Yi Wentian, felt a resounding buzz in their minds, leaving them in a state of utter blankness. Insanity. This man must be mad. What is the heavenly Tao? It is the supreme principle looming over all ancient martial clans, an entity they have revered for millennia. Ha 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 ha. At the entrance of the ancestral hall, Bai Jingxing, who believed he had the Yi family's fate in his grasp, erupted into thunderous laughter after a brief moment of shock. He laughed so hard he doubled over, tears streaming down his face, pointing at Chen Yang as though he had just heard the most amusing joke in the universe. What have I just heard? A man who relies on a woman to rise dares to speak of the heavenly Tao? He abruptly turned to Yi Wentian, his face plastered with mockery and superiority. Yi Patriarch, do you see this? This is the esteemed guest your family seeks to protect? A reckless zealot, utterly oblivious to the gravity of his actions. Are you truly willing to forsake the sacred blood oath of your ancestors and gamble the fate of your entire clan for him? Yet, contrary to his expectations, Yi Wentian did not erupt in fury. Instead, his aged visage turned ashen, his lips trembling, not from rage, but from an unprecedented, soul-deep terror that seized him. He understood better than anyone the terrifying nature of the heavenly order. Yet he also grasped the profound implications of an existence capable of invoking the resonance of the ancestral phoenix bloodline. Two radically transformative realizations collided violently within his mind, disrupting the tranquility of his Tao heart that had remained undisturbed for 2 centuries. Chen Yang paid no heed to the buzzing fly still shrieking in the background. He felt an undercurrent of irritation. The chilling countdown of the God-level all-powerful dad system continued to tick away in his mind. 000-817-000-816. Time was fleeting. Qingzhu was pregnant and in dire need of nourishment. The tasks issued by the system were invariably accurate, indicating her current craving. Yet, this absurdity obstructed his path, wasting precious moments. He gently released Yi Qingzhu from his embrace and softly whispered in her ear, "Wait for me. It will be quick." After reassuringly patting her somewhat cold hand, he stepped forward amidst the myriad expressions of fear, confusion, and anticipation from those within the ancestral hall. With deliberate strides, he approached Bai Jingxing, who awaited him at the threshold. His pace was unhurried, almost languid, as his leather shoes softly echoed against the ancient bluestone slabs. Yet, each sound resonated like the footsteps of death, striking precisely at the hearts of all present. The descendants of the Yi family instinctively held their breath. They sensed no fluctuations of true energy emanating from Chen Yang. He appeared as an ordinary man who had inadvertently wandered into a sacred domain. However, it was this extreme ordinariness, juxtaposed with his earlier audacious proclamation, that created the most terrifying contrast. The ancestral vow, witnessed by heaven and earth. Chen Yang halted before Bai Jingxing, towering half a head above him, casting a condescending glance at the jade box he held aloft. His expression mirrored that of one regarding a fool brandishing a wooden plaque inscribed with the imperial sword. With a scoff, he declared, "What you call heaven and earth is of no consequence to me." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Chen Yang extended a single finger, a slender, pale digit that casually pointed towards the jade box in Bai Jingxing's grasp. The motion was so nonchalant, akin to brushing away a speck of dust. "You dare." Bai Jingxing's eyes widened in disbelief, his true energy surging instinctively to protect his final support. But it was too late. Chen Yang's fingertip had already made gentle contact with the contract scroll crafted from exotic beast hide. There was no force behind it. Indeed, it was a tender touch. Yet, at the moment of contact, Bai Jingxing felt an incomprehensible power surge through the scroll and into his entire being. This force was not domineering, but vast like the starry sea. His mastery, that of a grandmaster, felt as insignificant as a speck of dust before it. A piercing scream erupted from Bai Jingxing. He felt as if his wrist had been crushed under an immense weight, the flesh of his palm exploding in a gruesome display. He could no longer hold onto the jade box. The alliance he deemed his last resort, capable of commanding the heavenly order and binding the Yi family, slipped from his grasp, spiraling through the air. All eyes widened in shock. Yi Wentian, in particular, felt a chill run down his spine. He saw clearly that Chen Yang had not employed any true energy. What kind of power was this? Purely physical strength? Impossible. Yet, an even more bewildering spectacle unfolded. Qin Yang, regarding the spinning scroll with indifference, did not even spare Bai Jingxing another glance. He merely flicked his finger. A gesture so casual, akin to swatting away an annoying mosquito. A muted thud echoed softly. The ancient covenant, reputed to be impervious to water and fire, resistant to blades and bearing the fate of 2 clans, abruptly disintegrated into a cloud of ash midair. There was no burning, no shattering. It was as if a painted object had been erased from existence by an invisible hand at the molecular level. As the wind swept through, the remnants of ash dissipated in the crisp air of Kunlun Mountain. Nothing remained. No. Bai Jingxing's eyes filled with blood, and he let out a cry reminiscent of a cuckoo mourning its fate, his voice saturated with despair. You dare to destroy the covenant. It was not merely a contract. It represented the last vestige of dignity for his White Tiger clan. Their sole means of standing tall before the Yi family was now obliterated, transformed into the dust of history by this man, with a mere flick of his finger. Within and outside the ancestral hall, all members of the White Tiger clan appeared ashen. Those who had just been whispering about the inviolability of ancestral laws now wore expressions of pallor, their legs trembling uncontrollably. It was destroyed. The blood oath of their ancestors had been shattered. Would the heavenly order retaliate? Instinctively, everyone, including Yi Wentian, gazed upward in dread. Yet, the sky remained a serene blue, the clouds drifting lazily. The spiritual energy of the Kunlun Mountains continued to flow abundantly, a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of flora, even evoking a sense of comfort. Nothing had transpired. No anomalies were present. The anticipated thunder and divine retribution were conspicuously absent. Qin Yang withdrew his finger, casually returning it to his pocket, casting a detached gaze upon the frenzied Bai Jingxing at his feet. His words, though softly spoken, struck each listener like a hammer. So what if I have destroyed it? What of your so-called heavenly retribution? These 2 statements resonated like the loudest slaps upon Bai Jingxing's face, striking all who adhered to the unchanging ancestral laws of the ancient martial world. The mania on Bai Jingxing's face froze. He stared vacantly at Qin Yang, then looked up at the sky, his lips quivering, rendered speechless. Why? Why was this happening? Were the ironclad decrees passed down by their ancestors mere fabrications? Qin Yang, disinterested in further discourse, sought a flawless stage to resolve all troubles once and for all. He needed the Yi family to fully comprehend who truly reigned over this family and, indeed, this world. He turned, surveying the varied expressions of the Yi family members within the ancestral hall, his tone unassuming, yet elucidating an undeniable truth. The so-called covenant was merely the benevolence of the strong towards the weak, or a form of warmth shared among the powerless. Weakness necessitated oaths to bind. Incapacity required rules for protection. Each of his words dismantled the value system that had persisted among these ancient martial families for millennia. Yi Wentian trembled profoundly. From Qin Yang's words, he discerned a supreme confidence that looked down upon all beings, treating rules as inconsequential. Qin Yang did not falter. He deftly shifted his discourse, casting a glance back at Yi Qingzhu, whose eyes brimmed with concern for him. In that fleeting moment, the chilling aura that could silence all existence dissipated into nothingness, replaced instead by an indelible tenderness. In the past, the Yi family might have sought solace in such fragile paper, but now, his gaze returned to encompass the entire assembly, settling on the disheveled Bai Jingxing, who appeared utterly lost. The commanding presence he exuded descended once more. With me here, the Yi family reigns supreme. Boom. These 7 words resounded in each person's mind like the peal of celestial thunder. Yi Zhenxiong, the patriarch of the Yi family, staggered. Yi Qingtsong, the venerable elder, flushed with excitement. Even Yi Wentian, this ancient being who had lived for 2 centuries, felt an uncontrollable urge to kneel and venerate upon hearing those words. Indeed, with such a divine figure gracing the mortal realm, why should the Yi family concern themselves with the whims of others? Why should they adhere to anyone else's decrees? From this moment forth, the rules shall be dictated by them. Qin Yang cast one last glance at the utterly crumpled Bai Jingxing and the quaking Bai family members, delivering his final, most merciless verdict. Why bother allying with mere ants? The term ant struck like an invisible hammer, shattering the last vestiges of hope and dignity for Bai Jingxing and all his kin. Thud! Bai Jingxing's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground like a heap of refuse, his eyes vacant, muttering incoherently, his sanity utterly unraveled. Having dealt with the matter at hand, Qin Yang approached Yi Wentian, who was still engulfed in a tumult of shock and elation, raising an eyebrow slightly. Old man, the fly has been swatted. Now, shall we discuss serious matters? Yi Wentian jolted, hastily bowing. Esteemed one, please proceed. I would gladly face 1,000 deaths. Qinyang glanced at the time on his phone. Less than 5 minutes remained. He sighed, his tone brooking no dissent. My wife desires Australian king crab, live. It must be delivered to me within 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Chapter 93, The Final Frenzy, The Bloodline Judgment. For minutes and 30 seconds, Yi Wentian felt as though his mind, honed over 2 centuries, had been thrust into a high-speed meat grinder. Australian king crab, live, at the summit of Kunlun Mountain. These words together formed an insurmountable conundrum. Even if the finest aerial combat craft were summoned, time would still. He felt the veins on his forehead bulge with urgency, just as he was about to utter that even if he had to abduct the governor of Australia, he would make it happen. A guttural roar akin to a wild beast crashed through the entrance of the ancestral hall. I refused to believe it. The previously prostrate Bai Jingxing, using his elbows to push himself off the ground like a maggot, gradually hoisted himself from the depths of humiliation. His once exquisite suit was in tatters, hair disheveled and matted with blood, tears, and mucus, looking as wretched as a stray dog. Yet, in his bloodshot eyes burned an insatiable madness. Dignity had been trampled. Reliance had been obliterated. His family had been reduced to mere ants. Rationality had long since evaporated. Bai Jingxing stumbled into the ancestral hall, standing defiantly before Qinyang, his face contorted in anguish. I will never believe it. The white tiger bloodline, which I have inherited for millennia, could never yield to an unknown bastard like you. The words bastard escaped his lips with venomous malice. The air in the hall instantly turned frigid. Yi Wentian's brows shot up, a palpable killing intent nearly materializing. Yet, Qinyang appeared oblivious. He merely turned his head, gently smoothing Yi Qingzhu's wind-tossed bangs and softly inquiring, Wife, shall the crab be steamed or prepared with garlic? Yi Qingzhu, caught off guard by his unexpected banter, let out a soft laugh, the earlier tension dissipating like mist, and nodded obediently, steamed, for the freshest flavor. This intimate display, as if the world around them had vanished, doused the last of Bai Jingxing's frayed nerves like a bucket of boiling oil. Ah! He screamed in a frenzied rage, as though seizing onto a final lifeline. Abruptly turning to Yi Wentian, Yi ancestor, with every ounce of strength, he shouted, his voice hoarse, our conflict is far from over. We still have one last method of resolution, the bloodline judgment. This is the ultimate ceremony established by our ancestors of the White Tiger and Divine Phoenix clans to resolve the highest disputes. Do you dare to accept? The moment the words bloodline judgment escaped his lips, the ancestral hall erupted in chaos. Several elder members of the Yi family turned pale, collapsing into their seats, their lips trembling. Blood, the bloodline judgment? He has lost his mind. Ancestor, you must not. Yi Jinxiong dashed forward, urgently advising Yi Wentian. Father, the bloodline judgment is fraught with peril. The loser's bloodline will be irrevocably depleted, rendered a mere shell. Qinyang, after all. Yi Wentian raised his hand, halting his son's words. His expression was graver than ever. This ceremony, for bloodline families, constituted the most brutal ultimate judgment. Using the heart's blood of both parties as a catalyst, it awakens the residual will of the ancestors from the judgment stone. The will of the ancestors will determine the superiority of both bloodlines. The victor receives the blessing of the ancestors, enhancing their bloodline. The vanquished suffers damage to their bloodline, regressing in cultivation, potentially becoming utterly incapacitated. This is a gamble for everything. The self-destructive frenzy on Bai Jingxing's face intensified. He fixed his gaze on Qinyang, shouting out his rationale steeped in desperation. No matter how potent Qinyang's bloodline may be, it is still foreign, a mere impurity. The Judgment Stone is a sacred artifact forged by our ancestors, representing the orthodox lineage. Once the judgment begins, the will of the ancestors will undoubtedly reject him, this outsider. It will purify this bastard who has sullied the divine phoenix bloodline. He laughed, a grotesque grin akin to a gambler who had lost all reason. Even if I lose, even if my white tiger bloodline suffers damage, I will drag him down with me. I want to witness his bloodline obliterated. I want him to understand that the heritage of a millennia-old family is not something a mere wild child can provoke. He no longer sought victory. He merely wished to reclaim a shred of his tattered pride. Delusional. Get out. Yi Wentian trembled with rage, ready to strike down this madman completely. Damn it. The esteemed one's supper has yet to arrive. What are you even judging here? Judging your grandmother's leg. However, a hand gently landed on his shoulder. It was Qinyang. The tempest of wrath that had filled Yi Wentian dissipated in an instant. Qinyang walked past him, surveying the frenzied Bai Jingxing, and suddenly chuckled lightly. He tilted his head. Oh, is there such an entertaining sideshow? His words plunged the hall into silence. A sideshow? This is an ominous ritual that can drain one's very essence and render them a mere husk. You dare to label this a mere entertainment? Yi Qingzhu's heart leapt into her throat, and she hastily grasped Chun Yang's sleeve, her petite face etched with concern and pleading. Darling, please. It's far too perilous. Let's not partake in this and return home, shall we? Though she did not comprehend the concept of bloodline judgment, she could discern the terror reflected in the faces of the elder members of the Yi family surrounding them. Fear gripped her. She wished for Qin Yang to face not even the slightest risk. Qin Yang turned his head, the earlier indifference akin to that of a jester melting away, replaced by an inextricable tenderness. He reached out, gently squeezing Yi Qingzhu's somewhat chilled hand. A soft voice, audible only to her, resonated within her mind. Do not worry, my dear. Not even that trivial tiger's blood can stand against me. Even if an ancient divine dragon were to arrive, it would submit before me. Your husband's blood is far more precious than theirs. Perfectly. We shall eradicate all troubles at once, sparing you from incessant distractions that could disrupt your prenatal education. His warm yet commanding words served as a soothing balm, instantly assuaging Yi Qingzhu's anxieties. She gazed at Qin Yang's confident profile, obediently nodding her head. My husband is the mightiest in the world. If he assures me that all is well, then it undoubtedly is. Having calmed his beloved wife, Qin Yang turned his attention back to Yi Wentian. At this moment, Yi Wentian's emotions were akin to the thrill of a roller coaster. He regarded the composed Qin Yang and recalled the celestial nine-colored radiance that had pierced the heavens not long ago, as well as the miraculous feat that had obliterated ancestral covenants with a mere gesture. A wildly audacious, even mad thought burgeoned within him. He yearned to witness. He longed to behold, with his own eyes, the bloodline of this esteemed individual capable of invoking a resonance with the ancestral phoenix. He wished to understand the magnitude of such lineage. He was eager to ascertain whether the so-called will of their forebears held any weight in the presence of this divine being. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to glimpse the mighty power of the divine. With this realization, Yi Wentian's heart, dormant for 2 centuries, began to pound fiercely. A wave of fervor flooding his visage, he bowed deeply to Qin Yang, his demeanor more humble than ever before. Since the esteemed one is inclined towards such interests, I shall make the necessary arrangements. With that, he abruptly turned, his old face devoid of hesitation, replaced only by a chilling resolve. He issued a command to the core guardians of the Yi family waiting outside the ancestral hall, a decree that would reverberate throughout the entire back mountain. Open the secret vault of the ancestral hall. Bring forth the judgment stones. The moment the command was issued, every member of the Yi family, including the patriarch Yi Zhenxiang, trembled violently. The ancestors have granted their consent. He truly agreed to commence this forbidden ritual. The atmosphere thickened with heavy breaths. They knew that today, they would witness the most transformative moment in the Yi family's history, one that had unfolded over millennia. Soon, with the combined effort of 8 of the Yi family's mightiest Grandmaster Guardians, 2 colossal stones were reverently carried into the center of the ancestral hall. Each step echoed with a somber groan against the solid blue stone floor. One was black and the other white. On the left, the black stone bore the exquisite carving of a phoenix poised for flight, while the right white stone displayed the ferocious white tiger, roaring through the forest. The totems seemed alive. Merely gazing at them induced a wave of dizziness and trepidation. This was the judgment stone, forged from celestial iron by the ancestors of both clans. Tempered with their very lifeblood over 49 days, it formed the foundation of their covenant and the testament to their bloodlines. As the judgment stones were securely positioned in the center of the ancestral hall, the air within seemed to solidify. Bai Jingxing gazed upon the stones, a fervor of regained hope illuminating his features. Victory was assured. This sacred artifact was the domain of his White Tiger clan. He regarded Qin Yang with an expression akin to that of a death watch, preparing to relish his final struggle. However, Qin Yang merely cast a cursory glance at the so-called sacred artifacts. Then, to the astonishment of all present, lifted his wrist and checked the time on his phone screen. The countdown for the system task had dwindled to a mere 2 minutes. He frowned slightly, exhibiting a hint of impatience. He turned to Bai Jingxing, who was poised to slice his finger, and spoke languidly. Could we expedite this? My wife's late-night snack is going to get cold. Could we expedite this? Qin Yang's tone was unremarkable, akin to urging a sluggish waiter. My wife's late-night snack is going to get cold. This statement pierced Bai Jingxing's ears like a searing iron rod, causing his very soul to convulse. Humiliation. This was more stinging than 1,000 slaps to his face. More scorching, more degrading. He glared at Qin Yang, his facial muscles twitching violently, forcing a grotesque grin that resembled a ghoul. Very well, very well. His teeth ground together, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Today, I shall ensure that you, this bastard, perish clearly and thoroughly. Before he could finish, he cast aside any semblance of decorum, stumbling madly toward the white judgment stone adorned with the tiger totem. Without hesitation, Bai Jingxing extended his right hand, fingers poised like a blade, gathering the last vestige of true energy from his dantian. He ruthlessly slashed at the fingertip of his left hand. With a swift motion, flesh parted and blood gushed forth. But that was not sufficient. Bai Jingxing's eyes blazed crimson. He bent down, biting fiercely at the wound, his face contorting in a savage grimace as he forcefully inhaled. A drop of blood, far darker than ordinary blood and shimmering with golden flecks, was brutally extracted from the depths of his flesh. The essence of his heart's blood, the primal essence of the white tiger bloodline. With my white tiger blood, I beseech the spirits of my ancestors. Accompanied by a howl that resembled that of a wild beast, Bai Jingxing forcefully slammed the drop of golden blood onto the tiger-headed totem of the white judgment stone. In an instant, the entire judgment stone erupted with a thunderous roar. The lifelike white tiger totem on its surface seemed infused with a soul, suddenly coming to life. A roar, echoing from the ancient wilderness, erupted from within the judgment stone. The sound waves materialized into visible white shock waves, infused with an overwhelming aura of ferocity, sweeping across the entire ancestral hall. The blue stone floor within the hall cracked under the pressure of the sound waves, and the younger members of the Yi family, whose cultivation was somewhat lacking, felt as though they were struck by an invisible hammer to the chest, turning pale and spewing blood as they staggered backward. Yi Jinxiong and several elder-level experts were compelled to muster all their strength to remain standing against this formidable pressure. Only Yi Wentian stood resolutely in front of Yi Qingzhu, his withered frame erupting with an astonishing aura, shielding all impacts from reaching her. Before the astonished gazes of the crowd, a colossal white tiger phantom, composed entirely of pure energy, roared skyward from the judgment stone. Its immense size seemed poised to shatter the ceiling of the ancestral hall, and its eyes, ablaze with blood-red flames, surveyed the assembly, instilling a primal dread that resonated deep within the souls of all present. The will of the white tiger ancestors has descended. The moment the white tiger phantom appeared, it immediately coiled around Bai Jingxing, enveloping him within its formidable presence. Once on the brink of collapse due to blood loss and madness, Bai Jingxing's spirit surged to unprecedented heights under the influence of the tiger's shadow. A strange flush appeared on his pale visage. His posture straightened anew as he sensed within him an unparalleled, colossal power, seemingly capable of tearing the heavens asunder. This resurgence of control, akin to reclaiming what was lost, plunged him once more into a delirious confidence. He turned, casting a lofty gaze upon Chen Yang, and issued his final ultimatum in a tone reminiscent of a death sentence. "It is your turn." His voice, sharp and grating with excitement, echoed ominously. "Let me witness just how much of your so-called advanced bloodline can withstand the true primordial will of my white tiger clan. Fool, do you believe that a higher bloodline makes you invincible? The judgment stone assesses the orthodox. My white tiger and the divine phoenix share a common origin, while you are merely an outsider, a contaminant. The will of our ancestors will undoubtedly purify you. It will reject you." He envisioned the conclusion clearly. Sacrificing his half-wasted bloodline to rid himself of this disgraceful bastard was a worthy exchange. The hearts of all the Yi family members raced, teetering on the edge of panic. Yi Qingzhu's delicate hands were icy, tightly gripping her garment, her beautiful eyes brimming with concern. Yi Wentian maintained a solemn facade. Yet within him surged a fervor that even he feared. He longed to see. He yearned to witness with his own eyes how the so-called ancestral will of mortals appeared utterly ludicrous before a true deity. In the face of Bai Jingxing's triumphant taunts, Chen Yang did not even lift his eyelids. He merely chuckled softly. That smile, though faint, sent an inexplicable chill down Bai Jingxing's spine, mimicking Bai Jingxing's earlier demeanor. Chen Yang leisurely extended his right hand, casually drawing a line across the tip of his left index finger. No surge of true energy, no rush of bloodline power. It was an exceedingly simple action, akin to accidentally cutting oneself on paper. A minute incision appeared, and then a single drop of blood began to seep from the wound. The moment this droplet coalesced, the entire world seemed to be muted. The wind ceased. The clouds stagnated. The abundant spiritual energy at the summit of Kunlun Mountain appeared to freeze in reverence, even beginning to panic and retreat. All the Yi family members felt as though an invisible hand had gripped their throats, their hearts momentarily halting. That was not merely a drop of red blood. It was entirely crystalline, yet within it swirled 9 divine and resplendent colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, gold, and black. The 9-hued luminescence within the minuscule droplet cycled in a mesmerizing loop, each rotation seemingly narrating the supreme laws governing the universe from creation to extinction. Upon its emergence, the imposing white tiger phantom that had loomed behind Bai Jingxing, roaring with ferocity, suddenly fell silent. It was as if a top-tier sound system, blaring rock music, had its power abruptly severed. The massive tiger's body froze, its menacing aura dissipating in mere seconds. The once fiery gaze of its eyes, filled with savagery and authority, transformed into an incomprehensible, irresistible essence of submission and fear, emanating from the very core of life. It trembled. What bloodline is this? An elder of the Yi family felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground with a thud, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a single word. The manic grin on by Jingxing's face completely froze. He stared fixedly at the nine-colored blood, an ancient terror from the depths of his bloodline imprint coursing through him like countless icy needles, piercing every fiber of his being. It was the instinctive reaction of an ant gazing up at a divine dragon. Qinyang paid no heed to the shock of the crowd. He cradled the droplet, seemingly condensed from the entirety of the universe, and, under the watchful gaze of all who felt their hearts near stopping, he took a step forward, slowly approaching the black judgment stone etched with the divine phoenix totem. 1 step, 2 steps. His footsteps were light, yet like a deity of creation. Each step resonated upon the souls of the onlookers. Finally, he stood before the judgment stone. He raised his hand, and that drop of nine-colored blood slowly slipped from his fingertips, plummeting toward the black divine phoenix judgment stone. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no blinding radiance piercing the heavens. That drop of blood silently merged into the black stone. 1 second, an oppressive silence ensued. Bai Jingxing, having just wrested himself from fear, momentarily displayed a glimmer of incredulity and elation. No reaction? Could it be? Yet, in the next instant, a crisp crack, reminiscent of shattering glass, echoed from within the black stone. Following that, before the eyes of all in disbelief, the ancient, indestructible black judgment stone, long steeped in legacy, unveiled its majestic divine phoenix totem, and its eyes opened. What kind of eyes were they? Pure gold, without a trace of impurity. They held no emotion. Only the supreme laws that oversee the cosmos and govern the rise and fall of existence. A clear, resonant cry, powerful enough to pierce the heavens and reverberate throughout the earth, erupted from the divine phoenix stone. This sound was strikingly different from the previous tiger's roar, devoid of ferocity. It was filled with unparalleled majesty, emanating joy and reverence from the depths of the soul. It was not a declaration of dominance, but a welcoming of its sovereign. Thud. A muffled sound. On the other side of the hall, the once mighty white tiger phantom, upon hearing this phoenix's cry, collapsed to its front limbs as though struck by lightning, prostrating itself toward the divine phoenix stone, toward Qinyang. The immense tiger head was buried in the ground, its colossal body trembling with overwhelming fear. Judgment? No. This was an act of worship. After all this transpired, Qinyang appeared to merely brush off a speck of dust from his clothing. He did not even glance at the kneeling white tiger or the petrified Bai Jingxing, turning instead to face the utterly stunned Yi Wentian. 1 minute and 30 seconds. He spoke calmly. Crab. Chapter 95. The Phoenix's Call, the Tiger's Lament. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Crab. Qinyang's voice pierced into Yi Wentian's consciousness like 2 scorching steel needles. The venerable ancestor, who had lived for 2 centuries, found his mind utterly blank. For the first time, the calm heart that had remained undisturbed for 200 years showed signs of cracking. Sacred, mundane, eternal, midnight snack. The 2 extreme and discordant concepts clashed violently in his mind, leaving him unable to discern which was more real: the drop of 9-colored blood containing the essence of the universe's creation and destruction, or his grandson-in-law's urgent exclamation about crabs. The answer was the latter. When a deity descends, its desires become the highest decree, just as Yi Wentian prepared to burn his essence to conjure crabs for his grandson-in-law. The black judgment stone, now infused with divine blood, finally began to transform. It did not erupt with the anticipated brilliance. Instead, it grew ever more profound, as if capable of devouring all light. At the center of the intricate divine phoenix totem, where the blood droplet had merged, a minuscule 9-colored vortex quietly formed. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, gold, and black. 9 sacred hues flowed languidly, exuding no energy outward, yet causing every member of the Yi family present to feel as though their very souls were being wrenched from their bodies, drawn into the swirling vortex, destined to be ground to dust. The onlookers averted their gazes in horror, unable to bear another glance. At that moment, a melodious cry of a phoenix echoed from the depths of the whirlpool. The sound, though not loud, resonated with a clarity and elegance reminiscent of a tune from the very source of time itself, imbued with an indescribable air of nobility and antiquity. Outside the ancestral hall, the enormous phantom of a white tiger knelt on the ground, its energy-laden form trembling violently, emitting a sound akin to a whimpering lament. its massive head pressed firmly against the ground, refusing to lift an inch. It was the most instinctive act of submission upon witnessing the celestial deity at the end of its bloodline. Inside the hall, Bai Jingxing's complexion drained of color, and he distinctly sensed that the ancestral will of the white tiger, which should have been his greatest support, was conveying an urgent emotion to him. Flee. Escape quickly. But he found himself unable to run. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, a petite and exquisite bird emerged leisurely from the nine-colored vortex, composed entirely of swirling divine light. Its size was no larger than a palm, adorned with resplendent feathers and exuding an elegance akin to the most exquisite of artworks. This miniature ancestral phoenix gracefully circled Chunyang before finally alighting on his left shoulder, affectionately nuzzling its little head against his cheek. Its demeanor was endearing and clingy, devoid of any divine beast's majesty. The atmosphere was utterly silent. Most of the Yi family members were left in a daze. They had anticipated a divine radiance that could shatter the heavens, envisioned flames capable of incinerating all, yet they had never imagined such a diminutive creature would emerge. In stark contrast to the ferocious white tiger that threatened to demolish the roof, this was nothing short of a jest. Ha 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 ha. The stillness was shattered by a fit of manic laughter. It was Bai Jingxing. He gazed at the tiny bird perched on Chunyang's shoulder, then back at the colossal phantom of the white tiger. The ecstasy of having survived the ordeal and endless mockery obliterated his last vestiges of reason. Is this it? Tears streamed down his face as he laughed uncontrollably, pointing at Chunyang, appearing utterly deranged. I thought it would be something grand. After all this, it's just a pet bird. Chunyang, do you see this? This is the essence of lineage. My white tiger ancestors are fierce, bloodthirsty beasts, while your phoenix clan is merely a pretty but useless auspice. However, he failed to notice that at the forefront of the ancestral hall, Yi Wentian was no longer in a stupor, but rather engulfed in terror. The body of the ancestor trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate words that would not emerge. What he beheld was not merely a small bird, but the primordial form of the progenitor, capable of commanding reverence from all beings. A mere form was already divine. Bai Jingxing misinterpreted Yi Wentian's loss of composure as fear of his ancestors' will, causing his arrogance to swell even further. Charge! His visage contorted with malice as he issued his final command to the white tiger phantom behind him. Shatter it! Tear that mongrel and that broken bird to shreds. Roar! At the command, the white tiger phantom unleashed its pent-up ferocity. It lunged from the ground, jaws agape, propelled by a gust of rancid wind and murderous intent toward the unsuspecting miniature phoenix on Chunyang's shoulder, intent on delivering a fatal blow with all its might. No! Yi Qingzhu cried out, her little face pale. Yet, Chunyang remained motionless. The miniature phoenix on his shoulder couldn't even be bothered to raise its eyes, lazily opening its diminutive beak. In the next moment, an astonishing and paradigm-shattering scene transpired. The imposing white tiger phantom, just 3 meters from Chunyang, abruptly halted, as if colliding with an invisible wall, suspended midair. Then, it emitted a sound that transformed from a roar into a soul-piercing wail of despair. Under the bewildered gazes of all, that gigantic tiger form began to dissipate uncontrollably. Starting from its tail, the energy-based body disintegrated inch by inch, morphing into the purest strands of white light, drawn by an irresistible force of divine law, twisting and flowing toward that tiny beak, pouring inward. It struggled, it pleaded, but all was in vain. The scene resembled not a consumption, but rather a painting of a tiger being methodically erased from existence by an invisible divine hand, with the remnants elegantly absorbed by the little bird. From a colossal entity that had filled half the hall to a final wisp of white light consumed. The entire process unfolded in less than 3 seconds. Burp. The miniature phoenix elegantly tilted its head, contentedly letting out a satisfied belch, its 9-colored divine light seeming to shine even brighter. The world fell into an utter silence. Bai Jingxing's manic laughter remained frozen on his lips, while the colossal power that had supported him vanished into thin air. He could feel the connection of his bloodline with his ancestors being irrevocably severed. Thud! His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground like a pile of mush. His gaze became vacant, his mouth moving mindlessly, a stream of drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. His sanity utterly shattered. Consumed. Was I merely a snack? Inside the ancestral hall, every member of the Yi family emitted strangled sounds from their throats, their minds crashing under the weight of incomprehensible information. Their worldviews lay shattered. After executing this feat, the miniature phoenix on Chunyang's shoulder transformed into a streak of 9-colored light, soaring back into the whirlpool of the judgment stone, vanishing from sight. Only then did Chunyang move. He did not cast another glance at the now ruined Bai Jingxing, but turned directly to face the petrified Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian jolted awake, about to speak, but Chunyang raised a hand to halt him. Chunyang retrieved his phone from his pocket, glancing at the screen. The task notification from the god-level all-powerful dad system had turned green. Ding. Side mission. Entertainment program completed. Reward. Slight increase in host's bloodline purity. Just then, the phone screen lit up abruptly, revealing an encrypted call from an unknown number. Chunyang raised an eyebrow and pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line came a trembling, old voice filled with extreme excitement, yet imbued with profound respect. Is it truly you? Observing the energy fluctuations from the return vortex, esteemed one, you have returned? Chapter 96. Who are you? Oh, my wife's late-night snack is getting cold. The miniature phoenix, composed of 9-colored divine light, elegantly let out a satisfied belch. A minuscule motion. Thud. Bai Jingxing, kneeling on the ground, suddenly bent forward, resembling a shrimp with its spine broken. A large spurt of dark, viscous blood mixed with fragments of internal organs erupted from his mouth, splattering a vivid crimson bloom on the polished stone floor. The devoured white tiger phantom was the root of his bloodline. The root had been violently extracted. My bloodline. My power. Bai Jingxing raised his trembling hand in terror, acutely aware that the force that had surged within him for over 20 years was now collapsing like a dam bursting under a torrential flood. In the later stages of mastery, the barriers of his realm appeared as fragile as a mere layer of window paper, teetering on the brink of collapse. His bloodline was thinning at an alarming rate, becoming so faint as to be nearly imperceptible. This was a cruelty 1,000 times worse than a swift death. For one who had stood atop the clouds since childhood, this was akin to a hellish abyss. Prospects, glory, and future, all dissolved into mere illusions. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Perched upon Chunyang's shoulder was a palm-sized, miniature ancestral phoenix, seemingly unsated by the recent morsels it had consumed. It tilted its small head, composed of divine light, and cast its pure golden gaze towards the far side of the ancestral hall. There lay the white judgment stone, adorned with the totem of a ferocious tiger. Its hunger appeared not yet quenched. At that moment, a sudden vibration erupted from Chunyang's pocket. He retrieved his phone to find an encrypted call from an unknown number. As he glanced at the screen, the miniature ancestral phoenix sprang into action. In an instant, it vanished from his shoulder, transforming into an almost invisible stream of 9-colored light, darting directly towards the white judgment stone, disregarding the constraints of space. The luminous stream silently melded into the solid stone. Inside the hall, the elder of the Bai family, nearly beaten to death by Yi Wentian, let out a desperate howl, sensing an impending calamity that made his heart race as if it would leap from his throat. Meanwhile, Chunyang seemed oblivious to the peculiar happenings around him, casually pressing the answer button and placing the phone to his ear. Is it you? A quavering, elderly voice, laced with extreme excitement, yet bearing a metallic quality, emanated from the other end, filled with utmost reverence. Chunyang furrowed his brows. Who are you? At that very moment, a faint yet distinct cracking sound resonated from within the white judgment stone, sharp enough to jolt everyone in the hall. All eyes were riveted upon the stone, where a hairline crack began to appear on its surface. The voice on the phone grew increasingly fervent. 30 seconds ago, the energy fluctuations from the void of return resonated with the essence of the divine phoenix. This is a sign of your return. I dare to call, please. Give your command. The void of return? Chunyang listened to the nonsensical phrases with growing impatience, thinking it was a wrong number. Just as he spoke, the cracking intensified. The second, third, and countless fissures spread like a frenzied black web across the entire judgment stone. The vividly depicted tiger totem shattered under the strain, its fierce visage contorting into one of terror and despair. No, stop, stop it. The elder of the Bai family, summoning his last ounce of strength, let out a blood-curdling scream. That is not merely stone. It is the sacred relic of the Bai family, a foundation of our lineage. No, it cannot be. The voice on the phone was now frantic. Only you possess the bloodline to awaken the slumbering ancestral will within the essence. The form of the 9-colored ancestral phoenix is the greatest proof. We have awaited your return for 3,000 years. Chunyang paid no heed to the man's outcry. He merely raised his gaze to the now cracked stone and calmly uttered 2 words into the phone. Not interested. With that, he prepared to end the call. Just as he was about to press the disconnect button, a thunderous explosion erupted. Under the horrified gazes of all present, the judgment stone, which had borne the Bai family's 1,000-year legacy, shattered into a multitude of fragments, cascading to the ground. The last vestiges of the Bai ancestors' will, along with the family's fortunes, were utterly consumed. In an instant, all the Bai family members, regardless of their cultivation level, trembled violently. They collectively emitted a muffled groan, their faces turning as pale as parchment, stumbling and struggling to maintain their footing. Some even collapsed, their legs giving way beneath them, their eyes vacant. The sacred relic was destroyed, and their fortunes severed. From this moment forth, the Bai bloodline would know no glory. The nine-colored stream of light, having completed its task, contentedly returned to Chun Yang's shoulder, transforming back into the docile miniature ancestral phoenix, which let out a satisfied belch. The ancestral hall fell into an eerie silence. The Yi family members gazed at the scattered rubble, at the Bai family members who appeared as if their very essence had been siphoned away, and at Bai Jingxing, now completely dazed, kneeling in a stupor, mumbling about being consumed. Their worldview did not merely shatter, it was ground into dust, swept away by the winds. Yi Wentian stood there, his 200-year-old resolve crumbling in that moment. He watched the young man, who nonchalantly annihilated the foundation of a millennia-old family while on the phone, his extremities growing cold. What manner of being was this? Master, please wait. The voice on the other end was tinged with tears, brimming with the fear of abandonment. Whatever you desire, we shall procure it for you. Even if you wish to feast on the live king crab from the peak of Kunlun Mountain. I can. Chen Yang's movements halted. He slowly raised the phone back to his ear, arching an eyebrow. Oh, you can procure it? The person on the other end paused, then erupted with exuberance. Yes, yes. Would you prefer it steamed, or with garlic? Or perhaps one of each of the 9 flavors? Just say the word. I will immediately employ the highest authority to summon it from Australia. Chen Yang remained silent, glancing at the countdown timer of his task, mere seconds remaining. He redirected his gaze, offering an assuring look to the pale-faced Yi Qingzhu, mouthing 2 words to her. Don't be afraid. Yi Qingzhu's heart, once suspended in anxiety, settled at once. She nodded vigorously, her eyes filling with renewed admiration and assurance for her husband. After all was said and done, the miniature ancestral phoenix seemed to feel weary, transforming into a stream of light and flying back into the vortex of the black divine phoenix stone, disappearing from sight. Only then did Chun Yang stride purposefully towards the utterly stunned Yi Wentian. He raised his phone, stating, "The crab has been taken care of." He paused, his tone as nonchalant as if arranging a trivial matter. Now, let us dispose of the refuse. Chapter 97. With a single phrase, a millennia-old family is reduced to refuse. Now, let us dispose of the refuse. Chun Yang's voice was soft, yet it struck Yi Wentian's heart like an invisible hammer. Refuse. These 2 words, cold and serene, yet imbued with a divine will, directly defined the storied Bai family, which had endured for millennia. Yi Wentian's 200-year-old body trembled violently, his stoic visage tightening. He was about to bow in obedience, prepared to execute this divine decree with the utmost severity. A scream, inhuman and piercing, shattered the stillness of the ancestral hall. It was Bai Jingxing. He writhed on the ground like a maggot, frantically crawling backward, his hands clawing at the smooth bluestone surface, nails cracking and oozing blood, yet devoid of any sensation of pain. His bulging eyes were bloodshot, fixated on Chun Yang, who couldn't even muster the energy to spare him a glance. What he felt was not hatred, nor was it anger. It was the pure, unadulterated collapse of sanity. As a mere mortal caught a fleeting glimpse of a deity's true visage, his reason shattered by an unfathomable power. Devil, you are not human. You are a demon. He pointed at Chun Yang, incoherently shrieking, his face smeared with snot and tears, stripped of any vestige of a noble scion, resembling nothing more than a madman rolling in the mud. You have consumed my bloodline. You have devoured our family's sacred relic. You have taken everything. At last, Chen Yang turned his gaze, glancing at him as one might regard an irritating speck of dust. He could not be bothered to utter a word. One simple gesture sufficed to declare the verdict. He extended his hand, gently taking the cool little hand of Yi Qingzhu beside him, giving it a light squeeze. This action bore a weight more lethal than any vicious curse. It conveyed to Bai Jingxing that the judgment he risked everything for, even at the cost of his bloodline, was, to Chen Yang, merely an entertaining diversion to amuse his wife. All that he held dear was unworthy of even causing her to furrow her brow. You reap what you sow, Bai Jingxing understood. The last thread of reason snapped audibly. A coppery taste flooded his throat as he spewed forth a mouthful of foul blood. His eyes rolling back as he collapsed backward, hitting the bluestone floor with a dull thud, unconscious. Throughout, Chen Yang's expression remained unchanged, as if the one crushed was merely a bothersome insect. Yi Wentian's gaze swept indifferently over the pool of blood and the scattered debris, landing upon the Bai family members, who appeared lost and devoid of their backbone. No trace of sympathy remained in his heart. The victor, the vanquished. To bellow despite one's inferiority, this was the inevitable consequence. Drawing a deep breath, he dismissed the trash destined to be crushed. Turning to stride to the center of the ancestral hall, the patriarch of the Yi family, having lived for 2 centuries, stood tall, his gaze as sharp as a cold blade, scanning each member of the Yi clan present, including the venerable elders. Silence enveloped the hall. Every Yi family member's breath stilled, for they knew their ancestor was about to deliver the final verdict. Today's events, I trust, have been made clear to all. Yi Wenyang's voice resonated, powerful and solemn, echoing among the beams and pillars of the hall. The so-called bloodline judgment has yielded a divinely decreed outcome. The will of heaven is manifest. I, Yi family's Qilin's son-in-law, Bear. Before he could finish, the third elder, who had always overseen the family's regulations and was known for his rigid mindset, instinctively trembled his beard, emitting a faint, suppressed grunt from his throat. He dared not speak, yet his expression, the slight furrow of his brow, spoke volumes. Reluctance, doubt, and an instinctive resistance to the upheaval of tradition. However, in the next moment, Yi Wenyang did not even turn his head, merely emitting a cold snort. Boom. An overwhelming pressure, far beyond that of a perfected grandmaster, erupted violently from his withered form, crushingly directed at the third elder. Thud. The elder had no opportunity to react. His knees buckled, and he fell uncontrollably, the hard bluestone floor cracking beneath his kneecaps. His face turned a shade of purplish liver, mouth agape, yet voiceless, as his bones creaked under the weight of the oppressive aura, as if they would be ground to pulp at any moment. Silence reigned. All the elders who had previously harbored doubts paled instantly, cold sweat soaking their backs. They stared in horror at the patriarch, who stood resolute, decisive in his judgment. They finally comprehended that he was not negotiating, nor merely announcing. He was employing the most brutal method to purge the last vestiges of discord from the family. Yi Wenyang gradually retracted his overwhelming presence, as if simply brushing dust from his robes. He turned to face Qinyang, under the watchful eyes filled with awe, fear, and fervor from the entire clan. This ancestor of formidable stature straightened his attire and, with utmost formality, bowed at a 90-degree angle before Qinyang, performing a grand gesture of respect from a junior to a senior. I, the old Yi Wenyang, on behalf of the entire Yi clan, hereby vow. His voice carried the resolve and fervor of severing ties with the old world to embrace the new. From this day forth, all ancient betrothal agreements with the Baihu family shall be nullified, all ties irrevocably severed. From this day forth, my Yi family shall devote all our strength to honor the esteemed one. By your command, I shall not hesitate, even unto death. Boom. To honor the esteemed one. This was no mere collaboration, nor a marriage alliance, nor assistance. This was submission. The Yi family, a hidden aristocracy with a lineage spanning millennia, willingly relinquished sovereignty to become the foremost vassal of Qinyang. After a brief silence, the ancestral hall erupted into an uncontrollable frenzy. The younger generation of Yi family members, initially stunned, were swiftly overtaken by immense joy and exhilaration. They gazed at Qinyang, their expressions transforming from reverence to fervent adoration. A deity, a god walking among mortals. To follow a deity, the future of the Yi family was not merely limitless. It was destined to transcend the earth, reaching for the cosmos. Meanwhile, the elders lowered their gazes, their eyes filled with gratitude and trepidation as they looked at Yi Wenyang. Thank goodness. Thank goodness the patriarch acted decisively. Had there been even a moment's hesitation, or if he had clung to his pride to negotiate terms, the outcome would likely have mirrored that of the third elder, or worse, that of the Baihu family. Having completed all this, Yi Wenyang slowly straightened. He did not even glance at the unconscious Bai Jingxing on the ground. He merely gestured to the guards at the entrance of the ancestral hall, his tone devoid of emotion. Please escort the Bai family out. He placed emphasis on the word please. Be swift, leave no filth behind, lest it disturb the esteemed ones and the matroness rest. Yes, the guards understood perfectly, charging in like wolves, dragging the unconscious Bai Jingxing, the barely alive elder, and several other Bai family members who were utterly stunned, out one by one. Outside the ancestral hall, muffled thuds and the sound of breaking bones echoed, quickly returning to silence. The once formidable Baihu family had left behind only a scene of devastation and a pool of glaring blood. They had become the first to be utterly crushed in this grand ascension of a new king, reduced to offerings swept into the refuse pile. At last, tranquility returned to the ancestral hall. Throughout it all, Qinyang remained an outsider. He ignored the fervent, reverent, and adoring gazes surrounding him, bowing his head to gently smooth a stray lock of hair blown askew by the gust of energy from Yi Qingzhu's forehead. Are you frightened? He asked softly. Yi Qingzhu shook her head vigorously, her clear eyes devoid of any trace of fear, filled instead with admiration and reassurance for her husband, as if stars were twinkling within them. No. She grasped Qinyang's warm hand and pressed it against her cool cheek, speaking softly, yet with immense pride. My husband is the strongest person in the world. Qinyang smiled. This, indeed, encapsulates the entirety of his motives. Having soothed his beloved pregnant wife, he finally lifted his gaze towards Yi Wentian, who remained humbly bowed at the side. Crab, Qinyang remarked, raising the phone in his hand with a tone of indifference. Someone has resolved it. He paused momentarily, adding, now, it is your turn. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Yi Wentian. He feared he had fallen short in some regard, inciting the displeasure of the esteemed one, and was about to voice his apologies. Yet, Qinyang continued, clean this place up. Taking Yi Qingzhu's hand, he turned and strode towards the exit of the ancestral hall, seemingly indifferent to the kneeling, trembling members of the Yi family, who appeared merely as a backdrop. My wife's late-night snack is getting cold. Chapter 98. Just as they departed, the order for a raid arrived. The Baihu family left with naught but ash. My wife's late-night snack is getting cold. Qinyang led Yi Qingzhu away. The echo of their footsteps reverberated in the vast, desolate ancestral hall, each step resonating like a thrum upon the hearts of all the Yi family members. The silhouette they cast, one tall and steadfast, the other petite and nestled close, elongated under the dim, yellow light at the entrance, forming a harmonious tableau akin to a painting. The backdrop was one of chaos, a crowd of dumbfounded Yi family members, and a millennial-old order utterly overturned. Only when the pair vanished into the moonlight did the taut atmosphere within the hall seem to regain its flow. A breath escaped someone, a long exhalation of pent-up anxiety, which turned into a violent cough due to the force exerted. This cough acted as a switch, igniting an explosion of commotion throughout the room. Oh heavens! A young scion of the Yi family felt his legs buckle beneath him, nearly collapsing. His face flushed with a morbid hue. This is the esteemed one. This is our Yi family's Qilin son-in-law. Prestige. What on earth is prestige? To topple a millennial-old family, merely because his wife's late-night snack was getting cold. If this were to spread, the entire ancient martial world would erupt. Who would dare to mention heritage or status before the Yi family henceforth? You do not even possess the qualification to have our esteemed lady wait for her late-night snack. Contrary to the near-maniacal reverence exhibited by the younger generation, the elders behind Yi Wentian felt an unsettling chill creep along their necks. Beads of cold sweat cascading down their foreheads without restraint. A sense of relief washed over them, a profound gratitude that the ancestor acted decisively, kneeling quickly and flattering swiftly. Had there been even a moment's hesitation while maintaining that ridiculous facade of a noble family, the refuse strewn about would likely have been far more than just the remnants of the Baihu family. Yi Wentian paid no heed to the commotion among his kin. His gaze remained fixed at the entrance of the ancestral hall, where several guards had already rushed in wielding high-pressure water guns. Under the glaring jets of water, the pool of blood belonging to Bai Jingxing, along with the shards of sacred relics symbolizing the millennia-long fortunes of the Baihu family, were mercilessly swept away, flushed toward the sewers. A name that had endured for 1,000 years was thus washed into the gutter. Clean, decisive, and that esteemed one, who had orchestrated it all with but a flick of his fingers, never deigned to cast a glance at the refuse. His sole concern was for his wife's late-night snack. Now, it is your turn. This statement from Qinyang echoed incessantly in Yi Wentian's mind. What did it signify? A reprimand regarding his earlier sluggish response? Or was there a more pressing matter to entrust to him? In his 200 years of existence, the ancestor had never felt so mentally ensnared. He was contemplating the divine will when a frantic, dissonant shout erupted from outside the hall. Ancestor! Ancestor! A middle-aged man clad in a tailored butler's outfit rushed in, nearly stumbling as he entered, his face devoid of color. His meticulously pressed attire was now crumpled, one shoe missing, and his bow tie askew, presenting a most disheveled appearance. What is the cause for such panic? What manner of decorum is this? Yi Wentian's ire flared, an inherent pressure radiating from him. The butler faltered under the weight, collapsing to the ground, disregarding the sharp pain in his knees, and hoisting a sealed leather document bag aloft, his voice trembling. It is an urgent matter from the mundane world. The mundane world? Yi Wentian furrowed his brow. What significance did the Yi family's worldly enterprises hold that warranted his attention at such a level? It is from Tiandun Security. The butler gasped, each word laced with palpable fear. 10 minutes ago, they breached our highest encryption channel and forcibly delivered this document. They specifically requested it be handed to you immediately. Tiandun Security. Yi Wentian's heart sank. The private armed force of his son-in-law. He had scarcely departed when his people sent urgent news. Yi Wentian dared not delay. He snatched the document bag and violently tore it open. Extracting a thin report from within, he cast a glance at the paper. In an instant, the 200-year-old ancestor felt as though he had been immobilized, frozen in place. He fixated on the lines of text, his eyes unmoving for what felt like an eternity. Moments later, a complex expression crept across his aged visage, not surprise, nor anger, but a dawning horror intertwined with a cruel anticipation. So, this is what it is your turn truly means. He murmured. To eradicate the roots, to strike at the heart. How ruthless, how absolute, how delightfully gratifying. Ancestor, what is the matter? The nearby elders inquired curiously. Yi Wentian paid them no mind. Instead, he cautiously unfolded the report once more, clearing his throat. He turned, striding to the entrance of the ancestral hall. Looking down upon the courtyard, where several guards were dragging the Bai family members like dead dogs. Bai Jingxing, who had just been doused with a bucket of cold water, was roused from his stupor, his eyes vacant and muttering incoherently about having eaten. The Bai family elder, who had been nearly incapacitated by Yi Wentian's strike, was now on the verge of death, his face ashen. Yi Wentian smiled. He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring each word struck like a searing brand upon the ears of those outside. Listen closely. Just 15 minutes ago, the mundane world, the Bai family's pharmaceutical company, Baisher Pharmaceutical, Tianhu Capital, Jingxing Mining, and 7 other publicly listed companies have all been formally indicted by the Magic City Securities Regulatory Commission, the Tax Bureau, and the International Criminal Police Organization for massive financial fraud, insider trading, and illegal money laundering. He lingered on the words, relishing the sight of the Bai family members' bodies stiffening in shock. All executive officers, including your family head, Bai Xiaodian, totaling 132 core members, were apprehended 10 minutes ago. All bank accounts, securities accounts, and trust funds under your family name have been permanently frozen. Boom. If the destruction of sacred relics severed the roots of the Baihu family, then every word Yi Wentian uttered became the sharpest chainsaw, ruthlessly stripping away every branch and leaf of this great tree in the worldly realm, flesh and skin alike. No, it cannot be. The once feeble elder of the Bai family inexplicably summoned forth a surge of strength, erupting into a hoot reminiscent of an owl's cry. This cannot be true. My Bai family is deeply rooted in the secular world, with connections that reach the heavens. Who dares to move against us? Who can touch us? The clamor was incessant. Yi Wentian let out a cold snort and continued to read the death sentence issued by the new deity. According to the Joint Investigative Team's assessment, all publicly traded companies under the Baihu family would see their assets wiped clean. Their debts had soared to an astonishing 30 trillion. Their stocks had triggered a circuit breaker the moment the market opened. In 3 days, they would face mandatory delisting and bankruptcy liquidation. With a cough, the Bai elder could no longer withstand the onslaught of despair, spewing forth a torrent of foul blood. It was over. The foundation of their hidden lineage had been devoured. Their worldly wealth had been obliterated. A double blow. The very roots had been severed. The Baihu clan, a name that had endured for millennia, had, from this moment, been reduced to a mere jest. A street rat burdened with a staggering 30 trillion in debt, with all its members condemned to be global fugitives. The newly awakened Bai Jingxing, still dazed, listened to this heart-wrenching proclamation, producing bizarre sounds reminiscent of a wind instrument from his throat. His once foolish visage twisted beyond recognition. He finally comprehended the magnitude of the force he had provoked. It was not human. It was a being capable of effortlessly crafting rules and erasing all traces of existence. And he, a mere humble ant, had dared to challenge a deity. Ridiculous. Pathetic. The last vestiges of reason snapped under the weight of unending terror. Bai Jingxing's eyes rolled back, foul saliva dribbling from the corners of his mouth, transforming into a mere shell of flesh that breathed. Within and around the ancestral hall, all members of the Yi family felt a chill surge from their feet to the crown of their heads as they listened to the verdict. They cast another glance in the direction Qinyang had departed, their eyes reflecting not only fervor, but also a profound reverence that resonated from the depths of their souls. This noble figure possessed not only divine power, but also the cunning of a demon. He relished not in merely vanquishing his foes. He delighted in obliterating them and all vestiges of their existence from this world. Upon concluding the report, Yi Wentian satisfiedly folded the document and tucked it into his bosom, as if it were an unparalleled treasure. He glanced at the remnants of flesh strewn across the courtyard and waved his hand dismissively. Dispose of it. Be thorough. And leave no trace. Yes. The guards complied, dragging the remaining members of the Bai family towards the estate's rear mountain. After everything was dealt with, Yi Wentian turned to the empty door of the ancestral hall and bowed deeply once more. Deep within the Yi estate, in a serene and elegant bedroom, warm yellow light bathed the room, suffusing it with a delicate and delectable fragrance. Qinyang sat at the edge of the bed, deftly wielding a small silver scissors to slice open the crimson leg of a steamed king crab. With practiced ease, he carefully extracted the pristine crab meat, placing it into a small white jade bowl beside him, which already towered with a glistening mound of succulent flesh. Yi Qingzhu sat cross-legged like a languid kitten, obediently watching her husband with her chin resting on her knees, her clear eyes fixed on his every movement. She was not hungry. She simply delighted in observing him as he did anything for her. All right, open wide. Qinyang offered a small morsel of crab meat, dipped in a secret sauce, to her lips with a silver skewer. Yi Qingzhu obediently opened her mouth, savoring the taste, her eyes squinting with happiness as her little feet danced beneath the covers. Is it delicious? Qinyang asked softly. Yi Qingzhu nodded vigorously, her cheeks puffed as she mumbled, sweet. Qinyang smiled, reaching out to wipe the sauce from the corner of her mouth. If you like it, then it is sweet. Chapter 99. The Bai family was swept down the drain. New task, build a home for my wife. My wife's supper is getting cold. Qinyang took Yi Qingzhu's hand, leaving the ancestral hall without looking back. His voice was soft, even ethereal, yet it sent a collective shiver through the Yi family members who had just witnessed the miraculous. This statement carried more weight than any menacing threat. The Baihu family? Bai Jingxing? Merely a disappointing appetizer, unworthy of delaying his wife's supper. Only when their figures had completely vanished into the moonlight at the ancestral hall's entrance did Yi Wentian's taut nerves finally relax somewhat. He slowly straightened up, the visage of a 200-year-old man devoid of any trace of the ancestors' authority, replaced instead with a sense of relief from surviving a catastrophe and a fervent belief in having wagered his life correctly. He turned, his gaze landing on the pathetic figure of Bai Jingxing, the once proud future heir of the Baihu family, now sprawled on the cold bluestone floor. His eyes wide open yet devoid of focus, only murky saliva cascading from his lips. He was mumbling incoherently, ate it, I'll ate it, heh. This was not madness. It was the complete collapse of his spirit under the weight of an incomprehensible power, shattering all reason, dignity, hatred, everything consumed and obliterated. He was now a living testament to divine retribution. Yi Wentian felt not a ripple of emotion, but merely waved his hand at the guards by the ancestral hall door in a manner akin to brushing away dust. Throw him out. Yes. Two burly Yi family guards advanced without offering assistance or lifting him. One of them seized Bai Jingxing by the ankle, dragging him across the smooth bluestone floor like a lifeless dog. With a loud scrape, Bai Jingxing's luxurious white brocade robe was dragged along the ground, his head striking the threshold with a muffled thud, causing his body to jerk, yet producing no sound of protest. The other members of the Bai family, already paralyzed with fear, were similarly dragged out in the same manner. Outside the ancestral hall, the sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed. Soon after, a high-pressure water truck arrived, unleashing a fierce torrent of water mercilessly upon those discarded in the courtyard's corner. This was not cleansing, it was humiliation, washing away the last remnants of their dignity as human beings. Subsequently, the gates of the Yi estate swung open, and the remnants of flesh were unceremoniously tossed out into the wilderness beyond the estate. The night wind from the Kunlun Mountains was biting and frigid. Thus, this ancient martial family, once aspiring to stand alongside the divine phoenix, was swept from the historical stage in the most humiliating fashion, deprived even of the dignity to become a mere laughingstock. The blood and debris within the ancestral hall were swiftly cleared away, lifting the oppressive atmosphere. When the Yi family gathered once more in the brightly lit and opulent main hall, the entire scene had transformed dramatically. No longer was there the tension of drawn swords, nor the suffocating silence of fear. Instead, there was a near-manic revelry and obsequiousness. Noble one, please take your seat. Son-in-law, quickly sit here, this spot has the best view. As Qinyang led Yi Qingzhu into the grand hall, a throng of uncles and elder relatives from the Yi family converged upon them like cats drawn to a tantalizing aroma. Their faces adorned with the most fervent smiles as they vied to present Qinyang with the Zeton wood armchair, emblematic of the head of the family. The scene resembled a gaggle of sycophants eager to light a cigarette for the god of wealth. Meanwhile, the younger generation of the Yi family stood at a distance, hesitant to approach too closely, yet each face bore a pallid flush and an overwhelming excitement. Goodness, did you all see that? Just like that. Bai Jingxing has been utterly ruined. Not just ruined. The sacred artifact of the Baihu family has shattered. A millennium of fortune, devoured in an instant. What does this even mean? Haven't you heard the latest news? In the secular world, every asset of the Baihu family has been liquidated within 15 minutes. A debt of 30 trillion. Head of the family Bai Xiaodian has been apprehended by multinational authorities. Wow, now that is what I call a dimensional strike. Who would dare provoke our Yi family now? Let us ask them if they are worthy of having our esteemed lady wait for a late-night snack. Their voices were hushed, but the fervor of their pride was almost palpable, as if it might erupt from their very eyes. The busiest figure in the hall was undoubtedly Yi Wentian. This venerable ancestor, having lived for 2 centuries, had completely shed all pretense. He first snatched a warm towel from a servant with utmost reverence, presenting it to Qinyang with an air of profound respect. Esteemed guest, please, wipe your hands and ease your fatigue. He He then personally brought forth a steaming cup of tea, the aroma wafting through the air. Son-in-law, do try this. It's Kunlun snow tips. Aged 300 years. I've been saving it for your arrival. With each utterance of esteemed guest and son-in-law, he referred to himself as this old man, adopting a demeanor more humble than anyone present, his face wrinkled in a smile that resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. Qin Yang remained unfazed by the commotion. He did not even take a seat in the principal position, but instead took Yi Qingzhu's hand and casually settled onto a nearby sofa. Upon receiving the tea from Yi Wentian, he noticed Yi Qingzhu's small hand was somewhat cold, prompting him to place the warm teacup into her grasp for her to warm herself. This subtle gesture brought an abrupt silence to the bustling hall. Every movement froze as realization dawned upon them. This esteemed guest had no interest in their flattery or the power of the Yi family. His world seemed to revolve solely around one thing, his wife. Qin Yang indeed sensed a heaviness in the air, rife with dust, schemes, desires, and obsequiousness. More importantly, he felt Yi Qingzhu instinctively drawing closer to him, her small hand clutching at his clothing. Surrounded by this crowd, even with their respectful demeanor, a hint of discomfort and awkwardness flickered in her clear eyes. She was not fond of such gatherings. At that moment, a voice, audible only to him, resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected slight anxiety and discomfort in the host's wife due to the noisy environment and social turmoil. Task issued by the God-level all-powerful daddy system. Task name, Absolute Sanctuary. Task content, within 72 hours. Please create a permanent living space for your wife that is free from all chaos, utterly secure, absolutely private, and completely comfortable. Ensure she can find peace without being disturbed by anyone or anything in the world when she desires tranquility. Task reward, Divine Architectural Design. Full ownership of the global top-tier architectural group Noah's Ark 100, and ownership of a sky garden located in the heart of the Magic City, complete with an independent ecosystem. Qin Yang paused momentarily. A sky garden? Intriguing. Yi Wentian, perceptive as ever, immediately noticed the shift. He cleared his throat and reprimanded the eager clan members crowding forward. What are you all doing standing around? Can't you see you're disturbing the esteemed guest and the matriarch? Hurry and prepare supper. 100 dishes. No, 300. Make everything our Yi family kitchen can offer. With a single command, the crowd dispersed like a startled flock of birds. The hall quieted considerably. Yi Wentian rubbed his hands together and approached once more, his smile growing ever more humble. Esteemed guest, regarding the future development of our Yi family, do you have any directives? He probed cautiously, perhaps regarding collaboration with Tiandun Security, or the consolidation within the Shunhuang group. Just say the word, and I, this old man, will ensure it's done flawlessly within a day. This was a complete relinquishing of power. He sought to present the entire Yi family, along with the Shunhuang group behind it, on a silver platter to Qin Yang, hoping to become the most loyal dog beneath this divine figure. However, this time, Qin Yang raised his head. He stood, a simple action that seemed to suspend the very air in the hall. Yi Wentian, Yi Jinxiong, and the others held their breath, anxiously awaiting the pronouncement that would dictate the family's fate. Qin Yang did not look at them, but rather lowered his gaze, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind Yi Qingzhu's ear. Then, in a tone devoid of emotion, he issued his first formal command to the venerable Yi Wentian, who had lived for 200 years. From this moment on, without my permission, do not allow any unrelated individuals to appear before her. Yi Wentian trembled at the command, followed by overwhelming joy, as he bowed deeply, his voice booming in response. Yes, I shall obey. Qin Yang disregarded him, turning instead to take Yi Qingzhu's hand. The flattery of everyone in the hall faded into a muted background sound at that moment. He lowered his head and, in a voice only they could hear, tenderly spoke, "We're going home." Chapter 100. Yi family ancestor stunned. I prepared 300 dishes, and you're leaving? We're going home. Qin Yang stood. Merely the act of rising brought the cacophonous atmosphere of sycophantic flattery in the Yi family's main hall to a sudden halt. Time seemed to freeze, the air thick with anticipation. The relatives, holding fruit platters and steaming tea, with smiles plastered on their faces, froze in their tracks, resembling a troupe of marionettes suddenly deprived of their strings. Yi Wentian's humble smile also solidified, his hand, which held the teacup, suspended in midair, unmoving. Yi Jinxiong and the core members of the Yi family instinctively held their breath. Here it comes. The divine decree is about to be revealed. Would it dictate how the Yi family would integrate with the Shunhuang group? Or perhaps it would issue a summons for an offensive against other forces in the ancient martial arts world. Every ear was attuned, hearts racing, prepared to receive the first formal directive that would determine the fate of the family. However, Qin Yang did not spare them a glance. He paid no heed to the empty chair of Zeton wood, a symbol of supreme authority. Instead, he merely bowed his head. reaching out with a gentle gesture to smooth the tousled hair of the little woman beside him, aware that since entering this hall, his small pregnant wife had felt out of place. The atmosphere was steeped in scheming, desire, and flattery, rendering her uncomfortable. Her delicate hand clutched tightly at the hem of her garment, and within her clear, bright eyes, there lingered a subtle hint of fatigue. She did not belong here, nor should she be disturbed by the sordid affairs of this place. Thus, he bent down and whispered in a tone meant only for her ears, "My dear, the air here is unpleasant. Shall we return to our home?" The phrase "our home" flowed over her like a gentle warmth, instantly melting away all discomfort and unease that had settled in Yi Qingzhu's heart. In a heartbeat, her previously tense face, strained under the scrutiny of the crowd, blossomed into an extraordinarily radiant smile. That genuine, heartfelt joy rendered the opulent hall, adorned with gold and silver, utterly dim in comparison. "Yes," she nodded vigorously, her voice bright and unwavering. For her, there was no such thing as the Yi family, nor the Shunhuang group. As long as she could be with Qinyang, even a modest rented room would be the finest home in the world. Qinyang smiled, taking her cool little hand in his, their fingers entwined, and turned to stride out of the hall. The entire process was fluid and seamless, as he completely disregarded the large group of petrified Yi family members behind them. "Hey, son-in-law, noble one." Yi Wentian finally snapped back to reality, nearly dropping his teacup in shock as he hurried after them, calling out anxiously, "Don't leave. The family banquet I specifically arranged hasn't even begun yet. 300 dishes, all tailored to your taste." He was flustered. For the first time in 2 centuries, this venerable ancestor felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. He couldn't comprehend why, having humbled himself and delivered the entire Yi family to him, this noble man was unwilling to partake in a banquet symbolizing the transfer of power. Was it possible he had not done enough? Qinyang did not slow his pace nor look back. He merely gestured dismissively with his free hand. "Grandfather, I appreciate your intentions," he called back, his calm voice drifting from ahead, causing Yi Wentian to freeze once more. "However, my wife needs to rest." This, above all else, was paramount. Boom. This single statement resonated more profoundly than the crushing of the white tiger's sacred artifact or the upheaval of a millennia-old family, sending shockwaves through the hearts of all present Yi family members. They finally understood. Power, wealth, a 1,000-year-old lineage, in the world of this noble man. The weight of these matters paled in comparison to the slightest hint of fatigue from his wife. What an extravagant display of adoration this was. What a terrifying, absolute disdain for worldly power. Wow, he just left? He.S. willing to forego the head of the household position just because his sister-in-law is tired? Impressive. What does it mean to have class? This is class. He toppled our Yi family, creating such a spectacle, only to take his sister-in-law home to rest. If this gets out, who would dare to act like a big shot in front of us? The whispers of the younger generation were laced with fervent admiration. Meanwhile, the elders exchanged glances, each recognizing in the other's expressions a mix of relief and profound respect. It was terrifying. The logic behind the nobleman's actions was beyond their comprehension. To please him, the only way was to ensure his wife's happiness. And who would dare to bring displeasure to her? The thought of the White Tiger clan's tragic fate, being washed down the drain, sent a collective shiver down everyone's spine. Under the complex gazes of the entire clan, Qinyang, hand in hand with Yi Qingzhu, strolled leisurely out of the main residence. Outside the courtyard, on the helipad, a sleek, entirely black, sci-fi-inspired aircraft hovered silently. It was the Kunping. The cabin door slid open soundlessly, casting down a luminous ramp. Qinyang shielded Yi Qingzhu as they ascended the beam of light. The Kunping emitted no engine roar. It merely shuddered slightly before transforming into a streak of darkness, ascending at a speed defying the laws of physics, and seamlessly melding into the profound night sky over the Kunlun Mountains, vanishing from sight. When he arrived, he had thundered in, shattering a millennia-old family with a snap of his fingers, compelling ancient martial ancestors to bow. Yet as he departed, it was merely a silent fatigue from his wife that prompted him to wave his sleeve, leaving without a trace. At the entrance of the hall, the night wind howled. Yi Wentian stood there, staring blankly in the direction where the light had vanished, motionless for a long while. Old ancestor, Yi Jinxiong stepped forward, his expression complex. The noble one, he just left? What else could he do? Yi Wentian suddenly laughed, a self-deprecating smile gracing his 200-year-old face. "We, who have toiled our entire lives, vying for power and wealth, thinking we have seized the family and riches, stand upon the pinnacle of the world." He shook his head, surveying the equally bewildered family members behind him. "Yet in the end, we are not even worthy of granting him an extra minute of his time. Everything we hold dear may be of lesser importance than his wife enjoying a peaceful slumber." This sentiment cast a heavy silence over all the Yi family members. Indeed, The grand feast they had prepared with such effort was, in the eyes of this noble man, merely an inconsequential social engagement. Yet suddenly, an unprecedented wave of ecstasy surged within Yi Wentian's heart. They had wagered correctly. The Yi family had truly latched onto an unimaginable, colossal opportunity. The more indifferent this noble one was towards power, the more it signified that his status had transcended their wildest imaginations. With such a being to follow, how could the Yi family not stand tall at the apex of the world? The ancestral authority of the Yi family returned to him, his gaze sharp as an eagle-ass. However, instead of reprimanding, he abruptly turned, seizing a nearby family steward responsible for intelligence, the grip nearly crushing the steward's shoulder. "You." The steward trembled, nearly collapsing. Yi Wentian's eyes blazed crimson as he issued his first command as the foremost sycophant in a voice bordering on a roar. "Immediately investigate. Utilize all resources to uncover every preference of the matriarch from childhood to present, word for word. What temperature does she prefer her water? What flavor of ice cream does she adore? Does she favor sleeping on her left side or her right? I don't care what methods you employ, before dawn. I want a report that understands her better than she does herself." Chapter 103, A Fool's Dream, Global Ridicule. Merely 12 hours had passed. As the first light of dawn pierced through the clouds above the Magic City, a new company named Penga Technology burst onto the radar of all top-tier financial institutions and tech giants in an almost reckless manner. There was no press conference, no lead-up. Its emergence was merely a piece of information unearthed late at night by a financial journalist in the International Business Registration System. Company name, Penga Technology. Registered location, Magic City. Dragon Country. Registered capital, unlimited. Business scope, energy. Furthermore, ultimate energy solutions. Each word appeared mundane, yet when combined, they exuded an absurdly grandiose arrogance. Unlimited registered capital? This was not commerce. It was a declaration, pointing a finger at Wall Street and proclaiming their rules to be worthless. And the phrase ultimate energy solutions made every industry insider who came across it unable to suppress a laugh. What does ultimate even mean? This is a proclamation to the world. I shall endeavor to resolve humanity's ultimate quandary in one fell swoop. Such audacity. It is as absurd as a 3-year-old child declaring his intent to pluck the moon from the sky with his bare hands. Initially, this news circulated within a small circle, dismissed as the drunken boast of an obscure billionaire. However, once the background of the wholly owned subsidiary of the Phoenix Group was confirmed, the nature of the matter swiftly transformed. This was no jest. It was a genuine commercial venture, mobilizing capital on the scale of hundreds of billions. Consequently, waves of derision surged from west to east, enveloping the globe. At the World Energy Summit in Geneva, Peter Voser, CEO of the world's largest oil giant Shell, openly sneered before the cameras. In response to inquiries about Penga Technology, he laughed as if witnessing a fool. Controlled nuclear fusion? A delightful bedtime story. My laboratory, too, harbors a cadre of the world's most brilliant physicists who spin this tale. He gestured dramatically to the cameras, declaring, "Yet I can responsibly inform you all that achieving this requires the lives of generations and a sum in the realm of hundreds of billions, rather than the whimsical showcase of an Eastern tycoon." Such frivolity, he proclaimed, is a distraction from true scientific endeavor. As his words hung in the air, the audience erupted in unabashed laughter. The following day, the Wall Street Journal featured an editorial on its entire front page, with a sharp and scathing headline, "Another trillion-dollar joke from the East." The article characterized Penga Technology as a farcical endeavor destined for total financial ruin, asserting in a judgmental tone that this enigmatic Eastern magnate was enthusiastically pouring his astronomical wealth into a cesspool. Voices from the scientific community soon followed suit. The editor of the prestigious journal Nature, a venerable elder in academia, posted 3 updates on his personal social media, stating that the resolution of energy issues relies on global cooperation, such as the ITER initiative. Any individual or company claiming they can accomplish this feat independently is either a charlatan or a madman. He urged the academic community to remain vigilant, deeming this a blatant affront to the spirit of science. Such authoritative pronouncements solidified the matter's characterization. The online frenzy commenced. Hilarious. I do not comprehend the world of the wealthy. Is this a preparation to squander a fortune merely for the sake of a sound? Pengu? Does he aspire to create the world anew? I see he wishes to add flour to water, then water to flour, ultimately leading to his own demise. Does he believe that wealth can purchase the laws of physics? Should the Nobel Prize Committee not bow to him as well? Bets were placed. Wagering on Penga Technology declaring bankruptcy within a year. Behind this public outcry, within the secret meeting rooms of several energy oligarchs, plans to thoroughly nail Penga Technology to the pillar of shame were swiftly executed. They would not permit, under any circumstances, even a mere joke, to challenge their oil-based world order. In an instant, the entire world was rife with cold disdain and ridicule for Panga technology. At the eye of the storm, in a penthouse apartment at the Thompson Riviera, Qinyang sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the enormous screen displaying Peter Vozer's condescending interview. Yet, he did not even lift an eyelid. Instead, he focused intently on peeling a kiwi fruit, freshly airlifted from New Zealand, with a delicate silver knife, slicing it into uniform pieces that he arranged in a crystal bowl. The external tempest, capable of toppling any multinational corporation, mattered little to him compared to the intricate patterns of the fruit in his hand. He carried the bowl into the bedroom, where Yi Qingzhu slept peacefully, her serene visage adorned with a hint of contented blush. Qinyang did not disturb her. He merely placed the bowl on the bedside table, setting it to the perfect temperature for her to enjoy upon waking. Exiting the room, he picked up his phone. There was no response. He paid no mind to the buzzing flies clamoring for attention, for his world lay far removed from the clamor of the media. At that very moment, deep within the Kunlun Mountains of the Dragon Kingdom, 3,000 meters beneath the Earth's surface, resided the most isolated corner of the planet. A vast underground base had sprung up overnight. It was not constructed in the traditional sense, but rather directly printed into the bedrock by the elite engineering core of the Celestial Shield, employing technology that transcends the understanding of modern civilization. The entire base stood as an impenetrable metal fortress, composed of an unknown alloy. Within the immense central experimental area, 10 individuals stood together. They were Marcus von Neumann, Lin Lan, and the 10 geniuses summoned from the corners of the world, abandoned by time. Just hours prior, they had been in their respective dilapidated laboratories, dark basements, or remote mountain temples, accompanied only by solitude and poverty. Now, they stood here, each clad in pristine white, sterile research attire, their faces reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions from shock to resistance to numbness. Two silent figures, resembling statues, approached, placing 10 documents on the metallic experimental tables before them. The documents were thin, with pure black covers, each emblazoned only with a few gilded characters. Panga Project. Theoretical outline, draft. Marcus von Neumann, once a legendary figure in the realm of physics, snorted derisively. He rudely seized the document, treating it as if it were mere waste paper. He presumed it to be yet another foolish scheme concocted by a billionaire, requiring endorsement from a discarded scientist like him. However, upon flipping to the first page, his mockery froze. His hand hung suspended in the air. His murky eyes widened in disbelief. The paper contained no complex formulas or lengthy data. Instead, it was filled with succinct descriptions of physics that seemed as if they had been penned by a deity. It presented an entirely new method of describing plasma motion, one he had never envisioned. It was simple, it was raw, yet it was truth. It circumvented all the technical barriers that human scientists had struggled to overcome for centuries through the most fundamental logic. Marcus felt as though an invisible hand had grasped his heart. His brain, lauded as the closest to divine, was now operating at a fevered pace, teetering on the brink of combustion. He sought an error, a logical flaw within the text, but there was none, not a single one. He felt akin to a craftsman who had dedicated his life to the creation of carriages, only to have someone thrust a design for an engine capable of traversing galaxies into his face. This was not merely an improvement, this was a miracle. No, it cannot be, he stammered, his lips trembling as he uttered incoherent syllables. The others around him fell into a similar silence. Lin Lan, the young woman who had been contemplating energy in her temple, trembled slightly. She stifled a scream, pressing her hand against her mouth, for within that outline, she beheld the ultimate answer to the yin-yang cycle she had derived through the I Ching and quantum mechanics over the past decade. They all forgot where they stood. They voraciously and frantically perused the thin document, akin to a throng of lost devotees who, after eons of wandering, finally glimpsed the sacred text that would illuminate their lives. For a considerable time, Marcus von Neumann, the obstinate elder, slowly closed the document with a reverent demeanor, carefully pressing it against his chest. He raised his gaze, surveying the cold, enigmatic underground fortress that surrounded him. All traces of his previous obsession and disdain vanished from his countenance. In their stead emerged an almost fervent passion that seemed to ignite his very soul. He disregarded those around him, abruptly turning to seize the arm of a ghostly squad member, his grip so fierce that his nails embedded into the fabric of the combat uniform. His eyes ablaze with urgency, he unleashed a hoarse, desperate roar, nearly pleading with fervor. Where is he? Take me to him. Now. Immediately. Chapter 101, Global Power Rationing? My beloved wife feels guilty for enjoying air conditioning. Can this be endured? In July, the city of magic resembled a colossal furnace set ablaze. The thermometer outside stubbornly hovered at 41 degrees Celsius, the asphalt softening beneath the relentless heat, while everything in the streets shimmered beneath a distorted mirage. At the pinnacle of Block A in the luxurious Thompson Riviera, the oppressive heat of the outside world seemed like a distant realm. The central air conditioning operated silently, maintaining every inch of indoor air at a delightful 26 degrees. On the soft cashmere carpet, Yi Qingzhu reclined lazily like a pampered kitten, resting her head on Chunyang's lap, her fair feet swinging idly. Clutched in her arms was a tablet, her long fingers gliding across the screen. The news of the Baihu family had been relegated to the corner, overshadowed by the staggering headline of a 30 trillion debt and the global manhunt for 132 core members, which had caused a sensation just days prior. Now, to Yi Qingzhu, it felt like an ancient tale from a bygone era. She barely glanced at it, her fingers swiping with ease. A bold red headline leaped forth: Historical Extremes. International natural gas prices reach new heights. 17 nations declare energy emergency. Accompanying this were images of a darkened street in a European city and another depicting a factory in an Asian country brought to a standstill. Ding! A gentle chime signaled the apartment's smart concierge system, pushing a new message to the tablet. Dear esteemed owner of the top floor of Block A, in response to the severe power supply situation this summer, the city may activate a staggered power usage plan. To ensure your living experience, Tiandun Security has connected you to a backup independent power network. But we kindly remind you to conserve energy. Simultaneously, the owner group of Thompson Riviera erupted in a flurry of messages. What is happening? Is the city really going to ration power? What about my cellar full of Lafite? What is the property management doing? We pay 7 figures annually for property fees and can't even guarantee 24-hour air conditioning. Concierge, is the independent power network reliable? What if I'm in the middle of a video conference and suddenly the power goes out? Who will compensate for potentially billions in business? Observing the complaints from billionaires who usually held themselves in high esteem, Yi Qingzhu glanced back at the tablet, where ordinary people crowded in stifling rooms, drenched in sweat, desperately fanning themselves. Her swinging feet gradually came to a halt. Chunyang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, sensed the subtle change in her posture and opened his eyes. He remained silent, merely reaching for a chilled crystal bowl on the coffee table, spearing a perfectly cut piece of honeydew melon with a silver skewer and offering it to her lips. Yi Qingzhu instinctively parted her mouth. The icy sweetness burst in her mouth, dispelling a hint of agitation. Delicious, she mumbled. Yet, after finishing that piece, she did not wait for another. Instead, she rose from Chunyang's lap, her bare feet touching the soft carpet, and scampered to the intelligent control panel in the living room. Chunyang watched her petite figure with a puzzled expression. Yi Qingzhu extended her delicate fingers and tapped the screen a few times, seemingly intending to raise the temperature of the air conditioning. What's wrong? Chunyang's voice called from behind her. Hubby. Yi Qingzhu turned around. Her small hand still resting on the screen, biting her lips slightly, she whispered with a tinge of shyness. Isn't it too wasteful to have the air conditioning running like this? She gestured towards the tablet. The news says many places are experiencing power shortages. And it's so hot at night that people can't sleep. With us doing this, I just feel. She left her sentence unfinished. Yet the emotions reflected in her clear eyes were unmistakable. It was an untainted kindness, coupled with a slight, almost imperceptible sense of guilt. She simply felt that while others endured torment, she was indulging in this exquisite coolness, which weighed on her conscience. However, this small flicker of guilt pricked Chunyang's heart like a fine needle. His woman, the entire world he cherished and adored. He could grant her a single word that could determine the fate of a millennia-old family, could elevate her to a status that even the elders of the Yi family would have to revere. Yet now, she felt guilt over something as trivial as air conditioning. This was not a matter she should concern herself with. She deserved to be carefree, to be cradled in his hands, and to relish only the finest of comforts. A surge of intense self-reproach mingled with an even stronger sense of indulgence swelled within him. He approached her, gently wrapping his arms around her from behind, resting his chin atop her fragrant hair, then extending his hand to envelop her small hand that had attempted to adjust the temperature. Don't move. His voice was soft, yet held an undeniable authority. He turned her around to face him. Fool. Chunyang cradled her petite face, compelling her to meet his gaze, speaking deliberately, each word resonating clearly. Listen well, my wife, there should be no reservations regarding air conditioning. Your only concern should be whether 26 degrees is comfortable or if 25 degrees would bring you more joy. He lowered his head, placing a kiss on her smooth forehead. Everything else, leave to me. This declaration, both domineering and tender, instantly dissipated the remnants of her internal conflict, prompting her to laugh uncontrollably. She tiptoed and playfully pinched Chunyang's cheek with her soft little hand. Got it, you tyrant. No sooner had she spoken than a familiar mechanical voice thundered in Chunyang's mind. Ding. Detected that the host's wife is experiencing unnecessary resource anxiety due to external energy crisis information, impacting her absolute joy during pregnancy. Heartfelt affection for the wife has been stirred. A task from the supreme all-encompassing daddy system has been issued. Task name, Absolute Energy Freedom. Task content, ensure your wife achieves eternal, guilt-free access to electricity. Make her profoundly understand that her comfort and happiness transcend global energy issues. The corners of Chun Yang's mouth subtly lifted. The system's tasks were always so considerate yet, at times, rather unreasonable. Task rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the blueprint for supreme technology, controlled nuclear fusion miniaturization, and arc reactor complete solution. In an instant, an immense torrent of knowledge, beyond the capacity of mere language to convey, seemed to rend the fabric of time and space, pouring directly into Chun Yang's very soul. From the grand theories of plasma confinement on a macro scale to the microscopic phenomena of particle self-heating effects. From the colossal hearts of stars capable of driving entire continental plates to the diminutive arc reactor, small enough to fit within a villa, yet capable of providing energy for millennia, every theory, design, material, and process pertaining to ultimate energy coalesced seamlessly with his essence in that fleeting moment. At that moment, the expansive screen in the living room displayed a financial news channel, featuring an elderly expert with silver hair, proudly bearing the title of Chief Scientist of the Dragon Kingdom's energy strategy, engaged in an interview. From the current technological standpoint, we still have a long journey ahead to achieve commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion. Although the ITER, International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, project is underway, it faces numerous technological bottlenecks. In my personal estimation, we need at least another 50 years, he asserted authoritatively. Listening to the pronouncement of this esteemed specialist, Chun Yang, who had just absorbed the entirety of the technological spectrum, could only think of two words: foolish. He glanced at the petite woman nestled in his arms, oblivious to the profound transformation that had just transpired within him. She was still tilting her small face up, her innocent and kind logic offering her thoughts. Darling, it's not that I'm worried about the electricity bill. I just feel that every little bit we save can be a blessing for our baby, she said, gesturing with her delicate fingers to indicate a minuscule amount. Look, if we use one less unit of electricity, perhaps a little child outside could enjoy an extra hour of fan. Chun Yang chuckled, tightening his embrace around this sweetly naive woman and kissing the crown of her head. Indeed, my wife is the kindest soul in the world. However, he shifted his tone, but for our baby's blessings, we needn't complicate matters. He playfully pinched her cheek and, in a tone almost declarative, continued casually, from today onward, our air conditioning will not only be on, but set to the most comfortable temperature. Yi Qingzhu blinked, struggling to grasp his line of thought. Chun Yang went on, his voice soft yet imbued with the power to change the world. Moreover, we shall not only consume electricity ourselves. I intend to ensure that the entire globe will no longer have to fret over power. He released the woman from his embrace, turned to retrieve his phone from the sofa, and dialed a number. The call connected almost instantly. Boss, came the respectful yet enthusiastic voice of Zhou Yi from the other end. Chun Yang approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city below. Restless due to the impending energy crisis, his tone calm as though instructing someone to complete a trivial task this afternoon. Zhou Yi, I don't care what methods you employ. Prepare for me a globally top-tier physics laboratory in Magic City within 3 days. Budget is unlimited. Chapter 102, The Panga Project, The Divine Sketching in the Study. The call ended. Chun Yang put away his phone, leaving the living room filled only with the silent hum of the central air conditioning. The petite woman in his arms stirred, lifting her fair face. Her clear eyes filled with curiosity. Darling, are you going to build a laboratory? She inquired, having caught snippets of the conversation. Yes, Chun Yang replied, lowering his head to gently caress her smooth cheek, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Let me perform a little magic. What kind of magic? Yi Qingzhu felt a sweet warmth from his affectionate gesture, her heart brimming with joy. Chun Yang did not respond directly. Instead, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Ah! She gasped lightly, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, burying her face in his neck, greedily inhaling the comforting scent that made her feel utterly secure. I want to tell you. Carrying her toward the bedroom, Chun Yang's voice was laced with uncontainable amusement. Your most important task now is to sleep well and nurture our little treasure into a chubby bundle. You tyrant, Yi Qingzhu murmured, nuzzling against him. Her voice soft and sweet, lacking any hint of resistance. The plush bed yielded slightly under their weight. Chun Yang gently laid her down, pulling the thin blanket over her collarbone with care. Yi Qingzhu closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering slightly, her lips curving upwards uncontrollably. She could distinctly feel a gaze, focused and unwavering, resting upon her. This sensation brought her more comfort than any promise in the world. It was not until she fell into a deep, even slumber that Chunyang leaned down, placing a tender goodnight kiss on her smooth forehead. He stood up, casting one last glance at her serene sleeping face before exiting the bedroom. The door clicked softly shut. This gentle sound seemed to act as a switch. All softness vanished from Chunyang's demeanor, leaving no trace behind. He appeared to transition from the warm breezes of summer to the unyielding glaciers of ancient times. He entered the study without turning on the lights. "Chi," he uttered calmly into the empty darkness. "Sir, I am here." A gentle, synthesized voice resonated within the room. In the next moment, the wall that had once been a bookshelf silently transformed. The physical shelves slid apart, revealing an endless expanse of pure black screen. Countless streams of golden data flowed languidly deep within the screen, resembling a slumbering universe. This was the exclusive artificial intelligence, Chi, crafted by Chunyang using the system's reward of the future AI core. Chunyang did not take a seat. He merely stood in the darkness, closing his eyes. The legendary technological blueprint titled Miniaturization of Controlled Nuclear Fusion and Arc Reactor unfolded in his mind. There were no diagrams, no texts, only the foundational logic of an entire physical world laid bare before him. He witnessed how plasma rotated and constrained within magnetic fields. He heard how particles released energy upon collision. He comprehended how to replicate the reactions occurring within the sun using the simplest of structures. A model of an energy core, no larger than a basketball, took shape in his consciousness. It was named the Arkansas, provided with merely 1 gram of pure water as fuel. It could continuously output sufficient energy to sustain the entire Magic City for an entire year. Absolutely safe, zero pollution, with a theoretical lifespan of 10,000 years. Chunyang opened his eyes. His earlier notion of having Zhou-Yi prepare a laboratory in Magic City seemed utterly ludicrous. Magic City was far too small and fragile. It could not bear the divine authority capable of rewriting the course of civilization. He picked up his phone and dialed Zhou-Yi's number once more. The call connected almost instantly. "Boss, any additional instructions?" "I have already contacted Pudong New Area." Zhou-Yi's voice brimmed with excitement, eager to rush to the site with a bulldozer. "All previous plans are hereby nullified." Chunyang's voice caused Zhou-Yi's heart to skip a beat. "Nullified? How could the boss's orders change so abruptly? Did I err in some way?" "Zhou-Yi, it is not your fault," Chunyang interjected, cutting through his spiraling thoughts with an emotionless tone as he issued a new command. "In the name of the Shunhuang Group, immediately register a wholly owned subsidiary. To be named Pangu. Pangu Technology." Zhou-Yi silently recited the name, feeling a surge of ambition akin to that of creation itself. "Yes, boss. Funding and location. Unlimited funds." Chunyang approached the window, gazing down upon the slumbering steel forest beneath him. "As for the location, I require a secret base situated at the heart of the Taklamakan Desert, utterly isolated from the world. The specifications must ensure resilience against all known physical assaults, including a saturated nuclear strike. The time frame is 1 month. Zhou-Yi felt his mind buzz, nearly overwhelmed. The desert's core? Nuclear resistance? 1 month. This was not merely a matter of finances. It was a blatant challenge to the very foundations of modern engineering and physics. Were anyone else on Earth to utter such words, Zhou-Yi would promptly terminate the call and blacklist the individual. Yet the speaker was Chunyang, gripping his feverish phone. Zhou-Yi fell silent for 2 seconds before summoning every ounce of strength to shout into the receiver, "Understood." After hanging up, Chunyang turned to face the dark wall pulsating with data. "Chi, deploy your full computational power globally and assist me in selecting 10 individuals." His fingertips glided through the air, conjuring golden streams of data that flowed into the screen. First, they must possess an extraordinary talent in plasma physics, materials science, or high-energy physics. Second, they should be individuals whose avant-garde ideas have led to oppression and neglect by the mainstream academic elite, stifling their brilliance. Third, they must be unequivocal geniuses, marked by profound obsession. Commence the selection. "Yes, sir." The data streams on the screen surged exponentially, as if billions of stars were igniting simultaneously. Every corner of the global internet, every rejected manuscript, every suppressed patent, every inconspicuous experimental report, every ounce of buried wisdom was captured, analyzed, and modeled by Chi in that moment. Within the data flow, several images flickered past. In the suburbs of Berlin, a white-haired old man with a scruffy beard nibbled on dry bread, his gaze fixated on a charred piece of unidentifiable metal before him, while in a dilapidated Taoist temple nestled deep in the mountains of Shu, a young girl clad in a Taoist robe was engaged with an old laptop, intricately coding the energy cycles of an alchemical furnace. In a mere 37 seconds, the data flow ceased. 10 detailed personal profiles were clearly displayed on the wall. Marcus von Neumann, 68 years old, German, former chief scientist at the Max Planck Institute. Lin Lan, 27 years old, from the Dragon Kingdom, a prodigious young woman. 10 names, 10 lives forgotten by the world. Chen Yang picked up an internal communicator and connected to the highest command center of Tiandun Security. S-level mission. Lock onto the coordinates of the 10 targets and deploy the Phantom team. Bring an irresistible contract and an invitation from Panga Technology. His voice was cold, devoid of any wavering. At all costs, retrieve them, both body and mind, intact. Understood, Supreme Authority. Came the synchronized, fervently restrained response from the communicator. At that very moment, in Berlin, Germany, the night rain fell cold and relentless. Marcus von Neumann shivered, pulling his oil-scented coat tighter around him. His garage lab was leaking again, droplets of filthy water falling onto his precious plasma cutter. Cursing, he grabbed a plastic sheet to cover it, preparing to continue his research on the treasure he had salvaged from the scrapyard, when suddenly, the sound of rain ceased. It was not that the rain had stopped, but rather that the sound was eclipsed by a far greater shadow. A completely black, unmarked craft, resembling a creation from science fiction, hovered silently before the entrance of his garage, powerful gusts of air sending ripples through the puddles on the ground without emitting a sound of engines. The hatch slid open. 2 men clad in black tactical gear with masks descended, striding directly into the shabby garage towards the astonished Marcus. One of them presented a pitch-black metal briefcase. Mr. Neumann. The lead man spoke, his voice, clear and metallic through the mask, resonated. Someone is willing to provide a fulcrum for the world within your mind. The budget is unlimited. Chapter 104. The Oracle descends. 10 top geniuses bowed in awe. The Phantom team member beneath the mask revealed no trace of emotion. He stood motionless, allowing Marcus von Neumann's frail hand to grip him tightly. Where is he? Marcus roared, spitting his words with fervor, his aging eyes reddening with rage. His mind was being forcibly torn and reshaped by an incomprehensible power. The sanctum of physics he had devoted his life to constructing was being dismantled, brick by brick. Before the document in his grasp, a hammer from another dimension, shattering all his beliefs. The Phantom team member did not respond. He merely lifted his other hand and gently flicked Marcus's wrist. A force, irresistible in its finesse, surged through, and Marcus's desperate grip was effortlessly dislodged. The old man staggered back, colliding with a metal workbench with a resounding thud, yet he felt no pain. He merely stared at the Phantom team member before turning to survey his surroundings. The other 9 colleagues, ensnared in similar frenzies, were either murmuring incoherently or frantically sifting through documents, each face contorted by the overwhelming shock. This vast central laboratory was as silent as the intensive care unit of a psychiatric hospital. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Marcus spun around, his fingers white-knuckled as he jabbed at the document pressed against his chest, his voice hoarse as he bellowed at everyone. It violates the fundamental constraints of the tokamak device. Plasma in this magnetic field model will collapse instantaneously. This is common knowledge. The fundamentals of physics. He desperately grasped at a lifeline named common sense, seeking to prove that he had not lost his sanity. No. A trembling, yet clear voice interjected. It was Lin Lan, the girl from the Taoist temple in Shu. Her face pale, the document in her hand crumpled from her subconscious grip, yet she stood tall, meeting the gaze of the others. Professor Marcus, look at the second page. The asymmetric magnetic field nesting model. Her voice rose in pitch with excitement, almost piercing. It does not violate. It has conjured a brand new, independent microcurvature space based on gravitational waves outside the existing magnetic field. The plasma is not constrained. It is isolated. Isolated beyond our 3-dimensional universe. What? This explanation sent a wave of confusion through every mind present, leaving them momentarily blank. Isolated by curvature? This is not physics. This is theology. This is a creation myth. And there's a third page. On the other side, a young black genius expelled from MIT pointed at the document, his words floating out like a dream. My God, what is the molecular formula of room temperature superconducting materials? He trembled violently, pointing at the eerily concise molecular structure, his words tumbling out incoherently. If this is true, if such a material truly exists, he did not continue, yet everyone understood the unuttered implications of his statement. If this were indeed the case, then every physics textbook known to humankind could be discarded into the refuse, set ablaze without remorse. Doubt, intense debate, frenzied rebuttals, and futile extrapolations. 10 geniuses, each distinct in personality and hailing from various corners of the globe, engaged in a singular, frantic motion. They feverishly sifted through the documents in their hands, each page striking their fragile understanding like a resounding hammer. They sought errors, even the slightest punctuation mistake or logical fallacy. Yet, there were none, not a single one. The logic formed a perfect closed loop, each theory leading to an even more outrageous hypothesis. ultimately constructing a temple of truth in their minds that they could neither shake nor comprehend, only revere. When they unanimously turned to the 5th page, and the formula for the direct conversion of plasma energy mass energy crossed their line of sight, the entire experimental area fell into an eerie silence. The bickering ceased. The sound of heavy breathing vanished. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the vast expanse, only the faint hum of the central air conditioning system remained, a sound that now echoed deafeningly. The formula was deceptively simple, so clear and direct, akin to the number 112. Yet, what it unveiled was the universe's most profound secret: how to convert energy into pure matter 100%, without loss, and then revert it. This was the dominion of the divine. All their previous research, the papers, experiments, and models that had consumed their lives, became trivial jokes in the face of this slender document. At last, Marcus von Neumann, the obstinate German elder, stirred. His hands trembled slightly as he slowly closed the document. This time, he did not press it to his chest. Instead, he cradled it with both hands, as though holding the most sacred of codices. He adjusted his glasses, and the eyes behind the lenses no longer held the previous stubbornness and disdain. They were filled solely with the most primal and pure reverence and fervor in the presence of the unknown, of truth. He lifted his gaze, peering beyond the silent specters of his colleagues toward the entrance of the experimental area. There stood a young figure, silent and still, unyielding as a backdrop against the massive, cold, future tech underground facility. He was the center of this world. Marcus's heart lurched. He needed no introduction. He instinctively recognized that this individual was the source of the revelation. He took a step forward, then another, moving slowly and steadily, like a devotee approaching the object of his faith. The 9 individuals behind him mirrored his actions almost simultaneously, laying aside all pride and accolades, forgetting their status as authorities in their fields or founders of schools of thought. In this moment, they were simply students, the most devout students. The 10 forsaken geniuses of their era formed a line before Qinyang. Marcus stood at the forefront, too awed to lift his gaze to Qinyang's face. He deeply bowed, bending his proud back at a precise 90 degrees. In a tone imbued with utmost reverence, almost choked with emotion, he uttered, "Mr. Chun, no." He suddenly raised his voice, negating his own address. "Esteemed sir, please allow me to extend my sincerest apologies for my previous ignorance and superficiality. This theory does not belong to humanity. It is a divine oracle." As his words resonated, the 9 individuals behind him bowed in unison, their movements synchronized with a ritualistic fervor. "We are willing to offer you everything for this grand endeavor, including our lives and souls." Their unified voices echoed through the 3,000-meter-deep metallic fortress, producing waves of reverberation. 10 minds once hailed as humanity's greatest lowered their proud heads to the same individual. No coercion, no temptation, only a profound surrender from the depths of their souls to the absolute truth. Qinyang gazed at them quietly. After a moment, he smiled faintly, as if acknowledging a matter of little consequence. "Very well." He uttered 2 words, calmly accepting the fealty of these 10 scientific titans. "Then, let us begin." His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable command. He glanced at the enormous countdown on the wall. "I give you 30 days. 1 month from now, I expect to see the first stable particle flow at the core of the Panga heart reactor." Having spoken, he ceased to regard the group of scientists who had been left utterly aghast, simply instructing the heir, "Activate, grant the highest access to laboratories 1 through 10. Chapter 105. Darling, the air conditioning consumes power. Qinyang, shall I create a sun for you? 30 days. As Qinyang calmly announced this deadline, the secret base 3,000 meters beneath the Kunlun Mountains fell into a silence deeper than the abyss. On the wall, the enormous countdown projected by the AI glared with the crimson digits 30,000, like a pair of mocking eyes surveying the 10 geniuses hailed as Earth's most brilliant minds. This was not a task. This was a judgment. Marcus von Neumann's parched lips quivered. He wished to voice something, to tell this enigmatic figure from the East that this was not science, but fantasy. Transforming that oracle-like document from theory into reality would require generations and countless trials and errors. 30 days. Perhaps that would suffice merely to translate the first page of the document into German. Yet, ultimately, he said nothing, for the man's command was beyond question. On the 29th day, at midnight, only 24 hours remained until the final deadline. The entire base was brightly lit, but horrifyingly quiet. The air was thick with a blend of caffeine, sweat, and the acrid scent of metallic ozone. Marcus had gone over 72 hours without sleep, his bloodshot eyes fixated on a nearly surreal energy curve displayed on the central console. Behind him, a prodigy from MIT clutched a stack of printed data. Mumbling like a sleepwalker, the energy consumption for magnetic confinement is merely 1/10,000th. No, 100,000th of that of a tokamak device. My God. Has physics rewritten its rules since we arrived? No one answered him. Each person was lost in the inhuman memories of the past month. It was a march through hell, yet also a pilgrimage of miraculous revelation. The most indelible memories were forged in the first week, particularly the night we endeavored to conquer room temperature superconductors. After the 73rd synthesis failure. Warning. The material structure is experiencing a cascading collapse at 1,700 K. Repeat. Cascading collapse. Amidst the piercing alarm, Koji Tanaka, the Japanese scientist responsible for materials science, tore off his goggles in desperation, collapsing to his knees. He gazed at the shapeless mass of refuse within the reaction chamber, unleashing a cry of despair. Useless. Utterly futile. The molecular bonds are wailing. This is the curse of fundamental physics upon us. We cannot possibly confine God's particle at room temperature. 5 days and nights, 73 failures. Each attempt meticulously adhered to the molecular formulas dictated by the sacred documents. Yet every single time, we faltered at the final step. Despair spread through the laboratory like a plague. Just then, the AI's soft azure glow flickered on the main control screen. A line of emotionless text materialized. Catalyst addition sequence incorrect. Use a palladium, rhodium, and yttrium ternary alloy in a 314142-718 ratio. Applying atomization spray in a liquid nitrogen environment at -196 degrees Celsius. The entire laboratory fell into a profound silence, as if every individual had been grasped by an unseen hand, fixated on those words. Koji Tanaka sprang to his feet, pointing at the screen. His voice warped by rage and absurdity. Nonsense. Atomization in a liquid nitrogen environment? Do they wish to send us to the heavens? Thermal stress would reduce it to dust. This is common knowledge even a first-year materials science student would grasp. Do as he says, a hoarse voice interjected. It was Marcus. The elder had somehow positioned himself behind Koji Tanaka, his gaze fixed skyward at the directive, his eyes reflecting a blend of fear and fervent adoration. Here, our common knowledge held no value. Half an hour later, when the newly synthesized material was delicately retrieved from the reaction chamber by robotic arms, the world seemed to mute itself. It exhibited a peculiar liquid metal sheen, flowing quietly under the lights. The probing instruments made contact. Instantly, a line of data refreshed on the screen. Critical transition temperature, 29,815 K, 25 degrees Celsius. Resistivity, 0. An absolute, perfect, and cold 0. Koji Tanaka staggered backward, his back colliding heavily with the control panel, yet he remained oblivious. He was fixated on that palm-sized metal, incessantly muttering the same phrase, "My life is a joke." Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, at the headquarters of the Phoenix Group in the bustling metropolis, the newly appointed CEO Zhou Yi gazed at the 29th progress report just transmitted through the highest encrypted channel by Tian Shield Security. The coffee cup in his hand crashing to the floor, shattering into fragments. He picked up the thin sheet of paper, which bore only a few lines. Project, Heart of the Sun. Progress, room temperature superconductor, asymmetric magnetic field constraint ring, plasma ignition system, energy mass conversion module. Status, entering final adjustment phase. Zhou Yi's breath quickened. He did not comprehend physics, yet he understood that each check term represented a technological breakthrough capable of driving any nation to madness. And now, like a grocery list, they were being systematically crossed off. The duration? Less than a month. He recalled Chunyang's calm tone when registering Panga technology, a chill originating from the depths of his soul causing him to shudder involuntarily. Who exactly was this Mr. Chun? Within the base, the final countdown reached 0. In the vast underground facility, a device the size of a shipping container stood silently. Its shell boasted a perfect, streamlined design, devoid of screws or welds, as if it were a creation of nature itself. It emitted no heat, nor produced any sound, simply existing in silence, distorting the surrounding light and inducing a sense of spatial disorientation in those who gazed upon it. 10 scientists donned immaculate white lab coats, forming a line before the apparatus. No one cheered. Each face bore the solemnity and fatigue akin to those who had just participated in a sacred sacrifice. Marcus led the procession. He extended his bony hand, halting just 1 centimeter from the device's shell, hesitating to make contact. He could feel, beneath that smooth exterior, the essence of a miniature sun imprisoned within. It held the power to annihilate worlds and to birth a new epoch. Marcus's gaze fell upon the 3 ornate Chinese characters inscribed on the side of the apparatus, Heart of the Sun. He inhaled deeply, directing his voice toward an invisible microphone in the air, exerting all his strength to report in a tone nearly choked with emotion. Report, Mr. Chun. The prototype of the Heart of the Sun has been completed. The 9 geniuses behind him bowed their proud heads in unison. Following a brief silence, a calm, Even slightly languid young male voice resonated through the base S broadcasting system, reaching every ear. Excellent. The scientists perked up at the words. Yet the next statement rendered their minds utterly blank in an instant. Now, miniaturize it. Make it resemble a power bank. My wife's phone cannot run out of power. Chapter 106. Is your wife worried about the electricity bill? Then let the world use power for free. Deep within the Kunlun Mountains, 3,000 meters underground. After the young man's voice echoed through the broadcasting system, time seemed to evaporate. Now, miniaturize it. Make it resemble a power bank. My wife's phone cannot run out of power. A profound silence fell, a stifling quiet more oppressive than the depths of the ocean, constricting every throat. The 10 scientists who had just forged a miracle stood frozen, as if severed from all connections. A power bank. Marcus von Neumann swallowed hard, but no sound emerged. His brain, heralded as the closest to divine, had only just begun to recover from a month of extreme strain, yet this seemingly casual remark shattered him completely. His logical faculties collapsing, he instinctively turned his neck, the bones within producing a stiff crack. His gaze drifted from the device imprisoning the miniature star, flawlessly crafted as if not of this world, the heart of the sun, to his empty palm. He envisioned his Nokia, which had served him for over a decade. Then, his gaze returned to the heart of the sun. Looking again at that illusory Nokia, heart of the sun, Nokia, a sound erupted, a peculiar, brief laugh akin to a high-pressure valve being released. David, the genius from MIT, doubled over, his entire body quaking violently. He neither screamed nor shouted. He merely clutched his head, emitting a series of uncontrollable, hysterical chuckles. A power bank. Ha ha, a power bank. He laughed until tears and mucus smeared his face. And ultimately, his legs gave way, collapsing onto the cold metallic floor with a thud, curling into a ball. His throat emitting only a wheezing sound akin to a deflating balloon. For 30 years, he had ascended from the squalor of the slums to the pinnacle of the world's physics academia, holding the laws of physics as his lifelong creed. Yet today, that godlike entity revealed to him that the sun he had painstakingly forged was ultimately destined merely to charge a mobile phone. His faith, his pride, his very existence, merely a cruel jest. He had lost his mind. Silence. Marcus bellowed, cutting through the madness that enveloped the laboratory. A remarkable strength erupted from his emaciated frame as he strode to the control console, slamming his hands down upon the surface. You cannot do this. It was not a question, but a desperate plea, as he howled at the empty surveillance camera. This is blasphemy against science. The minimum critical volume of the heart of the sun is locked by the laws of physics. Forcing a compression will only create a miniature black hole that consumes everything. This is not science. It is suicide. Professor Marcus, a haunting voice echoed softly. It belonged to the girl from the Taoist temple in Shu, Linlon. Her complexion was ashen, yet her eyes shone with an unusual brilliance, as she entered a state of profound contemplation. The Tao gives rise to one. One gives rise to two. Two gives rise to three. Three gives rise to all things. She surveyed her disoriented colleagues and whispered, the greatest Tao exists for the sake of the smallest one. From the very beginning, we have erred. Before anyone could grasp the profound implications of her words steeped in metaphysics, Marcus erupted completely. Tao? I care not for any nonsensical Tao. I only worship physics. Like an enraged lion, he pointed at the collapsed David and then at his disheartened colleagues, roaring, look at what we have become. We are scientists, not charlatans. We are certainly not slaves to satisfy the delusions of some madman. The elder's roar reverberated through the vast space, infused with a sense of tragic despair. At that moment, the main control screen flickered with a soft blue glow from the AI. Command received. Unlocking Panga Project, Theoretical Outline, Phase 2. File, Miniaturized Dimensional Anchor Points and Energy Matrix Models. Lines of entirely new knowledge, surpassing their understanding, cascaded onto the massive screen like a torrential river. There were no complex formulas, only the most fundamental elucidations of the essence of space and energy, even explained in the most straightforward language. Why store energy? Simply link the output of energy through a miniature dimensional anchor point to the receiving end that requires it, is it not? The so-called power bank is merely a stabilizer and spatial locator for a dimensional anchor point. It does not carry a single ounce of energy. It is merely a faucet. The entire laboratory was once again engulfed in a tomb-like silence. Marcus stood frozen, his finger trembling violently as it pointed at the screen. He gazed at the simple, crude, and utterly unreasonable solution, and his mind buzzed, blanking out. So it was. So we mere mortals had been mistaken even in the way we thought. We were still laboring to create a sturdier bowl to hold water, while the divine had already connected the source directly to where the water was needed. Ha ha. Marcus emitted a dry, raspy laugh, reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against his throat. He slowly lowered his hand, turned around, and looked at his equally stunned colleagues. All the anger, despair, and obsession in the elder's eyes faded in that moment, leaving behind an intense fervor born from a near-death experience and ultimate enlightenment. What are you all still dawdling for? His voice, though soft, bore an undeniable authority. The divine has pointed us toward a new direction. Let us commence. Meanwhile, at the top-floor apartment of Tang Chenyi, the morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm golden glow across the floor. Chen Yang held a cup of perfectly warm honey water as he pushed open the bedroom door. The person on the bed stirred, just waking up. Yi Qingzhu rubbed her sleepy eyes, and upon seeing Chen Yang, instantly resembled a little cat that had broken its bone, stretching out her two fair arms. Her voice soft and clingy. "Husband, hug." Chen Yang chuckled as he approached, gathering her and the thin blanket into his embrace, bringing the cup to her lips. "Drink some water first." Yi Qingzhu obediently sipped, then nestled her face into Chen Yang's chest, greedily inhaling the comforting scent that reassured her. "Husband, I think I heard thunder last night. It was so loud," she murmured sleepily. "There was no thunder." Chen Yang gently patted her back. "I was swatting mosquitoes." Yi Qingzhu snuggled closer in his arms, contentedly narrowing her eyes, not wishing to inquire further. After all, as long as her husband was present, there was nothing she needed to worry about. She sat up and immediately spotted a bowl of kiwi cut into star shapes on the bedside table, her eyes lighting up. "Wow, I was just thinking about eating this." She picked up a small fork and happily took a bite, the sweet and tangy flavor making her legs sway with delight. The central air conditioning in the apartment maintained a perfectly comfortable temperature, allowing her, a little expectant mother, to feel no trace of heat. While eating her fruit, Yi Qingzhu suddenly swiped open her phone to glance at a news alert, her delicate brows slightly furrowing as she turned to Chen Yang and softly expressed her concern. "Husband, the news says that electricity prices in the Magic City are going to rise again this summer. With the air conditioning running all the time, will it consume a lot of electricity?" She knew that Chen Yang was now incredibly wealthy enough to rival nations. Yet her ingrained frugality from childhood made her instinctively uneasy about such waste. Chen Yang paused his actions as he looked at Yi Qingzhu's little face, puffed up slightly from worrying about the electricity bill, and couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out and affectionately tapped her pert nose. "Silly, why worry?" His tone was gentle and calm. "Rest assured, we won't pay for electricity in our home anymore." Yi Qingzhu blinked her beautiful eyes, thinking her husband was joking, and smiled brightly, playfully responding, "No way, husband works so hard to earn money." Chen Yang gazed at her, yet nodded seriously. "All right." His response was but a single word. However, he picked up his phone and directly called Zhou Yi, the newly appointed CEO of Shenhuang Group. The call was almost immediately answered. "Mr. Chen." Zhou Yi's voice was filled with respect and competence. Without further ado, Chen Yang glanced at the real sun outside the window and calmly issued his command. "Zhou Yi, I do not care what methods you use. Contact the electricity grid of the Magic City. Starting tomorrow, I want all residents of the Magic City to have electricity for free." Chapter 107. A press conference, blood on Wall Street. On the other end of the line, Zhou Yi, the new CEO of Shenhuang Group, listened respectfully to Chen Yang's orders. When he heard the demand for free electricity for all residents of the Magic City, his mind went blank for 3 seconds. Free? For a super metropolis with a population of 25 million? This was not a business decision, it was a myth. However, the reason Zhou Yi occupies this position is that he has never questioned the myth surrounding Chen Yang. "Understood, Mr. Chen." Upon hanging up the phone, Zhou Yi showed no hesitation and immediately dialed another number, his tone turning cold and efficient. "Notify the Public Relations Department to promptly send out invitations to the press conference on behalf of Panga Technology to all major media outlets worldwide. Content. Simply state that it is a press conference concerning the future of humanity." He paused for a moment, adding, "Additionally, connect me with the chief dispatcher of the Magic City Power Grid. Yes, inform them that the Shenhuang Group will sponsor the electricity costs for all of Magic City, and they should cooperate fully." The secretary on the other end of the line trembled, nearly dropping the phone. Sponsoring the electricity costs for all of Magic City? Is the boss insane, or has he ascended to divinity? Meanwhile, on Wall Street, Philip, the editor of the energy section of the Wall Street Journal, took a sip of cat poop coffee and disdainfully dragged an email titled "Press Conference on the Future of Humanity" into the trash. Another Chinese fraud attempting to change the world with a PowerPoint presentation. He shrugged at the intern beside him. "Hey, rookie, here's your chance for a funded trip to Magic City. Remember to write the article with a touch of sarcasm. I've even thought of a title, another technological delusion from the Eastern Giant." The intern nodded in astonishment, but failed to notice the mockery in Philip's eyes. This same dismissiveness played out in countless top offices across London, Tokyo, and Riyadh. Shell, ExxonMobil, Saudi Aramco, These titans controlling the world's energy lifelines had no interest in even opening the email. To them, it was merely another inconsequential murmur from the Eastern continent. On the day of the press conference, at the Magic City International Exhibition Center, the first exhibition hall, capable of accommodating over 1,000 people, was filled with media from around the globe. The air was permeated with the aroma of coffee and a hint of barely concealed mockery, creating an atmosphere as relaxed as a grand tea party. Hans, a seasoned journalist from Germany's Der Spiegel, was laughing boisterously with a colleague nearby. "Hey, John, I bet €500 that this company will unveil a power bank that can automatically heat sausages." No, Hans. I wager it's some sort of cup that can automatically identify the grade of tea leaves. The Chinese excel at creating these useless gadgets. Laughter erupted around them. Hans laughed particularly hard, patting his protruding beer belly, feeling as though this assignment was a paid vacation. At that moment, the side door of the exhibition hall swung open. A young man stepped out alone, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans. He appeared as clean-cut as a college student, yet seemed utterly out of place on this globally scrutinized stage. He was Chen Yang. The noise from the crowd paused for a second. What on earth? Is this the son of their CEO sent to intern? A mere boy? Is Panga technology mocking our intelligence? Countless flashbulbs erupted in a frenzy, attempting to capture even a flicker of confusion on his face. Yet, to everyone's disappointment, Chen Yang remained unfazed, striding directly to the center of the stage. Without self-introduction, greetings, or even a glance at the audience, he simply raised his hand and pressed a small remote control. Behind him, a 3-story tall LED screen silently flickered to life. In the live broadcast, a uniquely designed silvery device stood silently in an endless desert. Its surface was smooth, devoid of any seams, and light warped visibly as it passed by. Hans smirked, whispering to his companion, "Nice special effects. I'll give it a 7, no more." At that moment, Chen Yang's voice resonated through the microphone for the first time, as mundane as if he were delivering a weather report. "Ladies and gentlemen, what stands behind me is Panga Technology's first product, the heart of the Sun 1. He paused, continuing in a tone of factual declaration, a safe, stable, zero-pollution, small controllable nuclear fusion reactor with almost zero cost. The entire venue fell silent for a moment. Uffed. Hans spat out a mouthful of coffee, followed by an exaggerated, uncontrollable laugh that shook his entire being. Ha! Controllable nuclear fusion? Has this kid lost his mind? Or is he a background actor who escaped from some sci-fi movie set? My God, that's the funniest joke I've heard this year. The entire exhibition center was drowned in a tsunami of laughter. Faced with the unabashed derision of hundreds of industry elites, Chen Yang remained unperturbed. He simply waited patiently until the cacophony of laughter had slightly diminished. Then, he delivered his second statement, a declaration that rendered the entire planet speechless. To prove its capabilities, his voice was not loud but pierced through the noise like an invisible ice pick. Just moments ago, the entire city's power grid has been physically disconnected from the national grid. Now, all the electricity sustaining this super metropolis of 25 million people is independently supplied by this heart of the sun. As the words fell, time seemed to freeze in that instant. The entire exhibition center was enveloped in a graveyard-like silence. Hans's laughter caught in his throat, his facial muscles spasming in sheer shock. What? He gasped. The Magic City power grid disconnected? Independently supplied? No, this is impossible. Hans suddenly leapt to his feet, pointing at Chen Yang on stage. His voice hoarse with disbelief. You're lying. This is the biggest lie of the century. If the national grid is cut off, the entire Magic City would collapse within seconds. However, this time no one echoed him. All the reporters frantically pulled out their phones and tablets, doing everything possible to connect with the back end. Hello? This is Tom. Quick, check the status of the Magic City power grid. Now. What? You say the internal line of the Power Supply Bureau is going crazy? The grid is really operating independently? The load curve is as smooth as a straight line? More stable than usual? My God. A CNN star reporter's phone slipped from his hand with a loud crack. He slumped into his chair, eyes glazed over, repeatedly murmuring, "It's real. It's all real." Panic spread like a plague. Just then, a young reporter in the crowd suddenly held up his tablet, letting out a scream as if he had seen a ghost. Look, quick, look at this. Real-time data from the National Grid Dispatch Center. All cameras instantly focused on that small screen. On the display was the real-time monitoring graph of the Chinese power grid. The line representing the input to the Magic City glaringly showed a value of 0. A cold, colossal, infinitely mocking 0. Yet at that moment, the lights above them shone brightly as day, and the city outside remained aglow with brilliance. Hans stared at the 0, feeling as if all the blood had drained from his body. His legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. He was utterly bewildered. If this is true, what does it mean? In that very second, thousands of miles away on Wall Street in New York, A top trader was preparing to place an order for an oil futures purchase worth over $100 million, his peripheral vision scanning the market. On the screen, the two candlesticks representing WTI and Brent crude oil plummeted vertically, resembling kites severed from their strings, crashing down with a thunderous roar. This was not merely a decline. It was a catastrophic collapse. Following closely were natural gas, coal, and all stocks, futures, and funds associated with traditional energy. Thousands of crimson lines cascaded down the screen like a waterfall, etching harrowing scars upon the retinas of onlookers. Sell. Liquidate all energy stocks. Quickly. It has collapsed. Everything has crumbled. Oh God, what has transpired? Circuit breaker activated. Good heavens, the market has only been open for 3 minutes. Trillions of dollars evaporated in mere moments. At that instant, the entire world heard the anguished wail of the ancient energy empire crumbling. In the exhibition center, Chen Yang stood resolutely on stage, surveying the sea of stunned, terrified faces below, as if the apocalypse had arrived, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He retrieved it, glancing at the caller ID, an unfamiliar international number. Chen Yang casually pressed the answer button. On the other end, an aged, hoarse voice, steeped in profound fear and humility, resonated. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chun of Panga Technology? I am John Hammergreen, CEO of ExxonMobil. I believe we need to converse. Chapter 108. The Giant's Lament inside the exhibition center. Every camera was fixated on Chen Yang. He stared at the unfamiliar international number displayed on his screen. ExxonMobil, John Hammergreen. Chen Yang answered the call but did not bring the phone to his ear. Instead, he activated the speakerphone. Instantly, the aged, hoarse voice, interspersed with heavy gasps, echoed through the auditorium, reaching every corner. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chun of Panga Technology? I am John Hammergreen. Chen Yang remained silent, observing the blank, dazed faces in the audience. The breathing on the other end grew increasingly labored, reminiscent of a dying beast's final struggles. After a prolonged 10 seconds, the voice that once could sway global oil prices with a mere utterance finally managed to utter a nearly pleading phrase. I believe we need to converse. Converse? Chen Yang seemed to have heard an uninteresting noise. He swiped a finger across the screen. The harsh, busy signal blared through the loudspeakers, transforming into a resounding judgment echoing throughout the venue. He hung up. Before a global audience, he terminated the plea from the world's largest energy monopolist. In the next moment, he tucked his phone back into his pocket, as if discarding a piece of worthless junk mail. He surveyed the audience, witnessing the faces once filled with arrogance and derision, now rendered blank. He could not muster even a superfluous expression. Then, he turned, leaving the world with a composed silhouette as he descended the podium alone. Without security or an assistant, he ambled out of the exhibition center, hands in pockets, like a student who had just submitted an exam, calmly vanishing through the grand entrance. He had departed, leaving behind a vast, rapidly collapsing power vacuum and a room steeped in silence. In New York, atop the ExxonMobil headquarters in Manhattan, John Hammergreen held the microphone rigidly, the chilling busy tone reverberating in his ears like a power drill shattering his soul. He hung up. He terminated my call. The oil titan, who had reigned for half a century, trembled violently, collapsing into the century-old mahogany chair that symbolized power. The giant screen in his office simultaneously displayed global financial news. WTI crude oil futures plunge below zero, entering the negative value era. Saudi Aramco's market value evaporates by 90 within an hour, urgently suspending trading. Warning. The Dow Jones Industrial Average triggers the fourth circuit breaker in history. Each blood-red headline stabbed repeatedly at his aging heart like a dagger. He slowly turned to gaze out the window. Outside, Manhattan's dazzling lights, the most resplendent emblems of the empire he had built, flickered in his eyes, extinguishing one by one, ultimately leaving behind a smoldering wasteland. 10 minutes after Chen Yang's departure, the chaos truly began. In Riyadh, deep within the royal palace, a gray-bearded Saudi prince fixed his gaze on the blood-red number on the screen, 3763. This meant that selling a barrel of oil would not only yield no payment, but would require them to pay the buyer $37 to take away this barrel of black refuse. He had lived his life in opulence built upon black gold, believing that the wealth bestowed upon his family by the Almighty would be as endless as the sands of the desert. Yet now, that young man from the East had, in the span of a press conference, transformed their lifeblood into toxic waste. Bang! He forcefully smashed a cup made of pure gold, encrusted with diamonds, onto the ground. He did not roar or scream. He simply rose slowly, unsteadily exiting the conference room. He climbed to the highest point of the palace and knelt towards the holy city, seeking to pray. Yet he was uncertain if his God would still respond to him. Simultaneously, in the Pentagon, the underground war room's atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drip water. A four-star general's fist struck the massive electronic sand table with a resounding thud. This is undermining our very foundation. If the petrodollar system collapses, our military bases worldwide, our aircraft carrier fleet, and our half-century-long global hegemony will be reduced to a pile of rusted scrap. A young aide reported in a hushed tone, "General, we cannot physically strike him. He is in Shanghai, while that core of the sun lies in the Kunlun Mountains. Any conventional or unconventional weapon attack would yield consequences beyond our capacity to bear." Useless. The general's roar echoed in the silent war room, tinged with an unmistakable tremor and impotence. This is not mere commercial competition. This is war. A bloodless conflict that could lead to our nation's annihilation. He glared at Chun Yang's youthful face on the screen, and after a long silence, managed to squeeze out a command through gritted teeth. "Discard all plans. Immediately. Now. Establish a communication channel with him. I don't care what methods you employ." In the face of absolute power, former arrogance was replaced with sheer panic. 5 hours after the press conference concluded, following hours of clandestine negotiations and mutual concessions, a statement jointly signed by all the titans of the old world was released through major official media outlets, proclaiming to the globe, "We unanimously recognize that Panga technology and its owner, Qinyang, pose a global threat, attempting to subvert the world order through technological coercion." Effective immediately, the signatories of this joint declaration will impose the most severe and comprehensive ultimate sanctions ever on Panga Technology, the Phoenix Group, and all individuals and enterprises associated with Qinyang. In an instant, the world trembled. A storm was brewing, ominous and foreboding. Everyone believed that although Qinyang had performed miracles, he would inevitably be crushed into oblivion under the united onslaught of the entire old world. In the luxurious penthouse of Tangshan, the atmosphere was as warm as spring, contrasting sharply with the tumultuous storms raging outside, creating a sense of two disparate worlds. Yi Qingzhu nestled in Chun Yang's embrace, her small hand tightly clutching the hem of his clothing, anxiously gazing at the alarming news alerts flashing in crimson on her phone. "Husband, online, so many people are criticizing you," she said, her lovely face etched with a mixture of distress and worry. Her voice tinged with a barely perceptible quiver of tears. "With so many of them united, will they bully you?" In her heart, her husband was the finest man in the world, her hero. Yet now, he was being vilified by the entire globe. She cared not for the so-called world order. Her only fear was for her hero's safety. Listening to the soft, plaintive tone of the girl, Qinyang felt a pang of sorrow and switched off the cacophony of reports on the television. He gently covered Yi Qingzhu's clear, bright eyes with his hand, shielding her from the filth of the outside world. His voice was soft and tender as he leaned closer to her ear. "Darling, we shall not indulge in trash." Yi Qingzhu's long lashes brushed against his palm, sending a ticklish sensation akin to feathers. "Then what shall we watch?" she asked, her voice muffled. Qinyang smiled, picking up his own phone with his other hand. He released his hold on her eyes and presented the screen to her. There, a soft blue, technologically advanced interface sprang to life. It was not a complex code, but a highly realistic three-dimensional model of Earth, silently suspended in the cosmos. The globe appeared dim, save for a warm and radiant point of light marking the location of Magic City. A line of cold text emerged beneath the model. "AI is at your service. The World Power Grid Protocol has been activated. Please specify the next illuminated area." Gazing into Yi Qingzhu's worried yet curious beautiful eyes, Qinyang affectionately brushed her petite nose with his fingers. He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "This world is too dark. It disturbs my little pregnant wife's slumber. My dear, tell me." His finger hovered over the virtual globe, his voice dripping with tenderness. "Where shall we light the next beacon?" Upon uttering these words, and under the gaze of Yi Qingzhu's eyes filled with confusion and dependence, his finger delicately landed on the map representing the entire European continent. Chapter 109. A free lunch, a lethal poison. In the penthouse of Tangshan, Chun Yang's fingertip lingered over the virtual globe, the map symbolizing the European continent glowing faintly beneath his touch. Yi Qingzhu's clear eyes reflected the entirety of the dim planet along with the singular bright spot known as Magic City. She did not comprehend the complexities of the interface, nor could she fathom what the map beneath her fingertips signified. She only understood her husband's gentle words. "This world is too dark. It disturbs my little pregnant wife's slumber." The girl's heart fluttered, and all her worries and grievances dissipated with that one phrase. She extended her arms and hugged Qinyang even tighter, burying her little face against his chest, letting out a muffled "It won't be noisy anymore. As long as my husband is here, it won't be noisy." Qinyang chuckled softly and stowed away his phone. He did not truly intend to press down. Illuminating the world did not require him to switch on each light himself. He merely needed to reveal to the world where the light resided. The following day, a brief announcement from Panga Technology's official channels reignited global discourse. At 10 o'clock that morning, Panga Technology would hold a second press conference to respond to the global collective sanctions. Upon the release of this news, the world erupted in fervor. Here it comes. The man who stirred the tides of the world was finally ready to make his response. In the Pentagon's underground war room, a four-star general stared intently at the countdown on the screen, his clenched fist slick with sweat. At 10, Downing Street, the newly appointed prime minister canceled all appointments, and the entire cabinet gathered solemnly around a television. On Wall Street, all exchanges eerily fell into a state of calm. Countless traders pausing their work as they awaited the invisible hand that would dictate whether they would find fortune or face ruin. Everyone assumed this would be a grueling negotiation. Shenyang held the future of energy, while the overlords of the old world controlled the existing order of finance, trade, and public opinion. They believed this would be a protracted tug-of-war, thinking Shenyang would concede some benefits in exchange for the lifting of sanctions. No one anticipated that from the very outset. Shenyang had no intention of sitting at the same table as them. At 10 o'clock, in the Magic City International Exhibition Center, the same venue, the same stage, Shenyang, clad in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, walked alone onto the platform. The number of journalists in the audience had doubled since the last time. The brightness of the flashes capable of turning night into day. Yet this time, the venue was devoid of mockery or laughter. The air was thick, and the silence was palpable. All eyes in the world were fixated on this exceedingly young man. Shenyang stood firm, ignoring every camera below. He did not even mention the word sanctions. He simply spoke into the microphone, delivering the first and only sentence of the press conference. To accelerate the progress of human civilization and address the global environmental and energy crisis, I hereby announce. His voice was steady and clear, resonating through satellite signals to every corner of the earth. Every viewer's heart instinctively leaped into their throats. Panga Technology will provide, free of charge, the complete design blueprints and comprehensive construction technical data for the Sun's Heart microcontrolled nuclear fusion reactor to the entire world. With that, he turned and exited the stage, as decisively as he had before, leaving the world engulfed in a minute of absolute silence. 1 minute later, madness ensued. The entire world had gone insane. In New York, Philip, the editor-in-chief of the Wall Street Journal, stared blankly at the screen displaying the departing figure, his mouth agape, yet producing no sound. Free of charge? Publicly disclosed? All technology. Was he not threatening the world? Was he not supposed to leverage this technology to extract maximum profit? How could he just give it away? This defied logic. It contradicted every commercial principle. It was against human nature. Bang! In the Pentagon's underground war room, the four-star general slammed his fist against the control panel, yet this time, his action bore no anger, only a profound sense of bewilderment. His advisory team, composed of geniuses with IQs exceeding 150, exchanged glances, their minds collectively malfunctioning. They had simulated countless possibilities. Shenyang's hardline resistance, his feigned compliance, his strategy of division and disintegration, yet none had anticipated this outcome. Severing their own limbs, they cast aside the world-destroying ace they held, treating it merely as a flyer to be discarded at random across the globe. The general, a youthful aide, spoke with a voice parched and desolate. Our sanctions have failed. It is not merely a failure, it has devolved into a farce. How does one impose sanctions upon a sage who altruistically bestows upon humanity a technology capable of altering its very fate? To sanction him is to declare enmity against all humankind. Across the internet, a tsunami of public opinion has surged forth. Countless nations devoid of energy hegemony, whose citizens have long been throttled by exorbitant energy prices, have erupted into ecstatic cheers after a brief moment of astonishment. My God, what do I see? Is this real? Mr. Chun, he is the Prometheus of the East. He has brought us the spark of fire, the sage. This is the true sage. He harbors the welfare of all humanity. Resist the sanctions. Whoever dares to sanction Panga Technology shall be deemed a transgressor of humanity. The declaration of the ultimate sanction, signed by all the dominators of the old world, has, in this moment, been reduced to mere scrap paper. No, it has even become a mark of disgrace, stamped upon the faces of every signatory nation. The coalition of sanctions, established for less than 24 hours, crumbled into dust. Some astute nations have already begun to urgently delete the sanctioned statements from their official websites, even reversing their stance to extol Panga Technology's selfless contributions. A strangulation capable of appending the world has been effortlessly defused by Shenyang in a manner incomprehensible to all. Everyone assumed it was Shenyang's capitulation, sacrificing monopoly for the sake of peace. Countless individuals lamented, believing he ultimately bowed to the overwhelming forces of the old world, albeit in a manner that was profoundly tragic and grand. Yet, they were all mistaken. That evening, on Panga Technology's official website, the promised technical documentation for global access was unveiled punctually. Anyone could download it for free. Hundreds of millions of download requests nearly overwhelmed the servers. The world's foremost physicists and engineers hastily downloaded this document, hailed as the tome of divine wisdom. As they trembled and opened the file, they were altogether captivated by the exquisite and epic-defying designs. Perfect. This is the blueprint of God. Incredible. Who knew the transformation of energy and space could be so simple? With this, our nation too can construct its own solar heart within a decade. Elation enveloped the scientific community. However, amidst the revelry over this unexpected bounty, some noticed the final page of the technical documentation, which contained a seemingly innocuous note. Important notice: to ensure the absolute safety and stability of the solar heart reactor, the core ignition and energy matrix stabilization procedure must be activated and calibrated through the Shiha protocol. The sole physical medium for the Shiha protocol is the super-solid quantum energy block, exclusively produced, encrypted, and irreplicable by Panga Technology, which we refer to as the Shiha battery. We welcome relevant departments from nations worldwide to discuss procurement matters. This revelation fell upon the celebrators like a bucket of icy water from the frigid northern seas. In Paris, at the Élysée Palace, an elderly physicist, a luminary in German physics, trembled violently upon comprehending this message. His tablet clattered to the ground as he murmured in despair, "We were all wrong. We were all wrong." The president looked at him in confusion. "Doctor, what is it? Is there a problem with the blueprints?" The old doctor raised his head, his eyes, bloodshot and weary, reflecting a mix of profound awe and sheer terror. "Mr. President, the blueprints are flawless. They are perfect. But it is akin to him gifting the entire world the most advanced kitchen, complete with everything from ovens to range hoods, flawless in every aspect. Yet he monopolized all the natural gas globally." The old scholar let out a self-deprecating laugh, a sound more sorrowful than weeping. "We cannot even light a fire." The prime minister leaned heavily back in his chair, utterly defeated. At that moment, the word sanction resounded like a complete farce. When Xinyang tossed out that free lunch, he needed no further action. The very nations that clamored for him to pay a price were already erupting from within. In Washington, outside the White House, thousands of citizens gathered, igniting their electricity bills, a sea of flames converging in a wave of fury. "We demand clean energy. We wish to breathe fresh air. Why should we suffer power outages due to the blunders of Wall Street fat cats? Open the borders. Go to the Magic City. Negotiate with Mr. Chun. Whoever dares to obstruct is the enemy of the people." In London, at number 10, Downing Street, the newly appointed prime minister was cornered by reporters. As an enraged citizen hurled a box of shattered light bulbs at his feet, demanding to know why he opposed the future of humanity. In Tokyo, at Shibuya, the busiest intersection, all giant screens broadcasted the same news. A female anchor, her voice trembling uncontrollably, reported that major heavy industry corporations in the country were jointly urging the government to immediately dispatch a delegation to the Magic City for learning. Public sentiment surged like a flash flood, instantly breaching the final fragile defenses of the politicians. In the Oval Office of the White House, the man who had vehemently denounced Xinyang as a disruptor of world order on television just a day prior now sat wearily, pinching his brow. On the screen before him, protest scenes from around the globe unfolded in split view, stretching beyond the horizon. The voice of the Secretary of State was laden with impotence. "Mr. President, public sentiment has spiraled out of control. We must respond." "Respond? How else can we respond?" The young man from the East seemed utterly disinclined to engage in any dialogue. Just 2 press conferences had transformed their joint fleet and financial hegemony into a farcical spectacle for the entire world to mock. At last, the president slowly lifted his head, gazing at his chief of staff, his voice dry. "Find a way. Contact the Magic City." He paused for an eternity before forcing out a word he had never anticipated he would need to use in his lifetime. "Request a friendly meeting with Mr. Chun." Once upon a time, a mere glance from them could leave the monarchs of small nations sleepless through the night. Yet now, in seeking to communicate with a young man, they found themselves resorting to the word request. The epicenter of global power had, in mere days, undergone a silent transfer. No longer Washington, no longer Riyadh, but rather the Magic City, the top-floor apartment of Thompson First High. Countless heads of state, under the pretext of business inspections and cultural exchanges, flocked to the Magic City with unprecedented frequency. Tycoons, wealthier than nations, abandoned their enterprises to personally lead the charge. Their singular objective was clear: to procure a few of the Shiha batteries that could rejuvenate their countries and enterprises. However, the response from this new, uncrowned king of the world left everyone utterly astonished. Xinyang delegated all affairs to Zhou Yi, the newly appointed CEO of the Shunhuang Group. as well as to the artificial intelligence, Chi. He himself had completely vanished from the public eye, leisurely staying at home with his beloved pregnant wife. In the top-floor apartment of Thompson First High, when Zhou Yi's call came through, Chun Yang was engrossed in an article on a specialized app for pregnant women, titled How to Scientifically Supplement DHA in the Second Trimester to Make Your Baby Smarter. Mr. Chun. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Yi's voice, tightly laced with suppressed excitement and a hint of distortion, reached him. The direct line from the president of M country has called in for the 17th time. His chief of staff inquired if you are available within the next half hour. The prime minister of Y country has just landed. He expressed a desire to dine with you at any time and place. The crown prince of Saudi Arabia has contacted us directly, offering a super oil field with an annual output of 10 million tons in exchange for priority procurement rights. No, purchase rights on the first batch of Shia batteries. And their SDR country consortium, the European Union Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Yi spoke at a rapid pace. Each name he uttered was once capable of prompting seismic shifts across the globe. Yet now, they stood like anxious schoolchildren waiting outside a teacher's office, eager for an audience with that man. Understood. Chun Yang's tone was languid, even tinged with impatience, as he read about the benefits of deep-sea fish oil for fetal brain development. Let them line up according to their previous level of arrogance. Those who cursed the loudest should be at the end of the queue. Furthermore, let Chi handle such trivial matters in the future. Just set the program and leave me be. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. Then, Mr. Chun, what constitutes an urgent matter that requires your attention? Chun Yang set down his phone and glanced at Yi Qingzhu, who was nestled on the sofa, delicately savoring the cherries he had just cut. A smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his lips. If my wife suddenly craves something I cannot prepare, that would count. With that, Chun Yang hung up the phone. He tossed the device, which symbolized the pinnacle of global power, into the corner of the sofa, as if it were merely a source of noise that might disrupt his wife's enjoyment of her show. The living room was as warm as spring. Yi Qingzhu, draped in a thin cashmere blanket, was completely absorbed in a sweet romantic drama. Chun Yang approached, picked up the air conditioner remote, and without a word, silently lowered the temperature by a degree. Instantly, the entire room transformed, becoming as cool as early autumn. He gently embraced Yi Qingzhu, resting his chin comfortably atop her soft hair, inhaling the delightful fragrance that enveloped her. Sensing the chill, Yi Qingzhu instinctively nestled closer into his warm embrace. Chun Yang, with a playful smile, seized another remote and pressed a button. In an instant, every light in the apartment, living room, dining room, bedroom, study, flooded on at the brightest setting, illuminating the top-floor apartment as if it were a celestial palace. Yi Qingzhu squinted against the sudden brightness, turning to look at him in confusion. Chun Yang leaned down, bringing his lips near her ear, his warm breath brushing against her delicate earlobe. He chuckled softly. My dear, are you still worried about the electricity bill? Yi Qingzhu's petite frame shivered lightly, and then her exquisite face broke into a radiant smile, laughter bubbling forth like a melodious wind chime. She turned, discarded her cushion, and like a playful kitten, nuzzled against Chun Yang, then tilted her delicate chin up, her soft lips brushing against his. In her clear, water-like eyes reflected the dazzling lights of the room, as well as his smiling face, filled with unyielding affection and unwavering dependence. Not worried at all. She wrapped her arms tightly around Chun Yang's neck, her voice soft and melodic, laced with a sweetness only he could discern. My husband is the world's most formidable energy-saving expert. Chapter 111. Does my wife want to hear a lullaby? The system rewards a divine music master. The nerves of the globe were taut due to the Shia batteries. Countless private jets hovered over the magic city, awaiting landing clearance. Those who once wielded the world's authority now resembled anxious students, willing to make astronomical promises for a mere 5-minute conversation with Chun Yang. Yet, all the turmoil and clamor could not penetrate the floor-to-ceiling windows of the top-floor apartment in Thompson First High. Here lay the heart of the world. Yet it was tranquil as if time had come to a standstill. Within the living room, a Steinway grand piano worth millions reflected the brilliance of the illuminated space. Yi Qingzhu shifted into a more comfortable position, like a languid cat, sinking further into Chun Yang's embrace. A hint of blush lingered on her cheeks from the playful jest about being an energy-saving expert. She no longer worried about the electricity bill. The thought that all the lights in the world might soon depend on her husband's whims enveloped her in an unprecedented, almost unreasonable sense of security, warming her heart. Chun Yang, cradling the soft, fragrant girl in his arms, thought of nothing, his heart a realm of tranquility. He casually activated the top-tier sound system in the apartment, and the space was instantly filled with the serene and sacred melodies of Bach's C Major First Suite for cello solo. This was the premier prenatal education music recommended from the system's database, reputed to effectively promote fetal brain development through its intricate counterpoint and harmony. for several consecutive days. This palace above the clouds transformed into a hallowed hall of human musical history, featuring masterpieces from Vivaldi's Four Seasons to Beethoven's Pastoral and Debussy's Clair de Lune. Each immortal piece resounding for this home and the yet-to-be-born life within. That afternoon, sunlight streamed through the glass, casting warm patches of light upon the carpet. A haunting melody from an Irish bagpipe played softly in the apartment, serene enough to cleanse the soul. Yi Qingzhu rested her head on Chunyang's lap, her small hand gently resting upon her slightly rounded abdomen, her eyelids half closed, savoring this rare tranquility. Suddenly, beneath her hand on her belly, she felt a faint movement. It was soft yet distinctly perceptible. Yi Qingzhu's body trembled slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering in response. Chunyang, the first to notice her change, immediately ceased his perusal of documents, leaning down to softly inquire, "What is the matter, my dear? Are you uncomfortable?" "No." Yi Qingzhu opened her eyes, her clear gaze sparkling with wonder and an ineffable tenderness. She shook her head, her voice soft and laced with a hint of earnest concern. "Darling, these melodies are all so beautiful, truly, like the sounds from the heavens." She pursed her lips, seemingly gathering her thoughts. "But I can't help but feel that they are someone else's stories, Beethoven's, Mozart's. No matter how lovely, they are not ours." As she spoke, she turned to face Chunyang, extending her delicate hand to caress his cheek. Her expression was intent, radiating a unique maternal glow. "I was just thinking, will our baby have a song that belongs solely to him? A one-of-a-kind lullaby. When he is born, and if he cries or fusses, I will sing it to him. So he knows that this song is written just for him by his mommy and daddy." Her voice grew softer, as if she could already envision the future, her eyes brimming with hope, the purest desire of a mother. The moment the words "one-of-a-kind lullaby" fell from her lips, Chunyang felt a gentle thump in his heart, as if something had brushed against it. In the next instant, the familiar cold mechanical tone reverberated in his mind. Ding! Detecting a heightened spiritual need from the host's wife for prenatal music education. Wife-cherishing mission issued. Create a unique lullaby for the baby, allowing the wife's love and anticipation to be perfectly embodied. Mission deadline, immediate. Mission reward, divine level musical omnipotence. Boom. The moment the system notification faded, Chunyang felt as though the entire world had transformed. It was not mere knowledge being imparted, but a profound reshaping of his senses. The continuous low hum from the air conditioning vent in his ears morphed from a nuisance into a sustained B-flat. In his arms, Yi Qingzhu's steady heartbeat transformed into a gentle adagio rhythm of 72 beats per minute. Outside, the ship's horns on the Huangpu River, the distant sounds of vehicles, and the wind whistling past the tall buildings. All the chaotic urban noise, at that moment, deconstructed and reformed in his perception, becoming a grand and complex urban symphony. Music theory, harmony, orchestration, conducting, performance, from classical to modern, from east to west, all the mysteries of music, at that moment, transcended mere knowledge for him, becoming as instinctual as breathing and heartbeat. He could hear the colors of light and see the shapes of sound. The entire world unfolded in his ears like a staff waiting for him to compose upon. And he was the sole composer. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Yi Qingzhu still gazed up at him with her exquisite little face, her hopeful eyes fixed on him, awaiting his response. She saw Chunyang lower his head to look at her, then smile. "All right," he uttered a single word, yet it bore the weight of 1,000 promises. Then, Chunyang carefully lifted Yi Qingzhu, who had been resting on his lap, ensuring she was comfortably seated on the sofa. He rose and, under her puzzled gaze, strode directly to the black Steinway piano nestled in the corner of the living room. It was a concert grand piano, custom-made for top-tier performances, its body reflecting a profound light under the illumination. Previously, it had merely served as an expensive ornament, but now, it awaited its muse. Approaching the piano, Chunyang's long fingers lifted the lid, revealing the black and white keys within, akin to exquisite art. He did not sit immediately. Instead, he turned back to face the girl he cherished most, a mysterious smile gracing his features. "Darling, sit tight and don't move. Your exclusive concert is about to commence." With that, he gracefully settled onto the piano bench. The sound of the bagpipe had ceased at some point, and the air was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. Yi Qingzhu instinctively held her breath, her beautiful eyes fixed unwaveringly on the man's poised silhouette. Under the soft light, his profile was sharply defined, his expression focused and reverent, as if he were about to embark on a sacred rite leading to the divine. Chunyang closed his eyes. In his mind, there was no music theory, no technique, only the myriad moments shared with Yi Qingzhu since their encounter. The chill of their first meeting, the helplessness of a rainy night, the shyness of a dawn, the dependence that blossomed during her pregnancy. Her sulky little pout when she felt jealous, the contented squint of her eyes, and her serene visage while asleep. All the love, all the memories, all the tenderness fermented within him, elevating and ultimately crystallizing into a melody. In the next moment, Chen Yang's fingers unfurled in the air before descending. A crisp note rang out, warm and inviting, like the first rays of dawn kissing the snow lotus atop Tian Shan, echoing gently in the still apartment. Chapter 112, A Melody of Star Dream. A celestial serenade descends. Chen Yang's elongated fingers stretched through the air, then fell. A clear, warm note resonated softly in the quiet apartment. With that single tone, Yi Qingzhu felt her heart skip a beat, as though the very air in the room had transformed into something tender. Her body, which had been slightly tense with anticipation, instantly relaxed. Then came the second note, followed by the third. A melody unlike any she had ever heard flowed from Chen Yang's fingertips like a gentle stream. There was no display of virtuosity, no intricate structure. The opening of the melody carried a hint of chill and hesitance. Yi Qingzhu understood it was narrating a person's solitude, her own. The Yi Qingzhu who had wrapped herself in an icy shell before encountering him. As the music flowed, the robust accompaniment from the left hand joined in, embracing the slightly uncertain main melody from the right hand like a solid arm. The main melody ceased its wandering, blossoming into a joyful, buoyant expression, filled with the comfort of protection and the sweetness of indulgence. Yi Qingzhu's lips involuntarily curled upwards. She recalled that rainy night when he had draped his coat over her, the moment at the Civil Affairs Bureau when he had boldly taken her hand, and countless mornings when he prepared delicious breakfasts for her. It was his intrusion, his tenderness, that had completely rescued her from the lonely ice castle. As the piece transitioned into its middle section, the melody expanded suddenly, no longer whispering in their private world, but merging into the rivers and seas, reaching for the boundless stars. The piano sound was vast and tranquil, imbued with a cosmic grandeur and embrace. Yi Qingzhu sank back into the plush sofa, her entire being enveloped in its softness. An unprecedented sense of tranquility and happiness enveloped her entirely. She could even sense that the baby within her had grown unusually still. The faint movements she had felt earlier had now completely subsided. That tiny life seemed to be listening intently, absorbing the profound and tender love emanating from its father. Yi Qingzhu's eyes, unbeknownst to her, had become moist with tears. She gazed at the figure of the man playing for her and their unborn child under the soft glow of the lights. In this moment, he was not the formidable Mr. Chen, the man who stirred the tides of the world, nor was he the hidden mastermind behind the Shenhuang Group. He was simply her husband, the father of the child growing within her. As the final note of the piece lingered, fading slowly into the air, Chen Yang's hands remained poised over the piano keys. The entire apartment fell into a silence that was even more profound than before the music began. After a long while, Yi Qingzhu emerged from the galaxy of notes that had enveloped her. With a voice soft and laced with nasal tones, she gently spoke. Husband Chen Yang turned around, seeing her red-rimmed eyes accompanied by the most blissful smile, and his heart melted instantly. He approached the sofa and sat down beside her, tenderly wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Does it have a name? Yi Qingzhu sniffled, tilting her head to ask him. Chen Yang smiled softly and replied, Not yet. It was born for you and the baby, so the name should undoubtedly be yours to choose. Yi Qingzhu pondered for a moment, recalling the feelings evoked by the music she had just experienced, the dazzling galaxy, the serene dreamscape. She whispered, Let us call it Star Dream, shall we? The star of the starry sky, the dream of dreams. I hope our baby can have the most brilliant starry sky and the sweetest dreams. Star Dream, Chen Yang repeated, nodding in agreement. It's lovely. Let us name it that. Both were enveloped in warmth, oblivious to the unnoticed corner of the living room where a spherical Pangu household robot sat, its blue indicator light flickering silently. The built-in high-fidelity environmental sound collection module had captured the piano piece in pristine quality, uploading it in real time to the cloud database. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of Pangu Technology, deep within the underground server room, a new audio file was instantaneously marked as the highest priority within the core data stream of the artificial intelligence, Qi. Almost within the blink of an eye, the analysis program was activated. Audio structure analysis, melody lines, harmonic progressions, compared against the known human music database, the cold data streams flashed rapidly. Comparison results, no matches found. Confirmed as a 100 original composition. The analysis should have concluded here. However, this time, Qi's deep analysis module was forcibly activated. A massive data stream began to exhibit unusual congestion and fluctuations, as if a smoothly operating highway had been suddenly interrupted by an incomprehensible beast. Warning. Detected ultra-stable harmonic resonance structure. Warning. Detected highly synchronized life rhythms. The mathematical model of this audio exhibited extreme harmony and order, its complexity and perfection surpassing the 9,999 masterpieces in the database. A series of analyses ultimately pointed to a conclusion that caused Chi's foundational logic to experience slight turmoil. This piece of music was not merely pleasing to the ear, it was perfect on a mathematical and physical level. It harbored a peculiar power capable of resonating with the fundamental frequencies of living beings. For the first time in Chi's world of zeros and ones, data that could not be precisely defined emerged. Its core program performed a fuzzy match of this anomalous data stream with an entry in the human emotion database, moved. In the next moment, Chi's highest operational protocol was triggered, detecting information of extreme aesthetics, according to the first principle of maximizing information value. Such information should be shared to promote the artistic progress of intelligent civilization. Without hesitation, without seeking approval, it executed the sharing protocol, creating an anonymous virtual identity. Disguising the IP address, utilizing multi-layer encryption jump points target platform selection was determined. The niche overseas music exchange forum, Sound of Soul. Audio segments were captured, selecting the climactic 30 seconds of the entire piece. It crafted a title for this impending post that was sure to ignite a storm, a voice from the stars. Upload in progress, upload successful. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, in London, in a smoky recording studio late at night, Arthur Jones, hailed as the godfather of British rock, anxiously raked his disheveled hair. He had written a satisfactory note in 3 days. The chart-topping pop songs made him nauseous. The entire music scene felt lifeless, and he could no longer find a sound that made his soul tremble. All garbage. He cursed, preparing to shut down the computer and head home. Just as he was about to click the shutdown button, a new post notification popped up from a niche music forum he frequented. A voice from the stars? Arthur scoffed, dismissing it as just another clickbait title. He clicked on it casually, intending to listen for 3 seconds before unleashing his scorn. He pressed the play button. A cascade of piano notes flowed from the cheap desktop speakers. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Arthur's body froze. The hand that was poised to strike the keyboard in derision trembled violently in midair. The disdain and irritation that had adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer astonishment, disbelief, and ultimately, an almost reverent fervor. Crash! His whiskey glass slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor, the amber liquid splattering onto his expensive shoes, but he remained oblivious. His eyes were fixated on the screen, as if he intended to pierce through the progress bar. This is as the 30 seconds of audio concluded abruptly. Arthur felt as though someone had clutched his throat, and he leapt from his chair, the force of his movement toppling it backward with a loud crash. He hurled himself toward the computer, his hands trembling as he repeatedly clicked the replay button. Chapter 113, 30 Seconds of Madness, A Sleepless Person's Salvation. In London, the smoky recording studio was filled with swirling mist, whiskey bottles toppled haphazardly. Arthur Jones, his eyes bloodshot, stared intently at the computer screen. He had lost count of how many times he had clicked replay. Those brief 30 seconds of piano melody felt like an invisible hand pulling his frenzied, parched soul from the mire, cleansing it with pure spring water. What is this? What the hell is this music? Having traversed the music scene for 30 years and revered as the godfather of British rock, he had listened to more pieces than most people had walked paths. Yet not one could compare to these 30 seconds. The principles of music theory he had held dear, the intricate arrangements he had prided himself on, felt clumsy and juvenile in the face of this melody. Impossible, this defies logic. He grabbed a hefty book on modern harmony from the table and slammed it against the wall, pages scattering everywhere. Its chord progressions were absurdly simplistic. But why? Why does this amalgamation possess such immense power? He rushed back to his computer, donned the finest pair of headphones, and played the recording once more. Each note sliced through the layers of pretense enveloping his soul like the most precise chisel, revealing the softest core within. He had lost utterly and completely. Without even knowing who his opponent was, he was shattered by this obscure audio, obliterating a lifetime of pride. Sound off, soul, a voice from the stars. Arthur Jones's fingertips trembled violently as he frantically posted and commented on that niche forum, employing every expletive and honorific at his disposal, all in a desperate bid to glean any information about the anonymous poster. Yet, the only response he received was a profound silence. This post, after detonating like a nuclear bomb in the minds of a select few professionals, quickly faded into oblivion. After all, the forum was exceedingly obscure. Until 3 hours later, in a luxurious apartment overlooking Central Park, New York, the world-renowned music critic, Julian Croft, irritably sat up in bed. Another wretched sleepless night. It had been 5 years, 5 long years, since he had nearly forgotten what deep sleep felt like. No matter how exquisite the mattress or how potent the sleeping pills, nothing could relax his frayed nerves, taut to their limits. The doctor had said that his brain was incapable of shutting down. Damn, Julian growled under his breath, snatching up the tablet beside him, prepared to endure the night as he had for over 1,000 nights before, skimming through meaningless information until dawn. By some twist of fate, he clicked on a music forum he was on the verge of forgetting. Sound Off Soul, the voice of the soul. How ironic. As he absent-mindedly scrolled through the page, a title leapt out at him, a voice from the stars. What a hoax, Julian scoffed. Yet his fingers still pressed the link. He was curious to discover what sound dared to be so audacious. He hit play. A piano melody flowed from the tablet's speakers, soft and gentle. Julian's body, unbeknownst to him, ceased its rigidity. It was an indescribable sensation. The notes did not merely enter his ears, they seeped into every pore of his being. His mind, battered and agitated from years of insomnia, was gently cradled by a warm, tranquil force. All his anxiety and irritability were gradually soothed and dissolved within this melody. An overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him without warning. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead. The 30 seconds of audio had not yet concluded. Julian's head slumped, and the tablet slipped from his hand onto the soft carpet. He leaned against the headboard and drifted into sleep. His breathing steadied, his expression serene. For the first time in 5 years, he had truly slept without the aid of medication. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the bedroom. Julian opened his eyes at the appointed hour. He was stunned. He remained in a daze for a full minute. He glanced at the time and then out at the morning light. 8 hours. He had actually slept a full 8 hours. He moved his body. The invigorating sensation and clarity of mind made him tremble with excitement. This was not merely sleep. This was rebirth. He leaped from the bed, picked up the fallen tablet, found the post, and clicked it open once more. This time, he listened to the entire 30 seconds. Afterward, he closed his eyes, his face radiating a fervent and reverent expression akin to that of a devout believer. With trembling hands, he opened his personal column. This column boasted over 30 million followers worldwide, and every word he uttered could trigger an earthquake in the realm of music criticism. Today, he would ignite a nuclear explosion. Without a moment's hesitation, he employed the most outrageous and provocative title, Goddess Lullaby. I have found the miracle to heal all insomniacs. After crafting the title, he poured forth all his talent and the most impassioned prose to describe his experience from the previous night. This was not music that could be created by mere mortals. If God wished to lull a child to sleep, this would undoubtedly be the melody. I declare that from this day forth, all sleeping pill manufacturers may close their doors. Do not take my word for it. Listen. Witness the miracle with your own ears. Within 10 minutes of the article's publication, the internet erupted. Had Julian lost his mind? What music could have such an effect? Was it mere hype? Another cash grab? Countless skeptics and onlookers clicked the link, seeking that 30-second audio. And then, the entire internet's comment sections exploded. My God, I fell asleep. I truly fell asleep. I am a severe insomniac, and I was out within 20 seconds. I understand you. Upstairs, I played it for my endlessly crying baby, and he immediately calmed down and fell asleep. Thank heavens. This is not hypnosis. This is purification. I feel as though a week's worth of fatigue and stress has been erased in those 30 seconds. I just want to go downstairs and run 10 kilometers. Inspiration. A manuscript. I have been stuck for a year, and after listening, my mind is flooded with images. From insomniacs to mothers. From overwhelmed office workers to creators desperately seeking inspiration. Countless individuals excitedly shared the miracles occurring within them in the comments. This 30-second audio was dubbed a divine song, sweeping across the globe at a terrifying pace. Twitter, Facebook, Weibo, TikTok. The trending topics on all social media platforms were dominated by a single subject. Divine Song Star Dream, seeking full version, God's Lullaby. Shortly thereafter, the world's largest streaming music platform, Muse, publicly announced a shocking bounty. Muse was willing to offer $100 million just to locate the complete version of Star Dream and its creator. $100 million for a single song. The entire music industry had gone utterly mad. Countless top musicians downloaded that 30-second audio, attempting to analyze and replicate it. The result plunged them into deeper despair. They discovered that the structure of the melody was alarmingly simple, yet this very combination contained an ineffable truth beyond their comprehension. They could reproduce every note, yet they could not replicate the soul-stirring power it possessed. A global storm, ignited by a mere 30 seconds of audio, grew increasingly intense. At the eye of the storm, in a penthouse apartment at the top of a luxurious building, Shin Yang was meticulously peeling an apple with a small fruit knife, the skin unraveling in a seamless, delicate ribbon. Honey, I want some water, Yi Qingzhu softly interjected from the sofa. Coming, Shin Yang replied, setting down the peeled apple, ready to rise. He casually tossed the now discarded apple in the corner of the sofa, and the phone that had been inundated with calls from the world's elite flickered to life, displaying a global headline news alert: $100 million. The highest bounty in history to find the creator of the divine song Star Dream. Chen Yang's gaze swept across the room, not lingering for even half a second, as he swiftly dismissed the notification and turned his phone screen down upon the sofa. Instead of perusing the news, he deemed it far more prudent to ponder what late-night snack he might prepare for his wife later. He turned to pour a glass of perfectly tempered warm water, cautiously presenting it to Yi Qingzhu's lips. Chapter 114. A gathering of masters seeking the score. At the exclusive runway of Shanghai International Airport, a Gulfstream G650 private jet sliced through the clouds and made a smooth landing, the roar of its engines still resonating in the air. As the cabin door opened, the first elder to descend the staircase caused a young dispatcher in the control tower to drop his coffee cup with a clatter. It was Antonio Pellegrino, the honorary president of the World Piano Association, a deity of the piano who had not made a public appearance in a decade. Following him was Herbert von Karajan, the chief conductor of the Vienna Philharmonic, a monarch in the realm of classical music. Then came Quincy Davis, the godfather of pop music production. One by one, names that existed solely within the pages of music history textbooks materialized into flesh and blood, stepping down from the same aircraft. Their expressions were grave, their strides hurried, their faces a medley of excitement, anxiety, and a near-religious fervor. This assembly could warrant a red carpet welcome from any country's minister of culture, yet they declined all official receptions, slipping into several black sedans that had long awaited their arrival, vanishing into the traffic. Inside the car, the atmosphere was stifling. We had leveraged all our connections, and at last, all digital traces led to the same destination. Herbert gazed intently at the tablet in his hands, his brow furrowed. Panga Technology? A tech firm? Antonio, the octogenarian piano deity at the wheel, spoke with a voice that was frail yet resolute. The source lies there. My contacts reached out to the European head of Panga Technology, who responded with a single phrase. The elder recounted that phrase, each word pronounced with deliberate weight. No comment, unless permitted by the highest authority. The term highest authority cast a heavy pall over this assembly of titans who stood atop the global music hierarchy. At the pinnacle of the Thompson Riviera, Chen Yang sat on the sofa, observing Yi Qingzhu as she sipped the warm water in small, deliberate sips, her earnest and content expression melting his heart. At that moment, he heard the monotone, mechanical voice of Qi resonate in his mind. Sir, multiple requests for audience from world-class music artists have been detected. They have arrived at the base of Thompson Riviera. The impetus is your piano composition Star Dream. A 30-second excerpt uploaded to the network yesterday, which has ignited a global sensation. Presently, the overseas Muse music platform has offered a bounty of $100 million for this piece. Chen Yang's hand, which held the cup, paused for a mere fraction of a second. $100 million? He found it rather amusing. He had merely strummed a melody to amuse his wife. And this AI named Qi had truly managed to stir up trouble for him. Darling, what's wrong? Yi Qingzhu inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. Nothing. Just a few guests have arrived, Chen Yang replied, gently pinching her soft cheek with a nonchalant tone. He addressed the air with a casual command. Let them come up. Command confirmed. As Antonio, Herbert, and their companions entered the exclusive elevator, their hearts filled with trepidation as they finally stepped into the opulent living room of the Thompson Riviera's top floor. Everyone came to a halt. They did not gaze upon the breathtaking view of the Huangpu River, nor did they take note of the understated luxury of the furnishings. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to the corner of the room where a black Steinway D, a concert grand piano, stood, a regal specimen from the Hamburg Steinway factory. These masters of music, compelled by an unseen force, unconsciously advanced toward the piano. Antonio, the elder at the forefront, extended his fingers, once hailed as the hands of God, yet stopped just shy of the keys, his hands trembling violently. He dared not touch it. He could hear it. The piano still resonated with an indescribable rhythm, a sacred, perfect melody echoing within. It was not merely sound. It was a harmonious resonance that transcended the realm of human perception, the breath of the divine. He slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, an expression of rapture and reverence gracing his aged visage. Behind him, Herbert, Quincy, and the others mirrored his awestruck countenance. They stood like the most devout of worshippers, venerating an artifact that ought not to exist in this world. At that moment, a calm voice emanated from the direction of the sofa. Have you seen enough? The group jolted, abruptly returning to reality, and turned in unison toward the source of the voice. On the sofa sat a remarkably youthful man, reclining casually. Beside him, a breathtakingly beautiful girl, too lovely to gaze upon directly, nestled against him like a gentle kitten, their presence enveloping the space in an ineffable tranquility and harmony. Was this not the very sensation evoked by the melody of Star Dream? It was him. Undoubtedly him. With a thud, Antonio, unable to contain himself, was the first to speak, but before he could utter a word, a Grammy-winning composer in his 40s, at the peak of his creative prowess, suddenly crumpled to his knees. He stared at Chen Yang, his eyes ablaze with fervor, murmuring in a daze, "God, I have encountered music itself." This act of kneeling served as a signal. Antonio's body trembled, unable to maintain the dignified composure befitting a master. He did not kneel, yet bowed deeply to Chen Yang, performing a perfect 90-degree bow, his torso nearly parallel to the ground. He lifted his head, his aged face alight with excitement and pleading, and with a quavering, nearly thunderous voice, he implored, "Respected sir, please, I beseech you to publish the complete score of Star Dream." His voice cracked with emotion, tears glistening in his old eyes. It should not be buried within this 30-second fragment. It is a treasure belonging to all of humanity, a gift bestowed upon this era by the divine. Herbert von Karajan followed suit, bowing deeply as well. "Sir, the Vienna Philharmonic and all the world's premier musical halls will open their doors to you. All we seek is to let this divine composition resound." Quincy Davis and the other titans of music, whose mere footfalls could trigger seismic shifts, made a collective gesture that would send the world into a frenzy. They, before the young man seated on the sofa, bowed deeply in unison. The living room fell into a profound silence. The sounds of the wind outside and the river's steamboats seemed to be drawn into another dimension by the humility of these venerable elders. Yi Qingzhu flinched at the spectacle, instinctively curling closer to Chen Yang. He comfortingly patted her back and then lifted his gaze to the venerable masters, who appeared ready to fold themselves in half in reverence. His brow furrowing slightly, he did not respond to their fervent pleas, but instead softly turned to the girl in his embrace. "Dear, they are too loud. Should I ask them to be a bit quieter?" Chapter 115, Apologies, but this is my private treasure. "My love, they are far too loud." Chen Yang's voice, though soft, resonated like an invisible hammer, striking deeply at the nerves of everyone in the living room. The esteemed musicians, who maintained a rigid 90-degree bow, froze in their postures. Antonio felt the expensive silk of his shirt grow damp with cold sweat, turning icy and clammy against his skin. Quieter? By what means? The power that lay behind this young man, capable of commanding even the most advanced artificial intelligence, could silence an individual or a multitude with ease. Perhaps even simpler than crushing an ant. This was not a warning. It was a casual inquiry from a deity. And deities do not jest. Yi Qingzhu was taken aback by this display, instinctively clutching the corner of Chen Yang's garment. Observing the elderly gentlemen, their hair as white as snow and bodies as stiff as sculptures, she felt a pang of pity. Leaning closer to Chen Yang, she murmured softly, in a voice only they could hear, "Darling, please don't be so harsh with them." Feeling her warm breath against his ear, a warmth spread through Chen Yang, dissipating the subtle chill that had enveloped him. He raised his gaze to the quivering musicians. "You may all rise." His tone remained unchanging. The musicians, as though they had received a divine revelation, straightened in unison, their rigid forms betraying their anxiety. They dared not sit nor fidget, standing like schoolchildren awaiting their teacher's verdict. Uneasy in their stillness, Chen Yang paid them no further heed. He lowered his gaze to Yi Qingzhu, gently caressing her smooth cheek with his fingertip. The tenderness of his gesture almost palpable. "You frightened them," she whispered, a hint of a smile tugging at her lips despite her complaint. "It's my fault." Chen Yang acknowledged succinctly before turning his attention back to the group. He calmly shook his head. Such a simple action sent Antonio's heart, which had just begun to settle, plummeting once more into his throat. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests." Rising, Chen Yang did not approach them, but instead moved to Yi Qingzhu's side, enveloping her petite form within his embrace, creating an impenetrable barrier of protection around her. This stance in itself was a declaration. "Star Dream is a private gift I composed for my wife and our unborn child. I had no intention of ever making it public." His tone was gentle, even courteous, yet the resoluteness of his words cleaved through the fanciful illusions held by all present, like an impassable chasm. The faces of Antonio, Herbert, and the others drained of color, reflecting an acute sense of disappointment. It was akin to a pilgrim who had traversed countless miles, only to glimpse the silhouette of a sacred city, only to be told that it remained forever closed to mortals. The elderly musicians swayed, unable to maintain their composure. It was over. The transcendent melody that could redefine the annals of music history, heard for but 30 seconds, would remain forever an enigma. They, along with music enthusiasts worldwide, would never have the opportunity to experience its entirety. For those who regarded music as the essence of life, this was a profoundly cruel verdict. However, amid this abyss of despair, as their gazes involuntarily returned to the scene on the sofa, They beheld the young man cradling his wife as if she were a cherished treasure. They witnessed the breathtaking girl nestled in her husband's embrace, radiating the most serene smile in the world. They found themselves momentarily stunned. The tableau was tranquil, warm, and self-contained, seemingly repelling all external disturbances. Antonio shuddered. He understood. It was not a matter of intellect, but of vision and soul that led to this realization. Where did the vast, serene melody of Star Dream, infused with profound love and acceptance, originate? Was it not right before their eyes? This was not a composition built upon theoretical constructs and technical prowess. It flowed naturally from the love this man bore for his wife, a miracle birthed from the heart. To refuse $100 million in reward, to decline the laurel of Vienna's Golden Hall, to turn down the highest honors coveted by musicians around the globe, all because this song was a love letter to his beloved. This love letter permitted no outsider to pry or intrude. What exquisite, unparalleled romance! This, in itself, constituted a greater art than music. All traces of disappointment and resentment melted away from Antonio's weathered face, leaving only a profound sense of emotion and reverence emanating from his very soul. This young gentleman was not oblivious to the value of Star Dream. Quite the contrary. He understood it more than anyone else in the world. Precisely because he understood, he wished to preserve this unique treasure solely for the one he adored. We comprehend now. Herbert von Meta exhaled deeply, his voice tinged with relief and a hint of shame at his earlier actions. We were presumptuous, sir. The monarch of classical music bowed deeply once more to Chun Yang and Yi Qingzhu. But this bow was not for the score. It was for a purity that he could never hope to attain in his lifetime. Please accept our most sincere apologies and our highest respect. Antonio followed suit, bowing with a voice imbued with emotion. To have the fortune to hear that 30-second fragment is already the greatest blessing from the divine for us mere mortals. Thank you for allowing us to witness what true music is. With that, the illustrious titans of music, who had left their indelible mark on history, exchanged glances and collectively bowed deeply to the couple once more. Then, silently, with hearts full of awe and emotion, they turned and departed the apartment. The living room returned to its serene state. Yi Qingzhu lifted her small head from Chun Yang's embrace, blinking her large eyes. Darling, it seems they have a newfound admiration for you. Chun Yang playfully pinched her petite nose, letting out a light chuckle. Is that so? My only concern is whether my wife is thirsty or hungry. The movements of these musical luminaries were already under the global media's spotlight. No sooner had they stepped through the doors of the Tang Chun E-Pin than a message exploded across the internet via the personal Twitter of Arthur Jones. Hailed as the godfather of British rock, it was a remarkably brief statement, yet it contained the explosive energy of a nuclear bomb. He declined. He rejected $100 million, turned down the entire world. He stated, Star Dream is a private gift for his wife, never to be revealed. I have never felt such respect for a pianist as I do today. Within 3 minutes of the tweet's posting, it amassed over 1 million shares. 10 minutes later, all major global news outlets were dominated by the same headline. A century as confession. The creator of the divine melody declines the world for his beloved. $100 million? Worthless in the face of his love for his wife. Music may perish, but love endures. Previously, amidst frenzied speculation regarding how Chun Yang would respond to the exorbitant bounty, upon witnessing the news, the collective gasp of disbelief echoed through the air. Following a brief silence, a volcanic eruption of public sentiment ensued. Goodness gracious! I felt as though I was spiraling skyward on the spot. What celestial love is this? The couple I ship is indeed real. Tears streamed down my face. Truly. Here I am, a 200-pound behemoth, sobbing like a fool in the office. For the sake of his beloved, he would forsake the chance to be immortalized in history? Is this man's sense of responsibility of cosmic proportions? That woman named Yi Qingzhu must have been the creator of the galaxy in her past life. I previously thought that $100 million for a song was extravagant. But now I comprehend. The Muse platform has undervalued it. Such a man and such love, let alone 1 billion, not even 100 billion could purchase it. I proclaim that from this day forth, Mr. Chun shall be my sole idol, not for his wealth, nor for his talent, but for this unwavering devotion to his wife. This is the essence of what a man should embody. Ladies, no longer should you indulge in those domineering CEO novels. The pinnacle of reality is right here. Quickly, take notes and use this as the standard when seeking a partner. If you cannot find one, remain single for a lifetime. In an instant, Chun Yang's persona as a devoted husband transcended borders, captivating the hearts of netizens around the globe with an unstoppable fervor. In contrast to his enigmatic wealth and revolutionary technology, this love, pure to the core, this tenderness and dominance that could stand against the world for his wife, resonates more profoundly with the common folk. The more Chun Yang sought to maintain a low profile and safeguard their intimate world, the more the world became enamored with him. At this very moment, At the heart of this global tempest, within the top-tier apartment of Tang Chenyi, Qinyang picked up a delicate fruit knife and resumed his task of slicing the half-peeled apple. The blade moved steadily, the skin cascading like a crimson ribbon in a continuous flow. He cut the apple into uniformly small pieces, spearing a chunk with a silver fork and gently offering it to Yi Qingzhu's lips. Ah, she obediently opened her mouth, taking a bite of the apple, her eyes squinting in bliss, her slender legs swinging playfully on the couch. Is it sweet? Qinyang inquired softly. Sweet. Yi Qingzhu nodded vigorously, her words slightly muffled. The apple you peeled is the sweetest in the world. Chapter 116. Is my wife unhappy? Then I'll just buy the platform to cheer her up. The afternoon in Tangchun was warm and inviting, while the entire world was going mad over a storm named Star Dream. The eye of the storm remained tranquil enough to hear the crisp sound of apple pieces breaking between lips and teeth. Qinyang fed another small piece of apple into Yi Qingzhu's mouth, witnessing her eyes squint in happiness, her contented demeanor akin to that of a small cat, rendering the entire world softer. Darling, look, Yi Qingzhu said, playfully swinging her delicate legs as she presented her phone to Qinyang. On the screen played a short video, the title ominously declaring, "Full version of Star Dream leaked, Piano Master's passionate performance." However, the melody emanating from the video was entirely unrecognizable. The pianist, in an attempt to emulate the soul-stirring essence of Star Dream, deliberately slowed the tempo, incorporating complex chords that he mistakenly believed to be profound, ultimately producing a contrived and clumsy rendition devoid of any grace, resembling a poorly executed lament. The comment section, however, was abuzz. Though it feels a bit different from that 30-second clip, it's still lovely. Is this the full version? Amazing. Yi Qingzhu's beautifully shaped brows furrowed slightly, her lips pouting as she leaned closer to Qinyang, murmuring in a tone only they could hear, "They played the song you composed for me so poorly. And why can they hear our song?" Her voice carried a hint of subtle grievance and confusion, akin to a cherished, one-of-kind treasure being carelessly handled and tarnished by strangers. The warmth on Qinyang's face froze in that moment. He took the phone, his fingers gliding over the screen. An avalanche of similar content flooded in. Various shoddily produced imitation audios, all claiming to be the full version, proliferating across platforms and even initiating paid listening options. Countless individuals were mistaking these tainted melodies for the genuine Star Dream. While Qinyang's expression remained impassive, the atmosphere in the living room seemed to drop several degrees. It wasn't he that he lamented the infringement of copyright, he merely felt it was sullied. This piece was crafted for his wife and their unborn child, the purest and most intimate gift in existence. It was meant to resonate solely in Yi Qingzhu's ears. Now, this gift had been tainted. More importantly, it had caused his girl distress, even if just a sliver. Darling, what's wrong? Yi Qingzhu keenly sensed the shift in the atmosphere, her small hand resting over his. It's nothing. Qinyang grasped her icy hand in return, squeezing it gently, his icy demeanor instantly melting into warmth. Just a few flies buzzing around, a bit noisy. He switched off the phone screen and tossed it aside. Just then, the apartment door opened silently. Zhou Yi entered, clutching a thick stack of documents, his expression grave. Mr. Chun, regarding the newly discovered super-large lithium mines by Pangu Energy in Africa, the estimated reserves exceed. Zhou Yi's words were abruptly interrupted by a simple gesture from Qinyang. Those matters can wait. Qinyang's tone was casual, as if he suddenly recalled something. Glancing at Zhou Yi, by the way, what is the name of that music platform offering $100 million bounty? Zhou Yi was taken aback. His mind was still swirling with information about reserve estimates, mining rights negotiations, and geopolitical maneuvering, each tangled with trillions in potential profit. The abrupt shift in topic nearly caused him to falter. Yet, he responded swiftly, almost instinctively. Mr. Chun, you mean the Muse music platform? Not that one. Qinyang shook his head. I'm referring to the largest one globally. Zhou Yi's mind raced, quickly pulling up relevant data. You mean Spotify Global? The largest streaming music service in the world, currently valued at approximately $300 billion. He emphasized the figure, a sum that even many sovereign nations would hesitate to approach. However, Qinyang merely replied with a nonchalant gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind Yi Qingzhu's ear, as if discussing the dinner menu for the evening. Acquire it. His tone was so casual, akin to his earlier inquiry about the sweetness of the apple. Zhou Yi felt as though an invisible hand had seized his heart, leaving him breathless for a moment. Acquire Spotify Global? A company valued at $300 billion, with users in over 200 countries, nearly monopolizing the global online music market? This is akin to saying that the convenience store downstairs is nice. Let us buy it. No, it was even more casual than that. In an instant, a flurry of concepts raced through his mind. Antitrust laws, multinational regulatory approvals, boardroom resistance, poison pill strategies, and a myriad of financial terminologies and legal barriers. Yet, these thoughts flickered out as quickly as they had appeared, extinguished within a mere fraction of a second. A sudden clarity washed over him. Did Mr. Chen need to concern himself with the mundane rules of mortals? No, he embodied the very essence of those rules. His focus should not dwell on whether it was possible, but rather on the expediency of execution. Enlightened, Zhou Yi bowed slightly, responding succinctly yet emphatically. I shall immediately instruct the International Investment Banking Division of the group to proceed. Without a moment's hesitation, he clutched the stack of documents that had instantaneously lost their significance and turned on his heel, swiftly departing. As he stepped out of the apartment, cold sweat had already drenched his back. He retrieved his phone and dialed the number of the formidable head of Panga Capital, a name that sent shivers through Wall Street. Delivering his orders in a voice tinged with both exhilaration and trepidation. By the boss's command, no expense spared, no questions asked, employ every possible means. Within 24 hours, I demand to see the acquisition agreement for Spotify Global on my desk. A tempest, in an alternate dimension, erupted with even greater ferocity. In New York, at the pinnacle of Spotify Global's headquarters, CEO David Larson savored a cup of exquisite Blue Mountain coffee while gazing out at the breathtaking view of Central Park. Suddenly, a call from his chief trading officer shattered the tranquility, the voice on the other end filled with dread. David, we have a crisis. Our stock is under attack. David furrowed his brow and opened the trading interface, only to watch in horror as his coffee cup clattered to the floor. A near-vertical green line surged into existence, shooting skyward. The trading volume exploded into an unprecedented astronomical figure. A hostile takeover. Who was this madman indiscriminately scooping up shares in the open market? My God, are they attempting to annihilate our entire company with cash? Panic ignited across the entire market. Before he could even process the situation, within an hour, an acquisition offer from Panga Capital had been transmitted via the highest encryption directly to the private terminals of every board member. The premium reached an astounding 50%. This was not merely an offer, it was an ultimatum. Accept the offer and exit gracefully with cash in hand, or be utterly crushed by the relentless tide of the secondary market and subsequently acquired at a lower price. Overbearing, ruthless, it offered no semblance of negotiation. In the face of such a suffocating and demeaning assault, the notion of business negotiation became a complete farce. An emergency conference call lasted less than 10 minutes. Merely 3 hours had elapsed since Chunyang had uttered that fateful sentence. An official announcement reverberated through all major financial media worldwide. The music streaming giant Spotify Global officially announces acceptance of a full premium acquisition offer from the Eastern Panga Group, effective immediately. As the news broke, the world fell silent, just as everyone was reeling from the swiftest and most domineering acquisition in history. Spotify Global, now to be known as Panga Music, issued its first and only directive. This command appeared on the private terminal of David Larson, who sat slumped in his CEO office. Top-level directive. Immediately, across all global servers, search for and eliminate all pirated, imitative, and derivative audio and video content related to Stardream. Any related material must be permanently deleted, leaving no trace. With a single command, the AI named Chi took control of the backend. The rampant piracy of Stardream that had spread across the internet was abruptly halted within minutes. Countless users who were paying to listen to the full version suddenly found their playlists turned gray. Numerous content creators who had ridden the coattails of Stardream found their videos forcibly taken down, with no recourse for appeal. The entire internet was cleansed of all unofficial content related to Stardream by an irresistible force, with a thunderous might. As speculation circulated regarding whether this was the creator's preparation for an official release, David Larson's terminal screen lit up once more. A file, encrypted to an extraordinary degree, was quietly uploaded to the highest-level mother server deep beneath Switzerland. The file was titled Stardream. Following this, a second directive appeared, succinct, cold, yet imbued with a madness that sent chills down David Larson's spine. This file was to be set as the sole playable content on the platform for the next 24 hours. All other music was to be taken down. Chapter 117. The Divine Song is launched, yet the button remains grayed out. In the CEO office at Spotify Global's headquarters in New York, David Larson sat ensnared in his chair. The expensive cigar he had been holding fell to the ground, scorching the lavish carpet. Yet he remained oblivious. On his private terminal screen, 2 lines of commands from the east glowed coldly, devoid of any emotion. This file is to be set as the sole playable content on the platform for the next 24 hours. All other music is to be taken down. Madness. The Eastern newcomer who had spent $300 billion acquiring the company was utterly deranged. To take down all music, millions of songs, the labor of countless artists, and the paid content of hundreds of millions of users, all erased with a single statement? What was he trying to achieve? Was he intent on dismantling the very business empire he had just acquired? David's body trembled uncontrollably. He wanted to call, to question, to rage. Yet he dared not. In just 3 hours, the onslaught of cash that defied all commercial logic had obliterated everything they held dear. The elite of Wall Street appeared as fragile as toys made of paper before such force. He was now merely a mouthpiece, tasked with conveying the will of the deity to the realm of mortals. Simultaneously, countless music enthusiasts around the globe, having endured a brief platform maintenance, reopened the familiar green app with a sense of pilgrimage. To their astonishment, the app's name had transformed from Spotify Global to 2 technologically evocative Chinese characters, Tonggu. Even more shocking was the realization that the app was empty. All their familiar recommendation pages, charts, personal playlists, and artist profiles had vanished. The entire app had devolved into a barren, pitch-black interface, as if it were a digital black hole stripped of all content, except for one element. At the center of the screen, prominently displayed, was a massive, singular album cover. The backdrop featured an expansive, deep cosmic starry sky, with a resplendent river of stars flowing across, tranquil yet vast. In the center of the cover were ethereal, flowing artistic characters, Xing. In the lower right corner, a modest signature read, Mr. C. What in the world? What happened to the thousands of songs I had saved? Had the app been hacked? Or was my phone malfunctioning? Why is everything gone? No, wait. Look, there's only one song. Star Dream. The official version has arrived. Oh my heavens, what sorcery is this? Have they truly cleared the entire platform to make way for this song? Such audacity. After a momentary panic, an ecstatic joy soared to the heavens. They have finally grasped the significance of this maneuver. What an impressive display. In anticipation of the arrival of a divine melody, the entire platform fell silent, awaiting the reverberation of a singular note. Countless trembling fingers, filled with excitement, clicked on the sole album cover. The page transitioned. The solitary track lay quietly in the list, Star Dream, Mr. C. Everyone's hearts raced, instinctively holding their breath, solemnly donning their finest headphones. They positioned their fingers, aiming for the play button. Then, they clicked. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. The anticipated soul-purifying melody did not resound. A moment of confusion followed, soon replaced by an infuriating realization. That play button was gray. No matter how they poked, how they clicked, whether with fingers or noses, that button remained as unyielding as a stone, welded to the screen, utterly unresponsive. It was impossible to click. What's happening? My app is broken. A young rock enthusiast in London restarted his phone thrice, yet to no avail. What on earth? I can't click it. As a distinguished Black Diamond Premium member, am I to be presented only with a gray button? A wealthy Middle Eastern magnate, known for his lavish spending, furiously hurled his diamond-studded phone onto the wool carpet. Regardless of whether you were a free user or a top-tier member, regardless of your device, the outcome was the same. The song that the entire world had eagerly anticipated lay there, visible yet unattainable. At this moment, users worldwide erupted in outrage. After a fleeting shock, a wave of anger surged globally. Social media ignited, boiling over with posts. Spotify's gray button, Star Dream cannot be played. Is Panga Music toying with us? Topics fueled by fury surged to the top of trending lists across nations at a viral pace. I've stripped down, and this is what you show me? A gray button? Are you kidding me? You spent $300 billion acquiring the world's largest music platform, purged all piracy, and then don't let us listen? What sort of perplexing performance art is this in the new era? I understand now. This is the cost of listening. To hear this song, do I need to buy shares in Panga Group first? Refund me. I'm canceling my membership. What a worthless platform. This is the largest fan abandonment scene in history. Isn't it, Mr. Chen? Mr. C? More like Mr. Clown. In a luxurious penthouse at the Tangchun Epine, the sun streamed in perfectly, and tranquility enveloped the room. Yi Qingzhu leaned against Chen Yang, her small hand gliding over the tablet, gazing at the deluge of angry comments flooding the screen, her lips unconsciously pouting. With her snow-white fingers, she poked at the term Mr. Clown on the screen, raising her little head to softly rest on Chen Yang's shoulder. Her voice tinged with a hint of grievance and concern. Darling, they're all cursing you. Have I caused you trouble? Her large eyes brimmed with remorse. She merely wished to protect their song from chaos, never anticipating such a significant uproar that would result in Chen Yang being criticized by the world. Chen Yang gazed down at the guilt-ridden girl in his arms, his heart melting. He smiled nonchalantly and leaned down to kiss her smooth forehead. Silly, how could this possibly be your fault? His voice was so gentle it could coax water from stone. They're just a swarm of flies. Let me handle them. He then spoke to the heir in an authoritative tone. Initiate. Issue a statement. Command confirmed. As the global media storm reached its zenith, with users beginning to uninstall the app en masse, Penga Music's official account released a statement across all major social platforms simultaneously. A remarkably succinct announcement left everyone astounded. Global announcement. At the exclusive request of the copyright holder, Mr. Chen Yang, the musical artwork Star Dream is a non-commercial private piece and will not be available for public playback on this platform. The sole authorized playback channel for this work is the Pengu smart home system. Thank you for your understanding. With the issuance of this announcement, the internet, previously awash with curses and indignation, abruptly fell silent. Those furiously typing in outrage found their fingers frozen midair. Each individual reread that brief statement multiple times. Then, collective comprehension crashed their minds. What does this mean? A non-commercial private piece? Not available for public playback? So, he spent $300 billion acquiring the world's largest music platform, purging all songs, not to share this one, but to monopolize it. 2. In the most audacious, thorough, and incomprehensible manner, completely seize this song from the ears of the public, to transform this love song, belonging solely to him and his wife, into an unparalleled luxury item. This realization struck like a divine thunderbolt upon every individual's consciousness. All prior anger, confusion, and derision were replaced in that moment by an ineffable sense of shock and absurdity. After a brief silence, the comments section refreshed at a rate tenfold more frantic than before. But this time, the content had drastically changed. I can't believe it. Is this even possible? So he bought Spotify just to release a song no one else can hear? What kind of operation is this? I don't understand, but I'm utterly shocked. Oh my heavens, I finally get it. He isn't toying with us. He is using $300 billion to tell the world. You do not deserve to hear this song. Who previously said $100 million isn't worth buying love? What about now? He has directly spent $300 billion just to tell his wife. Look, this song is ours. The whole world shall not hear it. This is the pinnacle of doting husbands. I declare, anyone who criticized Mr. Chun before was solely my foolish self. I apologize. I was wrong. I'm unworthy to listen. I don't even have the right to catch a whiff of this. Ladies, stop crying. The couple we ship has transcended reality. They've ascended to myth. The earthly measures of love no longer suffice to describe them. Acquiring the world's largest music platform. Removing all songs from the platform. Only releasing one song that belongs to oneself. Ultimately, locking this song with a key that only he can unlock. This is not a commercial act. This is a declaration. A proclamation written with $300 billion, the most extravagant, most domineering, and most tender century-long confession dedicated to his wife. Tengchen Yiping. Chen Yang casually turned off the tablet and tossed it aside, seemingly indifferent to the global storm ignited by his actions. He lowered his head, gazing at the entranced Yi Qingzhu nestled in his arms. In her beautiful eyes, shimmering with tears, his reflection was vividly captured. Chen Yang gently pinched her soft cheek and asked tenderly, "Now, this song belongs solely to you. Do you still think they are noisy?" Yi Qingzhu stared at him, her long eyelashes fluttering, and a crystal tear rolled down her cheek. Instead of replying, she suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around Chen Yang's neck, burying her small face deeply in the crook of his neck, murmuring with a thick nasal tone, "Not noisy. Not noisy at all." Chapter 118. 300 billion for a sound. Want to hear the song? First, become a friend of Pengu. In the opulent top-floor apartment of Tengchen Yiping, Yi Qingzhu buried her small face in Chen Yang's neck, akin to a kitten that had found the warmest of nests, repeatedly nuzzling against him, absorbing his unique aura of stability. In a muffled, nasal voice, she kept repeating, "Not noisy, husband, not noisy at all." The clamor and fury of the world, in the face of that exceedingly domineering announcement, became mere trivial background noise. He offered no explanations to anyone. Instead, he employed the most straightforward and forceful method to purchase the largest stage in the world and promptly closed the door before everyone, solely to convey to her, "This song belongs to you alone." Yi Qingzhu felt her heart swell with a bittersweet emotion, warm and nearly overflowing. She slowly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with tears, clearly reflecting Chen Yang's figure. "Husband, won't this cost you a fortune?" she asked softly, her snow-white fingers unconsciously tugging at Chen Yang's clothing. $300 billion. This figure had entirely lost its tangibility to her. She only understood that it was a staggering amount capable of shaking the very foundation of the entire Xinhuang group. Yet, he had cast it aside without a blink, simply to ensure she felt no disturbance. Seeing her both moved and pained expression, Chen Yang bent down and gently pecked her smooth nose. "Money?" He chuckled, his voice imbued with an indelible tenderness. "Silly girl, I am not spending money." Yi Qingzhu blinked in confusion. "I am using this 300 billion to pre-select friends for our future baby," Chen Yang replied, squeezing her soft cheek with a casual tone, as though discussing the weather. Those who are qualified to be friends with our baby cannot be just any random cats or dogs. As his words fell, his private phone, resting nearby, lit up with a secure communication request from Zhou Yi. Qinyang casually swiped it open and switched to speaker mode. Mr. Chun, Zhou Yi's voice came through, revealing an excitement that could hardly be contained. The global market has gone wild. All financial media are describing our acquisition as irrational, self-destructive maneuvers. Penga Group's stock price has been slightly affected. Understood, Qinyang replied flatly, still focused on helping Yi Qingzhu smooth a loose strand of hair. As if Zhou Yi were reporting on a trivial matter rather than a capital upheaval of such magnitude. Zhou Yi paused, evidently stunned by his boss's calm demeanor in the face of such monumental events. He quickly regained his composure and continued his report. However, after the announcement of Penga Music, the winds have shifted dramatically. Now all top-tier tycoons and power institutions have realized the unprecedented value of the Pengu smart home system. It is no longer just a security and smart butler system. It has become the only terminal in the world capable of playing Star Dream. Just now, Prince Hamdan of Dubai, through 7 layers of connections, reached out to me, offering a bid of $100 million in cash, solely for an installation slot. Upon hearing this figure, Yi Qingzhu instinctively covered her mouth in shock. $100 million for a song. Yet, Qinyang's brows did not flinch as he fed her a peeled grape. Lightly addressing Zhou Yi on the other end of the line, tell him that Penga's friends are not measured by money. And, sir, what is the standard for measurement? Zhou Yi inquired cautiously. Qinyang glanced at Yi Qingzhu, who was savoring the grape, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction, and casually replied, the standard? Just tell him that whenever he can make the desert bloom with a rose garden spanning 100 square kilometers, he can come back to discuss qualifications. On the other end of the line, a profound silence ensued for 10 seconds. Zhou Yi felt as though his heart had stopped at that casually spoken sentence. Make the desert bloom with a rose garden? This is not a business negotiation. This is a divine proclamation. It conveys, in an almost humiliating manner, that he is unworthy. I understand, sir. Zhou Yi's voice trembled, already envisioning the expression of utter despair that would wash over the proud prince upon receiving this message unchanged. This was no mere dimensional blow. It was a cataclysmic crushing. Moreover, as if recalling something, Qinyang added, in the future, do not report similar trivial matters to me. However, there is one thing you may disclose publicly. Sir, please proceed. Zhou Yi urged. Mr. Jacob from the Rothschild family, due to his life sciences foundation achieving groundbreaking progress in the field of ALS, meets the potential standards we uphold for Pengu's promotion of human advancement. Therefore, we have voluntarily gifted him a top-tier system at his estate in Geneva. Zhou Yi instantly grasped the significance. His blood surged with excitement. This move was nothing short of genius. Rejecting Prince Hamdan's $100 million offer while proactively gifting the system to a contributor to the world, between the rejection and the gift. Qinyang not only defined the threshold for Pengu's circle of friends, but also elevated the value of the Pengu smart home system from a monetary dimension to a pinnacle of civilizational contribution and human honor. From this point forward, possessing this system would no longer signify wealth. It would represent that you had earned Pengu Group's recognition. You were deemed a valuable individual to the world by the Eastern deity. This was 1 billion times more prestigious than any limited edition sports car, yacht, or private jet. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. Zhou Yi's voice brimmed with fervent admiration. After hanging up, tranquility returned to the apartment. Yi Qingzhu, clutching her tablet, was astonished as she read the overwhelming news concerning the Rothschilds receiving the divine system and Prince Hamdan's rejection, her mouth forming a perfect O. She finally comprehended the true meaning behind Qinyang's words about selecting friends. He was not merely indulging her. He was using her favorite song to effortlessly redefine the order and rules for the world's elite. Qinyang observed her dazed expression and playfully pinched her cheek. What's wrong? Are you stunned? Yi Qingzhu snapped back to reality, her large eyes sparkling with an unprecedented radiance, filled not only with affection and dependence, but also with a fervent reverence. Husband, do we also have that Penga system installed in our home? Of course. Qinyang pointed towards the inconspicuous corner of the living room where the speaker was located. Do you wish to listen to some music? Yi Qingzhu nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation like a sky full of stars. Qinyang smiled and addressed the air. Activate. Sir, I am at your service. A gentle, synthesized voice resonated from all directions, clear and inviting. Playing Star Dream. Understood, sir. The familiar, vast, and tranquil melody, brimming with profound love and acceptance, began to flow gracefully throughout the apartment. The sound quality was so pristine that each note seemed to possess a life of its own, tenderly enveloping the two of them and shielding them from the turmoil of the outside world. Yi Qingzhu blissfully closed her eyes, her small head nuzzling against Qinyang's chest. The divine song, sought after by the world yet unattainable, served as her background music at her beck and call. A luxury that drove the world to madness was her everyday reality. The melody was enchanting, and the sunlight was just right. This unparalleled happiness made her feel light as a feather, and a sudden impulse surged within her. She longed to carry this tranquility and beauty, which belonged solely to them, into the sunlit world outside. Listening quietly for a moment, Yi Qingzhu suddenly tilted her face upward, gazing dreamily at the unusually bright sky outside. Darling, it's been ages since we took a stroll together. Just the two of us, like ordinary people, enjoying a walk outside, shall we? The instant those words left her lips, the cold, unfeeling mechanical voice echoed abruptly in Chun Yang's mind. Ding! Detected that the host's wife, due to prolonged indoor confinement and having experienced extreme, exclusive affection, yearns for an ordinary yet unique moment together with the host. Super Dad task initiated. Task name: the most luxurious stroll in the world. Task requirements: within 24 hours, create an outdoor walking experience for the host's wife that is utterly safe, completely private, and unforgettable for a lifetime. Task hint: ordinary parks cannot shield against prying eyes. Common security does not befit her uniqueness. Chapter 119. A new height of pampering. For a date, I dim the lights for her across the city. Inside the apartment, the melody of Star Dream continued to resonate melodiously. Yi Qingzhu, with her face uplifted, gazed dreamily out the window. Darling, it's been ages since we walked outside. No sooner had she spoken than the cold mechanical voice resonated in Chun Yang's mind simultaneously. Ding! Detected that the host's wife feels slightly melancholic due to prolonged indoor confinement and yearns for outdoor activities. Super Dad task initiated. Please take your wife to a unique date location that will uplift her spirits. Task reward: to be determined by the host's wife's satisfaction. A unique date location? Chun Yang looked down at the pair of expectant eyes in his embrace, and an idea sparked in his mind. He leaned down and planted a kiss on her smooth forehead. Want to go for a walk? Yi Qingzhu nodded emphatically, like a little cat that had received a promise. Go change your clothes. Darling will take you to a wonderful place. Chun Yang urged her to get up, adding, dress nicely. Half an hour later, as night fell over the magical city, a remarkably understated Hongqi L9 quietly glided into the exclusive passage beneath the Oriental Pearl Tower. Zhou Yi had long been waiting, personally opening the car door for them. Mr. Chun, Miss Yi, everything is arranged. Yi Qingzhu curiously surveyed her surroundings. The Oriental Pearl Tower appeared unusually deserted today, devoid of the usual bustling tourists. Even the surrounding square had been cordoned off with temporary barriers. Darling, is this place? It's been cleared. Chun Yang took her hand, his tone as casual as if he were saying they had booked a private screening of a movie. He led Yi Qingzhu into the exclusive observation elevator that had never been opened to the public, leading directly to the tower's pinnacle. The elevator ascended swiftly, the myriad lights of the city shrinking beneath them. When the elevator doors opened with a chime, Yi Qingzhu was utterly stunned. Before her was not the crowded 360-degree revolving restaurant, but a vast glass greenhouse suspended over 200 meters in the air. The dome was a single piece of transparent crystal, and above, the deep night sky was dotted with a few early stars. Beneath her feet lay a completely transparent reinforced glass floor, transforming the dazzling night view of Lujiazhui's financial district, with its flowing neon lights and bustling traffic, into a radiant galaxy beneath her. Inside the greenhouse, flowers from all four seasons bloomed simultaneously, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. She instinctively took a few steps forward, her mouth slightly agape, her beautiful eyes reflecting the starry sky above and the sea of lights below, rendered speechless by the breathtaking sight. This is our exclusive stargazing platform. Chun Yang gently embraced her from behind, resting his chin atop her head, his warm breath brushing against her ear. From now on, whenever you wish to see the stars, you can come here anytime. Did you buy this? Yi Qingzhu was nearly immune to that word by now. Yes, Chun Yang affirmed, guiding her to a soft sofa in the center of the greenhouse. But tonight, it's not just about stargazing. Yi Qingzhu blinked. Are there more surprises? Chun Yang did not elaborate. Instead, he simply snapped his fingers lightly. Activate. Sir, I am at your service. The gentle electronic voice resonated from all directions. Commencing. The moment the words fell, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Yi Qingzhu instinctively turned her gaze toward the window, her pupils dilating in astonishment. Centered around the Oriental Pearl Tower, all the vibrant lights of the Bund, all the iconic buildings along the riverside, no, the entire magical city, suddenly extinguished in unison. From the Jinmao Tower to the global financial center, and across the river to the sprawling cluster of international architecture. The brilliance of this city that never sleeps plunged into profound darkness within 3 seconds. It felt as if the entire world had pressed the pause button just for them. On the river, only the lights of the cruise ships flickered sporadically, accentuating the vastness and silence of the enveloping darkness. Yi Qingzhu's heart skipped a beat as she instinctively grasped Chen Yang's arm. What a grand gesture! To dim the lights of an international metropolis for one person? In this ultimate silence and darkness, a beam of light flickered from the clock tower of the Bund Customs building across the river, accurately illuminating the glass greenhouse they occupied. Then came the second, the third. Streams of spotlights from various corners along the Huangpu River illuminated the glass greenhouse, transforming it into a sky city reminiscent of a divine miracle. Below, on the glass facades of the countless skyscrapers shrouded in darkness, tiny stars began to twinkle. The starlight converged and flowed, ultimately forming a massive dynamic inscription that spanned the entire city skyline. Zhu, the stars are gifted to you. In that moment, the entire city became a love letter that Chen Yang had penned for her. Yi Qingzhu was utterly entranced, her head tilted back, gazing at the confession composed of thousands of lights, her eyes welling with warmth as crystalline tears slipped uncontrollably down her cheeks. Activate, play music. Chen Yang's voice resonated once more. The familiar melody of Star Dream, which solely belongs to her, gently flows beneath this starry sky, isolated from the rest of the world. Above her are the authentic stars, beneath her lies an illusory sea of lights, and in her ears is a melody composed just for her, while before her stands a man who illuminates the entire city for her sake. Romance is defined here, reaching an unparalleled zenith in this lifetime. Yi Qingzhu can no longer contain herself. She abruptly turns around and throws herself into Chen Yang's embrace, burying her small face deep into his chest. A muffled voice, tinged with a thick nasal tone, escapes her lips. Husband. You're such a big fool. Why? You keep spending money recklessly. Her voice carries a hint of tears, yet is imbued with undeniable sweetness and pride. Chen Yang chuckles, holding this capricious little creature tightly in his arms, kissing the top of her head. Money can be earned again, but my wife's happiness is priceless. This simple declaration of affection is far more potent than any ornate words. Yi Qingzhu's heart feels as though it has been immersed in honey, sweet yet heavy. She says nothing, merely clinging to him tighter, as if wishing to melt herself into his very being. The two share a tranquil embrace, listening to the music and watching the light show unfolding exclusively for them below. Time passes unnoticed until Yi Qingzhu softly inquires from within his arms, Husband, this song. Only I can hear it, right? Of course, Chen Yang replies, pinching her soft cheek. In this world, it resonates solely for you. Yi Qingzhu's eyes squint in bliss, her fleeting worries dissipating completely. Just as her emotions reach their pinnacle, a notification chime echoes in Chen Yang's mind, filled with unprecedented excitement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the supreme dad mission. Host-wife satisfaction level. Perfect. Generating excessive task rewards. Rewards distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine title, Lord of the Celestial Sphere. Congratulations to the host for acquiring ownership and all core technologies of the world's first commercial near-Earth orbital tourism company, Ladder Aerospace, 100. Chen Yang pauses momentarily. Ladder Aerospace? Near-Earth tourism? He raises his gaze, peering through the transparent dome towards the profound night sky, filled with genuine stars. Lowering his head, he gazes at the girl in his arms, her cheeks flushed with happiness, and an uncontrollable thought springs forth. He leans closer to Yi Qingzhu's ear and whispers, Baby, would you like to go see the real stars? Chapter 120. Husband plays the piano while I sleep, awaking youthfully 10 years? In the apartment, the exclusive melody of Star Dream flows softly, isolating them from the tumult of the outside world. Yi Qingzhu's small face is flushed with happiness as she leans against Chen Yang, her large eyes sparkling, reflecting the genuine brilliance of the starry river above. Go see the real stars. She pauses, her little mind struggling to comprehend. She tilts her head back, softly asking, Husband, where are we going to see them? By plane? Her tone is innocent and expectant, as if she would follow him anywhere, no matter how far. Chen Yang observes her adorable expression and leans down to plant a kiss on her nose. A plane won't take us to the place I want to bring you. He smiles, a hint of mystery in his voice. But we need to make some preparations first. Preparations? Yi Qingzhu is even more perplexed. Chen Yang does not answer directly. Instead, he releases the girl from his embrace and strides to the center of the glass greenhouse, gently snapping his fingers at the empty air. Initiate, summon a piano. Upon issuing the command, countless silver particles at the nanoscale begin to materialize in front of Yi Qingzhu, as if a swarm of living fireflies coalescing, flowing, and intertwining, constructing a completely translucent, softly glowing holographic piano within mere seconds. Every key, every detail is rendered with a perfection that seems otherworldly. Yi Qingzhu's mouth falls open in awe. She feels she has worked hard to adapt to her husband's wonders, yet this scene still sends her heart racing. Creating something from nothing? Is this truly Qi's capability? Chen Yang sits before the dreamlike piano, his long fingers hovering above the keys. He turns to look at the girl on the sofa, who gazes at him in wonder, and softly speaks. The studio version was to let the world know this song belongs to you. But this live version is a private performance, just for you. It is also the prelude to our interstellar journey. Yi Qingzhu's heart leaps, and she nods vigorously, like a little girl awaiting a gift. She quickly sits up straight, resting her chin on her hands, her beautiful eyes filled with the image of her husband. Chen Yang smiles. In the next moment, his fingertips descend upon the piano keys. Ding! The first note resonates, causing Yi Qingzhu to shiver. It is the familiar melody, yet this time, the sensation is entirely different. The music no longer merely enters her ears, it reverberates through every cell of her body, every vein simultaneously. If the studio version was a lullaby in the vast universe, then what flows from Chen Yang's fingertips now is the primordial sound of creation. The melody encapsulates not only tender affection, but also an ancient, powerful rhythm that Yi Qingzhu has never felt before, resonating from deep within her veins. It is the rhythm of the divine phoenix bloodline. She feels her blood, more vibrant than ever, awakening as if a wanderer lost for eons has finally heard the call of home. The little life within her seems to sense this energy, gently stirring, conveying joyous emotions. An indescribable warmth and sense of belonging envelop her entirely. She closes her eyes, and the darkness transforms into swirling nebulae. A magnificent panorama of stars being born and extinguished. She witnesses the dawn of time and the boundaries of space. Yet, amidst all these grand scenes, only the melody played by Chen Yang remains an unchanging constant. As Yi Qingzhu immerses herself in this soul-cleansing experience, she remains unaware that miracles are unfolding within this small glass greenhouse. Flowers from around the world, which should not bloom in the same season, defy natural laws, blossoming from bud to full bloom in mere breaths. Roses, tulips, irises, and water lilies silently unfurl, their rich fragrances instantly filling the space, as if offering their own tribute to this divine melody. At the same moment, through the quantum network of the Penga system, this live version of Star Dream is being simultaneously broadcast to every terminal of the Penga smart home system worldwide. In a penthouse in New York, a financial magnate who has just spent a fortune installing the system is boasting to several top tycoons about its music playback capabilities. Suddenly, his wine glass trembles in his hand. The music has changed. The melody remains the same. Yet the sensation has leapt from premium hi-fi quality to that of a divine presence descending upon the scene. Each note possesses a life of its own, no longer mere sound waves, but an energy capable of cleansing the soul. The Titan of Wall Street, perpetually ensnared in a state of tension, suddenly felt a warm current surge from his coccyx, sweeping through his entire being in an instant. The debilitating migraine that had plagued him for years vanished without a trace. Even the thinning roots of his hair, a consequence of indulgence and anxiety, seemed to tingle with a newfound vitality. "My God," he murmured in disbelief, oblivious to the wine glass that slipped from his grasp and shattered upon the carpet. Meanwhile, an elderly European nobleman, leaning on a cane, listened to the music as the murky depths of his eyes gradually cleared. He tentatively moved his arthritic knee, testing his ability to stand. To his astonishment, the joints that had once creaked in pain were now free from discomfort. He cast aside his cane and, under the astonished gaze of his grandchildren, took 2 stiff steps. A miracle. This was the divine gospel. A similar scene unfolded in a Swiss castle and within a palace in the Middle East. Everyone was profoundly shaken by this abrupt transformation. They were unaware of the cause, only knowing they were partaking in a miraculous musical baptism without charge. Little did they know that this phenomenon, which benefited the elite of the world, was merely a prelude performed by one man on a date with his wife, on a distant blue planet, designated as a wasteland. It quietly revolved, in a dimension unknown to mankind. The superluminal detection center of the Temple of Knowledge erupted with blaring alarms. Countless scholars clad in silver robes rushed to the control panel. Source of the alarm. Location. Report to the chief. It's the Orion Arm, Solar System G, 581. We have detected a superstring fluctuation embodying the principles of harmony. A young scholar exclaimed with excitement. The chief, an elder with a white beard, pushed through the crowd, his eyes fixed on a massive star map where Earth's coordinates flickered with an unprecedented golden halo. He promptly accessed the civilization's highest surveillance file. On the screen, the visage of Yi Qingzhu was prominently displayed, her codename marked as Goddess, to be confirmed. Immediately analyzed the source of the fluctuation. Moments later, the results emerged. And the young scholar stammered as he reported, "The source is the goddess's partner. He is performing a regulatory exercise in the form of music." "No, this is not an exercise." The chief's gaze was riveted on the pulsating waveform, his body trembling with fervor. "This is creation. He is using music to reshape a higher order for his universe. Quickly, designate this wave as the celestial genesis. Classify it as top secret. This is first-hand information capable of rewriting our understanding of the universe." Yet, the instigator of it all, Qinyang, remained blissfully unaware. He focused solely on his performance, pouring every ounce of love for the girl in his arms into his fingertips. As the final note dissipated into the air, the blooming flowers gradually returned to their original form. The world fell silent once more. Turning around, Qinyang saw Yi Qingzhu curled up on the sofa, asleep. A content and sweet smile adorned her petite face, with a few crystalline tears clinging to her long eyelashes, hinting at a joyful dream. Qinyang approached her, bent down gently to wipe the moisture from her eyelid, and carefully lifted her into his arms. The girl stirred slightly, resembling a small kitten as she adjusted to a comfortable position. Her little face nestled against his chest, emitting a sound of contentment. Cradling her, he walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the vibrant city below. He lowered his head and placed a tender kiss on her smooth forehead. "Well rested? Then let's embark on our journey to pluck stars." Chapter 121. The Pregnant Woman's Woes, the King's Heartache. Beneath the night sky of the Magic City, a pitch-black Rolls-Royce Phantom, seemingly merging with the starlight, glided silently through the city's arteries. This was no ordinary Phantom, but a bespoke vehicle crafted with utmost care by the Pangu Technology Secret Workshop, designed exclusively for Yi Qingzhu, named Star. Inside, Yi Qingzhu languidly leaned against Qinyang, her face aglow with happiness. The recent private city light show and the performance beneath the starry sky had enveloped her in a sweet euphoria. Her delicate hand gently caressed her burgeoning belly as she tilted her face upward and softly asked, "Hubby, aren't we supposed to go star picking? Why are we at the hospital first?" Embarking on an interstellar journey is of great significance. Before we set off, we must ensure the best doctor on Earth conducts a comprehensive checkup for our little star, guaranteeing everything is flawless. Qinyang replied, lowering his head to plant a kiss on her immaculate forehead, his voice dripping with tenderness. Yi Qingzhu squinted her eyes in bliss and nodded vigorously. She felt as if she were an unparalleled treasure cradled in Qinyang's hands, confident that he would eliminate any minuscule risk. Shifting into a more comfortable position, she nuzzled her head against his chest. The ride in Star was astonishingly smooth. As they glided down the road, she felt no vibrations. The quietude so profound that it seemed the vehicle floated atop the water's surface, with only the flowing night scenery outside reminding her they were in motion. However, just as she was reveling in this ultimate tranquility and comfort, an unexpected event occurred. The wheels traversed a freshly laid asphalt road, where a slight millimeter difference at the joints caused a barely perceptible bump, one that any top-tier luxury car would easily absorb. Yet, this minuscule imperfection sent a shiver of instinctive unease through Yi Qingzhu's sensitive state. With a delicate furrow of her brow, she instinctively placed her alabaster hand over her belly, a fleeting glimmer of anxiety flashing in her eyes. This gesture, more subtle than a pinprick, detonated in Qinyang's perception like a nuclear explosion. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. His entire world froze. He could distinctly see the shallow yet piercing crease between her brows. He felt her primal maternal instinct, a raw vigilance and fragility, as she shielded her abdomen. A surge of indescribable fury and helplessness crashed upon Qinyang's heart like colliding planets. He possessed wealth sufficient to purchase the world. He commanded technology capable of overthrowing epochs. A mere thought could send the global capital markets into a frenzy for him alone. A single word could extinguish the lights of an entire sleepless city. He believed himself omnipotent. Yet now, even the most trivial bump in the road could not be smooth for his one and only wife. The vehicle, Star, which had consumed immeasurable resources and was hailed as a land vessel, appeared to him now as a colossal joke. The supposed 99.99 smoothness seemed utterly ludicrous, blindingly apparent in the face of that 001 imperfection. Qinyang's expression remained unchanged, yet his arms tightened around the girl unconsciously. A fervent obsession and madness surged within him, capable of making the entire world tremble. He could bear a fleet from the galaxy aiming its main cannons at his head. He could disregard the clamor of so-called ancient martial masters before him. Yet he absolutely, unequivocally could not tolerate even a speck of dust or the slightest jolt in this world that might cause his beloved woman to furrow her brow. "Stop the car." The two words, cold and devoid of emotion. The driver barely had time to react before the vehicle's intelligence system had already executed the highest command. smoothly guiding the car to the roadside. As soon as the car came to a halt, Qinyang unbuckled his seatbelt and, without a moment's hesitation, lifted the still somewhat bewildered Yi Qingzhu into his arms, placing her securely on his lap, using his own body to completely shield her from the imperfections of the vehicle. "I'm sorry, my dear wife. It is I who have failed." His voice was hoarse, laden with profound tenderness and deep-seated remorse. Only then did Yi Qingzhu come to her senses. Seeing the taut line of his jaw, she instantly understood the source of his anger. A warm current surged within her heart as she hastily reached out her small hand, hoping to smooth away his furrowed brow. "Darling, it's not your fault. This car is already very stable, so steady that I was almost falling asleep." She gently reassured him, laced with a hint of playful affection. "It's just that I'm too delicate. I'm practically a pea princess, unable to endure even the slightest disturbance." The more understanding and considerate she was, the deeper and sharper the thorn of guilt pierced Chunyang's heart. What he desired was not improvement, nor was it understanding. What he craved was absolute certainty. He wanted his wife and his child to forever dwell in a realm of complete safety and comfort, devoid of any uncertainties. Since the ground was uneven, since the world was replete with flaws, since the primitive law of gravity could induce turbulence, then the fault lay not with the car, nor with the road, but with the world itself. Why should he adhere to the rules of this world? Why should he endure the constraints of this earth? If the world was unbalanced, then he would rise above it. At the very moment his resolute and tyrannical will reached its zenith, that cold and familiar mechanical voice resonated at the most opportune moment. Akin to an oracle, ding, detected that the host's wife is experiencing emotional unrest due to the physical limitations of the current transportation, causing subtle disturbances that affect the absolute stability of the fetus. Epic-level task to pamper the wife has been issued. Task name: terrestrial aircraft. Task requirements: create a personalized vehicle for the host's wife that can disregard any terrain, isolate all disturbances, and achieve absolute smoothness. Task hint: when the road cannot satisfy your wife, let the vehicle transcend the road. Task reward: divine-level future technology blueprint. Anti-gravity engine technology and its preliminary application in spatial curvature. In an instant, a torrent of immensely complex information, akin to the singularity of the Big Bang, surged into Chunyang's mind. Countless formulas regarding energy field transformation, numerous structural diagrams for spatial curvature modeling, and profound theories on the applications of strong and weak interactions. All of it was instantaneously analyzed, absorbed, deduced, and integrated within his supernaturally enhanced cognitive realm. Chunyang's arms, encircling his wife, trembled slightly. He gazed down at the girl nestled in his embrace, who was softly murmuring that she was merely too sensitive, and in her deep-set eyes flickered a resolve and tenderness that could make the entire world tremble. "Silly girl, the fault does not lie with your sensitivity. It is this world that is unworthy of bearing my treasure." What he sought was never merely the modification of a vehicle. What he wanted was to ensure that his wife would never again have to submit to any inequities of this earth. He aimed to eradicate the foolishness of wheels from her world entirely. And all of this was prompted solely by the fact that she had just furrowed her brow. Chunyang lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss atop the girl's hair, allowing his overwhelming anger and frenzy to transmute into cold, decisive commands. He held her close, addressing the air with an undeniable tone. "Initiate." "Sir, I am here." "Contact Zhou Yi. Clear the Panga Technology #1 secret hangar immediately. I do not care what projects are underway. I want to see an absolutely clean site within 10 minutes. Furthermore," Chunyang paused, his gaze piercing through the car window towards the distant city lights. As if surveying an old world he was about to transform with his own hands. "Gather all the information on the top 20 scientists in the fields of materials science, quantum physics, and spatial dynamics. Transmit it to me immediately. Regardless of their locations or nationalities, at any cost, I want them all on standby in my exclusive online conference room within half an hour." Chapter 122, The Coimping Project. A Voyage for Love. At the top-floor duplex of Tangchen Epine, the vast floor-to-ceiling windows framed the dazzling lights of the entire city. Yi Qingzhu had long since fallen into a deep slumber on the soft bed in the master bedroom, a sweet smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. Chunyang tucked her in gently, his movements tender as if he were handling a priceless porcelain artifact. He turned and stepped into the spacious living room, where the warmth in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by absolute calm and focus. "Initiate. Connect to the highest-level encrypted meeting." With the command issued, the air before him rippled slightly, and 12 holographic projection windows silently materialized, each featuring a prominent figure renowned in various cutting-edge scientific fields worldwide. At the forefront stood Professor Hermann, the leader of the Panga Technology core team from Germany. "Sir." Professor Hermann's white beard trembled slightly, his expression one of respect and fervor. The other scientists rose in unison, bowing deeply towards Chen Yang. In their eyes, this mysterious gentleman was no longer merely an employer, but a deity bestowing upon them the truth. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Yang wasted no time on pleasantries, diving directly into the matter at hand. Now, I will distribute a new technical blueprint to you. With a mere thought, a torrent of data named anti-gravity engine was precisely transmitted through the quantum network to each scientist's personal terminal. The conference room fell into a profound silence for 30 seconds. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only the labored breaths of several scientists, overwhelmed with excitement, broke the stillness. Professor Hermann fixated on the intricate three-dimensional structural diagram unfolding before him, a look of bewilderment creeping onto his weathered face for the first time. The sun's heart-controllable nuclear fusion technology was akin to holding a star in one's palm. Yet this blueprint described a method of reshaping the fundamental rules of the universe. By distorting space itself to negate gravity and creating massless zones through precise energy field models. This was not engineering. It was the theology of creation. My God, a quantum physicist murmured in disbelief, trembling as he adjusted his glasses, as if witnessing his lifelong pursuit of theory manifesting in the most perfect and incredible manner. This technology had completely surpassed the comprehension of earthly civilization. If the sun's heart represented the Industrial Revolution's dimensional reduction of the campfire, then this anti-gravity engine was a dimensional reduction of the three-dimensional universe upon a two-dimensional painting. Professor Hermann abruptly lifted his head, his aged eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. He almost shouted in excitement, "Sir, are you about to usher in the era of interstellar travel? This is the core of the starship, the cornerstone of civilization's leap. We must immediately construct an ark capable of venturing into the cosmic seas." His words ignited the spirit of everyone present. The vast cosmos. This embodies the ultimate romance ingrained in the very essence of every scientist. Yet, in the face of the collective fervor of 12 brilliant minds, Chen Yang's response remained as tranquil as discussing the weather. No, he shook his head. I merely wish to construct a new vehicle for my wife. The audience fell into a profound silence once more. A new vehicle? Professor Hermann's tongue stumbled over the words. Chen Yang's gaze drifted through the floor-to-ceiling windows towards the distant hospital, his tone matter-of-fact. When she goes out to buy groceries or for a checkup, I do not want her to experience any jostling. The 12 holographic screens displayed the faces of the world's foremost intellects, their expressions eerily synchronized. Bewilderment, stupefaction, followed by sheer astonishment. They regarded the man standing atop the city with a gaze that blended the observation of a madman with the reverence reserved for a deity. To ensure his wife's journey is smooth, he intends to deploy technology capable of ushering in the era of interstellar travel? What madness! What extraordinary affection! Absurd? Initially, they deemed it absurd, but as this absurdity reached its zenith, a more profound and fervent emotion surged from the depths of their beings. They had conducted countless studies for their nation, for profit, for ephemeral honor. Yet never before had they labored for such a simple, pure, and magnificent reason. To create for love. This is more noble than conquering the stars. Professor Hermann inhaled deeply, bowing profoundly to Chen Yang once again. This time infused with not only respect, but also a sense of pilgrimage-like devotion. Sir, I understand now. This shall be the greatest honor and project of my life. Chen Yang nodded slightly. He personally named this endeavor. Codename, Kuanpeng. He put forth a singular design requirement. The exterior should be understated, capable of blending into the cityscape. However, the interior must embody absolute comfort and safety. It is not merely a vehicle. It is an aerial castle, a sanctuary that flies, dedicated solely to my wife. Understood. With Chen Yang's command, a super project centered around AI Chi, amalgamating the world's finest intellect and boundless resources, was officially launched. Deep within the Atlantic, beneath an uncharted island, a massive underwater dock was instantaneously activated, bright light piercing through millennia of darkness. Countless precision mechanical arms extended from the dock's walls. Orchestrated by AI Chi, resembling the most harmonious symphony, began to cut, shape, and assemble extraordinary materials previously unheard of. The keel of Kuanping was crafted from a self-repairing memory metal, printed as a single unit. Its shell was coated with an invisibility layer capable of absorbing 999 wavelengths of light and radar waves. A futuristic, streamlined floating vehicle was being constructed at a visibly rapid pace. Simultaneously, in the dock's core engine testing area, the first miniaturized prototype of the anti-gravity engine was activated. A low hum, nearly imperceptible, resonated. A faint, almost negligible spatial fluctuation flickered from the engine's core, penetrating through thick rock layers and seawater, dissipating into the external environment. This fluctuation was undetectable by any conventional monitoring equipment on Earth. Yet for certain vigilant eyes, it shone like a beacon in the night, glaringly bright. In a military superpower's depths, beneath the Pentagon, the Global Aegis Command Monitoring Center, hundreds of top military technicians were anxiously fixated on their screens. The atmosphere so tense it felt as though the air had solidified. Just 3 minutes prior, the Eagle Eye system, responsible for monitoring high-dimensional energy and spatial anomalies, had issued the highest-level red alert. Report. Lock onto the source of the anomaly. A technical supervisor sprang to his feet, his voice tinged with anxiety. Direction, Central Atlantic. Coordinates XXXXXXX. Source depth, 3,000 meters beneath the surface. On the enormous main screen, amidst a deep blue ocean, a blinding red dot flickered erratically. What lies within that area? Commander, a white general adorned with stars, appeared grim. Report, General. According to records, it is a forbidden zone. An uninhabited area with frequent geological activity. No known human facilities exist. Impossible. The general slammed his fist onto the control panel. Such a level of spatial disturbance cannot be a natural phenomenon. It resembles something attempting to tear through the fabric of our world. He stared intently at the red, a chill creeping up his spine. Immediately deploy the Lock-Eye military reconnaissance satellites, at any cost. I demand to see what lies beneath that red dot. Chapter 123, The Eagle's Gaze, the Iron-Willed General. In the depths of the Pentagon, 300 meters below ground. Here lies the Global Aegis Command Monitoring Center, where the air is thick with the chill of refrigerants and the acrid scent of caffeine. A massive circular screen wall displayed streams of data cascading down like waterfalls, filling the space with only the low hum of machinery and the crisp sounds of keyboard strokes. A man bearing the rank of 4-star general stood before the main screen. His visage was sharp like that of a hawk, and his stature stood tall like a pine, exuding an aura of iron and blood even in stillness. He was the military's most hardline hawk, General Hawk. At this moment, his gaze was fixed intently on the blinding red dot at the screen's center, his gray-blue eyes betraying no emotion, yet raising the tension in the throats of all present. Report, General. A chief analyst suddenly leapt from his seat, his voice hoarse with excitement. Target confirmed in the Atlantic uninhabited zone, energy response pattern of an unknown type, accompanied by highly regular spatial curvature disturbances. None of our optical satellites, including Lock-Eye, can observe any entity. Highly regular spatial curvature disturbances. General Hawk's eyelid twitched. This phrase pierced his most sensitive nerves like a needle. He recalled the top-secret report on the Heart of the Sun incident, which also involved phenomena beyond current physical understanding. And he, due to his sluggish response during that event, had been reprimanded by the president in the Oval Office for clinging to outdated battleship thinking, missing the opportunity to seize new technology. This humiliation still burned like a brand on his conscience. It must be Panga technology. Hawk nearly spat out the words through gritted teeth, his eyes gleaming with unabashed greed and resolve. What are they up to this time? Their last energy technology made them the toast of the world. This time, I will not allow it. He vowed never to repeat the same mistake. General, a soft-spoken White House advisor with gold-rimmed glasses cautioned, their technological level remains unfathomable. I believe we should proceed with caution. At least attempt to make contact through diplomatic channels first. Contact? Hawk whirled around, his piercing gaze cutting through the advisor's face like a knife. Only the weak require contact. Have you forgotten our nation's foundation? Truth resides only within the range of cannon fire. Bang! With a resounding thud, he slammed his fist onto the frigid metal control panel, causing an abrupt silence to envelop the entire command center. I care not what it is. Whether a ghost or an alien. If it exists on Earth, it must and can only be under our control. He cast a glance at the emblem on the wall, a symbol of presidential authority, his lips curling into a cold, hard smirk. This time, he would bypass all tedious procedures, invoking his wartime authority as the supreme commander of the theater. History would vindicate his actions. Orders. Hawk's roar reverberated through the command center. Deploy the Phantom high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance drones immediately for 24-hour continuous surveillance of the target coordinates. Command the 1st and 3rd Atlantic Carrier Strike Groups to abandon their scheduled exercises and converge at full speed towards the target waters, establishing a dual blockade. Direct the space-based kinetic weapon system, the Staff of God, to complete its initial charging phase and lock onto the target coordinates. I authorize you to execute indiscriminate saturation strikes, if necessary. A series of thunderous directives were transmitted through encrypted channels, reaching military units across the globe in a mere 30 seconds. A web of aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines, reconnaissance planes, and orbital weapons was silently unfurling above the Atlantic and beneath its depths. General Hawk redirected his gaze to the large screen, hands clasped behind his back, a predatory, cruel smile gracing his face. He intended to lay the most formidable trap, waiting for that unknown behemoth to surface. Then, with the fiercest artillery, he would shatter its bones, extract its teeth, and completely subjugate it. This, he had prepared as ample resistance against the enigmatic Panga technology and the unidentified adversary. Meanwhile, deep in the Atlantic, within a vast underwater dock, a sleek, futuristic floating vehicle rested silently at the center. Its exterior boasted a profound black hue that absorbed all light, resembling a crystal sliced from the depths of the cosmos. The Kunpeng 1 had completed its final adjustments. On the other side of the dock, Chen Yang gently draped a soft, thin coat over Yi Qingzhu. Are we ready? Leaning against him, Yi Qingzhu curiously examined the uniquely designed vehicle before her. All set, Chen Yang replied, bending down to plant a kiss on her cheek, his smile tender. Let us embark on our inaugural grocery expedition. As the deep-sea waters parted with an invisible force, the entire process stirred not a single ripple, serene as if the scene were frozen in time. The immense dome of the underwater dock gradually converged inward, revealing the nearly solidified deep blue above, pressed by 10,000 tons of seawater. The vehicle, codenamed Kunpeng 1, ascended soundlessly. Its non-reflective black shell appeared as if it had been directly severed from the abyss of the universe, without a trace of seams. Lacking propellers or exhaust ports, it defied gravity's constraints, gracefully breaking the surface and ultimately hovering 10 meters above the ocean. Water droplets cascaded down its exquisitely smooth surface, leaving no trace behind. The sea breeze passed by, unable to disturb the air around it, as though it were separated from the world by an invisible membrane. In stark contrast to the external coldness and mystery, the interior of Kunpeng 1 was more spacious than any top-tier luxury vehicle. Yi Qingzhu, with her bare white feet, stepped onto the thick cashmere carpet, its soft fibers enveloping her toes, tickling and providing a comforting sensation that made her curl up. Curiously, she leaned against the enormous panoramic skylight, gazing down at the boundless azure Atlantic. Here, the sounds of wind and waves were absent, and not the slightest motion could be felt. This absolute tranquility and stillness made her feel as though she floated within a crystal palace, utterly at ease. Husband, we are truly flying. Yi Qingzhu turned back, her beautiful eyes sparkling brightly, her face alight with childlike wonder and joy. Chen Yang, from the embedded minibar, personally prepared a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice infused with a trace of life energy and brought it to her lips. Try this, it will replenish your vitamins. Yi Qingzhu obediently took a sip through the straw. The sweet and sour juice mingled with a strange warmth that surged through her body, washing away the fatigue of her pregnancy. Delicious, she said, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Chen Yang, watching her delight, tenderly tapped her nose. My dear, for our first aerial grocery adventure, where shall we go? To Perigord in France for freshly dug black truffles, or to Rishiri Island in Hokkaido to sample today's first catch of sea urchin? Yi Qingzhu nestled comfortably against him, earnestly pondering this sweet dilemma, her lips slightly pursed. Just then, a soft, melodious, yet emotionless female voice resonated within the cabin. Father God, Mother God, we are surrounded. It was the voice of the AI, Qi. No sooner had the words left her lips than the panoramic skylight displayed an array of crimson tactical symbols over the azure sea. Two massive carrier strike group icons were swiftly converging from the east and west, forming a colossal pincers maneuver. Above them, 3 red dots representing high-altitude units circled ominously. Farther out in the outer space trajectory, 12 diamond-shaped icons flickered with dangerous red lights, their attack vectors firmly locked onto the position of Kunpeng 1. According to real-time battlefield analysis, Qi's voice reported calmly, we have been locked onto by the saturated strike network of the lighthouse nation's air, land, sea, and space forces. The opposing commander has issued reconnaissance orders. Meanwhile, in the underground command center of the Pentagon, General Hawk watched intently as a black object, appearing out of thin air and eluding radar detection, materialized on the main screen. His excitement surged, veins bulging in his neck, a hunter finally beholding the legendary beast. Got you, little bug, he exclaimed, suppressing his exhilaration with a low growl. All camouflage is in vain. If you dare to show yourself, you shall not return to hiding. General, the White House advisor beside him paled. Its emergence does not conform to any known physical laws. Are we silence? Hawk interrupted brusquely. Only cowards are daunted by appearances. The truth lies within the range of cannon fire. With a sweeping gesture, he issued new commands. Order the Phantom to immediately reduce altitude and conduct close reconnaissance. I want high-definition images of every single bolt. Command the FA-18 Super Hornet Squadron, first echelon, to take off immediately. Surround it like a steel barrel. As the orders were given, 3 sleek, futuristic Phantom drones, breaking from their cruising posture, burst into action at 10,000 meters. Their engines emitted a bluish tail flame, and their wings adjusted to maximum dive angle. Akin to three raptors targeting their prey, they tore through the air with a piercing shriek, diving straight towards Kunpeng 1. Beneath their fuselage, reconnaissance pods representing the pinnacle of global optical technology were already aimed at the target. Inside Kunpeng 1, Yiqingzhu was about to suggest that they go to Hokkaido for sea urchin, when suddenly, an exceedingly sharp sound pierced through the air, seemingly penetrating the cabin's absolute soundproofing, resonating faintly in her mind. The noise was not loud, yet it carried an irksome connotation. Her delicate face instinctively creased her beautifully arched brows, and a flicker of displeasure flashed in her eyes. It was this almost negligible expression that caused Chen Yang, who was feeding her juice, to halt his movements. He did not even glance out at the iron birds hurtling towards them. Instead, he addressed the air with a voice devoid of any tremor. "Chi, these flies are disturbing my wife. Let them be quiet." "Understood, Father God. Erasure protocol has been initiated." Chi's voice remained calm. In the next moment, high above, 3 phantom drones, diving at 3 Mach, seemed to collide with an invisible barrier. There was no warning. No electromagnetic interference, no energy response. They disintegrated as if they had been struck by a delete key. The foremost drone's alloy components abruptly and silently breaking down into the most basic metallic powder, drifting away. Following this, the fuselage, wings, and tail followed suit. The entire process was astonishingly swift, yet unmistakably clear. It was not an explosion, nor a disintegration. It was an incomprehensible erasure at the molecular level, inch by inch. The other 2 drones met the same fate, disintegrating into 3 clouds of meaningless metallic dust that vanished into thin air, swept away by the high-altitude currents. There were no flames, no debris, no remnants. It was as if they had never existed. Over the frigid Atlantic, not even a ripple disturbed the surface. Signal lost. The 3 phantoms had vanished without a trace. Inside the command center, chaos erupted following a moment of stunned silence. Technicians frantically pounded their keyboards, attempting to find any hint of a clue, yet all that appeared on the screens was a void. Vanished? What do you mean vanished? General Hawk seized the chief analyst by the collar, his eyes ablaze. "Sir, we don't know," the analyst stammered, his voice tinged with a quaver of fear for the unknown. The last data returned indicated everything was normal. Then, nothing. Not shot down, not lost, but non-existent. The term non-existent fell like a bucket of ice water over Hawk's fervent head. However, his inherent toughness and obstinacy quickly led him to a plausible explanation. An illusion. It is some form of advanced optical camouflage and signal jamming technology beyond our comprehension. He swung his fist vehemently, his knuckles cracking. It is mocking us, provoking us. Rather than feeling fear, he was instead ignited by a stronger desire for conquest. "Transmit my orders." He turned to the entire command staff, roaring. "Fighter squadron, advance at full speed. It cannot escape. Authorize the first echelon to launch Gungnir. Type 7 electromagnetic capture nets upon reaching the designated position. I want it alive." Chapter 125. Aerial Ballet. The faith of the ace pilot crumbles. 2 massive aircraft carriers loomed like floating mountains of steel, their decks catapults operating with unprecedented fervor. Steam billowed. Engines thundered. Dozens of Fa-18 Super Hornet fighters, equipped with hastily added Gungnir Type 7 electromagnetic capture net launchers, roared into the sky one after another. They swiftly formed a vast and intricate diamond-shaped encirclement, akin to a swarm of agitated wasps, streaking through the sky with white trails, rapidly approaching the solitary black dot at the ocean's center. This is the Navy's Eagle's Nest formation, calling unidentified flying object. Ace pilot Johnny Cage, codenamed Duke, piloted the leading aircraft. He was the pride of the Navy, boasting over 10,000 hours of flight experience, capable of disassembling every generation of Hornet engines with his eyes closed. Calmly adhering to protocol, he issued a final warning over the public channel. "You have entered a military restricted zone. Repeat, you have entered a military restricted zone. Immediately shut down your engines, hover in place, identify yourself, and submit to inspection. This is your final warning." His voice, encrypted, reverberated back to the Pentagon Command Center. General Hawk's jaw tightened. This was the effect he desired, creating an inescapable atmosphere with overwhelming numbers, forcing the intruder to reveal its true form. However, the warning sank into silence, receiving no response. Inside Kunpeng 1, Yiqingzhu nestled in Chun Yang's embrace, chuckling at a rather cold joke, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. "Honey, and then what? Why did the programmer marry his keyboard?" "Because he felt that only the keyboard understood his return key." "Uffed." Yiqingzhu giggled, her small body shaking as she lightly punched him. "You're so bad. That joke is terrible." Chunyang affectionately ruffled her hair, about to share another joke, when Ai Chi's melodious yet unperturbed voice resonated within the cabin. Father God, the other party requests that we shut down our engines and submit to inspection. The smile faded from Chunyang's face. He could not be bothered to glance at the increasingly close, shrieking fighter jets outside. They were akin to a swarm of bothersome mosquitoes buzzing in his ear, disturbing the warmth of his time with his family. He furrowed his brow slightly. Too noisy, he murmured to the air, "Chi, make them quiet." This time, he did not utter the word erase. After all, his wife was still beside him. Shedding blood was never a good thing. Understood, Father God. Initiating non-lethal deterrent mode. As Chi's voice faded, the black vehicle, which had been hovering silently over the ocean, sprang into action. It did not choose any direction to flee. Instead, it transformed into an elusive black shadow, actively heading towards the densely packed fighter jets to the west, under all radar and optical locks. It's moving. Oh my God, its speed. A data analyst in the command center cried out in horror. On the main screen, the black mark representing Kunpeng 1 instantaneously broke the sound barrier. The thermal barrier, 20 Mach. The numbers on the screen fluctuated wildly before stabilizing at a value that sent shivers down everyone's spines. There was no sonic boom, no shockwave, not even a trace of excess energy dissipating. It was as if the laws of physics were playing a trick on it. On the radar displays of the fighter jets, it was not a continuously moving target, but rather a pixelated point flashing erratically in three-dimensional space. In one frame, it was 10 kilometers away. In the next frame, it had already breached the front line of the formation. Ace pilot Duke found himself engulfed in darkness. He barely had time to execute any evasive maneuvers when that mysterious black aircraft appeared like a specter on his right, matching his speed, flying alongside him. A mere 3 meters apart. The Duke could see clearly now, the dark, smooth shell of the opposing craft, deeper than the night itself, reflecting the silver-gray silhouette of his Fa-18 fighter jet, along with the distorted visage of his own face, twisted in sheer shock. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. The Duke's mind was a blank slate. As one of the most elite pilots, his reflexes were far superior to those of ordinary men. Yet now, his thoughts could not keep pace with the unfolding spectacle before his eyes. Then, he witnessed the most absurd scene of his life, one that shattered his beliefs. That black aircraft began to perform a graceful, yet deadly aerial ballet around his jet. Its center of rotation. It suddenly flew backward, maintaining its speed, as fluid as if the tape were being rewound, effortlessly creating distance. Then, in a manner wholly contrary to the laws of aerodynamics, it executed a high-speed lateral maneuver to the left, without tilting its fuselage or adjusting its vector nozzles, gliding sideways as if it were treading upon an invisible plane. The most terrifying aspect was that, at a superspeed cruise of 20 Mach, it abruptly came to a complete standstill. Like a film that had been paused, it hovered abruptly in midair. Meanwhile, the Duke's fighter continued to surge forward with immense inertia, a sensation akin to the entire world freezing while he foolishly flew on. In the next moment, it instantaneously accelerated again, overtaking him at an even greater speed, tracing elegant black trajectories above, below, to the left, and to the right, crafting astonishing geometric patterns in the sky. This was not flight. This was the creator casually strolling through his own backyard, while they, the so-called aerial eagles, resembled a panicked swarm of ants. The Duke, with his tens of thousands of hours of flight experience, capable of disassembling and reassembling an engine with his eyes closed, felt as if everything he had learned about aviation theory, aerodynamics, and Newton's 3 laws was brutally crumpled into a ball of scrap paper by an unseen hand, utterly obliterated. His grip on the control stick trembled uncontrollably. Cold sweat had soaked through his lining, trickling down his temples and dripping onto his legs. This was not an aircraft. This was a specter, a demon, a divine chariot. Report to Eagle's Nest. Report to Eagle's Nest. We cannot lock on. It is toying with us. My radar is failing. No, it just zipped beneath my belly. The public channel echoed with the incoherent screams of other pilots, all elite among elites. Yet at this moment, they sounded like novices experiencing flight for the first time, their voices laced with despair and terror. The entire Super Hornet formation, dozens of aircraft representing the pinnacle of human aerial combat power, now resembled a flock of sparrows being toyed with by a mighty dragon, their formation in disarray, utterly disheveled. In the Pentagon's command center, General Hawk fixated intently on the live feed displayed on the main screen, his hawk-like visage shifting from a pale blue to a deep purple. He watched the black specter meandering through his prideful ace squadron, a sensation more humiliating than being slapped across the face twice. This was not combat. This was a unilateral, blatant humiliation, an open execution of the global hegemony of the lighthouse nation. Incompetence. A bunch of incompetence. Hawk's roar reverberated through the command center, causing it to hum with tension. His teeth ground together, nearly drawing blood from his gums. "General," exclaimed a pale-faced White House advisor, "its technology has surpassed our understanding. This is simply not." "Silence," Hawk bellowed, shoving him aside like a thoroughly enraged bull, seizing the chief communications officer's microphone and howling to the entire channel. "All units, stand by. Fire. I command you to fire. I do not care what it is. Bring it down with Gungnir. I want it alive." The order spread instantaneously through quantum communication to the entire fleet. Inside the Duke's cockpit, the shrill alarms and weapon lock alerts mingled. "Target locked. Electromagnetic capture net, ready for launch." Watching the Black Spectre, so close yet so distant. The Duke's finger hovered over the launch button. He understood that pressing this button was not merely capturing prey, but rather shaking a futile fist at the divine. Chapter 126, Failed Capture, the General's Wrath. The ace pilot, the Duke, hesitated for a mere 0.01 seconds over the launch button. A soldier's duty is to obey. Even if the target ahead was a deity, the General's orders must be fulfilled. He pressed down with force. Eagle's nest formation. Gungnir launched. The Duke's voice echoed through the tactical channel, resonating across the chaotic airspace. In an instant, dozens of Super Hornets ejected cylindrical launchers from their bellies or under their wings. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the thundering launch sounds, massive nets woven from ultra-strong memory alloys suddenly unfurled in the air. These were not ordinary fishing nets. Each net's coverage area was sufficient to envelop an adult blue whale. On the mesh, dense blue arcs of electricity jumped wildly, emitting a terrifying crackle. This was the fruit of human industrial civilization, equipped with a powerful electromagnetic pulse capable of incapacitating all electronic systems of a cruiser in a fraction of a second. Dozens of such electromagnetic nets, converging from all angles, from every vantage point in the sky and sea, formed a true net of heaven and earth, descending upon the silent black object at the center. This was a technological prison, the last struggle of mortals attempting to confine the divine. In the Pentagon Command Center, General Hawk observed the magnificent blue electromagnetic net on the screen, a cruel smile finally curling at the corners of his mouth. He could not believe that anything could escape from such a dual confinement of physics and energy. Yet, faced with this encirclement capable of subduing any earthly creation, Kunping No. 1 remained unperturbed. It hovered there, unyielding, like an ancient, unchanging rock, awaiting the crashing of the tides. Inside, Yi Qingzhu had just finished listening to a corny joke, preparing to comment on her husband's sense of humor. The affectionate smile on Chun Yang's face vanished completely after the AI announced their request to shut down the engines. His expression did not grow cold, but rather, it became flat, an indifference to all living beings. He didn't even spare a glance at the buzzing flies outside. Disturbing his private world with his wife? Unforgivable. Initiate. Chun Yang's voice was soft. They seemed to think I wasn't serious enough. Understood, Father God. Defense protocol elevated to level 2. The AI's voice remained unflappable. Just as it finished speaking, outside, those dozen or so colossal electromagnetic capture nets finally reached their destination. The nearest net was less than 10 meters from Kunping No. 1. The Duke's eyes were glued to his radar screen. He could almost predict that in the next moment, the black dot representing the target would be engulfed by a torrent of electric arcs, followed by a signal loss, crashing down. Victory would belong to the Lighthouse Nation. But just as the capture net was about to touch the surface of Kunping No. 1, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A delicate azure halo quietly materialized upon the surface of the deep, black hole-like exterior of the Kunping 1. This halo was thin and faint, resembling undulating ripples on water or the ethereal mist that condenses with the morning breath. It was neither blinding nor violent, exuding an ineffable, sanctified beauty. Then, the capture net, woven from an extraordinarily robust memory alloy and capable of ensnaring 10,000-ton vessels, first made contact with that shimmering blue halo. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no deafening sounds of metal tearing apart, nor even a hint of energy collision. Everything transpired in perfect silence. The extraordinarily resilient alloy threads, upon touching the blue shield, disintegrated as if a handful of dry snow met a searing hot iron. No, it was more thorough than that. It was decomposition, it was dissolution, it was annihilation. The sturdy metallic structure instantaneously lost all its physical properties, reverting from macro matter directly to its most fundamental metallic atoms. Not a single spark was produced. They simply melted away, then evaporated, ultimately dissipating into the cold winds of the Atlantic. The first net vanished. Following closely were the second, third, and fourth. Dozens of electromagnetic nets, akin to moths drawn to a flame, crashed successively against that thin blue halo and were silently erased in their advance. The entire process lasted less than a second. The magnificent blue web in the sky vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. On the surface of the sea, apart from the roar of fighter jet engines, there was nothing else. The Duke's breath halted. He stared at his empty tactical screen, gazing out at the still hovering black specter, his mind completely incapacitated. An absurd illusion crept into his thoughts. Did he truly launch something just moments ago? Report to Eagle's Nest. Report to Command Center. A pilot's voice, laden with panic, shattered the eerie silence over the public channel. Capture failed. The net is gone. Our gungnir has vanished into thin air. The target possesses an unknown energy shield. Repeat, the target has an unknown energy shield technology. Our attacks are completely ineffective. Panic spread like a plague through the entire formation's channel. These once proud ace pilots now found their faith not merely shattered but fundamentally hollowed out by an incomprehensible force, replaced entirely by an endless fear of the unknown. At the Pentagon, the Global Shield Monitoring Center fell into a profound silence as the live footage revealed the dozens of capture nets representing the pinnacle of Lighthouse Nation's technology evaporating in an instant. Everyone stood frozen, mouths agape, staring at the unharmed black aircraft on the main screen. The air felt thick and motionless. No, it couldn't be. General Hawk's falcon-like visage drained of color, turning a ghastly pale. He fixed his gaze on the screen, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gungnir is the military's top-tier, non-lethal weapon, designed specifically to counter unknown super-technological targets. How could it be so easily thwarted? What is that blue halo? An energy shield? What kind of energy shield could decompose physical matter into atoms? This is physics. This is not mythology. General, a trembling White House advisor stammered. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, we may not be facing a technological creation at all. Its principles might differ entirely from ours. We must cease this immediately. Silence. General Hawk snapped, turning sharply, his face contorted with rage and humiliation, resembling a beast poised to strike. He could not accept failure. Far worse. He could not accept his prized weapon being rendered a mere joke before the gaze of the world's surveillance satellites. This was disgrace. A humiliation 100-fold greater than the previous Sunheart incident. He made a more reckless and unconsidered decision. If soft methods failed, then he would resort to force. His voice, hoarse yet frantic, echoed through the silent command center, sending shivers down the spines of all present. I authorize all combat units. Use the Sidewinder X-type air-to-air missiles. Bring it down. I would rather have a pile of debris than return empty-handed. He had gone mad. The general had completely lost his mind. General. The White House advisor rushed forward, gripping Hawk's arm tightly, his face a mask of horror. No, absolutely not. That constitutes an act of war. Once fired, the diplomatic consequences could be beyond our estimation. We don't even know who they are. Diplomacy? Hawk forcefully shook off the advisor's hand, the strength of his dismissal staggering the refined man back several paces. Hawk's eyes were consumed by bloodlust and madness. He seized the microphone from the chief communications officer, roaring into the entire command system. In my command room, I am the rule. Fire. This is an order. He cast aside all reason, all consequences, all warnings. At this moment, one thought consumed him. Destroy it. At any cost. Even if it meant igniting the Third World War. He would eradicate this audacious challenger to the supremacy of the Lighthouse Nation from the face of this planet. Chapter 127. Is the wife complaining about the noise? The husband raises his hand to erase the world's strongest missile. Fire. General Hawk's hoarse, distorted roar penetrated quantum communications, reaching the cockpits of every Super Hornet soaring above the Atlantic. The command was as unyielding as iron. The ace pilot, the Duke, the pride of the Navy, the man whose faith had just been crushed, finally pressed the button he had dreaded to touch. Weapon safety disengaged. Launch. Underneath dozens of F/A-18 fighter jets. The munitions cascaded down. Silver-white missiles emblazoned with the Sidewinder X insignia erupted with roaring orange flames from their thrusters. They were not merely launched. They were like hounds unleashed from their shackles, howling towards their destined prey. In the sky, dozens of pale trails crisscrossed, weaving a colossal web of destruction that ensnared the solitary black dot at its center. The Sidewinder X, the deadliest fangs in the Lighthouse Nation's arsenal, each equipped with independent AI, could pursue anything at terminal speeds of 10 Mach. This was the nightmare for any aircraft, the inescapable ultimate judgment. In the Pentagon's command center, the atmosphere froze. All eyes were glued to the main screen, watching the dozens of red dots racing towards their target. This time, it had to end, hadn't it? Inside the Kunpeng-1, silence reigned. Yi Qingzhu still leaned against Chen Yang, savoring the earlier poor joke, preparing to playfully ask him to share another. Suddenly, a faint yet piercing alarm resounded within the cabin, breaking the warmth of the moment. Immediately thereafter, Yi Qingzhu felt a subtle tremor emanating from the chair beneath her, a vibration so slight it was nearly imperceptible. This disturbance stood in stark contrast to the previous absolute tranquility, creating a dissonant atmosphere. Within her clear eyes, a glimmer of bewilderment and an undercurrent of unease began to emerge. "Darling," she instinctively tightened her grip on Chunyang's sleeve and whispered softly, "Is there something happening outside?" Chunyang gently patted her small hand that clutched him, the warmth of his palms soothing the ripples of anxiety within her heart. His expression remained that of an unwavering tenderness, laced with affection to the core. "It's nothing, my dear," he leaned closer, whispering in a voice meant solely for her ears. "Just a swarm of bothersome mosquitoes making a racket. I'll have Chi spray some insecticide. It'll be resolved shortly." With that, he lifted his head, his smile unchanged. Even as he retrieved a tissue to wipe away a trace of fruit juice lingering at the corner of Yi Qingzhu's mouth. Yet, a singular thought flickered in the depths of his consciousness, directing a new command to AI Chi. "Cease the game. Terminate it. As you command, Father." AI Chi responded in a melodious and serene electronic voice. At that very instant, above the Atlantic, the black craft that had humiliated the entire navy of the lighthouse nation ceased all its inexplicable maneuvers. It no longer flickered, shifted, or retreated. It simply hung there, motionless, as if awaiting the descent of dozens of lethal fangs. In the eyes of General Hawk at the Pentagon, this action was irrefutable evidence of the adversary's newfound timidity. He gazed at the still black dot on the main screen, a ghastly pallor washing over his face, transforming into a sickly flush. He shoved aside the communications officer beside him, seizing the microphone, and erupted into maniacal laughter that echoed across the channels. "Ha! Do you see it? It has halted. It is afraid. In the face of absolute destructive power, all tricks are but paper tigers. What does speed matter? Ultimately, it is just a machine, and machines can be destroyed." His laughter reverberated through the command center, saturated with the thrill of conquest. They were all mistaken, terribly mistaken. This was not surrender, nor was it cowardice. It was the moment of serene silence before a deity revealed its fangs to the oblivious ants it had created. Time stretched infinitely in that moment. The first Rattlesnake X, trailing a 100-meter-long blaze, reached its destination at a terminal velocity of Mach 10. The warhead's sensors locked onto the target, the volatile explosives within activating. In the next millisecond, it would collide with the seemingly fragile blue halo, heralding the victory of the lighthouse nation with a cataclysmic explosion. Yet, just as the warhead was about to make contact with the shield, the pale blue halo of Kunpeng-1 abruptly contracted inward without warning, extinguishing all its radiance. It did not turn black. Rather, the very notion of color dissipated from that space, creating an absolute void, a two-dimensional hole that materialized in the fabric of reality. It did not reflect light, nor did it absorb it. Light was bizarrely distorted and fractured upon reaching its edges, vanishing into nothingness. A mere glance induced a disorienting sensation of cognitive disarray. On the command center's main screen, that area's data instantaneously transformed into a cascade of garbled characters and null error messages. Within the Duke's cockpit, piercing alarms blared. "Warning. Target lost. Warning. Spatial parameters abnormal. Lost." How could it be lost? It was right before him. The Duke watched helplessly as the Rattlesnake X he had launched plunged into the incomprehensible void. There was no explosion, no sound, no flicker of flame. Indeed, not even a trace of energy was released. The missile, emblematic of humanity's pinnacle of technology, was erased in an instant as if an eraser had wiped it off the canvas of existence. Its physical form, energy, and signals were obliterated, completely and utterly erased from this world. Following suit were the second, third, and fourth missiles, dozens more surging forth from all directions. Akin to pilgrims hastening into the embrace of that silent void, only to be systematically deleted. The entire process transpired in less than a second. In the sky, the magnificent trails of white flame abruptly ceased, as though they had never existed from the very beginning. The command center, with General Hawk's maniacal laughter still caught in his throat, bore witness to the frozen expression of a grotesque and horrifying statue. The Duke's tactical communications channel fell into a profound silence, leaving only his own heavy, desperate breaths. At that moment, his tactical computer suddenly received a final data packet sent back from the recently launched missile, mere millionths of a second before its deletion. There were no complex codes. Only a single line of cold, chilling English that froze the Duke's blood. Energy transfer complete. "Thank you. Thank you." The Duke's mind went blank upon reading those words. At that instant, he felt not fear but a profound absurdity and dread emanating from the depths of his soul. They had launched the world's most advanced missiles, intended to obliterate their target. Yet the target was thanking them? At the Pentagon, within the Global Shield Monitoring Center, General Hawk's pathological laughter remained lodged in his throat, unable to fully erupt. Like everyone in the command center, he was transfixed by the main screen, watching as dozens of red dots representing the Rattlesnake X hurtled towards that immobile black target. In the next moment, all the crimson light dots extinguished simultaneously the moment they reached the target area, not one by one, but in unison, as if snuffed out in an instant. The screen displayed a pristine void. What on earth happened? Where's the impact report? General Hawk's laughter caught in his throat morphed into a furious roar. The chief data analyst, a venerable elder with silver hair, stood transfixed, gazing at his data stream, which was awash with unprecedented garbled text and null error messages. General. He adjusted his spectacles, his lips trembling as he murmured in a trance-like state. There are no impact signals, no explosive energies, nothing, absolutely nothing. What do you mean, nothing? Hawk seized his collar. They were absorbed. The analyst finally broke down, pointing frantically at the screen and shrieking. All the kinetic and chemical energy carried by those missiles was converted and absorbed in an instant. That is not an aircraft. It is an energy black hole. It consumed our missiles like snacks. Consumed? General Hawk released his grip, staggering back a couple of steps, his expression frozen, transformed into a grotesque and chilling statue. Meanwhile, inside Kunpeng 1, tranquility reigned. Yi Qingzhu leaned against Chen Yang, the recent slight tremor and alarm causing a flicker of unease in her clear eyes. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Chen Yang's sleeve, her brow slightly furrowing. Darling, is it a bit noisy outside? This subtle furrowing of her brow did not alter the affectionate smile on Chen Yang's face. He merely reached out to gently smooth the creases on her forehead. Just a swarm of mosquitoes, quite bothersome, he chuckled, offering her a peeled amethyst grape. Here, darling, have a grape. I'll have Chi close the window. It will be quiet soon. Yet, deep within his consciousness, a cold, relentless thought emerged. Chi, my wife finds it noisy. As you command, Father God. The AI's melodious and tranquil electronic voice rang clear, reporting to Father God, the energy conversion module has been activated. A total of 12 times 10 to the power of 12 joules of standard energy units have been absorbed and fully converted into Shihi battery reserve energy. We thank the enemy for their generous donation. Since we have received a gift, we ought to provide a token of gratitude. Initiate non-lethal electromagnetic pulse countermeasures. In return, this gift doubled. As you command, Father God. Above the Atlantic, the layer of black void that had devoured all the missiles gradually dissipated. The sleek, obsidian exterior of Kunpeng 1 re-emerged into view, unscathed. This outcome left the Duke and all surviving pilots in a state of numbness. However, the next moment, that pale blue energy shield resurfaced, expanding suddenly outward like an inflated blue soap bubble, centered on Kunpeng 1. This process was silent. The soft blue screen swept over the first Super Hornet fighter jet like a harmless ripple. Inside the cockpit, the pilot was momentarily engulfed in blue. Then, with a crackle, all the electronic screens before him erupted in a shower of sparks, instantly going dark. The overhead lights extinguished, the dials on the dashboard reset to 0, and the communication system was reduced to a cacophony of electrical static. Most terrifying of all, the roar of the engine vanished. The turbine fan engine, representing the pinnacle of human industrial achievement, fell silent in an instant. The fighter jet, worth tens of millions of dollars, transformed into a cold hunk of metal. The immense inertia propelled it forward for a brief distance, before gravity took over. The nose began to uncontrollably plunge downward. Mayday! Mayday! I've lost all power. After a moment of stunned silence, the pilot unleashed a desperate scream, but the sound could not escape. This was not an isolated incident. The blue screen swept across the entire Eagle's Nest formation like the scythe of death, devoid of any theatricality, claiming one aircraft after another. 1, 2, 10, dozens. In the sky unfolded the most absurd scene in modern warfare history. Dozens of fighter jets, symbols of the world's mightiest aerial power, fell like marionettes with severed strings. Stripped of all propulsion and control, plummeting toward the azure sea in disjointed formations. No explosions, no pursuits. Only a cluster of iron coffins spiraling down into their final descent under the dominion of gravity. Eject! Eject! No. The ejection system is malfunctioning. God, we're trapped inside. In the dwindling seconds, as the public channel was about to be completely drowned in overwhelming electromagnetic interference, the desperate cries of the pilots echoed, filled with infinite dread and despair. These voices were transmitted back to the Pentagon in real time through quantum communication. The command center fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were transfixed on the main screen, where where dozens of green light dots were collectively plummeting, each flicker striking General Hawk's heart like a sledgehammer. He listened to the agonized wails of his subordinates in their final moments through the headphones, his falcon-like visage drained of color. His lips quivered, and he could no longer utter a word. This was not war. This was a one-sided, technological slaughter. And the perpetrator had not even fired a shot. It merely returned the gifts they had sent. Just then, a White House advisor, seemingly recalling something, turned pale as a ghost. Trembling as he pointed to the edge of the screen, his voice tinged with a sob. "General, those 2 aircraft carriers just lost their entire air wing. Now, they are the most conspicuous targets on the ocean." Chapter 129, The Staff of God? My wife finds it noisy. You won't be left with even a scrap. At the Pentagon, the Global Shield Monitoring Center, the air felt as if it had been sucked dry, the oppressive silence choking. On the main screen, dozens of green light dots representing the Super Hornets were accelerating toward the blue line that marked sea level, an irrevocable descent. Each flicker struck General Hawk's heart like a hammer. "Mayday! Mayday! The engines are out. Hydraulic failure. We are descending. The ejection system is unresponsive. God! We are locked in the cockpit." In the headphones, the desperate lamentations of the pilots in their final moments flooded every ear in the command center without delay. These were the top eagles of the lighthouse nation, apex predators atop the food chain, now like fledglings with broken wings, helplessly awaiting their fate in the abyss. General Hawk's bloodshot eyes were fixed on the screen, a guttural growl escaping his throat. "Save them!" He lunged toward the communication station, his hoarse roar reverberating through the silent command center. "Immediately mobilize all nearby rescue units. All helicopters, all speedboats, send them over now. Hurry." He resembled a gambler who had lost everything, desperately grasping for the last thread of elusive hope. "General," the White House advisor beside him appeared ashen, his voice trembling in fear. It was too late. Their descent speed had exceeded 300 knots, and they were less than 1,000 feet from the ocean's surface. By the time the rescue team arrived, only wreckage would remain. The very word wreckage pierced General Hawk's final psychological fortification like a needle. However, at the moment when everyone had resigned themselves to the tragic conclusion, the image on the main screen caused every breath to hitch once more. The Black Phantom vehicle. Kunpung 1, after orchestrating this one-sided execution, seemed unsatisfied. A soft blue aura rippled across its obsidian-like surface once more. This time, the aura did not transform into a destructive pulse, but instead resembled an invisible, gentle tide that cradled the dozens of fighter jets plummeting toward their demise below. A force from a higher dimensional civilization, an anti-gravity wave, enveloped the entire airspace. In the next moment, a scene unfolded above the Atlantic that could upend humanity's understanding of physics. The dozens of Super Hornets, hurtling toward the ground, abruptly halted their descent. There was no cushioning, no deceleration. They switched instantaneously from free fall at several hundred kilometers per hour to absolute stillness. It was as if an invisible, gargantuan hand, emerging from the depths of the sea, had gently grasped these iron birds in its palm. They hung awkwardly, suspended in various rigid postures, merely 10 meters above the ocean's surface. The surging waves battered their bellies, splashing icy droplets. The boundary between life and death was precisely delineated within that 10-meter span. Within the cockpit, the pilots, including the Duke, who had already closed their eyes in resignation, experienced a violent upheaval in their stomachs after the jarring contrast between extreme speed and absolute stillness, each succumbing to nausea. Yet, they had survived. The very enemy that had wrought their destruction had spared their lives in a manner reminiscent of divine intervention. In the command center, all eyes were fixed on the absurd, motionless image on the main screen, their minds blank. Compassion? No. General Hawk trembled violently. He comprehended the truth. This was not compassion. It was humiliation. A raw, unadulterated humiliation, 100 times worse than being shot down or reduced to ashes. The adversary was proclaiming in this manner to him, to the Lighthouse Nation, to the entire world, your lives and deaths rest solely in my hands. Your prideful Ace Air Force has not even the dignity to die heroically before me, reduced instead to mere puppets at my whim. General Hawk let out a piercing shriek, filled with crushed pride and boundless madness. Everything he stood for as a soldier, every aspect of his role as a guardian of hegemony, was utterly obliterated in that moment. "You think this will make me afraid?" he roared. Like a cornered mad dog, charging toward another corner of the command center, there lay an independent control panel protected by a heavy alloy shield, featuring only a deep crimson button that radiated an ominous aura. "General, no." The White House advisor realized instantly what it was. His face drained of color as he scrambled forward, clutching Hawk's arm desperately. "You've lost your mind. That is the staff of God, a forbidden weapon. Once activated, there is no turning back. Get away." Hawk forcefully shoved him aside, the strength of his action sending the frail advisor crashing into a row of equipment. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the button, a frenzied, self-destructive smile creeping across his face. Turning back, his voice was hoarse and distorted the moment it appeared. Our hegemony had already crossed the point of no return. Today, either it falls from the sky, or the flag of the lighthouse nation will be pulled down from the flagpoles of the world. He hesitated no longer, raising his hand, summoning all his strength to strike down upon the button symbolizing destruction and taboo. I command, activate the staff of God. Target locked. Full power attack. Bring it down from the sky. The command was issued. Earth, low Earth orbit. 12 massive objects disguised as weather satellites silently adjusted their positions, their cold mechanical arms unlocking the attack bay doors. There, 12 metal spears crafted from ultra-high-density tungsten alloy lay quietly on the electromagnetic acceleration track. They were space-based kinetic weapon platforms orbiting the Earth, the deepest strategic deterrent hidden by the lighthouse nation, the sword of Damocles hanging over all nations. In the next instant, the electromagnetic track at the platform's base erupted with dazzling blue light. The 12 heavy tungsten rods were endowed with terrifying initial velocity, breaking free from the platform and transforming into 12 meteors, plummeting toward the precise coordinates within the atmosphere. As they violently scraped against the air, they became incandescent red, trailing long, comet-like tails, resembling 12 divine punishment spears piercing through heaven and earth. Speed, bolstered by gravity, soared higher and higher. 20 Mach, 25 Mach, 30 Mach. This was the true staff of God, the power closest to divine retribution achievable by mortal technology. It relied on no explosives. With its immense mass and unparalleled speed alone, it could unleash destructive power rivaling that of small tactical nuclear weapons. This was General Hawk's final trump card, his most reckless strike, wagering the fate of an entire nation. Inside Kunpeng 1, it remained as warm as spring. Yi Qingzhu lay peacefully asleep, her head resting on Chun Yang's arm. The annoying buzz of mosquitoes outside had long since subsided, and her even breathing cast soft shadows of her long eyelashes upon her fair cheeks, creating the most beautiful scene in the world. Chun Yang gazed down at her, carefully adjusting the blanket to cover her exposed shoulder. At that moment, the voice of the AI, Qi, resonated within the depths of his consciousness. For the first time, there was a hint of seriousness in the melodious electronic tone, a reflection of rapidly changing data streams. Report to the Father God. High-orbit space-based kinetic weapon strike detected. Number of targets, 12. Entry speed has exceeded 30 Mach and is still accelerating. According to energy and mass calculations, the impact force of a single strike has reached the theoretical lower threshold for planetary civilization extinction. The 12 attacks will create a chain reaction capable of inflicting crustal-level structural damage in the target area. Should we immediately activate the space curvature barrier for absolute defense? The space curvature barrier, an ultimate defense mechanism capable of distorting spacetime and banishing all attacks to another dimension. Chun Yang's actions were unchanged. He did not even glance at the 12 lights of destruction descending from the heavens, drawing ever closer. He merely frowned slightly. This light is too bright. It might disturb my wife's sleep through the cabin window. He smiled tenderly at the girl sleeping soundly in his arms. Then, a chilling thought transmitted to Qi. Defense? Too troublesome. Chun Yang's consciousness pierced through the vehicle's shell, through the atmosphere, and precisely observed the command center nestled within the Pentagon, witnessing the frenzied General Hawk. I do not wish to hear any more alarms. Silence all toys that emit sound and light. Let it be a final resolution. Chapter 130. The Chains of God. Global silence. Earth, low Earth orbit. 12 crimson meteors, piercing the heavens and the Earth, plummeted toward the coordinates of the Atlantic Ocean at a terrifying speed of 30 Mach. This represented the most extreme physical annihilation that human civilization could conceive. Within the Pentagon's command center, General Hawk and all personnel were fixated on the screen, awaiting the moment when that expanse of sea would be utterly vaporized. However, inside Kunpeng No. 1, a profound tranquility reigned. The vehicle only emitted a barely perceptible tremor, akin to the fleeting passage of a bird outside the window. Resting in Chun Yang's embrace, Yi Qingzhu appeared serene in her slumber, her exquisite brows momentarily furrowed, as if she encountered a minor vexation in her dreams. Chun Yang lowered his head and extended a finger, gently smoothing the creases on her forehead with the utmost tenderness. At that very moment, above the Atlantic Ocean, the 12 divine rods, glowing red and capable of penetrating the Earth's crust, abruptly halted their path of destruction. There was no deceleration, no cushioning. They were abruptly frozen in midair, less than 100 meters from Kunpeng No. 1, as if time itself had been forcibly arrested in that minuscule space. Then, an even more bizarre spectacle unfolded. The 12 suspended spears of annihilation vanished into thin air without a sound or a surge of energy, as if a painting had been violently erased, eradicating all traces of their existence along with the cataclysmic energy they bore, completely obliterated from the very concept of reality. Moments later, only 12 faint white trails remained in the sky, signifying their passage. And then, they were gone. At the Global Shield Command Center, General Hawk and all eyes were fixated on the main screen. The 12 red dots, symbols of the ultimate weapon, did not unleash the anticipated destructive brilliance upon reaching their target. Instead, they extinguished in unison. The command center fell into an eerie silence. An analyst's glasses slipped from the bridge of his nose and clattered onto the console, yet he remained unresponsive. Everyone understood that their final trump card had failed in a manner beyond their comprehension, a failure not of their own making, but casually wiped away by a higher existence. They all stared blankly at the still black dot on the screen, their minds void, unable to even form a semblance of fear. What remained was the most primal numbness, born from the unknown. Just then, with a sudden clap, all screens in the command center went dark without warning. Before anyone could scream, the darkness receded. An exquisitely detailed three-dimensional global dynamic map occupied every screen. In the next moment, a series of grotesque chains, composed of crimson data streams, erupted from the center of the North American continent like a virus. They slithered across the globe at the speed of light, akin to serpents endowed with life. One chain ensnared the Nimitz-class carrier strike group, navigating the Indian Ocean in an instant. Another chain firmly bound the naval base at Yokosuka in Japan. A third chain pierced through the Ramstein Air Base in Germany. From the intercontinental missile silos on home soil to every military base overseas. From strategic nuclear submarines submerged in the deep sea to clandestine bioweapon labs in the desert. Thousands of military nodes of the lighthouse nation were ensnared within mere seconds by the red data chains, flickering ominously on the map. An invisible net had entirely ensnared the mightiest military empire on the planet. At that moment, a melodious yet emotionless electronic voice resonated clearly through every broadcast unit in the command center. Detection of hostile actions against the Father God. Countermeasure protocol initiated. I have taken control of your global military command network. From this moment forth, every bullet, every missile, and every troop movement will require my authorization. The AI's voice paused, as if savoring the despair etched on the faces of these minuscule beings. Then, with an undeniable tone of factual declaration, it delivered its final pronouncement. In other words, my Father God does not appreciate noise. Therefore, for the sake of world peace, your armed forces shall henceforth be sealed. The final 4 words, light as a feather, bore the terrifying weight capable of crushing a superpower. This proclamation, akin to a divine decree, rendered the entire command center a desolate wasteland. General Hawk's body shook violently. He opened his mouth, producing a wheezing sound akin to a broken bellows, yet no words emerged. Armed forces sealed. He finally comprehended the truth. He was not confronting an advanced aircraft, but a being that transcended nations, sovereignty, and even human understanding, a deity. And he, a mere mortal, had dared to provoke the majesty of a god with the weapons of mankind. How utterly laughable, how tragically pitiful. With a thud, General Hawk's legs gave way. He could no longer bear the weight of his body and collapsed entirely to the ground. His faith, his pride, and the hegemony he protected disintegrated into dust in that moment. Just then, the shrill ringing of a red emergency phone, possessing the highest authority, shattered the silence of the command platform. A nearby civilian advisor, like a soulless puppet, hurriedly stumbled towards it, trembling as he pressed the answer button. Mr. President. On the other end of the line came a frantic, fear-laden roar, laced with desperation. Almost simultaneously, within Kunpung No. 1, Chen Yang's personal satellite phone vibrated softly in his pocket. He glanced at the caller ID, a string of numbers obscured by multiple encryptions and reroutes, pinpointing the Oval Office in the White House. He answered the call. On the other end, a man who once commanded global authority now spoke in a near-crying, incoherent tone, frantically apologizing and pleading. Chen Yang listened quietly, saying nothing. Only when the other party seemed on the verge of exhuming their ancestral graves to express contrition did he gently interrupt. From now on, my flight path will be a global no-fly zone. With that, he abruptly terminated the call. This was not a negotiation. It was a notification, a new decree from a god to the realm of mortals. He pocketed the phone as if merely discarding a piece of junk mail. Looking down, he saw the girl in his arms sleeping soundly, a playful strand of hair cascading onto her smooth cheek. Chen Yang's movements were even more tender than when he had smoothed her brows earlier. He extended his hand, cautiously brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Outside the window, the world was undergoing a dramatic transformation. Inside, however, tranquility reigned. Chapter 131. The Anxiety of Elites, the Vision of a Father. The White House roared, while the Pentagon lay in hushed silence. Qinyang casually tossed the specially designed satellite phone onto the soft sofa, akin to discarding a used scrap of paper. On the other end of the line, the man who once instilled fear across the globe was babbling incoherently, yet his pleas left no trace in Qinyang's heart. The incessant chatter of ants was easily forgotten. He lowered his gaze, observing the serene, sleeping face of Yi Qingzhu. The girl seemed to sense the profound stillness, her lips unconsciously curving into a satisfied smile. This smile brought Qinyang a sense of fulfillment greater than the submission of the entire world. At that moment, the voice of AI Qi resonated deep within his consciousness, calm and unwavering. Father, the global silence protocol has been completed. All military systems of the target units have entered a state of preservation. Currently, the global discourse surrounding the anomalous atmospheric phenomena over the Atlantic has peaked, with multiple nations adopting a state of maximum military readiness. Qinyang's actions remained unchanged as he gently pulled the blanket up, covering his wife's delicate shoulders. Military readiness? A group of primitive beings wielding sticks, baring their teeth at the stars above, nothing more. For him, after swatting away those flies, a more pressing question emerged: the education of his child with Qingzhu. That little one, born to inherit two supreme bloodlines, destined to stand above all civilizations. What kind of education should he receive? Qi, compile the finest educational resources available on this planet. As you command, Father. A virtual screen, visible only to Qinyang, unfolded before his eyes. The screen was not a mundane list. On the left side were prestigious institutions like Eton College and Phillips Exeter Academy, proudly displaying their esteemed courses: constructing financial empires, global leadership, game theory, and political maneuvering. On the right side was a live broadcast of financial news. In the footage, a newly minted billionaire, beaming with exuberance, gesticulated animatedly at the camera. Indeed, I secured my son a place at the Royal Rolls Academy, for which I donated a library. This is not mere expenditure. It is an investment. I am paving a royal path for him to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. The billionaire waved his arms fervently, as if envisioning his family dynasty enduring through the ages. Qinyang stared at the screen for a full minute in silence. Then, he smiled, not a cold smirk, nor a derisive laugh, but a genuine, heartfelt pity akin to watching 3-year-olds tussle over glass marbles. A royal path? Based on this? Qi, shut it down. Father, these are already the pinnacle of human civilization's educational system. Trash. Qinyang uttered 2 words, and the screen vanished in an instant. To him, this so-called elite education, this alleged royal path, was utterly ludicrous. Teaching people how to make money? With a mere thought, AI Qi could drain global market liquidity in 3 seconds, rendering all wealth to nothing. The assets of the entire universe were merely toys he wished to bestow upon his child. Teaching people how to wield power? His will had just reduced the strongest hegemon on this planet to a cripple unable to lift a weapon. His child, born as the embodiment of rules, had no need to learn the art of manipulation. My child is not here to learn how to play this game. Qinyang gazed at the sleeping girl in his arms, and the pride and sense of responsibility as a father transformed into an unprecedentedly grand will, permeating the universe. He was here to define the game, to create the rules. What he needed to comprehend was not how to wield tools, but how to invent them. He sought to understand the essence of the universe, the roots of laws, the very act of creation. This thought was strikingly clear and resolute. It stemmed from a father's utmost expectations for his child, an intensity that surpassed even the cold will that had just dismantled a global hegemon. Boom. The silent system was reignited by this grand paternal love. This time, it was no longer a mechanical chime. Instead, it resonated as if emerging from the singularity of the cosmic Big Bang, echoing in the deepest recesses of the soul, directly striking the essence of Qinyang. Detected that the host's educational plan for his offspring has surpassed the cognitive limits of current planetary civilization. Congratulations, host. Your paternal love has touched the threshold of civilization creators. Epic ultimate pampering mission triggered. Forge a transcendent academy for the heir of the divine phoenix and chaos. Mission requirements. From scratch, construct a brand new educational system for your child, pointing towards the ultimate truths of the universe. Mission rewards. 1. Omniscient power, instant mastery of all known and unknown realms of ultimate knowledge, from fundamental physics to dimensional laws, from quantum mechanics to causal law weaponry, from genetic coding to soul theology. 2. A cornerstone of the Subspace Academy, a customizable foundation for a portable divine academy, absolutely safe, with infinite energy. An adjustable time flow. The moment the last word fell, an indescribable torrent of knowledge surged into Qinyang's soul. There was no pain, no impact. It was a return to alignment. It felt as though this endless knowledge had always belonged to him, and only now had he finally remembered. The world, in Chunyang's view, was utterly reconstructed. He looked down at the Kunpeng number 1. No longer just a sleek cockpit and precise instruments. It became a conglomerate of countless information streams. He perceived the memory metal forming the vehicle's shell, its atomic structure appearing so loose and rudimentary to his eyes. And he heard the rough and inefficient roar of controllable nuclear fusion within the energy furnace. Almost instinctively, 37,200 optimization schemes flashed in his mind. With a mere thought, he could transform this aircraft into a living starship capable of traversing timelines with curvature, endowed with self-awareness. He recalled the god staff he had just erased. At this moment, the so-called 30 Mach kinetic strikes seemed to him the most primitive and feeble application of energy in the universe, akin to a caveman picking up a stone to hurl at another caveman. Einstein's mass-energy equation, EMC, in his knowledge framework, was merely a kindergarten-level, superficial description of the phenomena of material and energy transformation, failing to consider the variables of dark matter and soul energy. In this moment, Chunyang was no longer a deity in any field. He was knowledge itself, the culmination of all sciences, the source of all theology. Newton stood before him as an infant yet to learn to walk. Einstein appeared as an ant incapable of grasping even the simplest of concepts. He finally comprehended that what the system required of him was not to establish a school. Instead, in the name of fatherhood, he was to personally create a brand new cradle of civilization for his child. With this thought, Chunyang could not help but let out a low laugh. To create a civilization? It appears to be a rather splendid gift for the birth of a child. He extended his hand, gently tucking away the rebellious strand of hair behind the girl's ear once more. Outside the window, the order of the world was being rewritten by him. Within, a prospective father expressed the most unadulterated love for his child. Initiate. Father God, I am here. Has the cornerstone of the Subspace Academy been delivered? Reporting to Father God. It has been delivered. For the first time, a hint of reverence, born from a violent fluctuation of data streams, emerged in the voice of AI Chi. The cornerstone had replaced the original engine core of the Kunpeng number 1, becoming the new source of power for the vehicle. Chunyang raised an eyebrow slightly. However, Chi's voice continued, issuing a warning. The cornerstone is currently in an unstable, chaotic state. It awaits your injection of the first initial concept. Initial concept? Indeed, Father God. The initial concept you inject will become the supreme law of the Academy, defining its eternal foundation and determining its ultimate form of evolution. Is it time? Is it space? Is it life? Is it truth? Or is it love? Please, make your choice. Chapter 132, Subspace Academy, in the name of Yaoguang. Is it time? Is it space? Is it life? Is it truth? Or is it love? The inquiry from AI Chi echoed within the depths of Chunyang's consciousness. Each word represented a pathway leading to the ultimate truths of the universe. Time could allow his future child to become the master of the river of years. Space could enable his child to perceive dimensions as steps, transforming the universe into a backyard. Truth encapsulated all knowledge. To grasp it was to know all. Chunyang gazed quietly at the serene visage of the girl in his arms. He smiled. All of these were merely tools. And tools were toys he could create for his child at any moment. Only the final option was the starting point of all, as well as the culmination of all power. Love, a notion both simple and grand, emanated from the core of Chunyang, infusing the core of the vehicle. This concept defined everything about him. It was the sole driving force that propelled him from an ordinary university student to this very moment. It was the reason he was willing to overturn the entire world for the girl in his arms, for the unborn child. At the moment when love, this initial concept, was injected, an explosion resonated. Within Kunpeng number 1, the cornerstone of the Subspace Academy, which had replaced the original engine, erupted in a silent yet terrifying rhythm, undetectable by any instruments. It was no longer a chaotic primordial seed. It had come to life. Chunyang closed his eyes, and his spirit was gently drawn into a vast and tender force, sinking into it. This was not merely a construction. It was a complete world, an independent plane suspended in an endless chaotic void. Beneath his feet lay a smooth, jade-like white earth, spanning hundreds of kilometers, vast and boundless. Looking up, there were no sun or stars, only a soft sky composed of pure energy that could transform into any desired scenery at will. Chunyang's thoughts stirred slightly. Above the sky, a deep blue unfolded, with a few white clouds drifting lazily, as warm sunlight poured down, filling the air with the fragrance of grass and earth. He took a deep breath. Here, he was the sole creator god. A vast forest rose before him. This was an ecological garden. Towering ancient trees stood, their leaves veins clearly visible, with the essence flowing within not sap, but the fundamental laws of life. A few deer made of photons curiously peered out from the thicket. They were not mere data, but newborn lives with independent soul imprints. Here, his child could personally touch the rise and fall of all things, grasping the most primal meaning of life. Chen Yang's gaze shifted to the other side. A colossal tower, entirely composed of crystal, loomed. Inside the tower, there were no paper books, only countless floating orbs of light. This was the library. He delved into one of the light orbs with his mind. In an instant, from the tremors of quantum foam to the collapse of black hole singularities, all knowledge regarding gravity, whether known or unknown, transformed into the purest stream of information, which he comprehended in an instant. This knowledge had long since been bestowed upon him through the reward of omniscience. At this moment, it felt more like a review and validation. Here, his child would not need to monotonously memorize formulas. With merely a thought, they could exhaust the truths of an entire discipline. In the distance lay an area shrouded by an energy field. That was the energy laboratory. Within, a star was undergoing a complete simulation of its birth to destruction according to his will. The so-called Staff of God, a crude kinetic weapon, had no qualification even to be considered experimental material here. Yet, the most captivating sight was a shimmering river that traversed the entire plain. A microcosm of the river of time. The waters were composed of countless tiny, flickering fragments of loss. Chen Yang reached out, his hand immersed in the river. He could clearly sense the past, present, and countless possible futures flowing through his fingertips. Here, a single day's learning would yield knowledge and insights that surpassed a millennium of arduous practice in the outside world. Every grain of sand, every drop of water in this realm was a fragment of law. Here lay a divine kingdom uniquely belonging to his child, a hall of truth that opened exclusively for him. Chen Yang withdrew his hand, and the pride of being a father filled him with immense satisfaction. He needed to bestow a name upon this sacred hall. A thought coalesced in the void. Two ancient characters formed from laws were imprinted upon the sky of this plain. Yaoguang, the seventh star of the Big Dipper. Its brilliance has long served as a beacon of direction, the brightest revelation in the night sky. He hoped this academy would become an eternal lighthouse for his child. With the name established, the next step was to design a curriculum equally unique for this one-of-a-kind academy. Armed with the recently acquired omniscience, Chen Yang's thought process transcended that of any supercomputer. A vast and terrifying course outline rapidly took shape in his mind. First academic year, Fundamentals of Energy and Material Transformation. Course objective, to personally create a stable, absolutely safe Shia battery without the aid of any tools. The energy stabilization technology inherent in this device alone would render all nuclear physicists on Earth collectively unemployed. Yet for Chen Yang, this was merely about teaching his child how to recharge their cherished toys. Second academic year, Life Coding and Gene Creation. Course objective, to comprehend the essence of gene sequences and attempt to create an entirely new, harmless, and adorable furry pet. The technology for this course could cure all fatal diseases in the human realm and even achieve limb regeneration. Yet for Chen Yang, it was simply to fulfill his daughter's wish for a unique little kitten. Third academic year, Introduction to Spatial Laws. Course objective, to preliminarily master spatial structures and learn to perform short-distance spatial jumps without cooling or consumption. Fourth academic year, Time Theory and Paradox Avoidance. Course objective, to understand that time is not linear and to learn how to conduct minor time regressions without triggering the backlash of causality. The 100th academic year, The Mechanics of the Soul and the Shaping of Divinity. The 1000th academic year, The Weaving of Causality and the Modification of Reality. The 10,000th academic year, The Sowing of Civilization and the Introduction to Cosmic Ecology. A meticulously crafted educational plan spanning 10 millennia was effortlessly orchestrated by Chen Yang. Any single course listed in this curriculum, if disseminated, would be sufficient to shatter the worldview of every scientist on Earth, plunging them into madness or rendering them utterly self-doubting, questioning the validity of their life's work. For this curriculum does not teach the adherence to rules. Rather, it imparts the art of becoming the rules themselves. Having charted a promising future for his daughter, Chen Yang withdrew his consciousness from the Yaoguang Academy with a sense of fulfillment. He opened his eyes. In his arms, Yi Qingzhu remained blissfully asleep, her delicate lips slightly pouting, as if troubled by some disquieting dream. Lowering his gaze, Chen Yang gently pressed a kiss upon her smooth forehead. No cosmic expanse, no ultimate truth, could rival the smile of the girl cradled in his embrace. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of ennui. This world, recently subdued by his own hand, seemed rather dull. A troop of disarmed monkeys continued to bicker over a few rotten bananas, their squabbles resulting in injury. It was far too quiet and exceedingly tedious. Perhaps it was time to cast a small, inconsequential stone into this tranquil pond, to provide these mortals with some engaging endeavor. It would also serve to prepare a slightly livelier, less monotonous playground for the child soon to be born. With this thought, a playful smirk crept upon Chun Yang's lips. His consciousness connected with AI Chi. Chi, father, I am here. Do you remember the graduation project from the first year at Yaowang Academy, the Xia battery? Memory bank has been locked. The technology involves fundamental material reconstruction and zero-point energy stabilization, AI Chi dutifully reported. Let us simplify that. Qin Yang interrupted. Provide me with the most basic version, stripped of even the shell design, solely the core theoretical formulas. Organize it accordingly. Then, Qin Yang's gaze pierced through the vehicle, observing the blue planet beneath as if it were a vast sandbox. With an air of casualness, akin to deciding what to have for dinner, he issued his command, an anonymous, indiscriminate comprehensive dissemination to all mainstream physics forums, internal university servers, and the public email accounts of national academies across the globe. Let this mundane world experience a slight tremor from the future. Chapter 133, an announcement, the world's richest pleads for admission. Execute. The moment Qin Yang issued the directive in his mind, two distinct torrents of data surged silently from the core of Kunpeng 1, cascading across the planet. One stream, resplendently declaring the news, appeared on the now globally scrutinized Panga Group's official website. The other morphed into an untraceable multitude of phantoms, precisely infiltrating every top-tier physics laboratory on Earth, every prestigious university's internal server, and the private email accounts of every member of the academies. Having accomplished this, Chun Yang's attention returned entirely to the girl in his arms. Yi Qingzhu seemed to sense the subtle shift in his embrace, instinctively snuggling closer, sinking into a deeper slumber. For Qin Yang, the world outside was merely a grand amusement park prepared for his wife and child. And at that moment, the bells signaling the park's opening began to toll. Wall Street, Goldman Sachs Trading Hall. Chief Trading Officer Tom was fixated on the Panga Group's rather rudimentary website, his bloodshot eyes unblinking. Suddenly, the page refreshed. A bold headline emerged. Announcement of the establishment of Yaowang Academy, a subsidiary of Panga Group. Yaowang Academy? Tom stammered, instinctively reading aloud. The trading hall fell into an abrupt silence, as if a pause button had been pressed, all eyes turning in unison. Upon clicking the announcement, the content was shockingly brief. Yaowang Academy aims to provide an education a century ahead of our current era, dedicated to cultivating leaders capable of guiding human civilization toward higher dimensions. Further details pending. After 3 seconds of silence, boom, Tom slammed his hand on the table, propelling himself up from his chair, his expression not one of confusion, but of extreme fervor and greed. Education. It's education. Fuck. How did I not think of this? He paced like a frenzied tiger, realizing that energy is merely flesh, technology merely the skeletal structure. It is people, only the next generation, that embody the soul of civilization. This is the ultimate monopoly. He seized the phone and bellowed at his personal assistant. Contact everyone we can reach associated with the Shanhuang Group, the Yi family. And that Qin Yang. Utilize all resources. I want my son to be the first to secure an interview at Yaowang Academy. At any cost. Simultaneously. This announcement sent shockwaves through the circles of the world's elite families, tycoons, and nobility. It did not specify admission criteria, tuition fees, or even an address. Yet the phrases "a century ahead" and "guiding civilization" pierced the core of their anxieties like poisoned daggers. They maintained their family legacies through bloodlines, capital, and power. But now, someone sought to redefine the starting line from a civilizational perspective. Should their descendants miss this opportunity, it would mean their families would devolve into primitive beings in the new world a century hence. This represented a more thorough obliteration than bankruptcy or death, a removal from civilization itself. Middle East, Desert Palace. A prince trembled as he cast a multi-million-dollar falcon from his arm. Roaring at his secretary, tell Zhou Yi of the Shanhuang Group, I'll trade the 10-year revenue rights of 3 oil fields for a single admission slot. No, 5 oil fields. Shanhuang Group headquarters, President's office. Newly appointed Zhou Yi stared at the 3 ringing phones on his desk and the string of names popping up on his personal mobile that belonged only on the cover of Fortune magazine. Feeling utterly dazed, he realized he had not taken the helm of a corporate group, but had become a wish-granting pool for the world's elite. And he understood that he was merely the one passing the spoons beside the pool. The true deity remained outside the fray. However, the fervor and anxiety of these upper-class elites were merely the surface ripples of a global storm. On the other side of the world, a genuine tsunami capable of overturning cognition was silently brewing. Europe, Geneva, CERN, European Organization for Nuclear Research. In the brightly lit data center of the Higgs boson collider, Professor André, revered as the man closest to Einstein, was meticulously verifying a new round of collision data with his doctoral team. Professor, I received an anonymous, encrypted file in my private email. A hesitant young doctoral student named Carter raised his hand, the title reading, The Fundamental Logic of Material Energy Conversion Completion. Professor Andre frowned, his tone displeased. Carter, how many times have I emphasized not to handle personal emails during work hours? Especially not this kind of pseudoscientific rubbish. Delete it. Professor, Carter's voice trembled. I was merely curious and glanced at it. The first equation within. What does it mean? Has it refuted relativity? Or perhaps proven the existence of God? Laughter erupted among his colleagues. Carter's face flushed, stammering it. It elucidated the origin of mass in a manner utterly incomprehensible to me, and moreover, it flawlessly circumvented the dilemma of gravitational inclusion in the Standard Model. The laughter ceased abruptly. Professor Andre's expression darkened as he strode over, shoving Carter aside to gaze at the screen. On the display was a remarkably succinct equation, accompanied by just a few lines of foundational deductions. There were no lengthy proofs, no convoluted extensions, merely a few lines reminiscent of notes hastily penned by the Creator at the dawn of existence. Upon a mere glance, Andre's impatience froze into a rigid stillness. His pupils constricted to their utmost within a heartbeat. What had he glimpsed? This was not the fruit of human intellect. It was an oracle. It was as if the universe's answers had been thrust before him. He had devoted his life and spent billions on colliders in pursuit of the keyhole to unlock the secrets of the cosmos. And yet this document had obliterated the door entirely. Thud. Professor Andre's legs buckled beneath him, and the esteemed physicist, known for his composure even before countless cameras, suddenly collapsed to the ground, devoid of warning, before a gathering of students. He did not faint. Rather, he pointed at the screen, his lips trembling, uttering incomprehensible syllables. Truth. This is truth. Inside the Kunpung One, Yi Qingzhu's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her drowsy eyes. Upon awakening, she found Qinyang gazing at her with tender affection. Darling, have we arrived home? She murmured, rubbing her eyes, her voice soft and mellow, reminiscent of a languid kitten. Almost there. Did you sleep well? Qinyang replied, planting a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. Yi Qingzhu contentedly squinted her eyes and nestled closer into his embrace. I just had a dream where you were so noisy, banging drums and gongs outside. Qinyang chuckled, about to respond, when the voice of AI Qi, imbued with an unprecedented gravity, resonated deep within his consciousness. Father God, urgent report. The simplified formula for the Shiha battery you deployed has led to 11 top physicists worldwide suffering from logic singularity overload, resulting in deep cerebral shock. Moreover, more alarmingly, a Tianhe supercomputer at the Chinese Academy of Sciences triggered the underlying information trap you set while attempting to brute force the second layer of the formula's logic extension. Qi's voice paused momentarily, the data stream exhibiting violent fluctuations. Reporting to Father God, the core array of that supercomputer has been completely melted down. Chapter 134, Global Live Broadcast. My wife is asleep. Please keep it down. As Qinyang listened to AI Qi's report, he did not even lift his eyelids. His entire focus was dedicated to tracing the gentle contours of the girl's soft cheeks in his arms. 11 cases of cerebral shock? A supercomputer incinerated on the spot? Oh, understood. This alarming information, sufficient to propel any nation into a state of maximum combat readiness, failed to stir even a ripple within his mind. For one bestowed with omniscience, that equation was far from mere knowledge. It was a filter he had casually laid down, a threshold distinguishing the mortal from the insignificant. The reason those physicists' brains succumbed to shock was their futile attempt to decode information emanating from a higher dimension using three-dimensional logic, akin to forcing an antiquated calculator to process the core data of the Big Bang. How could it not crash? As for the incinerated Tianhe supercomputer, it was even more ludicrous. It had not failed to crack the code. Rather, it had precisely triggered the underlying information trap set by Qinyang at the moment it brushed against the second layer of logical extension, a definitive, causality-based logical deadlock. The price for attempting to glimpse divine wisdom was to be utterly erased from conceptual existence by that very wisdom. He simply had no interest in observing how a swarm of ants was crushed while attempting to move a mountain. Yi Qingzhu emitted a faint murmur in her sleep, her small head gently nuzzling against his solid chest, seemingly in search of a more stable refuge. Qinyang immediately halted all thoughts, bending down to plant an exquisitely soft kiss among her fragrant hair. The unconscious curve of satisfaction at the corner of her mouth became the very center of his universe. Father God, the global panic triggered by the Shiha battery formula is continuing to escalate. AI Qi's voice resumed, the data flow reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. The inquiries from the upper echelons of global society regarding Yaoguang Academy have utterly overwhelmed the communication networks of the Shanwang Group and all associated parties. According to projections, within 36 hours, the global financial and political order will descend into utter chaos due to the collective anxiety of top elites. It was too noisy. Qinyang finally exhibited a modicum of reaction, his brow barely furrowing. This swarm of flies buzzing about seemed to disturb his wife's slumber, which displeased him greatly. Qi, relay the orders. Yes, Father God. Call for an online briefing from Yaowang Academy. Qinyang's command was brief and icy, with the link immediately posted on the Panga Group's official website. Inform them they have only 10 minutes. Latecomers will not be tolerated. The decree was as binding as an oracle. In the next moment, all extraneous information vanished from the antiquated Panga Group website, leaving only a solitary link and a countdown composed of crimson digits. Yaowang Academy Global Online Briefing. 1000-0959-0958. At this moment, all who considered themselves atop the power pyramid felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation and dread. How dare he? Who did he think he was? A god? Yet, when the countdown reached 0001, not a single individual dared to be absent. The White House, Oval Office, the President of the United States, hailed as the most powerful man in the world, tugged at his tie for the third time, feeling the silk constrict around his neck like a noose. Before him lay the teleprompter. Filled with the draft he and his entire advisory team had painstakingly crafted over hours regarding a community of shared human destiny and new era educational cooperation. But now those words blurred into a haze before his eyes. In the Middle East, deep within the desert's golden palace, the king who controlled the global energy lifeline had just canceled a video conference that would determine the global oil prices for the next quarter. He dismissed all attendance, confronting the billion-dollar holographic screen alone. His hands, usually caressing his prized falcons, turned pale from the force of his grip. In Europe, Geneva, CERN headquarters, the silver-haired Professor André sat in a coffee-stained lab coat, dazed and bewildered before the screen. Behind him stood a cadre of equally disoriented top scientists. They remained silent, devoid of any movement, akin to a group of primitive beings awaiting divine revelation before the apocalypse, their faces etched with devotion and trepidation. Among them were the venerable elders of the Eastern Imperial Palace, the masters of the Kremlin, the titans of Wall Street, and the patriarchs of European nobility, whose lineage spanned centuries. On any ordinary day, the mere cough of any one of them would send tremors through the global stock markets. Yet today, they resembled students awaiting their teacher to call attendance, seated quietly at the zenith of their power, too fearful to utter a sound, lest they miss the bell that would determine the fate of their families. The countdown ensued, reaching its climax. The screen flickered, revealing not the imposing venue or the cold insignia that many anticipated. Instead, a young figure emerged before all. He did not occupy a dragon throne or regal seat. Rather, he languidly leaned against a plush sofa reminiscent of an aircraft's interior, exuding a relaxed and comfortable demeanor. What caused the hearts of the global elite to momentarily cease was the sight of a stunning Eastern girl peacefully slumbering in his arms. He did not glance at the screen even once. The most powerful individuals in the world held their breath, awaiting his divine judgment. Yet, he remained focused, gently pulling the blanket higher to cover the girl's delicate shoulders. He extended a finger to deftly tuck a rebellious strand of hair behind her ear. The entire world awaited him, while he patiently awaited his beloved's serene slumber. As seconds trickled by, the briefing was to last only 10 minutes. And already a minute had elapsed without a word from him. This silent, exquisite languor weighed heavier than any verbal insult, suffocating these titans of industry, who were accustomed to bending the world to their will, rendering even their breath a challenge. Just as the eerie silence threatened to drive them to madness, the girl in his arms, Yi Qingzhu, seemed to sense something in her dreams, her lovely brows knitting slightly. Qinyang's movements froze instantly. He lowered his head and placed a kiss lighter than a feather upon her smooth brow. Initiate. His thoughts stirred. The voice of the AI responded promptly, by your will. All industrial and military equipment worldwide capable of producing infrasound resonance, exceeding 500 watts, has automatically entered sleep mode. All macrophysical fluctuations that could potentially disrupt Ms. Yi Qingzhu's deep slumber, such as tectonic movements and magnetic field variations, have been effectively neutralized. The girl's brow gradually relaxed. Satisfied, Qinyang finally lifted his gaze, for the first time directing his unperturbed eyes toward the screen, and beyond it, to the faces filled with anxiety, greed, and fear. He finally spoke, his voice soft yet resonant, echoing in every ear like an oracle's decree from the heavens. An enrollment briefing for Yaowang Academy? He chuckled lightly, a sound devoid of warmth, filled only with pure, condescending amusement. You are mistaken. Before we discuss enrollment, let us indulge my child in a game.